Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
These white MAGA people, or even some of these blackface MAGA Negroes, I call them the help. Whenever they go, Ketanji Brown Jackson's a DEI hire. Well, guess what? This one user on TikTok did something really interesting. So what he did was, it's called debunction junction. That's what he goes by. So what he did was, he said, you know what? Let's use Elon Musk AI tool Grok to actually do a comparison on the Supreme Court justices. And this is what he discovered.
She is the epitome of a DEI hire.
All right, so this guy is calling Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson the epitome of a DEI hire. But is that true? And I thought what I'd do for this video is compare the last 4 Supreme Court justices to be seated. That's Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett. These are all Trump nominees. And this is Ketanji Brown Jackson, who is nominated by Joe Biden. And I know a lot of people hate AI, but I love it for unbiased comparisons on multiple variables. And so to start with, we're going to go to Elon Musk's Grok, and I'm going to ask it, can you give me a side-by-side comparison of all the recent Supreme Court justices and their qualifications before being named to the bench? Let's compare the resumes of Ketanji Brown Jackson, Amy Coney Barrett, Brett Kavanaugh, and Neil Gorsuch. I'd like a detailed breakdown of their previous education, clerkships, and experience as both a lawyer and judge before being named to the bench. If possible, rank them 1 through 4 at the end and include a score of 100 for each. 100 being the most qualified candidate ever, and 0 being wholly unqualified. And as you can see, there is my prompt, and here is its reply. It created this massive, long table here of all the information. And then down here at the end, it says that it's going to rank it 20% on education, 20% on clerkships, 30% on legal experience, and 30% on judicial experience. And as you can see down here at the bottom, under the ranking and scoring, it actually ranks Ketanji Brown Jackson first with a score of 92 out of 100. Then it ranks Brett Kavanaugh second with a score of 88 out of 100. If we scroll down here, you'll see that Neil Gorsuch takes third with a score of 86 out of 100. And last is Amy Coney Barrett with a score of 80 out of 100. And then just for good measure, I said, if you did this same analysis with all 9 Supreme Court justices at the time they were nominated, can you give me the same rankings and score? And here's how Grok ranked all 9 Supreme Court justices, with Sonia Sotomayor taking first with 94 out of 100. And Amy Coney Barrett isn't last anymore. That belongs to Clarence Thomas with 78 out of 100. So I'm sorry, conservatives, if you're looking for DEI hires that have been placed on the Supreme Court, this is your number 2 offender, and this is number 1.
Ain't that something, Scott? Now, of course, first of all, we know they don't care, but they love throwing it out there. And so, and I say this to all the black people, you can that analysis right there shows you can try to sit here and wave your degrees, defend yourself. They're racist. They'll never concede it. They don't want you there.
Yeah, but they're hypocrites too, because we know that Clarence Justice Clarence Thomas was not the most qualified at the time under Bush, for sure. And I don't know Amy Barrett very well, her judicial history, but AI says she's ranked second to last and lower than the last four. I can believe that. Black people, few of us get to fail forward. When we fail, we go back. But people with no melanin in their skin, they keep winning. They keep going forward. Mediocrity is the order of the day. And we still, even in 2025, have to be bigger, better, brighter, stronger, faster, more intellectual, harder, more hardworking than our white counterparts, whatever the industry is. It is a fact. If you want to challenge me on that, I've had these discussions with leaders in other industries, all of them. And if you're Black and at the top of your game, I got to tell you, you work twice as hard, but you're twice as credentialed as your white counterparts. You just are across the board. And so this is our reality. I tell young people all the time, racism always has a presence, but your grandfather, your father, and your great-grandfather suffered more, had to work harder, and did more than where we are in 2025.
This is why I say, Rebecca, with all seriousness, sincerity, conviction, fuck them.
Wait. What'd you say?
Fuck them. I am not going to give you a TED talk on my credentials.
Really? Because the other ones ain't shit.
Rebecca, go ahead.
So listening to that Black MAGA dude, who is he? Because the weird self-flagellation that he did in order to bend himself into a pretzel to what show I'm not like the other Blacks. I'm not really understanding what's his point in going after Judge Ketanji. No one asked him. And he didn't have any metrics to really articulate his point. That just doesn't make sense. So it's all these randoms are just doing rage bait on social media. And what's unfortunate, many of these platforms reward that rage bait, and then it gets monetized.
Yeah. And plus, they ain't got nothing else to do.
Joe.
There was no sister getting to the Supreme Court unless she was airtight. So I knew once she got there that she was the real deal because she had to be.
Oh yeah,
that was her reality. And so even then, and it's just
straight.
It's all the more frustrating when they get a brother to talk about it. Now you got to go through all these changes, take away this dude's BSU card, disinvite him to the barbecue. I mean, the whole thing. It's just crazy. And then, aside from being papered up from a standpoint of having the qualifications, which she has, and on paper, she runs rings around Amy Coney Barrett, to be honest with you. Even then, after you do all that, there's this multiple social languages that we have to speak, where we're in the belly of the beast all the time. So not only do we have to be better on paper, do we have to be better from a qualification standpoint? I believe we do. I also believe that intangibles and other things that don't make it to paper, we have to be better at as well, because you've got to be able to speak all of these social languages. And even after you do all of that, there are people that would actually tone their mouth to say that this is a DEI hire. But most of the time, all of that is deflection. When they say there's a DEI hire, they know that they've got a legacy son that has no business at that university or on that job, but he got it anyway. When they say that, you don't belong here, no, it's because you know that you don't belong here. Or something the other day, they were talking about naming, I don't know, the Met or some place after Melania Trump.
The Opera House at the Kennedy Center.
The Opera House,
which is a joke because she can't even spell opera.
Right.
And listen, I'm telling you right now, House, House is a part of the White House, and you can spell her the H, the O, the U, and the S, and I don't think she gonna get it right.
So, and here's the other thing, jumping around a little bit here, he has got such a thing, Trump has got such a thing for Obama. fundamentally, he's jealous of that brother. He's jealous.
Oh yeah. First of all,
He's
the
jealous.
Nobel Peace Prize, the poll numbers.
Right. He's never
he mad because he mad because he's thinner. His crowds, all this sort of
and
stuff.
He knows, yeah.
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, though. I need people to understand, though, and which is why I wrote my book, White Fear. Y'all need to understand what these cats are doing. I'm telling you, they're fixated. They are desperate because the world has changed. Let me be real clear. They don't like black people, okay? They don't want Latinos here, but they want white women to shut up, lay down, birthday babies, and stay in the house. This is Charlie Kirk talking to Tucker Carlson. I keep telling y'all what their game plan is, roll it.
Card. So, but the power of young white men in this country, if they were motivated and purposeful, yeah, young white men helped us win a world war and get to the moon and split the atom.
You better give him weed and fentanyl and benzodiazepines and DraftKings and porn just to kind of disable them so they don't rise up and eat you.
Here is the funny thing about these two, and I'll lump in Be Brave type guys with them. They want to talk about young white males getting us to the moon and winning world wars and stuff. Neither of these two are anywhere near get to the moon quality. Why is it always people like Tucker Carlson, who was born with the silver spoon in his mouth? His daddy got him into college, and Charlie Kirk is a West Point wannabe. Charlie Kirk has, you got to admit, he's pretty good at organizing, but neither of these two are anywhere near. You gave Tucker Carlson a protractor, a pencil, and a star chart. He's not going to get you to the moon. He's not going to get you to Cape Canaveral. So I'll never understand why it's always these mediocre white boys who want to talk about how great whiteness is.
That's what I would do. I'm just saying, like, if I were in charge of society, I'd be like, holy shit, I'm afraid of these guys.
I will say one thing, though. Their forefathers were smart enough to know that, hey, we better build a system that can allow a Charlie Kirk or a Tucker Carlson to have huge advantages, because they're not going to make it on their own. These two would never have made it. You put them in the Wayback Machine and send them back to 1820 and put them on the frontier. They'd have not made it.
Right. And I try to, so I listen to your show all the time, Tucker. And
sorry.
When you say stuff like that, I try to challenge it.
Listen
like,
to that
really
laugh.
Listen
to that laugh.
No, it's a conspiracy of instinct.
No, but then I'm like, I got nothing. But it's like, if you were trying to make the most, by the way, if you look at just the genetics of it, like I'm Scots-Irish, I'm like very disagreeable, boundary pushing, like rebellious. I know my genetic type. And by the way, genetics matter.
Okay. And this is the crux. As a matter of fact, I was watching a video before the show while I was getting this show prepared. And I guess I'm going to go back and show it. It's always these Charlie Kirks of the world who want to go back to genetics. Okay. Look, he is doing great things. But, as far as the MAGA verse goes, but these guys always fall back on these genetic arguments, which is code for white.
We should talk about genetics more. It's not racist to say that.
We should talk.
My genetics come from all the way, from Scotland.
We should talk genetics more. It's not racist, except when it is racist. You will always hear people like Aaron C., I think that's his name. He was on my panel a couple weeks ago talking about his lineage goes all the way back to, the beginnings of the Virginia colony. Motherfucker, you know what? You were like an E4 in the Navy. You're not like a first family of Virginia or anything like that. Why are we even talking your genetics? Why should I care? Except in some sort of racist or eugenics argument. These guys want to talk about race in code words and then say it's not about race. They think everybody else is as stupid as they are. That's the problem.
From the Maxwell clan, fought alongside William Wallace. But if you want to like kind of calm down that kind of Appalachia fighting spirit, man, you would do what you're doing right now.
It's a Protestant spirit. I mean, let's just get
of course
let's just get really honest about it. It's
Oh,
the people
yeah,
from the country of Protestants. I'm as pro-Catholic as anyone could be.
Protestants needed Indians to fucking help them on the first Thanksgiving. The Protestant spirit.
My best friends are Catholic. I'm
Calvinist too.
Not against Catholics at all. I love Catholics. However, this country was founded by Protestants because they think for themselves. And they're the legacy, they're the heirs of Martin Luther, who took on, the 1500-year-old church by himself.
Totally.
They are people who believe they communicate directly.
By the way, Martin Luther did not take on the church by himself. You should have attended that history class, that world history class there, Tucker.
With God, that their conscience is more important than federal law, and they're really hard to deal with. And so you have to destroy them first. And they did.
Well, they're not done yet. There's still a lot. And that's...
Well, I know some. I am one.
But by the way, even the young men that are...
And by the way, who is they? Who is this they they're talking about?
Currently lost. Let's bring...
That's what they want, Rebecca. They are trying to they're trying to galvanize young white men because and their whole deal is to these white men, you're being left out. It's DEI. It's those women. It's them. And it's these feminists. And they're taking your job, taking your opportunities. And Charlie Kirk's whole mission, and Charlie Kirk is a white male college dropout who is not the brightest bulb in a dark room. And he actually represents many of these dumbass white men in the country who they're the ones who want to go back to how America used to be, where they ran everything. Rebecca, go ahead.
Yeah, so the ideology that he's espousing is of the 3%ers, right? The 3%ers really isn't about a quantifiable 3%, but is literally, they believe there are three sets of people who belong in this country. The first set are the WASP. So when you hear them talk about the white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, specifically, we're not talking about Eastern Europeans or those white immigrants, European immigrants who came in like second, third, and fourth, and fifth, and whatever current wave we are in European immigration to the United States. They're talking about those original descendants of Anglo-Saxons. That was very clear listening to both Tucker and Charlie talk about it.
Yep, exactly. And I actually had a little bit of that on a panel might even be 3 weekends ago. Why does somebody come on my panel wanting to talk about their ancient Virginia colony heritage? How does that even come up other than in a racist? Aaron C. is a racist. So, that's why he belongs on a Be Brave panel and not mine. Because if I recall, I probably roasted him for even bringing it up.
They believe that they're the first folks who actually have the authority or are the true Americans. The second group are veterans. They believe that if you fought for this country, then you too are owed a piece of this country. The third group, ironically, are descendants, African descendants of American slavery, because they believe, and I'm part of that group, they believe that we are here not because of equality, but we're here to have servitude to the WASP. And so what they are espousing is a clear white nationalist ideology that doesn't include every white person. So what's really interesting is we're seeing a flatness in race in this country, and we're seeing that white people are struggling with the law.
By the way, I showed a J.D. Vance speech that he gave to the Claremont Institute, he made a blood and soil argument, and he literally talked about the Civil War. And basically said, hey, if you have a relative that fought in the Civil War, you have a better claim than, some immigrant. they're not even pro-white. They're pro-white nationalist, and the blood and soil argument basically means your roots need to be deep in the soil, and those roots have to be watered with the blood of patriots, and that's very Thomas Jefferson, the Tree of Liberty.
Also their identity, of their ethnic identity, their ethnic heritage, because they have succumbed to the ideology of whiteness. We know that as different waves of people have come into this country, if we could start like maybe the 1880s, go the 1890s, early, the turn of last century, one of the things that we noticed, by the time that European immigrant that's from a non-Anglo-Saxon country, by the time they're second generation in this country, they have now been washed, and now they are deemed as white folks. So that nationalist agenda that we just saw doesn't include any of those people, quite frankly, who probably immigrated from Europe, probably post 1830s. So it's really interesting, especially when we look at our Hispanic brothers and sisters trying to talk about how they're white just because they're ethnically Hispanic, but racially they are considered white. The Tucker Carlsons of the world, the Charlie Kirks of the world, they do not consider you to be white because you are not a part of that original WASP group, which is really interesting, watching some of those same Hispanic people on TikTok saying, well, this is not what I voted for. You were never included in this equation of white nationalism. So I think it's very important for people to go back and read some of those writings from over 250 years ago to understand what this fight, what this battle that we're in actually is.
Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. The window to invest.
Excuse me. So anyway, I actually wasn't even going to show this, but I'm glad I did. The Ketanji Brown Jackson thing, I need to find that video, the actual video. It's amazing. I would like to show that whole video. But anyway, we will move on. And by the way, good morning. I didn't even say good morning. Good morning. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. It is Monday. So, it is what it is. Please make sure you hit the like button. Please make sure if you're new that you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. Subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel where most people tend to hang out. If you're there in the John Gall Urban Landlord channel, hop over to the Stanley Cross channel and hit the like button for me and subscribe to the channel. Also subscribe to Urban Landlord Clips. I think John did a show this weekend. I was kind of busy, at least on Sunday. So that's where John's show gets clipped, his interviews and stuff like that. So we will move into the news kinda. The thing that shocked me or got my attention this weekend is apparently South Park is the cartoon is back with a vengeance, and they just went hog wild on Trump apparently. And I haven't watched it, but I've seen a couple YouTube content creators who basically do reactions to South Park, and oh man, I cannot believe that I can't believe they did all that and got paid $1.5 billion over 5 years to do it. Where can I get that job?
Booty to brimstone, Donald Trump, Satan, and the animated micropene that broke the internet. The creators of South Park didn't just humiliate Trump. They exposed the fall of empire, the myth of dominance, and what happens when idolatry gets animated. By Dr. Stacey Patton. This Substack is reader-supported. To receive new posts and support my work, consider becoming a free or paid subscriber. Church, good morning. Welcome to another Sunday service. Now last week, the Spirit led me to preach on Donald Trump's legs. Them heavy, overburdened, puffy, circulation-denying legs. Legs so swollen with sin they needed their own area code. I told y'all them legs tell a story. A story of corruption. A story of weight that ain't just physical, but spiritual. And we prayed that the good Lord might let the truth circulate again. But this week, saints, this week the Lord spoke to me and said, "Rise up, but not in glory, not in righteousness, not in purpose." The Lord said, "Reverend Dr. Stacy Pants, go higher, higher to the region of deception, higher to the seat of swagger, higher to the pulpit of the pelvis where false power preaches from beneath a red tie and a bloated gut." Somebody say, preach. See, the white American imagination is so fragile, so desperate for a savior, that it anointed a man with no discipline, no scripture, and no soul, and gave him the nuclear codes. But the Lord said, "I will expose what is hidden. I will shrink what's been inflated. I will turn your idol into a punchline." Luke 8 verse 17 says, "For nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest, nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to light." And Deuteronomy 28 verse 37 says, "You shall become a horror, a proverb, and a byword among all the peoples where the Lord will lead you." And so this week, the word comes to us not through thunder or fire, but through a whisper. A very small, delicate, nearly imperceptible whisper. And the message is clear. Behold, the penis is tiny, but the delusion is supersized. Oh, y'all don't want to hear me preach this morning. This morning I am bringing you the gospel according to South Park, chapter 27. This cartoon peeled back the fig leaf and said, "Y'all need to come see this." And what did we see, church? Not the strong man. Not the alpha. Not the divine masculine in glory. But a sad little weenie with eyes and a voiceover. Now listen, this ain't about body shaming. This is about truth. Because some of y'all been worshiping at the altar of delusion for so long, you forgot what honesty feels like. You forgot what real manhood looks like. You thought being loud, rude, racist, and rich was masculinity. You thought threatening judges and sexually assaulting women was dominance. You thought waving a Bible upside down made you righteous. But let me remind you, Goliath was big too. That ain't stop him from getting rocked by the truth. And now, in the year of our Lord 2025, God said, "I will not be mocked." So, God sent Trey Parker and Matt Stone to do what no network news anchor, no Republican senator, no New York Times op-ed ever had the guts to do. They undressed that man. Literally. Stripped him down in the desert, turned his baby carrot into a cartoon character, and made it say, "His penis is teeny tiny, but his love for us is large." The devil is a lie. Because we know love by its actions, not its appendages. And as if that wasn't enough, they had him laid up in bed with the devil, booty to brimstone, cuddled under the covers with Lucifer like it was date night at the end times. Satan looked at Trump and said, "I don't usually do this, but you? You different. You wow, children of God." Listen, what we are witnessing is the weaponization of whiteness, the illusion of empire, the fall of false gods, and what happens when a man builds his kingdom on lies and limp masculinity. Somebody say limp and amen. And now that the cartoon is out, the peen is public, Trump's threatening is mad. Look at all that alpha male energy mad about animated penis being too accurate. Now, saints, I know some of y'all are sitting in the sanctuary clutching your pearls and church fans. I hear y'all whispering, but Reverend Dr. Stacy Pants, is it holy to preach about a dick? And I say yes. Yes, it is. If the Lord saw fit to put it in Ezekiel, if the ancients could write about donkey-sized penises and say, "Thus saith the Lord," then who are we to turn away from the revelation? Turn with me to Ezekiel 23 verse 20. The scripture makes it plain. And quote, "She lusted after her lovers, whose members were like those of donkeys and whose emissions were like those of stallions." End quote. Now, if that can be biblical canon, surely we can talk about a cartoon pecker. Amen? If David could dance naked before the Lord, if circumcision could be a covenant, if God could harden Pharaoh's heart and still talk about foreskins, then surely we can talk about a cartoon peen with googly eyes. This ain't profanity, it's prophecy. This ain't smut, it's sacred satire. This is the Holy Ghost of petty working through cable television and animated blasphemy to remind America. You cannot build an empire on lies and not expect it to be dragged. Because this ain't about anatomy, saints. It's about idolatry. Donald Trump's body has been the temple of American projection. Big towers, big stakes, big planes, big lies, big walls, bigotry. He even once said his nuclear button was bigger than Kim Jong-un's. Church, he turned the presidency into a penis measuring contest. And now we see he lost that one too. See, the thing about empire is it always wants to look invincible. It thrives on scale, spectacle, and overcompensation. That's why Pharaoh wore gold. That's why Caesar rode in on chariots. And ain't it funny, saints, that the man who once called Stormy Daniels horseface and bragged about grabbing women by the P********y has now become a literal dick joke on basic cable. Won't the Lord humble you? Won't the Lord take your blasphemies and turn them into billboard satire? Won't the Lord make the last first and the tiny go viral? Because this right here, this South Park episode, is more than satire. It's scriptural fulfillment. It's what happens when the God of whiteness and patriarchy is laid bare and turns out to be just a man. A very small man, with a very tiny scepter. And Lord have mercy, his followers are mad. They big mad. They didn't get mad when he mocked the disabled. Not when he called for violence. Not when he bragged about assaulting women. Not when he took immigrant children and locked them in cages. No. They were fine with all that. But draw a tiny penis? How dare you attack our king? Let me say this plain. A nation that can stomach genocide but gags at a dick joke ain't morally upright. It's spiritually constipated. That's why Isaiah 2 verse 17 had to remind us. The arrogance of man will be brought low and the pride of men humbled. The Lord alone will be exalted. And isn't that what we're seeing, church? A bloated, blustering man, crushed not by war, not by an enemy army, but by the soft whimper of a cartoon phallus with googly eyes and a script. Won't he do it? Won't the Most High use foolish things to confound the mighty? Because if Trump's whole empire can be deflated by a dick drawing, what does that tell you? That the emperor's clothes weren't just missing. He never had any balls to begin with. Turn to your neighbor and say, "No balls." Oh yes, saints. Let me close out this sermon in the key of truth and trembling masculinity. This morning we cracked open Ezekiel. We circled back to Isaiah. We heard from Matthew. And we watched as South Park lifted the veil and said, "This is the man y'all bowed to?" So, what's the takeaway, saints? It's not that Trump has a tiny penis. It's that America has a tiny conscience. That whiteness has a tiny moral compass. That patriarchy has a tiny tolerance for truth. And now, let us bow our heads for the benediction. May the Lord bless you and keep you from false messiahs with fake tans and fragile egos. May the Lord deliver you from men who mistake volume for virtue and lawsuits for leadership. May the Lord protect your spirit from golden calves, MAGA prophets, and narcissists. May the Lord give you the strength to laugh at evil, to mock the mighty, and to see the ridiculous for what it truly is. A mirror held up to empire, cracked and tiny. O holy and righteous one, you who humbled Pharaoh and flipped Caesar's table, you who rides and not on spectacle but on truth. We thank you today for this ministry on the micropene. We thank you for cartoons that carry more gospel than congressional hearings. We thank you for every cracked image, every false god exposed, every idol torn down by laughter and light. Let the people not be deceived by suits or steeples, by slogans or subpoenas. Let them know that your power don't need pageantry. It just needs truth, O Lord. So strip every lie down to its naked shame. Shrink every false king to his proper size. And remind your people, it is better to have a small member and a mighty heart than a big mouth and no soul. In the name of Black Jesus, Beyonce at Coachella, and Harriet with the shotgun. Now let the church say amen. If you laugh...
You know, she is a great writer, by the way, and very funny. So I had to play it before we get into Trump news, and I don't know. Hopefully, I think I have HBO Max. I'll see can I find that episode of South Park. So let us move boldly forth into Trump news. According to the New Republic, Trump is secretly furious that people are still talking about Epstein. And I actually don't know if I have a Ghislaine Maxwell story, but I'm telling you right now, this is getting pretty interesting. I heard this morning that actually Ghislaine knew Trump and introduced him to Epstein. So this is just getting this hole is just getting deeper.
Trump is secretly furious that people are still talking about Epstein. By Robert McCoy. With the Jeffrey Epstein affair having now put President Trump in the rare defensive position for multiple weeks, the president is seething, per Politico's conversations with unnamed sources within and close to the White House. In recent days, the president has endeavored to draw national attention to anything other than his perceived bungling of the case of the late notorious sex criminal and his former friend. But try as Trump might to bend the news cycle to his will, the public eye remains trained, for the time being, on the Epstein issue. A source close to the White House reportedly told Politico that Trump is clearly furious, and it is the first time I have seen the Trump camp sort of paralyzed. A senior White House official reportedly said the president feels there are way bigger stories that deserve attention. Regarding Donald Trump's current mindset, the official said, "When you are working 12 to 15 hours a day to solve real problems, and you turn on the television and see people talking about Jeffrey Epstein, that is frustrating." The frustration is, in part, a recognition that the Epstein issue is a vulnerability for the Trump administration, added another source, this one a White House ally, who described the controversy as an unforced error on the part of Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel. Both notable but far from the only examples of Trump officials who previously stoked the Epstein flames, now scorching the president. They are the ones that opened the can of worms on the Epstein conversation. No one made them do this, which makes it sting even worse, the source said. Trump's team would like to move on and talk about the things they think are WS, but remains bedeviled by this overshadowing news cycle. Indeed, as congressional Democrats seize on the issue, with some Republican colleagues also joining the charge, the press is, seemingly by the minute, unearthing details about Trump's relationship with the disgraced financier, and the president's base is as fired up over the matter as ever. Epstein...
Yeah, I'll just stop it there. It's almost done anyway. You know what? I don't really have much to say because to be honest, I have no clue what's going on with all this other than this is a self-inflicted wound, and they totally misread the MAGA base. Now, I think in the end, though, I will be surprised if after Mike Johnson, I'll be surprised when they come back at the end of August if the MAGA base even remembers it. You know, between now and then, something will come up, I guess, real or imagined. And this Obama thing. Oh wow, I think I have a story on that. They're just screwing up big time. But anyway, we'll move on to this. Trump announces that he has an EU trade deal that basically it's a 15% flat tariff for products coming to the U.S. And he threatened them recently, I thought, and they just kind of acquiesced. So that is a good thing, I guess. But I think Europe, Japan, those are going to be fairly easy because they're kind of amenable. You know, Europe owes, America pretty much its existence. And Japan, kind of the same thing. But this video here looks pretty interesting. And I don't know that it has anything to do with the EU, but apparently it has Trump stumbling over some stuff. Let's see what this is about.
And we're at a little bit less than 6 months, but really we're probably at 3 months because it took me a little time to get started, right? So in 3.5, 4 months, let's say, we have about $16 trillion. There's never been anything like that in history. You can go for years and they didn't have numbers like that. Director of the Office of Science and Technology, Policy, Mike.
I'm trying to have an honest exchange with you.
Oh.
I'm not putting words in your
Man,
mouth.
what
Please don't
happened
put
there?
words in my mouth.
Well, apparently he slurred through that little speech he was given. So, Abiola, what think what is scripted exactly? The Epstein stuff? No. If it's scripted, it's a bad script. So let's see what else is happening in Trump land. Trump yanks Alina Habba's nomination for U.S. Attorney, enabling her to serve in an acting capacity. I think I talked about this story last Friday. Some federal panel of federal judges in New Jersey basically gave Alina Habba, who was then temporary, I think the title was temporary U.S. Attorney of New Jersey. And then the way the state process works is, hey, if you have to get an up or down vote from a panel of federal judges to continue as a temporary U.S. attorney, and the judges voted her down. So it basically selected Alina Habba's number 2. So what the Trump administration did, and Pam Bondi specifically, is they just fired the selection of those federal judges just to pull the rug out from under them. Then they went and Trump basically withdrew Habba's nomination. I guess the Senate has to confirm her or something. Withdrew the nomination, so that allows her to be acting U.S. Attorney General, and therefore the judges can't, touch her or anything like that. So, basically, we seem to have reached the phase of the Trump administration where, they have to do bait and switches to get their way, which they've been doing all along with the justice system. But I'll read the first 4 paragraphs or 5 paragraphs. It says, President Trump last Thursday withdrew the nomination of Alina Habba, his former defense lawyer, to serve as the top federal prosecutor in New Jersey. A Justice Department official confirmed, which clears the way for her to serve as the U.S. attorney in the state in an acting capacity. Mr. Trump's move came after a federal district court set off a leadership scramble in the U.S. Attorney's Office when it declined to keep Habba in the role of U.S. Attorney and instead installed Desiree Lee Grace as the state's top federal prosecutor. And by the way, Desiree Grace has experience as a prosecutor. Alina Habba has 0 experience as a prosecutor at all. She was a defense attorney. She was Trump's defense attorney. And quite frankly, I don't think before Trump hired her, she even had courtroom experience at all, if I recall. Could be wrong on that. So Grace, who was Habba's deputy, was selected by the judges on the U.S. District Court in New Jersey to serve as the U.S. attorney for the state as Habba's 120-day term in the post wound down. But shortly after, Attorney General Pam Bondi said that Grace had been removed as first assistant U.S. attorney, and she excoriated the judges for tapping Grace instead of letting Habba stay in the role. This Department of Justice does not tolerate rogue judges, especially when they threaten the president's core Article 2 powers. They didn't threaten his core Article 2 powers. Bondi wrote she wrote it on social media. So they don't seem to understand that the judicial system, well, they are not the first among equals. The president is not first among equals, and they're trying to, do this unified theory, a unified executive theory to make the president first among equals, and that's just not how the Constitution was set up. So we'll see how it all turns out. And then I talked about this weird thing that this fool Tulsi Gabbard is attempted, basically accusing Obama of treason or some bullshit like that. And the CNN Politics basically said it's just wildly misleading why the administration's latest allegations about the Russia investigation don't add up. Well, they're just basically digging up something that was put to bed years ago now. And it's basically trying to distract from the Epstein case. I think everybody's pretty much, agreed about that. So, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard declassified and released new intelligence documents Friday that she claimed were evidence of a treasonous conspiracy by top Obama administration's officials to manufacture the notion that Russia interfered in the 2016 election. Well, here's the kicker to that. The U.S. Senate, I think it was the Judicial Committee, investigated and concluded that Russia did attempt election interference. And guess who was chairman of that committee? Marco Rubio. So it was Republicans who basically confirmed via investigation that they thought that Russia was interfering. So they've kind of put Marco Rubio in a bind because he was one of the people who determined. So I'm sure, I know Obama released a response. Let me see if this article has Obama's response. Intel assessment sparked Trump's distrust of the deep state, which was allegations tied to Steele dossier. I don't see Obama's response, but he did respond and basically said, you know what? Do your worst. And by the way, the other thing that's funny, what's up, dirty dude? U.S. presidents have immunity thanks to Trump. So even if Obama did do treason, if he did it in the line of duty, thanks, President Trump, Obama is Teflon. Not much you could do about it. So that boomerang's coming right back at you. So let's see what else we got here. From the Chicago Tribune, judge issues temporary injunction against Trump administration's cancellation of humanities grants. Let's hear this. I don't use the Chicago Tribune much, but let's check it out.
Judge issues temporary injunction against Trump administration cancellation of humanities grants. Washington, a district court judge in New York issued a preliminary injunction Friday night stopping the mass cancellation of National Endowment for the Humanities grants to members of the Authors Guild on the grounds that their First Amendment rights were violated. Judge Colleen McMahon of the U.S. District Court in the Southern District of New York stayed the mass cancellations of grants previously awarded to Guild members and ordered that any funds associated with the grants not be reobligated until a trial on the merits of the case is held. In reaching her decision, the judge said the defendants terminated the grants based on the recipient's perceived viewpoint, in an effort to drive such views out of the marketplace of ideas. This is most evident by the citation in the termination notices to executive orders purporting to combat radical indoctrination and radical DEI programs, and to further biological truth. One of the grants was to a professor writing a book on the reemergence of the Ku Klux Klan in the 1970s and 1980s. On a spreadsheet entitled Copy of NEH Active Grants, the government flagged the work as being connected to diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, McMahon wrote. The judge said several other history projects on the spreadsheet were also canceled in part because of their connection to DEI-related subjects. Far be it from this court to deny the right of the administration to focus NEH priorities on American history and exceptionalism as the year of our semi-quincentennial approaches, McMahon said. Such refocusing is ordinarily a matter of agency discretion. But agency discretion does not include discretion to violate the First Amendment, nor does not give the government the right to edit history. McMahon said some of the grantees lost grants simply because they had received them during the Biden administration. The Guild filed a class action lawsuit in May against the NEH and the Department of Government Efficiency for terminating grants that had already been appropriated by Congress. The humanities group's lawsuit said DOGE brought the core work of the humanities councils to a screeching halt this spring when it terminated.
Yeah, again, they just because the grants were given during the Biden administration, that really has nothing to do with it if Congress appropriated the money. This is just plain old disturbing. And the problem with having an executive like Trump, as kind of like first among equals in the branches of government, is he doesn't know anything about government. And apparently neither do many in his administration, in his cabinet. And now you would think Pam Bondi would, and Kash Patel's a lawyer. You would think he would. The only, and I'm keep saying this, I'm betting that Marco Rubio winds up being the nominee for a Republican nominee for president in 2028. He seems to be the only one with any form of common sense. You don't hear about Rubio much in the news, which seems to, well, you can tell he has experience as a senator. He knows how to keep himself out of headlines. And even if you don't necessarily agree, with the administration, Marco Rubio is not in the news that much. And he has a premier position as Secretary of State. He's actually in the line of succession, if I recall. So kudos to Rubio. He may be the only one that comes out of this Trump administration with a with a unsullied reputation. Jesse Lee, how are you doing, sir? Little Marco 28. I think little Marco is going to is staying under the radar, and maybe wisely so. And it wouldn't hurt my feelings if Rubio got the nomination. He seems to be the only one with a modicum of common sense. Let's see. So where are we going next? Oh, yeah. What will it cost to renovate the free Air Force One? Don't ask. This is kind of dropped off everyone's radar. But I was under the impression that that's right. They're going to use it. From what I heard, getting this thing secure and upgraded would cost more than the actual plane itself. That's what I heard. So I don't know if that's true or not. But let's hear this out.
What will it cost to renovate the free Air Force One? Don't ask. This article is by David E. Sanger and Eric Schmidt and read by an automated voice. President Trump makes no secret of his displeasure over the cost of renovating the Federal Reserve headquarters, around $2.5 billion, or even higher by the president's accounting. But getting the White House to discuss another of Washington's expensive renovation projects, the cost of refurbishing a free Air Force One from Qatar, is quite another matter. Officially, and conveniently, the price tag has been classified. But even by Washington standards, where black budgets are often used as an excuse to avoid revealing the cost of outdated spy satellites and lavish end-of-year parties, the techniques being used to hide the cost of Mr. Trump's pet project are inventive. Which may explain why no one wants to discuss a mysterious $934 million transfer of funds from one of the Pentagon's most over-budget, out-of-control projects, the modernization of America's aging ground-based nuclear missiles. In recent weeks, congressional budget sleuths have come to think that amount slipped into an obscure Pentagon document sent to Capitol Hill as a transfer to an unnamed classified project almost certainly includes the renovation of the new, gold-adorned Air Force One that Mr. Trump desperately wants in the air before his term is over. It is not clear if the entire transfer will be devoted to stripping the new Air Force One back to its airframe, but Air Force officials privately acknowledged dipping into nuclear modernization funds for the complex project. Qatar's defense minister and defense secretary Pete Hegseth signed the final memorandum of understanding a few weeks ago, paving the way for the renovation to begin soon at a Texas facility known for secret technology projects. The document was reported earlier by the Washington Post. Mr. Trump's plane probably won't fly for long. It will take a year or two to get the work done, and then the Qatari gift, improved with the latest communications and in-flight protective technology, will be transferred to the yet-to-be-created Trump Presidential Library after he leaves office in 2029, the president has said.
I have a feeling that plane is going to be the presidential library. It'll just have a couple books. It'll have a shelf of Art of the Deal. He's just gonna call it the library.
Concerns over the many apparent conflicts of interests involved in the transaction, given Mr. Trump's government dealings and business ties with the Qataris, have swirled since reports of the gift emerged this spring. But the president himself said he was unconcerned, casting the decision as a no-brainer for taxpayers. "I would never be one to turn down that kind of an offer," the president said in May. "I mean, I could be a stupid person and say, no, we don't want a free, very expensive airplane. It is free in the sense that a used car handed over by a neighbor looking to get it out of his driveway is free. In this case, among the many modifications will be hardened communications, anti-missile systems, and engine capabilities to take the president quickly to safety, as one of the older Air Force Ones did on September 11, 2001, when Al-Qaeda attacked the United States. And there is the delicate matter of ridding the jet of any hidden electronic listening devices that U.S. officials suspect may be embedded in the walls. Then, of course, it has to be stuffed with the luxuries and gold trim with which the 47th president surrounds himself, whether he is in the Oval Office or in the air. The jet's upper deck has a lounge and a communications center, while the main bedroom can be converted into a flying sick bay in a medical emergency. So it's no surprise that one of Washington's biggest guessing games these days is assessing just where the price tag will end up, on top of the $4 billion already being spent on the wildly behind-schedule presidential planes that Boeing was supposed to deliver last year. It was those delays that led Mr. Trump to look for a gift. Air Force officials privately concede that they are paying for renovations of the Qatari Air Force One with the transfer from another, the massively over-budget, behind-schedule program called the Sentinel. That is named for the missile at the heart of Washington's long-running effort to rebuild America's aging, leaky, ground-launched nuclear missile system. The project was first sold to Congress as a $77.7 billion program to replace all 400 Minuteman III missiles, complete with launch facilities and communications built to withstand both nuclear and cyber attack. By the time Mr. Trump came back into office, that figure had ballooned by 81% to $140 billion and climbing, all to reconstruct what nuclear strategists agree is the most vulnerable, impossible-to-hide element of America's nuclear deterrent. And that was the number before the Air Force announced a few months ago that it would have to dig all new silos across Montana, Wyoming, and North Dakota, because the old Minuteman silos were leaking and crumbling. The first of the Minutemans were installed 55 years ago, when Richard Nixon was president and Leonid Brezhnev was inside the Kremlin. Washington and Moscow had a combined total of more than 30,000 nuclear weapons pointed at each other. Today, it is closer to 3,100. The good news is that in the first Trump administration, the Air Force got rid of the command and control systems that still used 8-inch floppy disks, proving that the so-called deep state can get something done when it digs, well, deep. Some nuclear strategists argue that the ground-based nuclear weapons do not need to be replaced at all. They are far more vulnerable than weapons traveling under the sea on stealthy submarines, or that can be loaded on bombers. But the Pentagon doesn't want to part with a third of the nuclear triad, and the silos and their command posts are big employers in the rural West. They serve another function in the second Trump administration. The modernization program has proved to be the perfect thing if you were determined to hide how much you are spending on an airplane, especially one equipped to order up a nuclear strike if needed. In testimony before Congress in June, Troy E. Mike, the Air Force Secretary, said that he thought the cost of the Air Force One renovations would be manageable. "I think there has been a number thrown around on the order of $1 billion, he said. But a lot of those costs associated with that are costs that we'd have experienced anyway. We will just experience them early, before Boeing delivers its 2 Air Force Ones. So it wouldn't be anywhere near that. We believe the actual retrofit of that aircraft is probably less than $400 million, he said. If so, that would be a bargain. But engineers and Air Force experts who have been through similar projects have their doubts that it can be accomplished for anything like that price. Members of Congress expressed concern that Mr. Trump will pressure the Air Force to do the work so fast that sufficient security measures are not built into the plane. When asked last week, the Air Force said it simply could not discuss the cost or anything else about the plane because it's classified. For collectors of such bureaucratic evasions, yes, the Air Force is willing to discuss the cost of building a new generation of intercontinental ballistic missiles, but not the cost of renovating the president's aircraft. Only at the Pentagon could someone reprogram $934 million and expect no one to notice. The coffers were refilled with the passage of the budget reconciliation bill several weeks ago, budget officials say. "The more we learn about this deal, the more disturbing it becomes," said Senator Jeanne Shaheen, Democrat of New Hampshire, who serves on the Armed Services Committee. The security implications of accepting a private plane from a foreign nation as Air Force One and the resulting ethical concerns a gift of that size creates were already significant. But it was more worrisome, Ms. Shaheen said, that this administration is diverting funds from the nuclear modernization budget to finance costly renovations to this plane. In doing so, she said, we're weakening our credibility to fund a vanity project for President Trump.
Yeah, and speaking of Trump, and we'll call them we'll call them shenanigans. This is I think. Aren't you a fan of Bell of the Ranch, 30 Dude, if I recall?
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Belle again. So today, we're going to talk about Trump acknowledging the GOP is floundering. Trump is reportedly pushing for more and more gerrymandering, not just in Texas, where he wants the state to create 5 more safe GOP seats to make up for the seats his policies will cause Republicans to lose. But the new reporting says he wants Missouri to also redistrict. Trump is convinced that his policies are going to lose Republican seats. It's interesting to think about whether the Republicans in Congress have put it together yet. Trump needs to maintain a majority and doesn't believe he can do it based on his current policies. When you think about the way Republicans in Congress have been following Trump's lead without question, and how this move makes it very clear that he thinks Republicans are going to lose multiple seats in the House, it makes it very obvious that Trump played a number of vulnerable members of Congress and got them to vote in ways that will end their political careers. Rather than attempting to create policies that win votes, or campaign on behalf of the Republicans that his policies are destroying. His plan seems to be to go to red states and redraw the lines, to create more Republican districts while disenfranchising Americans. The problem Trump and the Republicans falling in line might face is that they can't trust their own projections. They won't know where to draw the lines. The reason for the redistricting effort is because seats that were red are in danger. If Trump believed the policies were generating support for the Republican Party, the redistricting wouldn't be necessary. They already have a majority, and if his policies were successful, they could expect to gain seats, but they don't expect to gain seats. When gerrymandering occurs, politicians draw maps to dilute the voters who will vote against them. Trump is obviously worried that people won't continue to vote in the historical pattern. It's a gamble. It's entirely possible the Republicans don't succeed in the gerrymandering attempt. The irony is that Democrats are planning to respond to Trump's attempts. While Democratic strategists are concerned about the gerrymandering attempt, some are reading his desire to attempt a risky move like this as pure desperation from a president who just 6 months into his term is already underwater in favorability on his flagship issues. They see an opportunity. And while nobody knows what's going to happen yet, we don't know the extent of any potential redistricting. We don't know if they'll get the maps right. We don't know if the courts will allow any new maps to stand. And we don't know the effect the blatant gerrymandering attempts will have on the voters. What we do know is that if Trump was as confident as he pretends, this wouldn't even be a conversation. Maybe lying to people about tax breaks, disrupting the economy through senseless trade wars, taking away grants, ending SNAP, and kicking grandma off Medicaid to please his billionaire friends wasn't such a great idea. And people know it won't make America great.
Oh, well, I can see that she's loaded for bear. It is an interesting point, though. Why do you need 5 extra seats? It's because I think there's only 5? Is it 5 seats separating Democrats from Republicans in the House, if I recall? Maybe it's less than that. However, before Democrats get their start counting their chickens, according to the Wall Street Journal, Democrats get lowest rating from voters in 35 years. That's probably why Mamdani, who someone like Zohran Mamdani is doing so well in New York City. So according to this, a Wall Street Journal shows that 63% of registered voters view Democrats unfavorably, marking their lowest rating in 35 years, while only 33% have a positive impression of the party. President Trump's job approval stands at 46%, higher than the 40% at this time in his first term, according to the same poll. The poll indicates voters trust Republicans over Democrats on issues like inflation and immigration by significant margins of 10 and 17 points, respectively. John Anzalone, a Democratic pollster, stated the Democratic brand is so bad that they don't have the credibility to be a critic of Trump or the Republican Party. So, let's see here. Now, I'm going to say this poll is a Wall Street Journal poll, and I'll leave it at that. On the issues of inflation and immigration, Trump is underwater on immigration for particular reasons. Again, people approve of the goal. They don't approve of the method. And there's a story I saw again overnight where there was this guy who'd been in the country for like 40 plus years. He's 82 years old, retired from his job, lost his green card. Now, he'd been a green card holder, I guess, for 40 some years. Well, he went to get it renewed and wound up deported. So now the guy, well, and the kicker is the guy was a refugee from the Pinochet regime. And I don't remember the history because I think it was even before I started paying attention to politics. But Augusto, I think that was his name, Pinochet was a dictator in Chile. I think it was Chile. And, you know, a lot of people fled, you know, because he was, you know, a dictator. If you were on his enemies list, you could wind up missing. So anyway, so the guy's from Chile, been here for 40 years, 82 years old, retired from a job. I don't know if his wife, but I get the idea that his wife might be an American citizen. He's had kids who were probably American citizens. Well, they deport him, and he winds up in a hospital in Guatemala. So why he's in Guatemala, who knows? But you would think they would deport him back to Chile, you know, if that was actually a credible goal. But the guy had a valid green card, no criminal record, nothing like that. So it's like, hey, you know what? This is a freebie. You know, he doesn't have his green card on him, so let's deport him. That's why Trump is underwater, you know, tactics like that. So, and as far as inflation goes, we'll see, but I know it was up to 2.7% over this time last year. So, you know, inflation and immigration, yeah, Trump is probably okay right now, but I don't know how long that's going to last. The other thing, I did, I think it was Friday, did that Face the Nation poll. As a matter of fact, let me dig it up. It's worth replaying. Let me see. I have it saved somewhere. Give me one sec here. So I clipped it, ran it through the YouTube algorithm to make sure that there were no issues with copyrights or anything. And content. Here we go. This clip is basically all about polling. So let's see, gonna figure out how to play it. Here we go.
And with a new CBS poll, 6 months into President Trump's second administration, 42% of Americans approve of the job he's doing as president, down 3 points from a month ago, and down even more from February, when a majority approved of his job performance. For a closer look at the numbers, we're joined by Elections and Surveys Executive Director, Anthony Salvanto. Anthony, good to have you here.
Good morning.
So the two big issues the president ran on, immigration.
And I'm going to let this play through, but pay attention. They're going to talk about immigration coming up next, and then they're going to talk about prices, inflation, that sort of thing. Those are the two that I want to highlight, since the Wall Street Journal wanted to bring up those two issues as places where Donald Trump is the strongest, because I don't think that strength is going to last.
And the economy. Why have his approval ratings ticked down?
Well, let me start with immigration, because you're right. That is a big reason he won. Deportation in particular. The deportation program started with majority approval. And since then, it's declined gradually and then a little more over the last month. But the reason for why it has is pretty compelling, and that is majority now says they think the administration is trying to deport more people than they'd expected it to. And then it's the who. Majority no longer thinks that the administration is just trying to prioritize dangerous criminals, that has expanded. And when they think those things, they're less approving of it overall. It's another component of this too, which is that you get a majority who doesn't approve of the way in which the administration is using the detention centers as well. So all of that is in the mix. The other part of this, though, is that Donald Trump's handling of immigration more broadly is also down. And that's happening at the same time that Americans say, because they are, that border crossings have gone down. So within that gauge on immigration, you see how much the deportation program is really driving things.
And we've seen in CBS obtained data that the number one issue in terms of convictions were traffic violations and then immigration. You looked in your polling at the supporters of the president. How are they feeling?
Very, very strongly behind him, and especially on this immigration issue and especially on deportation. And that's an important point.
Okay, and let me make a quick point on his point. Of course, supporters of Trump are going to be, give high numbers because they are on board with cruelty is the point. Okay, the problem is a lot of these people, like that elderly guy I talked about, he wasn't here illegally. He had a reason to be here. He was approved to be here, had been here for 40 years, but still wound up deported. There are people like that. I was watching Jubilee, a clip of that Jubilee thing that Mehdi Hassan did, where there's this kid sitting here and he literally said, I want you out. Mehdi Hassan is a U.S. citizen now, if I remember correctly, but he is an immigrant. And the kid just nakedly said, yep, I want you out. He doesn't care whether he's a citizen or not. I want you out. If you're not from here, I want you out. Which goes back to that clip we watched of Tucker Carlson and Charlie Kirk. If you don't have like deep roots, deep Scots-Irish roots, or you want your roots don't go back, say, the Civil War or before, they just as soon see you gone. So that's the crowd that's supporting Donald Trump. And that is basically anti-American, at least as up to now it has been.
Right. His base is still with him. What you see in this dynamic is increasingly a base that really likes what it sees and everybody else with growing doubts. The other part of this is on the deportation program in particular, we've seen declines among Hispanic Americans. And here again, the why. Hispanic Americans and Americans overall believe that Hispanics, are being targeted or sought after for more searches for deportation compared to other groups. Earlier in the president's term, he had much more overall approval from Hispanics. He had made gains during the election, people will recall, importantly, among Hispanics, and now that has fallen off.
So the president just had this big legislative win with the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill. This was tax, this was spending. A lot of these changes haven't taken hold yet, but what is the perception of it?
So let's benchmark this. He's got majority disapproval on the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Yeah, and the why there is, and this is at least initially, as we say, it's that more people think that it will help the wealthy and not help them in particular. And here we get into focus because people say the administration is not focused enough on lowering prices and is focused too much on tariffs, which a majority opposes. It's that juxtaposition of what they expected, what they want to focus on, and what they see as being focused on.
So the president has been talking about firing the head of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell. We know the Supreme Court said back in May, they signaled here, he doesn't really have the authority to do it without cause. But we know the Fed's job is to manage employment, manage price stability, and they're supposed to be politically independent so that there isn't interference with the economy. Have you ever polled before on whether there should be, that the president should really be able to do this?
We haven't. Most people say they think the Fed should act independently from the president's guidance. But on that larger point about the way institutions work, we have sometimes asked questions in this administration about things like who should have the power of the purse, who should have the final say on spending. We've asked about things like pushing back against judges who rule against the administration. All of these things, for context, are new. Now, this obviously isn't the first president to try to expand executive power, and that has a long history in politics and in polling. But some of these institutional arrangements and public views of them are certainly new for us here.
You have a reason to ask, in other words.
Yeah.
That's fascinating. Anthony Salvanto, thank you.
Thank you.
Oops. I may have seen, there's a clip of this where they get deeper into expectations. Like people want Trump to focus more on actual grocery prices, because contrary to him, his thinking, and maybe he doesn't go to the grocery store. I just ordered groceries on Friday, as a matter of fact. Prices are not going down. I don't know where he got that. Yeah, prices on eggs went down, but that might be the only thing that went down. So somebody's not telling Trump what's actually going on out there. So let's see. We're done with that story. A clash over a promotion puts Hegseth at odds with his generals. Surprise, surprise.
A clash over a promotion puts Hegseth at odds with his generals. This article is by Greg Jaffe, Eric Schmidt, and Helene Cooper, and read by an automated voice. In the spring, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth decided not to promote a senior Army officer who had led troops over 5 tours in Afghanistan and Iraq because Mr. Hegseth suspected, without evidence, that the officer had leaked sensitive information to the news media, according to 3 people with knowledge of the matter. When Lieutenant General Douglas A. Sims, too, was cleared of the allegations, Mr. Hegseth briefly agreed to promote him, only to change course again early this month, the officials said. This time, Mr. Hegseth maintained that the senior officer was too close to General Mark Milley, a former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, whom President Trump has accused of disloyalty. Mr. Hegseth's sudden reversal prompted a rare intervention from General Dan Kane, the current chairman of the Joint Chiefs. He urged Mr. Hegseth to reconsider, said the officials, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss internal deliberations. Mr. Hegseth met with General Sims one final time, but refused to budge. General Sims is expected to retire in the coming months after 34 years in the military, officials said. Through a spokesman, General Sims and General Kane declined to comment. A Pentagon spokesman declined to comment on Mr. Hegseth's role. The standoff over his promotion reflects an ongoing clash between Mr. Hegseth's highly partisan worldview, in which he has written that the Democratic Party really does hate America, and the long-standing tradition of an apolitical military that pledges an oath to the Constitution. Mr. Hegseth's actions could shape the military's top ranks for years to come. His insistence on absolute loyalty, backed with repeated threats of polygraphs, also creates uncertainty and mistrust that threaten to undermine the readiness and effectiveness of the force, officials said. The tension between top military officers and their civilian leaders has been persistent since the earliest days of Mr. Trump's second term, when senior administration officials ordered the removal of General Milley's portrait from a Pentagon hallway. General Kane, who pressed Mr. Hegseth on General Sims's behalf, got the job of Joint Chiefs Chairman after Mr. Hegseth and President Trump fired General Charles Q. Brown Jr., his predecessor. Mr. Hegseth accused General Brown, who is black, of prioritizing diversity over the combat effectiveness of the force. Also removed during the first months of the new administration were the first woman to command the Navy, Admiral Lisa Franchetti, the first woman to command the Coast Guard, Admiral Linda Fagan, Mr. Hegseth's senior military assistant, Lieutenant General Jennifer Short, and the U.S. military representative to the NATO Military Committee, Vice Admiral Shoshana Chatfield. All were dismissed as part of a campaign to root out diversity, equity, and inclusion from the military and restore what Mr. Hegseth has described as a warrior ethos. Mr. Hegseth also recently withdrew the nomination of Rear Admiral Michael Buzz Donnelly to lead the Navy's 7th Fleet in Japan, its largest overseas force, amid reports in conservative media that 7 years earlier, the admiral had allowed a drag performance to take place on the aircraft carrier Ronald Reagan. The decision not to promote General Sims, who is white, seems unrelated to any issues of race or gender. Rather, the general's career seems to have become tangled up in broader suspicions about leaks and a mistrust of senior military officers that have defined much of Mr. Hegseth's first 6 months on the job. Mr. Hegseth, a former Fox News host and an Iraq War veteran, came to the Pentagon with little managerial experience. Since his arrival, a series of firings and resignations in his inner circle have left him with only a skeleton staff of civilian aides to run his office. He has been without a permanent chief of staff since late April. Ricky Buria, a recently retired Marine colonel who has forged a close relationship with Mr. Hegseth, has been serving in the critical role. But White House officials, who have concerns about Mr. Buria's competence and qualifications, have blocked Mr. Hegseth from formally appointing him to the job, officials said. Mr. Buria, meanwhile, has clashed repeatedly with many of Mr. Hegseth's closest aides and some officers in the Pentagon. This spring, Eric Giresi, a retired sergeant major who served with Mr. Hegseth in Iraq and now advises him in the Pentagon, threatened to quit after an argument with Mr. Buria, according to people with knowledge of the situation. Around the same time, the White House directed Mr. Hegseth to cease using polygraph tests on his team after one of his senior aides complained, a former Pentagon official said. The rift and the decision to stop the polygraph testing were reported earlier by the Washington Post. Mr. Giresi briefly went to his home in Florida before Mr. Hegseth persuaded him to return, officials said. Mr. Hegseth is also still contending with a review by the Pentagon's Inspector General related to his disclosure on the signal messaging app of the precise timing of U.S. fighter jets' airstrikes against the Iranian-backed Houthi militia in Yemen in March. The office has received evidence that the information that Mr. Hegseth put in the commercial chat app came from a classified Central Command document, according to 2 U.S. officials with knowledge of the review. The classified origins of the information were reported earlier by the Washington Post. The infighting, investigations, and personnel churn have strained Mr. Hegseth's ability to manage critical operations in the Pentagon. Mr. Hegseth found himself in the crosshairs earlier this month after Democrats and Republicans in Congress blamed him for pausing critical shipments of interceptors and other arms to Ukraine without sufficiently consulting with the White House or the State Department. The suspension was particularly jarring because just days earlier, Mr. Trump had said he was open to selling more weapons to Ukraine after meeting with President Volodymyr Zelensky on the sidelines of a NATO meeting in The Hague. It also left the impression that Mr. Hegseth and his top aides had failed to keep the president and senior White House officials in the loop. As aides to Mr. Hegseth traded blame, and then tried to play down the impact of the pause, Mr. Trump dramatically overruled the Pentagon, saying he was unhappy with President Vladimir V. Putin of Russia. In a further twist, Mr. Trump endorsed a plan for NATO countries to send Patriot anti-missile systems to Ukraine and replace them by purchasing new arms from the United States. It was an approach conceived by NATO countries. Mr. Hegseth has delegated responsibility for working out details of the arms transfers to senior U.S. military officers in Europe. The frustration with Mr. Hegseth is seeping out. Senator Tom Tillis, the North Carolina Republican who cast the deciding vote to confirm Mr. Hegseth, this month called him ill-suited to lead the Pentagon. With the passing of time, I think it's clear he's out of his depth as a manager of a large, complex organization. Mr. Tillis told CNN.
Yeah, I'll stop it right here. The main reason I'm playing this story is that Hexeth was in the military. You would think he would understand it a little bit better. I, to be honest, do not know why he's having these difficulties. Let's see. There is not proof he was deported nor being here for the time you said. Yeah, okay. I looked it up. There seems to be some confusion over this story. So I got one wrong. It is true that there are deportations that should not be happening. It is true that Trump's poll numbers are down because of that. Again, this is a story that I heard. I don't even remember where I heard it over the weekend, but you got me. You found a story that I got wrong. And there is an ABC story, because while this was playing, I went and looked at it. I don't even know what this publication is, but apparently this was yeah, okay, the Department of Homeland Security has called it a hoax, but you know what? It would be, apparently they were depending on the family to here, let's look at this. There it is. DHS sets record straight on ICE never deported media's Allentown grandfather. Was score one for ICE, is all I have to say. So thanks for pointing that out there, badass. No, you know what? From now on, I will do a better job dealing with this, with the deportation stuff. Let's see what else. Guatemala denies that Chilean green card holder was deported from the United States. Says ICE never arrested or deported Louis Leon to Guatemala, nor does ICE disappear people. This was a hoax peddled by the media who rushed to press without pausing to collaborate the facts with DHS. Well, I guess I'm part of that press, even if I'm an amateur. All right. Well, thanks for that. So, again, back to this. I don't, to be honest, like I said, Hexeth has been in the military. I don't know if he was an officer or not. I can't remember. I'd have to go back and look at it. But you would think he would have an advisor or somebody, some liaison, to help him out, kind of transition into it. These first 6 months have been pretty rocky for him. So let's see here. This next story, passengers evacuated from plane onto Denver runway after landing gear issues sparked fire and left one injured. It says Saturday's July 26, 2025 American Airlines flight 3023 aborted takeoff when its landing gear caught fire at Denver International, prompting passengers to evacuate via emergency slides. Amid rising summer travel, American Airlines confirmed a maintenance issue with a landing gear tire, marking its second mechanical scare this month. So let's see, federal regulators. Excuse me. Federal regulator. Damn it! Let me get some water here. As I see here, federal regulators and the airline initiated probes and recovery plans, and American Airlines removed the aircraft for inspection while arranging a replacement flight. Earlier in March, another American Airlines flight bound for Dallas caught fire, adding to mounting safety concerns as another airline flight caught fire in March. highlighting ongoing safety scrutiny. Kind of hits home because my son actually just got back from out west via flight, but it wasn't U.S. Air that he took. So we're going to do some international stories here. Israel lets more aid trucks into Gaza under pressure over hunger crisis. Yeah, it's been pretty rocky over there. People getting injured and worse, just going out for medical aid or food. So let's see, I've got a Guardian story as well. Here, let's look at this. This has video at least. And I may still go back to that New York Times story. Says, oh, they dropped. That's right. They airdropped aid. After months of international pressure, the way aid is distributed is very harmful and dangerous. But we go out for the sake of the children. Wow.
تنحر في قلبك كأنك ماسك مليون سكينة هان هيك في قلبك مليون سكينة في قلبك كيس الطحين يا عمي بنجيبه احنا بمليون.
He says we go out for the sake of the children.
عشان خاطر الأطفال.
Wow. It says here Palestinians in Gaza have reacted with wariness after Israel began a limited daily pause in fighting in 3 populated areas of Gaza to allow what Benjamin Netanyahu described as a minimal amount of aid into the territory. So it says here scores of Palestinians have died of starvation in recent weeks in a crisis attributed by humanitarian organizations and the UN to Israel's blockade of almost all aid into the country. So, man, this is not getting better. That is for damn sure. So let us move on. Says here, this is Fox News, so we know it's true. Mississippi judge slaps temporary restraining order on Mississippi DEI ban. Mississippi DEI ban temporarily paused by federal judge over free speech concerns. Let's have a look at this.
Federal judge slaps temporary restraining order on Mississippi DEI ban. Mississippi DEI ban temporarily paused by federal judge over free speech concerns. A federal judge issued a temporary restraining order against a Mississippi law banning diversity, equity, and inclusion DEI from public schools and universities. U.S. District Judge Henry Wingate, a nominee of former President Ronald Reagan, approved the request brought by plaintiffs, including the Mississippi Association of Educators, who are represented by the American Civil Liberties Union and the Mississippi Center for Justice. The order pauses implementation for at least 14 days of a state law known as House Bill 1193, which was approved in April and first took effect July 1st. In his ruling, Wingate cited instances where the law is already having an impact as part of his reason for siding with the plaintiffs. Faculty members at Jackson State University have been instructed not to discuss gender theory or systemic racism, he wrote as an example. Suppressing constitutional speech through vague prohibitions and the specter of financial retribution does not serve the public good. It undermines it, Wingate wrote. An overbroad, constitutionally borderless law should be the target of a well-aimed injunction to promote, rather than impair, the interests of Mississippi citizens, the integrity of its institutions, and the constitutional principles on which this republic stands. The legislation bans DI offices, programs, trainings, and statements and prohibits institutions from considering DI in contracts and their hiring processes. It also prohibits programs or academic courses promoting divisive concepts, including that one race, sex, color, or national origin is superior to another, that someone is inherently racist or oppressive, consciously or unconsciously, based on those characteristics. Schools or universities may not promote the concept that an individual's moral character is determined by his or her race, sex, color, or national origin, or that meritocracy or traits, such as hard work ethic, are racist or sexist, or were created by a particular class to oppress another class. The law also bans concepts promoting transgender ideology, gender-neutral pronouns, deconstruction of heteronormativity, gender theory, sexual privilege, or any related formulation. Institutions found to be in violation of the law could lose state funding. The judge notes that plaintiffs argue the law's enforcement mechanism, withdrawal of funds, dissolution of student organizations, and employment consequences exacerbates its chilling effect. The chilling effect is compounded in the academic context, where the fear of losing state funding compels institutions to overcorrect in ways that suppress constitutionally protected speech censorship, Wingate wrote. The order cites affidavits from school officials complaining that vague prohibitions under the law resulted in partnerships and programs supporting LAGTLA students being abruptly severed. One librarian at Hines Community College attested she is uncertain whether promoting material for events like Black History Month or recommending titles related to race, gender, or identity violates the act. In this court's eye, these accounts appear to reflect a broad, chilling effect across public institutions and community organizations, Wingate wrote. The affidavits detail not only imminent harm, but a possible widespread suppression of speech, programming, and institutional function. The evidence at this stage demonstrates a clear and ongoing deprivation of constitutional rights in a manner not compensable by money damages, thus warranting injunctive relief. The judge instructed both sides to appear for a hearing on. Wingate can decide whether to extend the temporary restraining order by another 14 days. Plaintiffs are seeking a preliminary injunction, which would more permanently block the DI ban. A hearing on that matter is scheduled for August 3rd. It was not immediately known if Mississippi would appeal to the U.S. Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I need to go back and look. The way they want to suppress speech in academic institutions is definitely disturbing, and I really don't understand why there's not more pushback just along free speech grounds. So good luck. The Fifth Circuit, if I recall, did they say the Fifth Circuit? That's a nest of conservatives. So let me double check. Did they say the Fifth Circuit? Oh yeah, good luck with that. Fifth Circuit, if it gets appealed to the Fifth Circuit, this cause is lost. Well, this is actually a really weird story that I heard about it but didn't really look into it. At least 11 people hospitalized after Michigan Walmart stabbing. And I don't know. I know there's some cities up there in Michigan that have a big Arab demographics. So I don't know if Traverse City's one of them, but first thing I thought of is, gee, that sounds like London. So let's see. Is there a video here? Let's have a look at this video. It's only 39 seconds though. Well, so let's see, there's another story. So of the 11 people that went into the hospital up there in Traverse City, Michigan, 7 victims in fair condition after Traverse City Walmart stabbing. And this is a TV station that's up there. So let's see what they got. Or is that a picture? Yeah, that's just a picture. Let me go back. Oh, there it is. We'll look at this.
Okay. Thank you all for being here. At 4:43 p.m., we received a call from an individual at Walmart indicating that there was a stabbing that was taking place. We had a deputy on scene within 3 minutes, and the suspect was taken into custody. I want to acknowledge that there was citizen involvement in assisting in taking the individual into custody. We'll have more information on that later. The suspect is a 42-year-old male. We believe he acted alone at this time. There is no information indicating there were additional suspects. It appears that these were all random acts. The weapon appears to be a folding knife. At this time, we have 6 male victims and 5 female victims, ages unknown at this time. 3 are undergoing surgery, and we are waiting the life status of all involved. I want to thank everyone that was involved, and this is including, but not limited to, the Michigan State Police, the Traverse City Police Department, the East Bay Ambulance, Munson Medical Center, Leelanau County Sheriff's Office, Antrim County Sheriff's Office, and the FBI. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the victims and their families, and we will update with additional information as we have it. Thank you.
Okay, and you said the suspect was, there was citizen involvement, but he was captured, within 3 minutes of the officer arriving. Was the suspect injured on the way up?
Not to my knowledge.
What can you tell us about the citizen involvement?
I'd rather get more information on that before I comment.
Is there any more information you can give us about the suspect? Was the suspect from the area, out of the area?
It appears he was a Michigan resident.
Did you say anything when he was taken into custody?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do we know when the suspect is expected to be arraigned?
No, not at this time.
Is the suspect someone you guys are familiar with?
No.
When you say random, does that mean there's no motive ascertained yet?
Based on the information that we have at this time, it appears there were random acts, that there was no, the victims were not predetermined. And again, that's based on the information we have at this time.
Is there any indication that this was a mental health situation?
I can't comment on that.
You said folding knife. Is there any more details on the weapon that you've discovered?
No, just that it appears to be a standard folding knife style weapon.
Yeah, that's a folding knife. There's a picture of it here. I don't know. This, let's see, did that come up? This appears to be the victim. He was watching. Oh, wow. That's a jackknife. I think that's, I used to have a knife like that. I think I still have it somewhere. Yeah, this guy, it says here, the Grand Traverse County Sheriff's Office is requesting Bradford Gill, 42 of Afton, Michigan, be charged with terrorism and 11 counts of assault with intent to murder after a stabbing. Wow. So Mike, a guy named Bradford Gill. So you know what? I don't know that that's too far away from could possibly happen. So I guess we'll find out more at some point. And then I have 2 stories here. I couldn't resist this one. This is about microplastics. I'm a microplastics researcher. Here's how I limit the plastic in my life. So I figured this would be worth playing. If it gets boring, I'll stop because it is a little longish. But for all of us who are concerned about microplastics.
You're listening to I'm a Microplastics Researcher. Here's how I limit the plastic in my life. A story written by Tracy Woodruff and read by an AI-generated voice. Microplastics are really small pieces of plastic, less than 5 millimeters long on one side, or about the size of a pencil eraser. That means some of them are visible to the naked eye, but others are so tiny that you can't even see them, smaller than the width of your hair or even a red blood cell. We're exposed to these plastics in countless ways, whether it's the worn car tires that release them into the air or the plastic-lined cans that get them into our food.
Wow.
Scientists have found microplastics in our livers, blood, brains, and even placentas. And while more science is needed to fully understand how this impacts our health, there's enough evidence for us to be concerned. A systematic review I conducted with my colleagues in 2024 showed that microplastics are suspected to negatively impact reproductive health, primarily sperm quality, as well as digestive and respiratory health. The evidence suggests microplastics are potential causes of chronic inflammation, which could increase the risk of colon and lung cancer. Other studies have shown a link between microplastics and dementia, as well as cardiovascular disease. But there are also effective ways to reduce our exposure through lifestyle changes. The key is to make these slowly over time and be realistic about your budget and routines. There's no need to throw out all your plastic food storage containers overnight. Overall, it's about reducing plastic use, particularly single-use plastics. Here's what I've done to limit the microplastics in my life. I avoid packaged and ultra-processed foods. I know this is hard, but probably the most important thing you can do to reduce your exposure to microplastics is to eat food that you prepare inside your house, made from scratch. Plastic-related chemicals are more commonly found in ultra-processed and fast foods, rather than foods cooked at home, and it's not necessarily clear why. I suspect it may have something to do with all the plastic packaging and the plastic used in the processing. So I try to avoid packaged foods whenever possible. When I travel, I pack my own lunch. Usually I bring an apple and a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I buy peanut butter that comes in a glass container, which I reuse for food storage and as drinking water glasses. I bring my own bags to the farmer's market. Of course, it's not always possible to avoid plastics touching your food. I haven't figured out a good way to store lettuce that isn't in a plastic bag, so I'm looking for new ways to do that. I still buy rice that comes in a plastic bag. It's possible to buy grains, beans, and nuts in bulk and bring your own containers to the store, but it can be logistically challenging, especially if you have little kids. I don't microwave plastics or use plastic water bottles. I mostly use glass food storage containers. Have I thrown all my plastic out? No, I have not, but I never use them in the microwave. Research has found that microwaving food in plastic containers can release millions of microplastics into that food. Single-use plastic water bottles can also leach plastics into your water. So I have a stainless steel water bottle that I carry around everywhere. I also avoid nonstick pans and pots, since these can be made with PFAs, per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or forever chemicals, as they're often known. Instead, I use a clay rice cooker, stainless steel pots and pans, and a cast iron skillet that was my grandmother's. It still works great, and I can fry an egg in it without a problem. I use wooden and stainless steel cooking utensils, and avoid black plastics. I follow a plant-based diet. I eat lower on the food chain, sticking to fruits and vegetables. There is still a lot to learn here, but we know that chemicals are more prevalent in larger animals. So I avoid red meat and ruminant animals such as goat and lamb. I also focus on eating whole grains and beans, and this is consistent with other dietary food guidelines. I do eat some fish. I recommend eating smaller fish in general, since larger fish such as tuna and swordfish have a longer lifespan and can accumulate pollutants like mercury. We still don't know the full extent of the microplastics in these animals, but we do know that eating lower down on the food chain is probably a good way to ensure your exposure is lower. I minimize the dust in my home. Microplastics love to hang out in dust. One efficient way to decrease the amount in your home is to use a vacuum with a HEPA filter. HEPA stands for High Efficiency Particulate Air, meaning these vacuums are effective at removing very tiny particles around your house, including microplastics. I also suggest using a wet mop or microfiber cloth to clean up around the house, which won't stir up dust. My husband does this once a week at our house. I use fragrance-free personal care and cleaning products. Some abrasive cleaning products, such as the kinds that have little particles to help you scrub, may have microplastics. The same goes for personal care products, such as exfoliants. I avoid these as well as any products with fragrances, since some companies place fragrances within tiny microplastic capsules, so the scent will last longer. The idea of avoiding microplastics can seem overwhelming, even to me, a person who has dedicated their life to studying environmental contaminants. but a few small steps can make a difference to reduce your exposure and improve your overall health. And it's important to remember, it's not your fault. The bottom line is that it's hard for an individual to control the production of plastic, and we need systemic changes to lower our exposures. Tracy Woodruff, PhD, MPH, is a professor in the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at the University of California at San Francisco, whose research focuses on environmental contaminants and their effect on vulnerable populations, such as pregnant women and children.
All right. Well, that's all good to know. Now, just pay attention to the skillets. They leach iron into your food, but supposedly that's supposed to be good for you. Let's see, an elderly. Let's see. Yeah, well, drop the link, Solid Snake. You're an admin. Well, I don't think it really matters whether you're paranoid or not. You know, the part that I didn't know was that microplastics are in the air from rubber tires. You know, those tires get hardened. So I think you're breathing in the microplastics as well, Humble. They are begging for media coverage. Who is they? Can you drop a link, Solid Snake? How many people? I've been hearing about this, but I haven't really looked into it. This app for women to review dates. T. Apparently, the viral app, meant as a space for women to share advice and safety tips, said the hack included 13,000 images of photo IDs and selfies used to verify accounts. So, does anybody? Well, I don't know that we have any women in the audience. We'll play this. I've heard the story, heard about the story. Haven't really paid that much attention to it, but it's only 3 minutes, so we'll have a listen to it.
Escape to home with Thuma. Build the perfect oasis with Thuma's curated collection of timeless home essentials. Mindfully made with premium materials and intentional details,
commercials.
Thuma essentials ship quickly, arrive straight to your door, and assemble in minutes. To get $100 towards the classic bed or essential bed, Central Bed. Explore the
review dates with men had tens of thousands of user images stolen, the company said Friday. In a statement, T said that it had detected unauthorized access to our systems, and about 72,000 images had been exposed, including some 13,000 images of photo identification documents and selfies submitted as part of the user verification process. About 59,000 images shared in posts, direct messages, and comments were also accessed, it said. Your data privacy is of the utmost importance to us, the app said. We are taking all necessary measures to strengthen our security posture and ensure that no further data is exposed. A platform for women to anonymously share information about men in Yelp-style reviews, T allows women to rate dates with green flags and red flags, and includes men's photos and names. As its popularity has soared, the app has sparked controversy and generated privacy concerns for those who are negatively reviewed. The T hack was first reported by 404 Media, which said users on the online forum 4chan claimed to have uploaded the images to the site, long known for its discussion boards containing racist, extremist, and misogynistic content. A 4chan board claiming to be sharing photos from T was still active Friday evening, but a purported link to the images was broken. All of the stolen images had been uploaded before February 2024, when the company began using more secure data storage methods, the statement said. The data was stored to comply with cyberbullying prevention requirements. During our early stages of development, some legacy content was not migrated into our new fortified system, the app said, adding that it had stopped requiring users to upload photo identification 2 years ago. T was founded in 2023 and pitches itself as a tool for ensuring women have the information they need before meeting someone new. The app says it allows users to perform criminal background checks on potential dates, enter photos from a dating app profile into a reverse image search, and search dates' phone numbers. In recent days, the app has gone viral, as women on TikTok have shared experiences using it to discover that men they had matched with on dating apps were subject to allegations of abuse, on a sex offender list, or had histories of domestic violence, the Washington Post reported this week. The app's terms of service say it has a zero-tolerance policy for defamation, and some men online say they have successfully asked for posts to be taken down. But some men say reviews on the app also take aim at their looks or provide one-sided accounts of a relationship ending. And there are concerns the app's design could lead to pile-ons against individuals. Tatum Hunter contributed to this report.
You know what? Actually, I just remembered something. I was fussing back and forth with what's her name? The sis who can't miss. And she kept saying, well, I'm going to type your name into T. And I kept asking her, what is T? I had no clue what it was. That's where I heard of it. So apparently women are using or weaponizing T with guys they're pissed off with. And now I want to know, because I literally haven't been on a date in like 25 years. So I would love to know. I'd love to know if I'm even in T. So I knew I'd heard of it somewhere. So just so everybody knows, apparently President Trump is going to be doing a some sort of thingamajig with the Prime Minister of the UK. So it's live, and I'm looking at whitehouse.gov. So if it actually comes on shortly, we'll have a look at it. And in the meantime, let's have a look at this. I haven't really looked at the Washington Examiner since I went ahead and subscribed to it. This is, I don't know if I don't know what subscription I got, to be honest. Let's see here. Whether it was the minimum subscription. I can't remember which level I got. I think I got the minimum level just so I could check it out. But anyway, this actually looks interesting here. It says here, Band of Bros, Trump's podcast manosphere is shaking up politics in the press. Oops. How did that happen? Oh, there we go. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if this is the guy talking about it.
Could have released this stuff, formally or informally through leaks if it were damaging to Trump, and they didn't. So the fact is that they had that responsibility. Well, now Trump has that responsibility.
Welcome to Political Perspectives. I'm Hugo Gurdon, Editor-in-Chief of the Washington Examiner. If you're joining on YouTube, please like and subscribe to our channel. I'm joined today by Byron York, Chief Political Correspondent of
What's
the
up,
Washington
CK?
Examiner. And Byron, let's talk about the Epstein scandal, because
Yeah, I couldn't
obviously
imagine.
exploded into.
Oh shit! Damn it! Why do I keep doing this? The thing is that I was like, I had no clue. Deacon Dave, were you listening? Sis is mad at me, and she was doing her thing, and she's like, well, you know what? I bet if I went on T, are you on T? I bet I'll find out something about you. I'm like, well, unless somebody from 25 years ago decided that they wanted to rate me on a date, I'd actually be interested to know if I'm in there. Maybe I'll see if I can find the app and find out for myself. You probably have to join the app though. So there goes that idea. What's up, CK? So anyway, this is the Washington Examiner, folks, and I occasionally have been in there, doing stories, ones that interested me, but finally got around to subscribing to it. And this is some sort of morning toggle full screen. This is some sort of morning program. So we'll test it out until Trump comes on.
To life yet again. The Democrats seem to think that they have at last got something with which they can inflict damage on President Trump. Why do they think that?
What? Okay, that makes no sense. The Democrats, well, first off, I talked about the Democrats earlier. They're even less popular than than Donald Trump right now. So good luck. I think the Democrats have bigger problems than, I think pretty much South Park did what the Democrats needed to do. So the Democrats have, can use their time more wisely to figure out how to take back the House. I don't think they're going to take back the Senate at this point. So let South Park do its work, and Democrats, you go, do what you need to do.
What's going on here?
Well, they really do think that, and so I think my conclusion of a few weeks ago that this would be over quickly was incorrect.
Right.
Well, it's interesting. There is, just as we saw in the Russia affair, there is a working together of Democrats and anti-Trump media, by which I mean a lot of the media, to just keep this story going, even when there's nothing really sort of happening. You know that a media organization wants to make a story into a cause. When they play it big across the front page when they have a story, and then they just keep playing it big after that when they don't have a new story. On Tuesday night, I watched, or afternoon, I watched the top of the CNN 5 o'clock show, and they went 30 minutes on Epstein, beginning the first 30 minutes of the show. 6 o'clock special report with Bret Baier on Fox News runs Epstein as a story at the top of their second block. They lead with other, in my view, more important things, so that you can see the difference between covering a news story as a news story and making it into a cause.
Yeah.
Now, Democrats believe that there is some sort of deep, sordid secret.
This is where, it gets very partisan here. Hell, there are MAGA folks, like QAnon types, who think there is some secret buried there. And then I hope these guys get into Trump's lawyers meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell in jail. So now, there's speculation that, there's going to be some deal that results in her being pardoned. And, quite frankly, given the nature of her charges, I'm actually surprised that Trump's lawyers would even want to meet with her. But, the politics of this particular issue is getting real weird. And to pretend it's not a story is it's almost negligent, in my opinion.
Think that shows that Donald Trump knew about Jeffrey Epstein's predation on underage girls.
Oh, and by the way, it turns out, and again, I haven't seen any particular news story, so I better be careful, or Badass will be on top of me. I've heard that Epstein was introduced to Trump by Ghislaine Maxwell. That basically he knew her before he even knew Epstein. Also, Trump supposedly knew Ghislaine's father as well. So, there's some interesting stuff going on here. Netanyahu, Trump's not even in the United States right now, I don't think.
Is such thing hasn't come up in years and years. And remember that a lot of what's being talked about was happened in the 1990s.
Right.
Trump essentially broke off with Epstein in 2004. Epstein was arrested for the first time in 2006. But they feel that somewhere back there in the midst of time, 20, 25, 30 years ago, they'll find out that Trump actually knew what Epstein was doing and was okay with it.
Is Trump being, to some extent, hoisted by his own petard here, in that certainly his followers, there are a lot of people in MAGA, have been saying for years that there's been a kind of cover-up, and they certainly have not wanted to play this down over the years when they were not in charge. So is it to some extent Trump's own fault and the fault of his own movement?
I think that's fair to say. I mean, there clearly are a lot of Republicans who've been calling for release of all the Epstein files, whatever that actually is. And, I think they did it because they thought that it would expose Democrats. And we know that Bill Clinton had a relationship with Epstein. By the way, in that leather-bound birthday card book that Ghislaine Maxwell put together for Epstein in 2003, in which Trump had reportedly contributed this elaborate card. Well, there was a long greeting from Bill Clinton as well. So I think some people in MAGA maybe thought that it would hurt Democrats, or they thought that there is this uniparty in Washington that's, bad Republicans and bad Democrats, and a number of people, this is really kind of odd, but a number of people believe there's just a lot of pedophilia going out there, that there are members of the corrupt uniparty who are engaging in pedophilia, and it needs to be exposed. Remember, there was an incredibly misguided man who showed up at a pizza restaurant in Northwest Washington on Connecticut Avenue, because there had been a lot of internet chatter that Hillary Clinton and others were molesting children in the basement of Comet Pizza. And he showed up with a gun to rescue the children. So, I mean, I think there's some of that thinking behind this, free the...
Yeah, they're called MAGA.
The Epstein files move as well.
Is there also, to some extent, it's a matter of timing, in that the case of Epstein is so vile and there's so much dirt. It's simmered for so long, and occasionally.
Well, look, CK, it is Trump who brought this back to light. It's basically, he made some campaign promise about a list or something being revealed, and then Pam Bondi said, "Oops, there is no list." She and Kash Patel. This is a self-inflicted wound, and so people, blaming Democrats for this. The Democrats weren't talking about it before Pam Bondi brought it up in a press conference, and now the number 2 at the Justice Department just got done talking to Ghislaine Maxwell. So this is not something the Democrats didn't bring this up. Trump did. It's a campaign promise, apparently. So they can thank themselves. And these two clowns pretending like the Democrats are behind it, that's just so much partisanship. It's hard to watch.
It's boiled over, and the principal character then died in custody when
you'll have to ask Pam Bondi and Kash Patel why, Abiola.
Videotape, or at least a missing minute. So it's the kind of thing that provokes a constant sense that there's more here than meets the eye. Is one of Donald Trump's problems the fact that this case can easily be perpetuated by those who think that way, and he's the one in charge now, and so he's the one with whom the buck stops? if there's a cover up, obviously.
Okay, and also, they were going to take a vote in the House, which happens to be controlled by MAGA. They were going to take a vote, and Mike Johnson basically took them into recess. So again, it's the Republicans who wanted a vote on it, apparently, and that vote still might Stanley, both sides. Well, blame both sides if you must. Pam Bondi doesn't work for both sides. She's the one who stirred the pot on this, and Donald Trump. You know what? I assume she doesn't do anything without Donald Trump knowing about it. I'm assuming that. So, you know, the Democrats have nothing to do with this other than reacting to it. And Trump's base is reacting. And quite frankly, Trump's base is raising more stink than the Democrats are. Again, these two were, you know, kind of hard to watch with their partisanship.
His administration gets hit by it. So
why should I be paying attention to Epstein?
We were talking before about it being, you know, to some extent his own fault. But is it also just a matter of timing that whoever is in charge and saying, no, actually, there's less here than you think, is going to get hit?
Yes, that's true. That's true, because, you know, you can look back. One of the things we do say is we look back and say, look, Joe Biden and the Democrats control the Justice Department for 4 years, in which they could have released this stuff, you know, formally or informally.
Listen to this silly boy.
Damaging to Trump, and they didn't. So the fact is that they had that responsibility. Well, now Trump has that responsibility. It's the Trump Justice Department. Also, in some.
Hey, Solid Snake. Do you consider yourself a youth, or do you consider yourself elderly? This is an odd thing for you to say, and I really don't even understand the context. But do you consider Epstein is the distraction? And yes, the distraction is started by Pam Bondi, not the Democrats. Youth versus elderly. Are you a youth or are you elderly, Solid Snake? I'm interested to know the answer to this question.
Of his statements, and particularly his posts on Truth Social, Trump has sounded a little frantic about it, like it's really under his skin. It's really gotten under his skin. So clearly, if you're trying to torture and throw someone and throw them off balance, and they give you signs that you're getting under their skin, you just do more of it. You like it. So Democrats have been very encouraged, I think, by Trump's kind of over the top reaction at times.
Right. Well, they've got a discharge petition, which we don't need to go into the details of exactly what that means, but that probably does mean that they can bring this up again in the fall. And perhaps you can talk a little bit about that. That's obviously months from now. They're going to be able to be talking about this again. So they clearly want it to last. And Speaker Mike Johnson in the House, obviously.
I have no idea what you mean, Solid Snake.
Republicans in general, and to the Trump and President Trump in particular, because he's decided that Congress will leave early for it.
Like I said, CKJ3.
Damage. So
I honestly don't know.
Does this?
I don't know what objective means, other than it was Pam Bondi who resurrected this. Nobody was talking about Epstein until Pam Bondi basically said there was no there, and the campaign promise isn't fulfilled. That's my objectivity. I don't really care. The case, Epstein died a while ago. Ghislaine Maxwell is in jail. I thought, quite honestly, the matter was over, and Pam Bondi, basically had a misfire. And now they're trying to contain it by recessing Congress early, or the House anyway, early, not doing the people's business. That's my objective view on the matter.
Is this something which that the Democrats can continue to exploit over the course of months and perhaps even
Who is
into next year to do
Marioni?
damage in the
I
election.
had no idea who Marioni is.
Does your assessment go any way towards what you were previously thinking, that this would blow over soon? I mean, is this months or is this just endless?
Well, it could be certainly months. And given my being wrong in the first place, I'm a little more chastened now, so I don't know exactly what it is. But here's the thing: it is the administration's responsibility to fix this. The party out of power, in this case, the Democrats, they don't control the Justice Department, they don't control the House, they don't control the Senate, but there are a lot of seats in the Senate, and they can make noise. And what they'll do is demand that Republican members of Congress take a difficult vote to force the Justice Department to hand over these documents, or not to, or to cover it up. And clearly, the solution to this is for the Justice Department to release all of this stuff, or tell us why they're not releasing what they're not releasing. That is, if it's information that identifies victims in this case, or things that would not be released in the ordinary course of a criminal investigation. So the way to save Republican lawmakers from having to cast an embarrassing or uncomfortable vote is to just release the stuff. And I think we're in that situation now. Trump has made some moves in that direction, asking the Attorney General Pam Bondi to ask a court to unseal some of the things that are sealed, grand jury testimony and other things, by the court, and that would be a move in the right direction.
By the way, if I recall, the judges refused to forget what the reason was, but the judge isn't cooperative with unsealing the grand jury stuff.
Yeah.
But there's always going to be something that Democrats will be able to say is a secret, and I think Democrats are going to keep doing this until they see diminishing returns. Right now, they're pretty happy.
Yeah, it's worth reminding viewers, for those of us who've obviously been watching Washington for decades, that early in a new Congress, although people are obviously still playing politics, there's a lot more emphasis on getting bills done, which are, there's a lot more going on Capitol Hill, which is about actual governance. And the Big Beautiful Bill Act obviously is an enormous example of that. But as the election cycle proceeds and as it gets closer to the next election, there are more things like trying to get the opposition to have to take difficult votes. And I think that we can see Epstein being used for that as we perhaps move into next year. But I want to turn, Byron, to an entirely different subject, and that was an extraordinary interview or podcast that Hunter Biden was on, in which he absolutely lit into the Democrats, the top Democrats.
For some reason, the intelligentsia of the Democratic Party, with 2020 hindsight, believes that Joe Biden should have considered not running again because of their perception that he was too old.
It struck me, apart from the amazing string of profanities that he used, was this Hunter Biden just being Hunter Biden, the former crack addict and general ne'er-do-well, or was this an expression of his father's view now of the party?
Now, see, this is disingenuous. How about he's just kind of defending his father? Why is that not a third option? These guys are a hoot.
Yeah, I just finished a newsletter on this, and the headline is pure, undiluted, unadulterated Joe Biden id. I believe this is the kind of the cry of Joe Biden through his son Hunter. Obviously, Joe Biden, 82 years old, was clearly slowing down at the end of his presidential term, and has gotten a diagnosis of having serious prostate cancer now. He's kept a pretty low profile. This is his son coming out and sort of letting out all of the resentment and the anger and the bragging that you always saw from Joe Biden, and it's got a few parts. First of all, the interview is 3 hours long.
Right.
It's with a YouTuber named Andrew Callahan, who has 3.15 million subscribers. So this is something you should pay attention to.
Right.
And basically, it's Hunter Biden, first of all, praising Joe Biden, talking about how many votes he got, how many bills he passed, the most bills since anybody since 1932, and the victory here and the victory there, and the most this and the most that. Sounds exactly like Joe Biden talking. Exactly. But of course, yeah.
Sorry, I was going to say that's exactly the way I also saw it. And there's a piece that I'm writing, because where Hunter Biden was, saying F you to George Clooney, et cetera, on this, it's the same sort of FU seemed to me to be involved when, after 27 minutes after he actually announced that he was withdrawing from the presidential race, Joe Biden endorsed Kamala Harris. That was very much, it seems to me, an implicit FU to the party with whom he was furious. And so in a way, if you have here Hunter Biden expressing, as you call it, the Joe Biden id.
I didn't watch the interview.
It's now, many months and going back through before the election, where he was expressing that same id by saying, right, you kick me out, this is who you're going to have.
Absolutely. And because he believes that he accomplished so many things. And remember, he spent 36 years in the Senate. So passing the big bill is accomplishing something. That's what he thinks of the great presidency as doing. So he sets all this up, which leads you to the question, why did this group of Democratic insiders push him out of the presidential race? And after that, it is profanity laced, right. And he just goes after everybody. He goes after, this is Joe Biden in the voice of Hunter Biden. He goes after Nancy Pelosi. He goes after Charles Schumer. He goes after the Barack Obama team, David Axelrod, David Plouffe, the whole Pod Save America team. He really hates them. Anita Dunn, Jake Tapper. I mean, he just goes after everybody in this fit of rage that they pushed out this great president.
Yeah. It's sort of, there's a certain sort of just raging in the storm and that there he's like Lear on the heath or something, raging against the thunder, and he has no means of controlling. That's where we'll leave it, Biden. Byron, sorry about that.
We're often confused.
That's where we'll.
Well, I know he went to Harvard Law School. So, thing is, it is what it is. And I see Trump has not started up yet. And it's really just like some sort of joint thing with the British Prime Minister. So it won't be that important. I guess what I'll do is I'll show this. We talked last Friday about that little settlement in Arkansas that wants to be all white, like a white settlement. It'll be whites only. At least that's what the report is. I knew I'd remembered this this is 5 years ago. And I don't think it's a big deal. If you want to have an all white settlement, that's fine. Because there are other people doing it. And there's this settlement in Georgia that they started somewhere outside of Macon. So, I mean, blacks are doing it too. I really don't know why it's that big a deal or big enough deal that people want to congratulate them.
The pioneer
Let me
state.
stop this. I need to rewind it. But apparently 5 years ago, this story is from the Atlanta Black Star, the black newspaper of Atlanta, which has a history, by the way. Apparently 19 black families became first-time landowners in 1997, and they've got a whole website here. One of the two women involved was a real estate person, and they've got the Freedom Georgia Initiative using the past to build the future. Click here to support freedom. So they've got a whole website, but this is something that I wish I had thought of before I saw that whites only thing. This is something John Galt should know about. I keep hearing the anti-black blacks say we should do what they do. This is a perfect example, and I don't know why. Well, this is an example. So, I will no longer accept that blacks need to do like whoever the quote, the other demographics do, because apparently in Georgia they have. So let me play this, and then we'll look at the website. And then I want to talk about a redlining issue in Philadelphia. Would you say, CK, race is big business in America? Oh, well, I mean, yeah, of course it is. Crack in a White House. Okay, there was Solid Snake. Solid Snake, you telling me I need therapy? Oh, wow. That is hilarious. You don't want me to tell you what I think you need, do you? I'm gonna be kind. Oops, you know what? I'm sorry, I clicked the wrong one here. Oh, you know what? Let's go to Trump. He just came on.
And to start talking
And then after that, we'll get back to the story I was about to
in
do.
your country and my country in particular.
And this is as loud as it goes, by the way.
Situation in Gaza.
So you'll have to turn up your volume.
Intolerable situation, including images of starvation. And I think both of us know that we have to get to that ceasefire, and we have to increase humanitarian aid in. And thank you for what you've already been doing, are doing, and are committed to. Because without you, this would not be capable of resolution. And I think that if we can work not just on the pressing issues of the ceasefire, but also on this issue of getting humanitarian aid in at volume, at speed, and then we've discussed a plan for what then happens afterwards. I think we can do our very best to alleviate what is an awful situation at the moment. So thank you very much for the discussion we've had so far and the discussion we're about to continue on that really important issue. But it's fantastic to be here. Thank you for your hospitality and to see this amazing golf course. I'll invite you to a football ground at some stage, and we can exchange sports.
It's been great being with you, and thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. And you've done a fantastic job with regard to the trade deal. They wanted a trade deal here for years, many years, through many different terms of different people, and you got it done. So I want to congratulate you on that. And it's a great deal for both. It brings unity. We didn't need unity, but it brings us even closer together. I think it's good for both parties. We also discussed, obviously, Gaza. And I think before we get to phase two, which is, what's going to happen afterwards, we want to get the children fed. We made a contribution a week ago of $60 million, all going into food. We only hope the food goes to the people that need it, because so much, as you know, when you do something there, it gets taken by Hamas or somebody, but it gets taken. But and we're prepared to help. We want to help.
Or you die trying to get the food.
Situation. The whole thing is terrible. It's been bad for many years, but it's great to hear you feel the same way that I do. We have to help on a humanitarian basis before we do anything. We have to get the kids fed. So we've been sending in a lot of food. A lot of the food that's been going there has been sent by the United States. I spoke yesterday with the president of the European Union, Ursula, who was terrific also on the subject, and she's going to play a big role also in helping us. So we have a good group of countries that are going to help with the humanitarian needs, which is food, sanitation, and some other things. It's very difficult to deal with Hamas. As I said, we got a tremendous amount of hostages out, but it would take place in drips and drabs. You'd get 10, you get 5, you get 2, you'd get 10, 12. We get 12 one time. Many of them would come to the White House, and they were so thankful. But I always said, when you get down to the final 10 or 20, you're not going to be able to make a deal with these people because they use them as a shield. And when they give them up, they no longer have a shield. And the people of Israel feel so strongly about the hostages. Some people would take a different view, but they feel so strongly about the hostages. So that's an ongoing process. Hamas has become very difficult to deal with in the last couple of days because they don't want to give up these last 20 because they think as long as we have them, they have protection. But I don't think it can work that way. So I'm speaking to Bibi Netanyahu, and we are coming up with various plans. We're going to say it's a very difficult situation. If they didn't have the hostages, things would go very quickly. But they do, and we know where they have them in some cases, and you don't want to go riding roughshod over that area because that means those hostages will be killed. Now, there are some people that would say, well, that's the price you pay, but we don't like to say that. We don't want to say that. And I don't think the people of Israel want to say that either, which is pretty amazing. A lot of people would say, just get it done and whatever it is. You could also say speed might be better for the hostages. You go through, with speed, you may have a better chance because they're in deep trouble. They're in deep trouble. You saw October 7th, and you saw what the damage and the horror that they committed. People can't forget that. They tend to forget it, but they can't forget. That was one of the most evil things I've ever seen. And you just cannot forget that. So we're very much involved. The Prime Minister's involved. I'm involved. And I think I can speak. We just signed a very big trade deal, the biggest of them all yesterday, right? And the European Union is very much involved in wanting to help with the Palestinians in terms of getting people fed. But the area of Gaza, another way of defining it is the area of Gaza. It's a very troubled place, and it has been for many, many years. It has been for many decades. So it's not like this just happened. This has been going on for a long period of time. So that's it. Our hearts are in the right place. We have some good news because the recent war that you just saw, they just announced, I see, the newest of the 5, now this would be 6 that we've stopped. I've stopped 6 wars in the last, I'm averaging about a war a month, but the last 3 were very close together. India and Pakistan and a lot of them. Congo was just, and Rwanda was just done. But you probably know, I won't go into it very much because I don't know the final numbers yet. I don't know. Numerous people were killed, and I was dealing with 2 countries that we get along with very well, very different countries from certain standpoints. They've been fighting for 500 years, intermittently. And we solved that war. You probably saw it just came out over the wire. So we solved it through trade. I said, I don't want to trade with anybody that's killing each other. So we just got that one solved. And I'm going to call the 2 prime ministers who I got along with very, very well and speak to them right after this meeting and congratulate them. But it was an honor to be involved, and that was going to be a very nasty war. Those wars have been very, very nasty. So we've done a lot of good work. We've had great support from the Prime Minister. Anytime we needed help, anytime we needed any form of support, you've been there. We appreciate it very much. And we're going to continue onward. We do have to take care of the humanitarian needs on what they used to call the Gaza Strip. You don't hear that line too much anymore. You don't hear the Gaza Strip. But it is the Gaza Strip, and it's amazing. It's not being handled a little bit differently. We're going to set up food centers, and we're going to do it in conjunction with some very good people, and we're going to supply funds, and we just took in trillions of dollars. We've got a lot of money, and we're going to spend a little money on some food. And other nations are joining us. I know your nation's joining us, and we have all of the European nations joining us, and others also have called, and they want to be helpful. So we're going to set up food centers and where the people can walk in and no boundaries. We're not going to have fences, and they can't. They see the food from 30 you would say yards away, and they see the food. It's all there, but nobody's at it because they have fences set up that nobody can even get it. It's crazy what's going on over there. So we're going to work very closely together with your country, a great country. We also discussed inside that we are, there's a whole new thing happening with regard to energy from nuclear. And the Prime Minister's looking at that very strongly. And I know you have Rolls-Royce nuclear plants. That sounds pretty good, right? I love that. What a great brand that is. But you're also doing the Rolls-Royce or the nuclear plants, the smaller plants. We're doing smaller and bigger, but the small is interesting. They do a small plant, very easy, very safe. And as they need more, they hook up another plant, and they have a series of plants instead of, doing the $20 billion plant. That gets tough for a lot of people to do. So we're just studying that. It sounds like you're very far progressed, but that's a great thing you're doing on nuclear. We opened up nuclear about 2 months ago, and it's now safe and very inexpensive.
No, we see civil nuclear as a big part of the future as we go to sustainable, independent energy. And I think that between the two of us, we can work very much more closely on this. And we've agreed that that's our ambition, that's our aspiration. And this is going to be a big part of the future when it comes to energy. And you can see in the last few years, energy has been weaponized. Prices have dictated both families and businesses across the United Kingdom, and therefore taking control of energy is a huge prize. So the more we can work together on this, the better. And small modular reactors are a very big part of the future here, and we've got great companies like Rolls-Royce involved in that. So I'm very much looking forward to working together with you, Mr. President.
We'll do that. We're going up to your oil capital in a little while. We're going up to Aberdeen. That's called the oil capital of Europe, and that's a great asset that you have up there. Someday, if they ever change their thinking on that, you have a great and valuable asset. There's a lot of valuable resources underground there, but that's a decision for you to make. But it's a very amazing place, and it is considered the oil capital of Europe. So it's another option that you have. So we are doing really well as a country, and I think that the Prime Minister has been so supportive of us, and so strong and so respected. And I respect him much more today than I did before, because I just met his wife and family. He's got a perfect wife and family, and that's never easy to achieve, right? But
I take no credit for that.
But he's become a friend, and together we got a deal done that has not been able to be done. It was a deal that's very good for both parties.
A really good deal for both of our countries, and very, very well received here in the United Kingdom.
So thank you very much for having us.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Any questions?
Earlier you said that you were going to change the deadline from 50 days.
Yeah.
So what is your new deadline?
I'm going to make a new deadline of about 10 or 12 days from today. There's no reason in waiting. There's no reason in waiting. It's 50 days. I want to be generous, but we just don't see any progress being made.
Mr. President, on Saturday, you just talked about setting up food centres in conjunction with other organisations.
Right.
You talk about the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation or recognised aid agencies. How will this work?
Well, it's going to be working with the United States. Will be helping with the food. We have a lot of access to food. We got a lot of food ourselves, and we're going to bring it over there. We're also going to make sure that they don't have barriers stopping people. You've seen the areas where they actually have food, and the people are screaming for the food, and they're 35, 40 yards away, and they won't let them because they have lines that are set up. And whether they're set up by Hamas or whoever, but they're very strict lines, so we have to get rid of those lines. but we're going to be getting some good, strong food. We can save a lot of people. I mean, some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. I see it. And you can't fake that. So we're going to be even more involved. We did some airlifts before, some airdrops, and the people are running for it. And the Prime Minister is going to help us. They're very effective with that. You've done that before, and for many, they've done that for 100 years very well. So it's not very hard to do, actually. Yes.
Mr. President, you say you love Scotland. You're the most Scottish president ever in the White House. Is there a better deal to be done for Scotland, for Scottish industry, in the deal that you've done with the Prime Minister? Whiskey, for example.
Well, I have great love for Scotland. You know, my mother loved Scotland, and she loved the Queen. I don't know, I might hurt myself by saying that the monarchists are going to like it. Some other people, but she loved the Queen. Whenever the Queen was on television, she wanted to watch. And she would come back religiously. She'd come back to Scotland once a year with my sister Marianne, primarily, and sometimes my sister Elizabeth also. But they love this part of the world. And, you know, we're talking about the Isle of Lewis. We're talking about serious Scotland. That's serious Scotland. There was no doubt about it. So, yeah, it gives me a feeling, you know, it's different. You go to another country, you have no relationship to it. You get to, like maybe the head of the country or something. But it's different when your mother was born here, Stornoway, right in Stornoway, a beautiful little place.
So is there a better deal to be done for Scotland, for whiskey, for example? Because of your love of Scotland, is there a better trade deal to be done for Scottish businesses like whiskey?
Well, I assume when we do our trade deal overall, a lot of it comes to Scotland, I hope. Maybe all of it should go to
It's
Scotland.
a very good deal for the whole United Kingdom. We've already achieved great things under the deal, and we'll achieve even more as we work together.
A lot of it is going to Scotland. I mean, I do know that, but I mean, we're dealing with the UK, but a lot of it comes to Scotland. And, you know, I was very particular. This is a part of the world I want to see thrive. It's going to thrive.
Mr. President, back to Gaza. You talk about Hamas stealing food and stealing aid. What responsibility does Israel have for limiting aid to the region? And if I could ask a follow-up to the Prime Minister, what pressure can be put on Israel? Is that something that you and the United States could work on together?
Israel has a lot of responsibility. They're hampered by the fact that you still have 20 hostages or so. And the people of Israel are very concerned about the 20 hostages. It's very interesting. You could say they could be more concerned about retribution than the 20 hostages, but they really want the 20 hostages to survive and live, to make it. You know, many of the hostages came to my office in the Oval Office, and I was amazed by, I would ask them the question, was there any sign of love? Was there any sign of, when you were a hostage and you have all of these people from Hamas around you, sometimes 100, sometimes 10, sometimes 2, but you're a hostage and you're being stored in a pipe. It's not even really, you know, a cave, or it's a pipe, a little pipe. And some said they didn't think they were going to make it because they were losing air. There wasn't enough air, and they'd open up the pipe just in time, but they didn't do it on purpose. They just happened to open it. They got lucky. But I said, did they ever wink at you and say, like, don't worry, you're going to be okay? Did they ever give you some extra food, even if it was a piece of bread? Did they ever give you anything during that time? And some were there for 400 or 500 days now, right? It's a long time, a year and a half, more than that. And not one person said there was any love from anybody. You know, in other words, you have hundreds of people, and you see it in the movies where somebody's a prisoner and somebody's helping. You even see it with Germany, where people would be let into a house and live in an attic in secret. You know, you see signs of stuff. I said, did you see anything like, did they wink at you? Did they say, don't worry, you're going to be okay? I never received, I ask that question all the time. I've never received one answer that said, yeah, they really wanted to help. No, the hatred is just incredible.
So on the access to food issue, what more can Israel do?
Well, I think Israel can do a lot. I will say that Iran, I think, interjected themselves in this last negotiation. Can you imagine the beating they took We wiped out their nuclear possibilities. They can start again. If they do, we'll wipe it out faster than you can wave your finger at it. We'll have to do that. We will do that gladly, openly and gladly. They've been saying, Iran's been sending out bad signals, I'll tell you. For a country that just got wiped out, they've been sending very bad signals, very nasty signals. And they shouldn't be doing that. They shouldn't be doing that. They were talking about things that they shouldn't be talking about. They were interviewed on a recent show, and the foreign minister saying things that he shouldn't be talking about, shouldn't be saying. And I think they got involved in this negotiation, telling Hamas and giving Hamas signals and orders, and that's not good. That's not good.
Yeah, I would say, look, we need to get the hostages out. They've been held for a very, very long time, and we must always start from there. But also recognise the situation on the ground in Gaza is absolutely intolerable. And I think that certainly speaking for the British public and myself, seeing those images of starving children in particular are revolting. And there's a sense of revulsion in the British public at what they're seeing. And they know, and we know, that humanitarian aid needs to get in at speed, at volume. Yes, some can be airdropped, and we're working with others, with the US, with Jordan on that, but the trucks need to get in because that's the only way you can get the volume in. And we do thank the President for the work he's done to try to get to a ceasefire, which we desperately need, but also to put aid in to the region. There needs to be much more of that. We need to galvanize other countries in support of getting that aid in. And yes, that does involve putting pressure on Israel, because it absolutely, this is a humanitarian catastrophe now. We also need to look beyond that situation to what then happens in the event of a ceasefire, which is desperately needed. And that's why I'm really pleased that we're having a discussion about what a peace plan would look like after that, the component parts of that. And we have to be really clear at this point that Hamas can play absolutely no part in any future governance in Palestine, and that's and in Gaza. And it's really important that we're clear about what triggered this, who took the hostages, and calling out Hamas for what they are, which is a terrorist organization. But I think today the focus has to be on getting that humanitarian aid in.
Mr. President, will the UK avoid your pharmaceutical tariff, and will it happen before August the 1st?
Well, we'll be announcing on pharmaceuticals sometime in the very near future. We have a very big plan on pharmaceuticals. We want to bring a lot of the pharmaceuticals back to America, where they should be. If you look at COVID, it sort of taught us a lesson. We were getting our pharmaceuticals from other countries. We almost didn't make any. We used to make them ourselves, and we're going to want to be making a lot of them ourselves, all of them in a sense. But you also have a good pharmaceutical business. We'll be dealing with you on pharmaceuticals also. And we certainly feel a lot better with your country working on pharmaceuticals for America than some of the other countries that were. With the relationship we have, you would not use that as a cudgel. You wouldn't be using it as a block. But we're going to be announcing sometime very soon, I think, pharmaceuticals are our whole thing. And the companies know. And drug prices are going to be coming down very substantially in the U.S., very, very substantially. And that'll happen very soon.
Mr. President, we can all sense your frustration.
No, go ahead.
We can all sense your frustration with Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
Do you think he's been lying to you about his intentions in Ukraine?
Well, I don't want to use the word lying. All I know is we'd have a good talk. And it seemed on, let's say, 3 occasions, it seemed that we were going to have a ceasefire and maybe peace, and you divide it up and you do whatever you have to do, that obviously to get to the end. And all of a sudden, missiles are flying into Kiev and other places. And I say, what's that all about? I spoke to him 3-4 hours ago, and it looked like we were on our way. And then I'd say, forget it, and I'm not going to talk anymore. You know, this has happened on too many occasions, and I don't like it. I don't like it.
You have successful social media sites. There are new powers here to censor your site, states my next
To censor my site?
To censor your site.
You
and
mean
Twitter
Truth?
and Facebook.
Truth Social?
I mean Truth. Is that okay?
Well, I don't think he's going to censor
No,
my
no,
site
no,
because
no,
I
no.
say only good things. Will you
Yeah.
please uncensor my site?
Yeah, we're not censoring anyone. We've got some measures which are there to protect children, in particular from sites like suicide sites. We've had too many cases in the United Kingdom of young children taking their own lives, and when you look through their social media, they've been accessing sites which talk about suicide and encouraging, if you like, children down that road, and that is what we want to stop. Nothing about censoring free speech. But this country is a proud free speech in this country has been for a very long time. We're very, very proud of it. We will protect it forever. But at the same time, I personally feel very strongly that we should protect our young teenagers, and that's what it usually is, from things like suicide sites. I don't see that as a free speech issue. I see that as a child protection
We
issue.
actually passed a bill in Congress, headed up by my wife, actually,
Yeah.
which was to pull bad stuff out having to do with children, because it is a problem. But I cannot imagine him censoring Truth Social. That's more of a very political, and it's been a very big success.
Not going to happen.
And I only say good things about him and his country, so if they censor me, you're making a mistake. I'm going to give my ambassador the job, make sure it's not censored.
not happening.
I had not heard that. Say it?
You're a big investor in this area.
To put it mildly, like this ballroom that we built from scratch.
Did you worry though about the risk of increased taxes here? Well, that's not investing. And do you have a message last time on the soccer to the English Lionesses who won the European Trophy?
So I think that I have a theory that low taxes bring growth. We just passed a big tax cut bill, the biggest bill in the history of our country, actually. And one big.
Yeah, he has a theory, and it's called trickle-down economics, which has failed for decades.
Beautiful bill. I used to call it the great one big beautiful. We took the word great out, but it's actually called the one big beautiful bill. It's essentially a very large tax cut bill for everybody. And our country's pretty soon, I think I can say it right now, our country has never done better. We had a country that was dead. It was dead 6 months ago, a year ago. Leaders from NATO, we had a very successful meeting at NATO. Your prime minister was there. It was an unbelievable love fest with all of those countries. And they agreed to go 5% and all the things. Very smart to do. But many of the leaders said, essentially, they said, your country was dead 1 year ago. 1 year ago, we had a dead, and we did. We had a dead country. We had a president who didn't know where the hell he was. We had horrible, horrible people running our country. I think they were sick people, actually, sick. You talk about censorship. Those are big censors. That's all they did was censor, and they didn't know what to do. And they had.
Yeah, let me highlight where this is just totally un-American. Trump is basically talking about shit that nobody cares about that much in Europe. They're much more concerned with what he's currently doing. And if they were talking him up like that, they're just more afraid of him. The world does not like Trump, and he just either he is ignoring it, or he's not got his ear to the ground, or his advisors are just straight out lying to him.
We ended up taking in much more revenue than we did at 39%. It was pretty amazing. And we're taking in a lot of revenue right now. And this was an additional tax cut. So I find, for whatever it's worth, tax cuts are very good.
Mr. moved up the deadline. It's now 10 or 12 days. Is the sanction the same? Are you going to slap 100% tariff on anybody who gets business with Russia?
So what I'm doing is we're going to do secondary sanctions unless we make a deal, and we might make a deal. I don't know. You don't know. It's we've done so many peace deals. This is the one I started out with, and I know President Putin called me. He wanted to know if I could help him with Iran. I said, no, I don't need your help with Iran. I need your help with Russia. And so that's the one deal that continues to linger. And we're losing 5,000. They're losing. I'm not losing. You're not losing. But 5,000 Russian and Ukrainian kids a week are dying. And that's not mentioning the people that are dying also in towns where, he's lobbing missiles into certain towns like Kiev. And he's got to make a deal. It's too many people are dying. It's a really bloody war. And the 5 is now, they're really telling me that number is obsolete. It's like 7.
That's terrible.
So you have 7,000 Russian and Ukrainian soldiers dying every single week for no reason whatsoever. So you would think, based on common sense, you would think he'd want to make a deal. We'll find out.
Publicly, have you had any other training channels conversations with the Russians reiterating this?
In what?
Reiterating this new pressure and deadline.
We're going to have you're the press. I'm reiterating it to you. I'd say 10 to 12 days. I'll announce it probably tonight or tomorrow. But there's no reason to wait. If you know what the answer is going to be, why wait? And it would be sanctions and maybe tariffs, secondary tariffs. You know what a secondary tariff is. And look, the Russian economy, I don't want to do that to Russia. I love the Russian people. They're great people. I don't want to do that to Russia, but this thing, they're losing a lot of Russians. They've lost 1 million Russians. And that's the, sons, that's the sons and daughters of Russian families. They leave the house, they go, bye mom, bye dad, and then they get blown away. And Ukrainian too. Look at Ukraine.
Jesus.
Disaster what's happened there. But it continues to go on. As you know, we made a deal where the European Union is essentially involved, but it's NATO, and we're supplying weapons to NATO. NATO's now paying because the United States, because
apparently nobody has control of
the
Trump.
European nations are in for about 100 billion. Should be the opposite.
Some advisor needs to whisper. Somebody there, like an advisor, needs to whisper in Trump's ear, "Hey, you need to wrap this up." He's starting to ramble.
So many people are dying.
What's up,
God damn it, Stanley. Who do it for you? What's up, man?
what?
What's up, man?
Well,
Who do it for you?
who's doing for me?
I ain't there. I'm just saying, who tell you to wrap it up? Can't nobody tell you to wrap it up.
I can tell you who bombed Cherry Juice.
Oh, god damn. I knew you were gonna say that. I don't know why, but I told you months ago about bomb Cherry Juice. That motherfucker, she's something else.
Well, something else. That would be a kind.
I bet my mess with her, man. I don't know if you was there that night. She roasted me.
Oh no!
You missed that lie.
She let me put it to you this way. If it was good-natured roasting, I'd be all for it. I think she is halfway to insane. She is.
Oh no!
Oh no, she is
black woman.
No, I don't think
she is typical.
I would not say she's typical. Not for her age. Not for her age. But maybe maybe
you're in her 50s. Stanley, how old you think my oldest sister is?
No idea.
Same age Bomb Cherry is. That's the class.
Well, what I'm saying is she might be
89.
She might be typical for a black woman on YouTube, but out in the real world, I don't know.
Cherry remind me of my oldest sister.
Oh, really?
A bully, a straight up bully.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I learned a lesson. That's pretty much all I have to say about it.
That's why when she joined the panel, guess what I'm gonna do?
Oh, she
play
won't
like little brother.
She would be foolish. She would be foolish to come up on my panel because you know what?
She's gonna be brave.
Yeah, well, you know
And
what?
she
I'm gonna
will.
do.
She will.
I'm gonna make sure. I'm gonna make sure and pull out my gum popper jokes.
Oh man, she's
And
something. She's something, man. She good now.
well,
She ain't got a channel
I'll
for
tell
nothing.
you. Well, no, she doesn't have a channel for nothing. But I tell you who I am waiting to hear from Mela. Oh man, it
No,
was
you
like,
don't. You
oh
don't
my,
want that. No, Stanley.
oh
Stanley,
yeah,
I'm
I
gonna tell
do.
you right now.
Oh, I got a
Stanley,
bone to
Mella,
pick.
Mella will not hold a candle to that girl.
Okay, you don't seem to understand where I'm going with this. Were you aware that I went on Bon Cherry's show last week?
I'm still trying to find her channel. I lost it. Yeah, they unsubscribed me.
They
I
what?
think she banned me from her channel, I think.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, no wonder you can't find it.
Yeah, I think she banned me. Cause I ain't gonna lie. I had on my channel and I was like, damn, I was going, you know how I did with American Man, right? So I've been waiting on Bomb Cherry to show up so I can get her back over here for you. But this was months ago.
I think she needs to stay on her channel.
Well, you know, cause I liked her energy though, Stanley. That early morning vibe. Yeah, man.
Yeah, well, she must
I'm
be your cup of
serious.
tea.
Stanley, you don't know.
I don't like
you are very marketable. You are very marketable.
I don't like the taste of her juice.
Well, Stanley, it's an acquired taste. It's an acquired taste, I promise you.
I guess.
It is. You know, we might not like it, but I'm telling you, a lot of people in the audience would.
Well, the only person I found, like the only male up there besides myself was some YN who was basically so sycophantic. You know, I thought he was a puppy. he wasn't a man.
I was
He
on
was
here. I think that's the same. The one you was on there with. Yeah, he be on Bob's channel. He showed up one night.
Yeah, well, you know what? That says it all.
He be on Bob. Well, I think he did. I'm thinking that's the guy. But I don't know. I be watching so many replays and things. That's what I've been doing.
I didn't
for the past
recognize.
few days.
I didn't recognize the guy's handle, so maybe he is on Bob's channel. One of these days, I'll go up on Bob's channel.
I gotta replay. I'm gonna tell you, Stanley. I do get drunk, and I get blackout drunk, and that's why I go watch my replays. So it's like the other day, somebody said in the chat that I went off on Bill on Bob's channel. And I was like, wow, I remember thinking something very chaotic on Chaotic's channel, watching that replay, but I don't remember going off on. So, yeah.
Well, what was the answer, did you?
You're going to have to go back and watch the replay. Well, I said something, but I wouldn't. But they cut me off and they put me in the back because I said Bill name, you know, like he the uber white guy or whatever. But hey, at the end of the day, Bill made a joke last night. And once again, like I say, I don't get mad at nobody for how they feel. You know what I'm saying? If I call it out, I got to tell the truth. So when Bill said, you know how you make art mad? Hang somebody that look like him in the front yard. I was like, what? Wait a minute. God damn, he held that in. You know what I'm saying? It was roasting. We were roasting art. They were roasting art last night. I didn't call it.
That's
I didn't
right.
do
I saw I subscribed to the channel. I saw
Man, but when Bill made that joke, that had to be.
I have
the
no
only
idea.
no, that's what the joke was. The only way to make a person like Art look bad or Art feel, I don't know how he said it, but the punchline was to hang somebody that looked like him in the front yard. And I mean, it had to be the most racist joke I've ever heard in my life. But it was funny.
I'm
and it
sure
proved my
you've
point. Because only
I'm sure you've probably said
no,
more racist things.
Stanley, like I told him, I know what make them laugh. When I seen that incident with that police officer, see, like I said, I went off on Tit Man, and the only reason I bowed down in that argument because I called him gay, and he actually is gay. So I felt like, wow, I'm trying to use this as an insult. So I conceded that argument outright because I was trying to be insulting due to his character. You know, I was trying to insult his character, but I mean, he already gay, so how can you insult a man that is already, you know, like, I mean, that's 10th man.
Well,
not 12th man, 10th man.
let me help you out with that. If the intent was to insult, then I'm not sure how you conceded.
Yeah, I went ahead on a conceded because I couldn't go no further.
If you meant it as an insult, it should be taken as an insult. And, you know, so I don't know.
But
I'm not sure I know who Art is.
Yeah,
but
it didn't hit
let me put
home
it to you
because
this
he
way.
was already outwardly married to another man. So it was like,
right. Well, let me
dang.
put it to you this way. I
disrespected him, Stanley.
I'm glad y'all had a good time, but it doesn't sound like my cup of tea.
Well, Stanley, it's the YouTube streets, you know?
Yeah, and y'all are the anti-black sector.
No, it's not anti-black. We just anti.
Okay, if you're making
anti-fact. You got to be with a fact.
Okay, the facts are not jokes.
Yeah, but we can use them for a punchline when it don't match.
Yeah, okay. Well, all of a sudden, this Trump conference sounds more fun.
Wait, am I loud? Let me check my volume.
A little bit. You probably want to turn it down a bit.
Yeah, I heard my echo. I was like, God dang. I'm checking everybody by the audio, and my audio ain't straight. Kind of shit. Kind of sense that make.
I know. We'll watch a couple more minutes of this, but this is pretty boring, to be honest. But I have a story that I will do on a shooting in Atlanta next.
This is going to be a historic occasion, and we're all very much looking forward to it. And I was very, very pleased to be able to.
Wait a minute, you gonna do a body cam?
When we were at the White House earlier this year. So, but this is not just a state visit. They're always incredible occasions. And
you just said you were going to shooting in Atlanta.
So you can imagine just how special that's going to be.
The fact that it's never been done before, and that's because it's non-consecutive, and it's the only reason it could be, made it even more interesting, frankly. So it's going to be great. And being with Charles and Camilla and everybody, I've gotten to know because of 4 years and now 6 months. Gotten to know a lot of the family members. They're great people. They're really great people. And in that sense, I think that the UK is very lucky. You can have people that weren't great people. I don't know if I'd say.
Hold on, my lawnmower guy here. Let me go chastise him right quick.
You.
My lawnmower man.
Oh.
Yeah, I got a lawnmower man, Stanley. I pay people to mow my yard.
If I could be helpful,
do you
I
now?
would certainly do it. Thank you.
Unfortunately.
Well, there are a couple of alternatives. Some are pretty strong, but the most sensible alternative is talk and negotiation. But I said a long time ago, at a certain point, they're not going to be talking because they're going to lose their shield. The hostages are a shield for them. They did horrible things on October 7th. And the hostages are a shield. And I said, you're going to get down a number and the number's going to be at a point where you're not going to be able to get them back unless you're going to be very energetic, or to put it a different way, unless you're going to be very ruthless and violent. It's a bad situation to be in, very bad.
Mr. President, with the EU deal last night, you talked during the campaign about President Putin respecting you and helping you have a relationship with him. Do you still feel that way, that he respects you, considering the conversations you've had that have been really nice?
Yeah, I've always gotten along with President Putin. I had a great relationship with him, and he went through the Russia hoax too. You know, I mean, it was, we used to talk about it. We used to say, you know, it's too bad we really can't do anything between our country, because if we did, they'd say, oh, it's, you know, some. Look, I was tough on Putin because I was the one that closed up Nord Stream, and Biden came along and opened it up. I was very tough on Putin in one way, but we got along very well. And I never, you know, I never really thought this would happen. I thought we'd be able to negotiate something, and maybe that'll still happen, but it's very late down the process. So I'm disappointed. And you know, the funny thing is that their economy isn't that big, and it's having a hard time right now, but it's a relatively small economy. A strong military, but strong economy. And it used to be a strong economy, now it's not. He's going through a lot economically. It's not easy, but it's pretty small, you know, compared to that magnificent size of that land. The land is massive. It's got, I guess, 9 time zones or something. It's a massive piece of land. Russia could be so rich. It could be so rich. It could be thriving like practically no other country. And they're holding that back because we can't. He wants to do trade deals with us. He talks about it all the time. He wanted to. And I envision that a lot of trade with Russia. They have a lot of valuable things. When you talk about rare earth, they have serious rare earth, right? They have just about every form you can have. So, you know, Russia could be so rich right now. Instead, they spend all their money on war. They spend everything on war and killing people, and it doesn't make sense to me. I thought he would want to end this thing quickly. I really felt it was going to end, but every time I think it's going to end, he kills people.
Could a meeting help? Are you considering? Has been proposed.
I don't know. I'm not. You know, I'm not so interested in talking anymore. He talks. We have such nice conversations, such respectful and nice conversations, and then people die the following night with a missile going into a town and hitting. I mean, recently, I guess the nursing home, but they hit other things. Whatever they hit, people die. So I don't. We'll see what happens.
We just had a sense of your differences in political persuasion, where Nigel Farage and Sadiq Khan in the conversation. I wonder if you have any advice you could give for a very divided, polarized world on how you make your relationship.
Not differences, yeah. Not differences. I happen to like both men. I like this man a lot, and I like Nigel. And, you know, I don't know the politics over here. I don't know where they stand. I would say one is slightly liberal, not that liberal, slightly, and the other one is slightly conservative. But they're both good men.
Mr. President,
well, look, I mean, we like each other, we respect each other, we get on, and we've both got a great love of our countries, of our families, and therefore there's a huge amount that we have already achieved actually together and will achieve as we go forward, leading our respective countries, and of course the relationship between our countries. Donald, we were talking about this morning, that whether it's defense, security, intelligence sharing, it's a close historic relationship. We have fought together in the past. We've always stood together. And I, for one, I'm very pleased.
Did he just call Trump Donald? Oh, shit.
And I think it just shows that.
Is he allowed to call President Trump Donald?
Different backgrounds. Actually, there's a huge amount of common ground when it comes to what is in the best interests of our two great countries, and they are two great countries. And I think that because we focus on what's best for our countries, we get along very well, and I'm very pleased that that's the case.
Well, I do know he wants to cut taxes as much as he can, and you know, politics is pretty simple. It's I assume there's a thing going on between you and Nigel, and it's okay, it's two parties. But generally speaking, the one who cuts taxes the most, the one who gives you the lowest energy prices and the best kind of energy, the one that keeps you out of wars, he's kept you out of wars, but the one that keeps you out of wars, you have a few basics, and you can go back 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years, whoever does these things, but low taxes, keep us safe, keep us out of wars, no crime, stop the crime. And in your case, a big immigration component, because I know that your attitude has become strong on immigration, strong on the toughness of immigration. But I think whoever's going to be, I think I won because we had a lousy president, to be honest with you. We had an incompetent president. But I won because I was very strong on immigration. Now, we had inflation. We had sort of a bad economy with this guy. We had a lot of problems, but I focused on immigration more than I did anything else. And I think I won because of immigration. I think I won because of the border. I had a bad border where millions of people were coming in to our country illegally. And as you know, in last month, 0 people came into our country illegally, 0. So we went from a bad, incompetently run border to the most competently run border that anybody's ever seen.
Prime Minister, the president makes it look easy dealing with illegal migration. You must be envious of his record in such a short period of time.
Well, I think we've been discussing illegal migration is a huge issue in both our countries. In the United Kingdom, it is a real cause for concern, and that's why we must bear down on it in all its aspects, upstream, across Europe, where a lot of ours comes through northern France, across the Channel, working with our allies, with our colleagues to break the gangs that are actually running this trade. But equally being very strong that when people have arrived in this country, who've got no right to be here, then we should be removing them to their own country. And that's why I'm really pleased that we've been able to focus on this very intensely and get 35,000 people out of the United Kingdom had no right to be here, because the message has to be you can't make your way to the United Kingdom. We won't tolerate our rules being broken, and if you get here, you will be returned to where you came from, and it's really important that we bear down on that.
We're such an attractive place for people to come if they want to, like we are.
People coming via the rules are always welcome. Of course, we've welcomed talent and people into this country for centuries, literally. But what the British people will not tolerate is those that break the rules, those that come through irregular routes. And that's the really important distinction here. And that's what we're bearing down on. And I'm really pleased that we're through pretty well all of the international engagement I've done, all the meetings I've had, the country we've done deals with. We've done deals with countries in the last 12 months that many people thought it was not possible to do deal with when it came to immigration, irregular immigration. And we've returned thousands of people who've got no right to be here. And that, I think, is, for the British people, we're a reasonable, tolerant country where people are coming lawfully to contribute to our communities, to our country. Then, of course, they're welcome and have made a great contribution. But what people will not tolerate is those that are breaking the rules. And that is an issue of today, but it's a very British thing. We are people who respect rules, and we don't approve of those that break rules.
I can say, though, that I had one of the greatest victories, they say the most consequential in 129 years, so I don't know about that, but it was pretty close. And we won all of the swing states, which never happens. We won the popular vote by millions of votes. We won, tremendous electoral college sweep. And I believe I did it more than anything else because of my strong stand on immigration. And I don't think this country is any different in that sense. I think it's a big factor. And it is with a lot of the European countries. Some of the countries have, lost their way, and they have tremendous crime because of it. I mean, you had countries with no crime that now have tremendous crime, and you know the countries, and I know the countries. So I think it's it's a huge factor in any election, not just this election, but in any election. I think the one that's toughest and most competent on immigration is going to win the election. But then you add low taxes and you add the economy. He did a great thing with the economy because a lot of money is going to come in because of the deal that was made. But I think that immigration is now bigger than ever before.
Mr. President, your Treasury Secretary is meeting with Chinese.
Right now.
Right now. Have you received an update? Do you expect a deal when these talks are over?
Right.
Especially with the
Yeah. No, they're meeting right now. And, we have a good relationship with China. But China's tough. And like you're tough, we're all tough. Yes. But we're going to see what happens. We just concluded our deal with Japan. It was very good for everybody. We're making, great deals. We're making deals that are good for us, but we want them to be good for everybody. It's important that it's, sometimes I'll do something that I shouldn't do because it's not very important for our country, but it's very meaningful for the country on the other side. And I'll let them have that point because it's very important for them. So I don't know, but we've made a lot of deals in the last couple of months. And then ultimately, as you might as well know, we're going to because we have, you have 200 countries, more, but people don't know that. You got a lot of countries. And I wouldn't want to sit down with 200 people and have to deal the way he was calling me all the time. We want this, we got to have that. These are tough negotiators. These are, look, they're smart people, they're tough negotiators. They know what they want. And, but we're going to be setting a tariff for essentially the rest of the world. And that's what they're going to pay if they want to do business in the United States. Because you can't sit down and make 200 deals. But we've made the big ones. We just finished Indonesia. They opened up their country. We just finished Japan. They opened up their country. Japan opened up the country. They were totally closed. They opened up to our cars, even to rice. Rice was a big deal. They would never take anybody else's rice. They'd take in rice. But they opened up their country. Philippines, we just finished. They opened up their country. They were very closed. I'd love to see China open up their country. So we're dealing with China right now as we speak. Yeah, we're dealing with China right now.
The deal you've got with the UK is better than one with the European Union. Is that because you think Brexit was a good idea for this country?
Look, we have a very special relationship with this country. Like, my mother was born here. And not only born here, loved it. She'd come back, I told you, religiously every year. And she'd go up to Stornoway and see her relatives. But she loved the country. Yeah, that probably it always has an impact. Always has an impact. But, Germany has a new leader, and I think he's terrific. I think you like him too.
Yeah,
I think he's terrific. My father was born in Germany. Or is Germany, his parents were just out. But, so, you have a lot of feeling for this part of the world. I do. I want to see this part of the world do well. Germany, Scotland, UK. I want this part of the world to do well. All of the nations. You do feel a certain. You have a warm feeling toward a part when your parents are born. News about that aspect of it, but. Right now, it would be inappropriate to talk about it. So,
Mr. President, you're.
Yeah, I think I'm going to move on from this. This I just got wind of. Apparently, this happened today. One man is dead. 10 other people were taken to a hospital after a shooting in Atlanta early Monday. Atlanta Police Captain Jeff Childers said officers responded to Edgewood Avenue in a popular nightlife area in the Sweet Auburn neighborhood around 1:30 a.m. What are they doing up that late partying? Let's see. Monday, we found multiple people shot. News outlet reported one person, a 27-year-old, died on the scene, and the other 10 victims, who range in age from 18 to 29, were taken to a hospital. One person was in surgery. It is believed the shooter or shooters were on foot, adding that it's clear that a lot of people were shooting since there were several shell casings at the scene. Sweet Auburn, is that right along I-20? Is anybody in Atlanta listening to this? I'm, believe it or not that familiar with Atlanta, even though I live outside of it. If it's where I think it is, that's on the on the west side of Atlanta along I-20. Maybe I'm wrong. So that is that. Let's see. Were there any TV reports? Atlanta Journal, ABC Action News. Let's have a look at this. Well, you know what? I'll deal with it. So I see a report, but I don't see video on it. So anyway, this is where I was going before the Donald Trump stuff. We talked earlier on Friday about this place in Arkansas, up in the Ozarks, that are they're building kind of like a whites only settlement or town or something. And I knew I'd remembered this this is like 5 years ago. This report is 4 years ago, but I heard about it maybe 5 years ago, where 19 Black families become first-time landowners with purchase of nearly 97 acres in Georgia. I think it's somewhere outside, like a county next door to, I forget what county Macon is. I'll remember in a second. But anyway, they are, it's an interesting thing, and we'll look at their website after this.
Land ownership in the United States is considered a key part of building generational wealth. But historically, in the Black community, land has been hard to obtain and keep. Recently, 19 Black families came together to change that.
Black women, go to campaign.
A moment of triumph as Black families walk upon nearly 97 acres of land that they're thrilled to now call their own. Here in Toomsboro, Georgia, among the lush greenery and breathtaking scenery, is where Ashley Scott and Renee Walters hope their people can finally find freedom.
Everything that I'm doing with the Freedom Georgia initiative is for legacy, for generational wealth, and to help inspire the world.
The Friends united amid the nationwide unrest sparked by the deaths of Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, and Breonna Taylor. Walters reveals the trauma surrounding the murders led her to seek therapy.
I got a sense of anxiety when my husband would leave the house to go to work.
Scott says the situation left her feeling powerless to protect her own family.
It was just disheartening when it comes to being Black in America.
They pondered how they could make a lasting impact beyond protesting and signing petitions.
There was this desire, this need to be able to affect real change and amass Black power.
After learning there was land for sale in Wilkinson County, Scott and Walters spoke with friends about teaming up to acquire it.
So when we presented the opportunity, everybody just jumped on the chance because we just knew that it would be something great.
That's how the Freedom Georgia initiative was born. In August, the 19 families purchased the 96.71 acres in Toomsboro that you see here. Their goal? To create a new Black Wall Street, a safe space for people of color to live and thrive.
We see tiny home retreats. We see nice, beautiful farm homes for you to have weddings. We see barns and horses.
The pioneers say never before have their families owned land until now.
We have to create generational wealth, and we have to begin to work collectively and recycle our dollars in our own communities.
Buying the land marks the first of many steps toward bringing the city of Freedom, Georgia to fruition. Cornelius Blanding, executive director of the Atlanta-based Federation of Southern Cooperatives Land Assistance Fund, says he's excited for the families. But Blanding also has concerns.
So many of us
go back to the land and we don't have the tools we need to properly develop it. We don't truly understand the history of things and understand it from the standpoint of what have been the challenges historically and how do we avoid those challenges.
Those historical challenges, he says, include discrimination, systemic racism, and heirs property.
What that is you have families who don't have a will or an estate plan, that don't have clear ownership. It's land that's been passed down for generations without a will.
Not identifying a legally designated owner puts family-owned land in jeopardy, he says. Blanding recommends that the Freedom Georgia Initiative makes sure to take steps to protect its new land.
That there's some form of will, estate plan, some corporation, some family trust, or some form of structure. So getting the property structured so that they can protect it is one of the most important things that they would do.
For those who hope to achieve a similar feat in their own communities, Blanding says access to the right kind of capital is key.
When Black folks understand more, come together more around pooling capital, whether it be in communities to create these community development credit unions, or collectively to create some type of financial institution.
Right now, Walters, Scott, and the other families have a lot on their freedom agenda.
Fire services, emergency services, law enforcement, road and water and sewage.
Financially, they're getting help from people all over. Through a GoFundMe page, families have raised over $63,000 of an $88,000 goal. They say their mission will take time, but they're ready and willing to put in the work.
We want to be a model for cities and towns all over to show them that you can bring your friends and family together and purchase land because now is the time.
Welcome to freedom.
Welcome to freedom.
Scott and Walters say they hope the city of Freedom, Georgia will be up and running within the next 3 to 5 years. In Toomsboro, Ashley Williams for Atlanta Black Star.
Now, this is actually something I wish I had thought to bring up earlier. When I hear the anti-Black blacks talk about no one's doing it in, in the Black demographic or community with quotation marks around it, hopefully people will bring up this particular initiative. And they've got a whole website here. It's called the freedomgeorgiainitiative.com. And the information's there. So it's still going strong. Like I said, the story is over. This particular news article is four years old. This is a sample. I don't know. I'm assuming this may be, let's have a look at this. This is Build This Home, 4 bedrooms, 3.5 baths, 2,700 square feet on 6 acres. Basement lots available. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, this is part of the Freedom Initiative. And here's an application for it and all that. And contact information, email. You can make an offer or get pre-approved. Now, that's almost $500,000, but it does come with 6 acres. So I don't know where this goes as far as affordability and that sort of stuff. But again, let no one say, the anti-Black blacks especially, let no one say that nobody's not out there pooling resources. In this case, it's kind of interesting. They had some issues, with safety after George Floyd and, Ahmaud Arbery and, that whole 2020 thing. So they decided to do something. And, here we are. And I didn't get the name of the organization or remember the name of that organization in Atlanta. I guess what I'll do is maybe rewatch it and see if I can look up a little bit of information on that particular thing, which leads me into it's vaguely related to this story. This is an organization called the National Fair Housing Alliance. Basically, the press release. This is from 3 days ago, holding the Department of Justice accountable to remedy alleged redlining in Philadelphia. So the reason I'm even looking at this story, apparently redlining or accusations of redlining still exist. And it says here, and I'll read a little bit of this. July 24, 2025, today, U.S. District Court for the Eastern District rejected the Trump administration's attempt to terminate early a consent order that holds ESSA Bank and Trust accountable for alleged discriminatory redlining of majority Black and Hispanic neighborhoods in and around Philadelphia. The decision comes as the DOJ moves to dismiss fair lending and other anti-discrimination settlements across the country. And it says here, this is a victory for the people of West Philadelphia who are entitled to a lending market free from discrimination. That's a senior attorney. Dan Acklesberg. He's a senior attorney for this public interest law center. But anyway, apparently redlining is, still in the air, and there are cases out there that are being litigated or being near litigated. So that is pretty much it. Let's see, where am I? 3, not quite 4 hours yet. So, let's see, what do I have here? What do I have here video-wise? Oh, I know what I wanted to watch. Let's have a look at this. This is...
So today I'd like to talk about these Jubilee.
This is a guy I've watched before. I think he's in Tennessee. Yeah, he's called Tennessee Brando. This debate exposed what MAGA really wants. Well, let's find out what MAGA really wants. I'm curious to know. I thought MAGA wanted no more foreigners in the land, but maybe they want more.
So today I'd like to talk about these Jubilee debates, especially the one that recently happened with Mehdi Hasan. For those of you who have not seen the Jubilee debates, it's basically where a person will go on this platform, they pull up a table, they've got a timer there, and then one person, like say me, for example, I would sit down in the chair and then I would take on 20 Trump supporters, and they just take turns walking up and sitting down at me and presenting their opinion or thoughts on something, and then I debate them back. Some people believe this is a healthy form of debate. I think it's one of the most toxic things that I've ever seen. And I think it is a clear sign that we are absolutely screwed if this is the type of political dialogue and discourse that is going to be taking place in the years to come. And it's pretty much case in point for why I make the argument of why I would never sit down with these kind of people. And I do want to talk more on that later as we go in this video. I want people to understand what I mean when I say,
it kind of is, but wait, hold it. That's
people.
actually funny that you bring this up. It's actually more like a political train where they go one at a time. So they're running a rhetorical train.
Opposing opinions, but what Mehdi Hasan did here, and I have to give it to him for sitting there and absolutely laying waste to these people. But he was basically going up against white nationalists. He was basically going up against Nazis. He was going up against people who was looking him right in the face and telling him they loved Trump because they loved that he shredded the Constitution. They didn't want there to be a Constitution. They didn't believe in democracy. One guy went so far as to say that he was a Native American because he was white, that he was a Native American, a white American. It was one of the most bizarre things that I've ever seen. And I'm not going to be able to play any of the clips as we talk about this because they're real quick to claim their garbage.
Yes,
and,
I know. Hey, by the way, I don't know that I believe he lives in Tennessee and he's never heard anything like that before. That is surprising.
So I'm not going to be able to play you the clips, but I just sat back and watched them. And to his credit, to Mehdi Hasan's credit, he absolutely destroyed their arguments right and left. But my argument is, why was he even there in the first place talking to people like that? I am all for us getting out of our comfort zones and getting into spaces where we can make a difference. but you are never going to win over those type of people. You are never going to bring them around. How can you have a debate with someone who tells you they don't believe in democracy? How can you have a debate with someone who tells you, one of them looked at him and said, "You're an immigrant, get out of my country." I mean,
Yeah, I
there
saw
are
that
people who
clip.
are trying so hard to be validated, and Donald Trump validated them. Donald Trump absolutely made these people mainstream. These people used to be something that we just pointed to as a reference point to our children to, yeah, that's not what we're supposed to be. They were just the people we looked at like, yeah, granddad would be ashamed of that shit. That's pretty much where they were. They were over here and you would pass a random car that would have a little bumper sticker on it and you knew, hey, that's one of those assholes. But they weren't in the mainstream. Donald Trump brought them into the mainstream, and then the mainstream media allowed them to come on their platforms and sit there and speak as though this was a valid political belief. Now, if you want to have a debate with me over how high the minimum wage should be, folks, we can have that debate. I'll be glad to have it with you. If you want to debate me over, how much should the rich be taxed, we could talk about that. If you want to debate me about different things in the political world, we can talk about that all day long. But when it comes to democracy, and you say to me that you don't believe in it, you say to me that I shouldn't have a right to my opinion, you say to me that you want a dictator and you want to shred the Constitution, then I don't really see how we can go on to have a debate. And I think that by sitting down with people like that, and again, I'm not knocking Mehdi Hassan for this. I think he's brilliant, and I think he did a great job at what he did. But there's people that are going to be sitting back watching that, cheering on those idiots. Look at how they owned him, man. They told him off. And then it makes it appear as though they have a valid argument when really they don't. If you want to bring people on from opposing sides and have them debate, that's fine. But when you have people who are cheering against democracy and cheering against the Constitution, the very thing that gives us the right to have a debate, then I don't see how that can work. I really don't. And I when people says, well, you don't ever debate people that's on the other side of the aisle, folks, I'm in the Bible Belt. I'm in the buckle of it. I'm surrounded by it. Everywhere I go, there's someone with an opposing viewpoint. Everywhere I go, there is opposing viewpoints being right in there. I can see it everywhere I go. I've had people say, you should boycott that place. You shouldn't go back. Listen, if I boycotted every place that supported Donald Trump in my part of the world, I'd starve to death. I wouldn't have a shirt on my back. I would have nothing, because I am surrounded by the opposing view and have been my whole life. And I talk to these people on a regular basis, face to face. We talk, we hear things out. And I can debate them all day long about why I think Trump's bad, and they can tell me why they think he's good. But the minute they say to me that they don't believe in democracy, we're done. We're done. I got nothing left to say to you, because I had a grandfather who fought the goddamn Nazis, and I'm not going to sit across from one because I don't want my grandpa to turn over in his grave. And I realize that I'm agnostic, and I realize I don't really believe in an afterlife. But if there was to be one, because agnostic means I don't know. So if there was to be one, I sure don't want Papa looking over that rail going, is he really debating one of them motherfuckers that I tried to put out of this world? That's just how I look at it. And so I understand, hey, yeah, if you get a chance to go on Joe Rogan and really make some noise and really reach his audience, go for it. Try to get Joe Rogan to come back to some sort of sense of common sense. I'm all for it. You want to go on Fox News, as bad as it is, and sit there and, and get on that platform, maybe you might reach somebody's memo. But don't go out there and sit down with these people and validate them. All it does is make them think that they're valid, and all it does is help grow their base. And there's something that people really do enjoy, and Donald Trump has proved this. There are people in this world who gets off on cruelty. We are in a generation where Donald Trump ushered in getting off on cruelty. And there are people out there, there's young kids watching. They're sitting there watching them be cruel to Mehdi Hassan. They're sitting there watching them throw their insults, and they're loving it. And they're treating it like a wrestling event. Well, leave wrestling to the WWE. Let them do that. That's their lane. Let them do that. Let the bad guy beat up the good guy over there, okay? But when you bring it into American politics and then you make it as though that is a valid point, that's what leads you to fascism. That's what leads you into this authoritarian nightmare that we're now in, because these people are the mainstream, and these people are in our government more so than ever, and they're there because we treated it as though it was a valid opinion. Again, if you want to be on the opposite side of the aisle, one's on the left, one's on the right, that's how it's always been, that's how it always will be. but they tapped into the most extreme far-right radical people who does not believe that you should have the right to breathe. They don't think your daughter should have the right to breathe. They don't think your daughter should have the right to make her own choices. Now, you've sat here and made them relevant to the point that they built up a big enough base that they got these people elected. There is a time, and we've always had extremists, don't get me wrong, but there was a time in American history when these extremists would have just been the fringe. And they were for a long time. They were, if you lined up 10 Republicans, this radical one was just over here, and everybody on the stage looked over at him and realized what a moron he was. Same goes for the Democrats. You've always got that one that's the radical idiot that the rest of you just kind of looks at and goes, okay. But what they've done over time is they have made this normal. They've sane washed insanity. And to sit down with people like that, to me, is just an absolute waste of time. It does nothing. If you argue with an idiot, they'll drag you down to their level and beat you with experience. And so, if you ever get a chance to watch some of those clips, you can see. If you've never seen it, you just want an idea of what it is I'm talking about, go for it. But if you have seen it, I would recommend just looking away from it, because it's enough to make anybody sick to their stomach, and enough to make you question humanity in general. I mean, it truly is. Again, I have respect for Mehdi Hassan, and I respect the people that has a good heart and means well by going out and sitting down with people. But I just view it that you kind of have to pick your battles, and you kind of have to pick who you're willing to sit down with. Would I sit down across from a Trump supporter? Yes. Will I sit down across from a white supremacist who sniffed Donald Trump's seat when he stood up? Hell no. There's just a difference. There's a difference. Muhammad Ali boxed people who were contenders. Okay. You didn't see Muhammad Ali, going down to the high school and getting in there in some chicken wire and fighting some hillbilly. That's just it would have been a slap in the face of the sport of boxing. You don't sit there and just let some random person run on a football field and throw a touchdown for Tom Brady. That's not how it works. So yeah, if somebody, if you want to have debates amongst people who disagrees, have them. Have healthy debates. Explain your side of it. Explain why you believe the way you do. Listen and try to get an understanding of them. But when they come at you and start telling you that they don't like the color of your skin and they think you should be kicked out of this country, and they're laughing about it and they're rubbing insults in your face and just trying to go for over-the-top insults and trying to get their people that's sitting there watching them to cheer for them, that's not a healthy debate. It's really not, and it does nothing but further validate their type of person. So I've been watching those, and I started to talk about it, and then I didn't talk about it, and then I said no. I want to talk about it. I don't want people to understand where it is that I'm coming from, because some people think I'm just so hardcore that I would never talk to anyone that disagrees with me. My argument is I have been for 45 fucking years, and I have made progress. I had a minister reach out to me recently, a minister of all people, and say that I had helped him to see the light on Trump, and now he was trying to do better. I'm proud I was able to do that, but and I would love nothing more than to see someone that was totally far to the right come over. But I'm not going to go on a debate stage like that where it's already set up. If I could sit and talk to someone privately and try to win them over, that's a totally other argument. But if I'm going to go there where it's going to be circulating around the world, I'm not going to give them the ammunition they need. I'm not going to give a Nazi the ammunition to put on his YouTube channel. I own the Leopard Brando. I own Tennessee Dumbo. I'm not going to subject myself to that, and I don't think anyone should. That's just my take on it. You're free to disagree with me. We can disagree. But when you tell me that you're against democracy and you're against the Constitution, then you're saying to me that you're for taking away the very thing that gives us the freedom to have the debate, and therefore, in my eyes, that's not a real debate.
Yeah, I've watched this guy before. He is pretty cool, Tennessee Dumbo. Yeah, okay. Well, let's see. What else do I have here? I got a bunch of stuff. And you know what? Let's watch this. I've got... Well, you know what? Actually, I'm going to start with this. Andrew Jackson is, I think I read somewhere during Trump's first term that Andrew Jackson, he had a picture of Andrew Jackson put back, a portrait put back once he took over from Obama. Obama had it removed. Well, let's learn a little bit about Andrew Jackson. And very similar to what Andrew Jackson is doing with Trump wanting to take over the Federal Federal Reserve. Andrew Jackson just wanted to he basically hopefully Ted Stormer will get to it. If he doesn't, I'll get to it. Let an actual historian tell the story. Oops.
Presidential message on the birthday of Andrew Jackson, 2025, issued yesterday. Now, I'm not going to waste your time by focusing on all the lies and all the mythology that it contains. That's absolutely, positively not worth your time or mine. But what I did want to draw your attention to was just one particular part of it, which is which is in the final paragraph, which is the revealing one, which is that Andrew Jackson is one of those American heroes who represents the best of the American spirit. Direct quote, the best of the American spirit, Andrew Jackson. So if we take them at their word, what exactly is that American spirit that they admire so much? What is the American spirit to them? Well, it would be a spirit comfortable with white supremacy, because Jackson's America systemically dispossessed, exploited, and killed indigenous people and upheld slavery at all costs. So that's part of their American spirit. It's a spirit built around authoritarian violence, because Jackson embraced brutality, militarism, and suppression of dissent as acceptable tools of governance. That's democracy under Andrew Jackson. That's Jacksonian democracy and part of the American spirit for these people. Authoritarian violence and being comfortable with its deployment. It's also a spirit aligned with corruption and cruelty. I can't imagine why they would think that was an amazing thing to celebrate, because Jackson's administration expanded political patronage, the spoils system, anyone, and weaponized government power against marginalized communities. And it's a spirit of fake populism. A fake populist, Andrew Jackson. One that pretends to fight for the people that they get to define in very exclusive and exclusionary ways, but only means certain people, specifically the white Americans who align with his own nationalist ideas. That's Andrew Jackson. That's what the American spirit is to these people. This is a deeply harmful definition of America. It's one built on exclusion, oppression, and lies. By praising Jackson as the embodiment of the American spirit, Trump and this regime openly embrace a vision of America that values power over humanity, violence over democracy, and lies over the truth. But we knew all that, and we know that they're coming from people who spread anything that is anti-Trump. Just look at the executive order of March 14th, which targets the Voice of America because it posted anti-Trump messages. In any case, we're going to stick with the truth here, and you're going to join me. Thanks a lot.
All right. Well, I was hoping he would get into Andrew Jackson and the Federal Reserve
today.
Oops. And we will get to this because I do want to watch this. I've been meaning to watch it for a while, but I need to, since I've got Mavid and Brian Nichols.
Today, we're going fly fishing.
Since I've got Mavid and Brian Nichols here, and I want to make sure that I get under their skin.
Don't threaten me with a good time. My core governing principle is that any bad thing that you can observe about your life or society or government or anything can be traced back to Ronald Reagan. If you don't have enough money in the bank, it's Ronald Reagan's fault. If you can't pay your rent, it's Ronald Reagan's fault. If you don't have third spaces to go and enjoy, it's Ronald Reagan's fault. If you think we're spending too much money on defense, it's Ronald Reagan's fault. Education's in the shitter, Ronald Reagan's fault. The wealth is concentrated in this country in the top 1 or 2%, and that was not always the case. It was not the case before Ronald Reagan. He cut the top marginal tax rate from 70% to like 25 or 30%. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money to cut. Okay. He figured giving the wealthy massive tax cuts like that would actually benefit everyone because they would invest in jobs and programs in their communities, and it would trickle down economics. But no one could have seen this coming. They instead hoarded the money and did not pay anyone anymore. They didn't decide to go and create new jobs. And simultaneously, he killed unions. Unions were very powerful once upon a time, and you could get together with all of the other people who do what you do, and you could really effectuate change. You could really get paid more money. You could really improve your your work standards, right? Like safety standards. All of these things that were in place because of labor unions are now, we don't have that anymore. How did he kill the unions? During a period of like strikes, people are looking for higher wages because I think the minimum wage was like $3, something like that. He decided that he was going to just fire all of the striking air traffic controllers because they were federal employees and he could do that. So he fired all 11,000 of them. Now we don't have unions, not in any meaningful way. I mean, who has a union? The cops? That's fucking different. And the teachers. Ask any one of them if they think that their union is very powerful. All right, so under Reagan, the rich got richer and the poor got poorer, but you could have also still gotten an education, gotten a better job, Sheila. You could have just gotten a better job and made more money and you could pay your rent, Sheila. Yes, except that Ronald Reagan waged a war on education. Starting from when he was governor of California, California had one of the best education systems. I mean, it still does, but one of the best as far as like also accessible in the country. And students who lived in California could go for free. And also, like, I don't know if you ever heard people saying, yeah, I worked all summer to pay for college. That's because college was like $1,000 for like a 4-year degree. While he was governor, he's like, he vilified students. They became moochers. Why are tax dollars going to these hippies, these dirty, filthy hippies that are getting an education on our dime? Why should we be paying for it? They should be paying for it. And so he started to paint this image in people's minds that students are freeloaders and all of our tax dollars are going to students. Does that sound familiar? All of our tax dollars are going to immigrants. They just pick something that they want to start to defund, right? They want to defund Medicaid. It's all going to the immigrants. And back then, it was the students. So that starts a move towards privatization. And when he became president, it became...
See, you know, one of the things, and I will get back to her in just a minute. One of the things that you never hear people talk about, they call it trickle down economics, but essentially it was wealth distribution upward. And even if it was to corporations, just whatever, it was it was basically wealth distribution upwards. And I don't understand why people still defend that bullshit. And it doesn't take a TikTok economist, Ryan, to understand that trickle down never worked. So while you're in the audience defending it, I'm willing to let you do it if you feel strongly about it. And this will be all this is all I have to say about it. It did not work.
Became even worse. We should not be funding. You could get a grant. If you couldn't afford to go to school, it was grant based before. He's the one who shifted it towards loans and then the privatization as if it's a private good and not a public good. That's what he said. Education is a private good and you have to fund it yourself. You never mind the fact that the entire society benefits from an educated populace. The only people who don't benefit from an educated populace is the ruling class. So education was vilified and commodified, and it became a business. And that's what we have now, the business of education. That's why you got so many adjunct professors that are professors as a side gig. They pay them, I don't know if you know this, like $2,500 a fucking semester, but your tuition's still going up, right? He's the one who made colleges a business. He's the one that made it unaffordable for you to go to college. And he's the one who made it so that if you do go to college, you have to take out loans, and then you're a slave to those loans for as long as they can possibly make you a slave to those loans. Poverty went up during his presidency, went up from something like 25 million to 32 million people, human beings. That's like 8 million more people living in poverty. That drags down all of our standard of living, all of our quality of life. And at the same time, he was cutting all of the public programs that could have helped these people. So they started to be fed into the prison system and the jail system. And you have the prison industrial complex because of him too. He's also the one that started with this whole rhetoric of like, the government's too big, we need small government, you can't trust the government, all of these government programs, it's all fraud, waste, and abuse, right? Or waste, fraud, and abuse. He's the one who started planting these seeds in order to defund programs. All of our money starts going to defense. All of that money
What's up,
being
Uncle Fatty?
circulated back into the uber wealthy defense contractors' pockets and politicians' pockets. And that changed
No.
everyone's standard of living and expectations from the government.
Ryan, I'm not talking about the tax system. I'm talking about the tax cuts. Not the tax system. We're not talking progressive tax. I'm talking about the tax cuts, that the 2017 tax cuts in particular, and they just got renewed, I guess. That's what I'm talking about, income distribution upwards.
I don't want any government handout. I just watched a video last night, a guy who lives in China, and he's walking down like.
Okay, well, when I'm talking
watched
trickle down
multiple videos of his
economics,
and
and that's what I'm talking about,
he's filming
not
footage
sure
from like his
what your
condo,
argument
and like
is
everything's
if you're not
beautiful and
pro-tax
green
cut.
and wonderful.
Oh,
And
wait,
he
hold it.
says that there's not really
You know what? I
high
have
and
no
low,
idea what you're talking
income
about,
places. Like it's not
Ryan.
like this area is going to look ugly
Maybe you're
because
talking about
they're
something else.
not rich people living here, and this place is going to look nice because there's rich people living here, because the tax dollars are
So what's your
beautifying
complaint?
places and providing good for the
No, I
people.
just this woman's just wild, right? It's just like Reagan cut taxes and Kennedy cut taxes. Like, do I agree with trickle down economics? No.
Okay, well, hold on. Did Kennedy call his trickle down economics?
No, but he cut taxes nonetheless. He cut taxes because
Okay,
at some
there's
point,
nothing wrong with cutting taxes. It's who you cut the taxes on.
well, no, Kennedy cut them on the top because they're the only ones that were paying taxes at the time.
Right,
like
they
in
were.
terms
As
of-
a matter of fact, the tax rate. I know back like in the 50s, it was like 96%. It was some astronomical rate. Now the argument is oh hey, we were doing great when those rates were that high. I don't know enough about economics to correlate that if we did the same thing now, the same thing would happen. Somehow I doubt it. Somehow I'm pretty sure there are probably way more, offshore shelters and all that sort of stuff. People could hide money in, including corporations locating like Apple. I think they had like at one point their actual corporate headquarters was in Ireland or something to take advantage of the rates. And then, there's the argument that, oh boy, if you jack up taxes on corporations, they're going to just go overseas. I just think that the way Biden, concentrated on the middle class is, I think that's the way I would do it. focusing on the Elon Musks of the world, it's not only unpopular, it's basically, I don't think it's good economics in the end.
Well, he pays a lot of taxes, and
he may
most,
personally pay a lot of taxes.
Mm-hmm. He does. So we don't want him to run him off.
Okay, but how do you know that? How true was the story that what's his name? Damn, I can't think of his name right now. The Wizard of the Wizard of Wichita, whatever it was. The Berkshire Hathaway guy. I can't think of his name.
Warren Buffett.
Yeah, he basically made the claim, and I can't remember the exact claim, but he, somehow or another, his administrative assistant was paying higher taxes, or maybe it was just more in taxes. So how true was that, and why isn't Elon that smart? Was he talking about the tax rate?
Yeah, he's talking about the tax rate. So like, here's an example. I mean, I don't want to run through 20 examples, but at the end of the day, if I have a business and I don't pay myself a paycheck all year, I would pay no taxes. If I have a business and I pay myself a paycheck, I pay personal taxes on the money, right? So if you're Warren Buffett, why has he got to take a paycheck? He's probably, in his personal bank account, he's probably got $100 million, right? So he would pay no taxes all year. If he paid himself 10 grand, he would pay no taxes on 10 grand, because your first 12,000 you get no tax on, right?
Okay, well, help me out here, because you've talked about this before.
Yeah.
Why are we giving tax cuts?
The idea, and again, I don't agree with tax cuts. I think that there's a tax policy out there that makes sense for everybody. I'm going to say why the Republicans say it. At some point, when the government is siphoning all the money off the top of the people that have money, it pulls all the money out of the economy, and then the people that have money don't spend it. They don't buy boats, they don't buy cars, they don't buy houses. So then, when you cut those taxes, those people that have money spend money, and it cycles through the economy. So the real difference in the policies of Democrats and Republicans, the Republicans believe if you cut taxes, the people that normally pay the taxes now have all this money, and they hire painters and carpenters to fix their house, and then they do all this shit with the money. The Democrats believe they tend to do programs where they give money out, and then those people that get that money spend the money. So it's both seen as a stimulating effect on the economy, whether you cut taxes. And by the way, that's what John Maynard Keynes says. He said the two ways to stimulate the economy are cut taxes, or have government create the demand by handing out money. It's literally Keynesian economics on both ends. So, and Milton Friedman said the same. Like, you can either hand out money and let people blow it, or cut taxes and let people that, have money blow it. One way or another, you got to get money rolling through the economy again. It's just the different methodologies to do it.
Right. And they certainly don't want government doing it. Hey, questions to ponder. Thanks for this. You want to read it, or you want me to?
By the way, Stanley, both things are true. If you cut taxes, it has a stimulating effect on the economy. If you do entitlement spending by handing out money, it has both are true. I mean, it's proven.
Right.
Both are true. So, but I personally believe that we're in too much debt to do too much entitlement spending or tax cuts. That's my view.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. It's really the servicing the debt that's, the biggest issue.
It's crushing.
I'm just not quite understanding why some of that can't be paid down. Why isn't that more of a priority?
Because the real hammer is going to drop in the early 2030s, and most of these people won't be in office, and they don't care. I mean, they're assholes. I mean, it's, and by the way, paying it now is like paying $1. Paying it then is like paying $10. It gets worse every year, like in terms of the compounded interest. I mean, Rand Paul's been talking about it. Chip Roy, they've been talking about it for years.
In about 5 minutes, I'm gonna have to run out and meet my beer distributor at the door.
There you go.
Well, you know what? What the hell? I might as well.
Yeah, beer delivery in Georgia.
It wasn't that funny, but it was.
Yeah, that's why I'm taking full advantage. I didn't know you could do it.
Wow. No wonder Georgia's fucked up.
Well, it's getting better. Hey, Latino, I've been up since like 3 this morning. I ate breakfast a while ago.
Oh, it's beer o'clock for you, Dan. You're good.
Well, you know what? I don't. You know, I've been drinking Guinness Stout, so you can only have so much of that, to be honest.
Yeah, you can.
Jesus, Guinness Stout. Well,
that stuff, it's awesome.
You
know what? Guinness Stout. I didn't like beer in college. I didn't drink in high school at all, of course. But I didn't like beer. The only beer I could drink in college was like Heineken makes a dark beer that I really liked, and Guinness Stout and Bass Ale. Those were the 3 that I could like do. Well, yeah, they're kind of expensive, but they were also good beer. I actually like the taste. It's when I'm slumming that I do Bud Light.
Bud Light. Well, that's some heavy stuff.
You know, Bud Light doesn't really have a taste. That's probably why I like it. And
I
then
like
let's
that
see.
Natural Light because it got a little bite in it. That Bud Light ain't got no bite.
Hey, barley, you know what? I actually have a bag of barley up in my pantry. I do barley every now and again instead of rice.
I make barley all the time, and I make millet, M-I-L-L-E-T-T, and I make all these grains, yeah. Because barley, like I'll use that over etouffee instead of rice. Barley's a good grain, man. I use it a lot.
What?
Millet, a good grain. I make it over etouffee.
No, it is.
I make it over.
I hate to sound like that guy from that TV show, but why we ain't starting a beer brewery over here? What the hell?
A what?
Brewery.
All right. Well, let me read this right quick.
In Philadelphia or something like that, they were talking about that. A guy was doing that same thing. He had all the rice and barley just sitting in his garage, and they started a beer brewery.
Okay, I'm going to drop a couple links in the chat that Questions to Ponder was nice enough to help me out with here. Yeah.
Well, at least you know how you is. At least you
no. I don't do black and tans. I don't like. I have this thing about mixing things and mixing Bass Ale, and I can't do it. It's like a spiritual thing. I have to have one or the other. I can't mix them. That's just a little much.
Keynesian economics. She's talking about Keynesian economics. I don't know what that
So I'll drop these 2 links if anybody wants to take advantage of the research that Questions to Ponder provided.
It's just.
So how are you? You haven't even spoken yet. Questions to
Me?
Ponder.
Oh, she's up. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Ryan. Hi, Stanley.
Hey there.
Ryan, Stanley. I went ahead, like you mentioned, Stanley, the reference to Buffett in regards to his secretary named Debbie. I included that citation link. And then I also
as a matter of fact, if you want to read it, you can.
No. I'll
Well, here's what she said. Then I don't pay hardly any payroll taxes. Governor Romney hardly pays any payroll taxes. Newt Gingrich hardly pays any payroll taxes. Driving the point home. What did he say before that? In 2020, 2012, Buffett made headlines when he revealed a startling truth. His secretary, Debbie Bosinek, paid a far higher tax rate than he did. Debbie works just as hard as I do, and she pays twice the rate I pay. I think that's outrageous. Now, Ryan, did he mean the rate after he had all his, loopholes and tax breaks
There's
and
no,
stuff like that?
for personal income taxes, there are no loopholes. There used to be non-reimbursable business income and various other things. You can only,
Yeah. I would think he
believe
would
me,
have
I try,
deductions and stuff, though, right?
there's none. I mean, I used to try to shield money. I'm trying to shield money now.
But wait, hold it. What I mean, with you itemized, don't you get to deduct business expenses and stuff?
For your personal income taxes, there's no business expenses. It's personal income. I mean, you can't, like, there's
Oh,
business.
can I
Well,
get in on
I
this?
thought say if you bought uniforms, that
Yeah.
sort of thing,
Well,
there were deductions. Maybe I thought.
so Berkshire Hathaway has a tax rate. That's a corporate tax. But when Warren Buffett wants his money for himself to pay for his own house and his own boat and his own stuff, it comes out in personal income taxes. And he pays himself either a draw or as an employee. And if it's, then he's subject to the tax rate we all are. Right?
Right.
He has to pay what we all pay, which is up to
So why would he
$12,000.
be on his personal? Why would he be paying lower?
He doesn't.
Stanley,
It's
if
not.
I may share with you, the W-2 income earner, when you file W-2 single, they pay the most in taxes.
Okay, John, I can barely hear you.
Yeah, let me see if I can clear this shit up.
Okay, how about let Ryan, because he was talking.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Well, I think questions to ponder was actually, I think, but no, the personal taxes are 10%, 12%, 22%, 24%, 32%, 37%.
Right.
And each dollar over, so your first 12 grand you pay nothing on. The next dollar you pay 10% or 12%.
Right.
Up to 22,000 or something, and then over 22 you pay. So your personal taxes over 650,000, every dime over 650, I think you pay 37% off.
Stanley,
that's the top rate.
The bigger point, man, if you're rich.
Okay, hold on one sec, John. Let him finish.
But let's say I'm Warren Buffett, I have $200 million sitting in my personal bank account because over the years I've accumulated that much money and saved it. I might not take a paycheck that year. If I don't, I pay no taxes. If I pay myself 20 grand, I pay very little taxes as a percentage because it's progressive. Each it's in buckets. Like your first 12 grand, that bucket is your. Yeah. So if I don't pay, like Elon Musk didn't draw income for 3 years, and in the fourth year he paid himself $11 billion.
The longest
of which. So.
Well, apparently there's a burning desire to tell us the long and short of it. What's up, John?
Warren Buffett is. Can I get in for a minute?
Let John speak.
1 second, Snake. I sent you a text coming in the chat, Snake. The long and short of it is that rich people can control their income. People that own businesses can control.
I got you. And I'm listening. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Turn your volume up, John.
Rich people can control their income, and that's the biggest thing. So when you hear about all these affordable housing schemes in these inner cities, particularly like Manhattan, and you wonder how the hell these yuppies get into those buildings, it's because they control their income. There are plenty of ways you can play with income.
Yeah.
Now, regular people can't play with their income. They work a job and they get a salary, and the taxes are taken out of it. They got to report that, things like that.
Exactly.
But if you own a business, for instance, and let's say you have a big building and you allocate one of those units to yourself, then that could be income, right? Because you're living there, you can, but is that on your personal income? There's all those different types of ways that, you could fly a private jet to wherever you need to go, and that's a business expense and not a personal expense. You see Congress members do it all the time. They say, "Oh, we're traveling."
Exactly, and that's what I was going to lead into.
We're traveling with government-related travel, but then they're going to the south of France. It becomes a vacation as well, and so that's how rich people get around these things, and they don't have to put that on their taxes as income because they use the company jet to just go to the south of France and not be business related. That would be income and show up on their personal income. So this is one of many ways. And I think even Donald Trump does it because every building, I think I read it, he keeps a unit in that building for whatever reasons, voting rights and stuff like that.
My thing is, though, I'm looking at companies like Google, Apple. They got these little subsidiary companies that they manage, that they allow on their platform. And my thing is, I'm looking at the expenditures of the average American taxpayer playing these games. And I'm talking about the kids. See, we're looking at the bigger picture, but we're not looking at the smaller picture. A lot of our income is going overseas, paying for digital monetization for products that we only see on our phone. And that's going to be a problem going into the future. Listen, John, I don't think we as African Americans, I think we really need to boycott the digital industry at this point for at least the next 2 years. I think that's going to be our biggest problem, because when you look at little kids, you look at parents, you look at this culture we got going, we spending too much digitally, and that's not going to benefit us in the end game.
Oh shit! Questions fell off. I wanted to ask her a question. Damn, question fell off before I could ask her a question. Question, if you're still in the audience.
Well, it's okay. She'll come back. She'll come back. I think she wanna run. Hold on, John.
Hey, hold on,
she's
Snake.
a beautiful.
Hey, Snake, I got it, Snake. Yeah, I wanted to ask you a question. If you're out there, I know you're very opinionated. We would love to have your opinions up here on your own show if you're interested. You let me know what you think. We have a couple personalities.
Oh wow, you're gonna offer her a show, but you don't offer me now. I feel played.
Snake, I offered you another position, but I think you'd be better fit. You didn't get back.
Man, come on, John. Well, you ain't called me yet, John. I'm ready to leave now.
You ain't send me your number.
And I just want to say this about the taxes. Okay? I want to say this about taxes. I pay a lot of taxes. I don't want to pay a lot of taxes. And when I've had businesses over the years, as much as you want to fuck around and move money and try to prevent paying your taxes, one audit means you're going to lose your ass, because they'll terrorize your life. They're going to extract some money eventually. The IRS will destroy your world for weeks. They'll make you go back 8 fucking years and pull a bunch of shit. They'll make you prove that a part of your house is dedicated to an office, therefore you can write it off as a business. It's not worth the audit. Just pay your taxes, do the right thing, get an accountant, always get an accountant, let them fucking deal with it, give them your receipts, give them your shit, and avoid the pig. The IRS is the pig. That's what I call the pig. Tax fraud is no good. They will fuck your life up for years to come. So I'm just telling you, don't even mess around, man. And
the Warren Buffett really was being disingenuous when he said that quote about his income, and then he had to know better. He had to know better. You know what I'm saying? Because she gets
the thing about Buffett that's unique, John, he never really paid himself a lot of money. He still is in the same house he was in the 80s. Like, he's never paid himself a lot personally, right? So he lives in the same house. His jet is probably under Berkshire Hathaway. He's the CEO. He's flying around. The car is probably Berkshire Hathaway's car. But if he uses that car only personally, guess what? That's against the law. Like, they can fly. If you have a business expense vehicle, if you expense it, you better show them the miles you drove. And I know this myself. You better show them the miles you drove, and it better have been for business. It cannot be for personal.
But I mean, Buffett's
they'll audit you.
But when you're, combing through Buffett's numbers, that's real low hanging fruit. How many miles did you have? Like, they're going to be looking for real big things like the private jet usage.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah. I mean, but Trump, I mean, it makes me mad that I pay more taxes under Trump than I did before. because I have certain personal expenses that like non-reimbursable business model. Not like if I take a client out to dinner, I used to be able to write that off. Not anymore. He got rid of all that shit and increased the personal income exemption.
Hey Ryan,
And
do you remember when it was a big lobbyist in DC? He was a Jewish guy. He ended up going to prison, and he was lobbying maybe Tom DeLay back in the day. You remember that name?
I remember Tom DeLay, but I don't remember what the.
It was a big lobbyist, man, and I mean he was paying them all off, bro. And they ended up, scapegoating him, sending him to prison. And I think after that, that's what was the spurt was spurred them to get rid of some of those taxable lunches and dinners because they were taking advantage of it like hell.
Well, that was for personal, like non-reimbursable business, personal. But you can still, if you're a business, if I'm a business, right? I'm Google and I'm one of the Google sales reps. I can take people out to lunch for business purposes, but it's even getting harder to do that kind of shit now. Like it's hard to. Some people think they can write off their house as their office. Well, the IRS hits you with the audit and they say, "Hey, where do you live?" Oh, you live at your office. Bam, fine. And they'll fine you. Then they'll fine you the back interest. Believe me, I mean, there's people that they destroy your life and your business at the same time. Like they're terrible because the IRS wants their money, and they'll put you in jail if you don't pay it.
Well, you can't live in your office. I mean, you can have an office.
You can't. That's right.
You can have an office. I'm sorry, you can't have an office in your home.
Well, you used to be able to have 10% of your home dedicated to an office.
Yeah.
But if you get an audit, they're going to come to your house. They're going to measure the square foot, and they're going to go, "This better be 10% of the fucking house, right? And it better be set up like an office. You better have your computer in there, your monitor, all your shit, or they'll mess you up,
No, you
don't. I'm just telling you, like I know from personal experience. Don't even just get an accountant. Let them do the math. Let them do it. It's their job. Give them all the shit they ask for, and run your business. Just do your business. Don't try to mess around.
One of my accountants, he told me, he said, "Man, like you avoid an audit with an accountant because they're not going to put the rest of their clients at risk for one person. So they're not going to get too risky. And audit, for the rest of their clients, that'd be the end of their business once they start getting audited."
That's right. Yeah. So when you talk to an accountant, you'll say, "Listen, I always tell, like I have an accountant now, and I'm like, listen, I don't want to ever want an audit, so please be conservative, like." Because there are certain things you can declare, charitable contributions we make, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I probably make $6,000 to $7,000 a year in charitable donations for shit. So, as a percentage, if you're showing, like, let's just say you got a guy working at fucking Jiffy Lube, he's making $20,000 a year, and he's showing $7,000 in charitable donations.
Weird.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to draw an audit, right? So, anyway.
It's going to be very weird.
Yeah. So. And they're relentless. That's what Ponder's saying. They are. They most of the time they just want a settlement. That's what they're.
She must have had a phone call.
Yeah, she stepped away for a minute. I was hoping
sometimes she gets phone calls.
I was hoping she wanted to come up and do a show, man. Like she's very opinionated. So I was hoping she, which is good. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it in a bad way. Someone is very opinionated and they want to get it out, have a lot of things to say. I think
like this young lady.
She's given us the last 50 years of all the things that happened and why they happened. And it cracks me up because so many social commentators like this woman. So Reaganomics destroyed unions. There's been a steady erosion at unions for 50 years. Going from between the 60s, we produced everything. The only exporter in the friggin' world. We were like 60% market share because there was no competitors because they were blown up to kingdom come, right? So all of a sudden, by the 80s, everybody else, the Japanese rebuild, the Germans rebuild. We had competitors then. It changed. So, this woman acts like, oh, it's the dissolution of the union. We never would have had great unions like that. But we could because we were the only manufacturer in the fucking world. But this woman doesn't say that because she's too dumb. She doesn't know. Anyway.
Okay, well, wait, hold it. Unions can only exist in manufacturing type jobs.
No,
I
but
think the reason she's not saying that is you don't have to be working at a steel plant to form a union.
you're right. But
They tried to form a union at Amazon, and Amazon doesn't produce much.
well, in the 50s and 60s, we could set pricing globally. We could charge whatever we wanted.
She
There's
says, Ponder says unions work well in Hollywood.
Hey, Ponder, did you hear me? Did you hear me earlier when I asked you if you like to do a show? You seem very opinionated. Did you read a question from Ponder? Oh, I thought you said something from Ponder.
No, she was saying Tom DeLay has been convicted.
No shit.
Oh, is that her?
Yeah.
Okay, she's AAE.
Right.
Yeah.
Tom DeLay, that's the one I was talking about years ago, right?
Yeah, I didn't even know he was still alive, to be honest.
Yeah, so I was mentioning him because they used to have these I guess Congress used to be able to basically be taken out to dinner or something by lobbyists. And when I worked in the government, they would tell you like you can't give your manager more than say $25 in value. So like a gift card or something.
Yeah. That's right.
And I think I can't remember the lobbyist's name. He's a Jewish guy. But he was playing hard and fast with the rules, buying off a lot of Congress members.
Was it Abramoff?
Yeah, Jack Abramoff. Yeah.
Yeah, that was it.
Jack Abramoff.
I remember the name.
Yeah, and you know, and it must have been Tom DeLay, the one that was he was in Tom DeLay's pocket, or Tom DeLay was in his pocket, and going to prison for that. Yeah.
What's interesting about it is most of the time when they're in Congress, they don't take the money. When they get out of Congress, they go work for the law firm at up Hogan and Lavell's up the street and make $4 million a year with profit sharing. They just cycle in and out of government, So, it's interesting that he took money while
Yeah,
within
especially
government.
if they've been around and have floor privileges.
Yeah.
And he was a very powerful man at the time. I can't remember what his.
Yeah, I thought is Tom DeLay even still alive? Ponder says it's 14 years old.
Mm-hmm. But they changed our rules after him in terms of lobbying government officials.
Well, they're getting more brazen though. When you got that story about the dude taking the gold bars, I was like, oh my god! Like he's walking around, like the cops went into his house. He had like gold bars. Like gold bars are heavy. They're heavy as shit. Like she got gold bars down her bra.
How about that Louisiana guy who had cash in his freezer?
That was Jefferson. Yeah.
Who was that?
That was Jefferson.
Oh shit! That's awesome.
The thing is,
he was probably he was a
Lord.
He
was in the Congressional Black Caucus.
Yeah, he was a black guy. Which makes me think. I think he was tied to. There's a lot of corruption in Louisiana, and he may have been tied to the governor and all kind of shit like that. But the thing is that I think Abramoff and Tom DeLay and all those guys really forced the pivot to international grift and corruption. It's hard to track out there. You go overseas to the Ukraine, they take you out for $1,000 caviar meal. Who would know?
Yeah, but you still have to. In theory, you still have to register. That's why what's his name went to jail.
Well, and a lot of people that don't go to jail, Hunter Biden and some of his associates. And I'm not picking on one side or the other because I'm sure Republicans, but Hunter is the most notable on the Democrat side. There's some dealings over there in the charisma. It's the international money.
It was both sides.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's both sides. I'm not picking on one side.
Yeah, they all do it.
I almost want to jump down my throat. The Republicans do it too. I'm saying they're both all in on it.
Look at Lindsey Graham. He was always defending.
He's always in the Ukraine, right? And because that's where the money is. I'll never forget, man, when Trump was running first time for office and Mitt Romney after he had kind of backdoored Trump.
Yeah,
he came hand in hand begging for the Secretary of State position because that's where the money is now. I think they've moved on from grifting in this country, and by grift can be good because you get something out of it. That's why a lot of the grift as I've said, used to be in the Department of Transportation. There's a lot of money building roads all over the country. But now that the roads are all built out, no one's really complaining that much about the roads or the bridges. They go international where they can steal billions of dollars and not even be tracked.
It's funny that you mentioned transportation. Over here, Menendez also had an incident here. When was it? Like what, 8-10 years ago? With the
he was found not guilty for that, even though
with the mayor. You heard about this one, right? With the mayor of Lawrence, where the mayor of Lawrence was basically, like all the old police cars, they would basically get the stickers removed, anything else that has to do with police, and then they'll sell it in an auction. So what this guy was doing is, before it even hit the auction, he was already buying it at a price and sending those cars to the Dominican Republic and selling them full.
And see, that's easily trackable. And if you're a politician, do you really want to be down in the mud like that? You can just go out of the country somewhere and make some money.
Shit is stupid, dude.
Well, Sin says it is about toll roads. You make a shitload of money. Toll roads are a total scam.
Oh man,
it's in my area.
Yes,
John can attest to this. I'm going to tell you right now. This is what blows my mind. In Maryland, Virginia, there's now toll roads. They're not over bridges. They're not like under. It is just to ride on the road and not be in traffic.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
just what do they call them? Parkways, something like that.
Bro,
yeah,
Ryan, do you know? Ryan, I know you know about the dynamic pricing of the roads in right outside of DC. Have you?
Yes. Yeah.
$50.
Yeah.
Yeah. They said, it's $50 based on the traffic patterns.
Here's the thing, John. I'm surprised this hasn't become a lawsuit. They're building these extra lanes now. I can afford these lanes. I always take them. But think about like when I first started and I was a bricklayer. Like I wasn't even a bricklayer. I was a mason tender. I go to work all day. I make no money, and then I got to sit in traffic an extra 2 to 3 hours a day, and I don't have any money. Whereas the guy that can afford it does it, and it's a poor tax. The poor are affected worse by the traffic than the wealthy, because the wealthy can just jump in that toll lane, right?
Yeah,
I'm surprised it's not been a suit. It's truly a poor tax,
bro.
And nobody says shit. It's unbelievable.
Yo, bro,
Well, wait, hold it. Now, when you say poor tax, I mean the tax is, hey, I don't have enough money to bypass all this damn traffic.
No.
That's what I'm saying. It's a poor tax. A poor tax is when the poor pay more for something than a wealthy person pays. I lose no time in traffic because I just pay a very, very small percentage of my money. Whereas a man that ain't got no money, he's sitting in traffic and he's losing 2 hours a day. I lose no time, right?
Yeah.
So it hurts the poor worse than
time is money.
Here's a bigger thing you've seen in Manhattan. You're kind of seeing it in DC to a lesser extent, and I'm sure they're going to do it in DC at some point. They've been talking about it. The only thing keeping it from happening is the federal government being here. They're going to start charging people to come into the business sector. You heard the young lady that we did.
Yeah, they did that in New York.
Right, that's right. She pays $6,500, and in her neighborhood, you can't come in there without paying $9 in toll, either from Jersey.
Yeah, that's some crazy shit.
Even from other parts of New York City on the same island as Manhattan, you cannot come into her neighborhood unless you pay a toll. And
there's certain places like that here.
Yeah, and so that is the if you're rich or you have money, you want to get away from certain elements.
But they have ultimatums though. Like for instance, like if you live in Lynn and you got to cross the Tobin Bridge to get to Boston every day, I believe that you pay 35% cheaper than what everybody else.
But that 35% cheaper may stay at 35%, but the price that you're paying is not going to stay flat forever. That price will always.
Oh no, of course not. If it goes up, you gotta pay the difference.
Yeah, I took my kid on Uber into Manhattan from Brooklyn, bro. It was $50, and right into $50 fucking
$50. Wow. Jeez.
You got the.
I think these places are just running out of money because, I mean, in the state of Maryland, my property taxes are now $600 a month. It's like my first apartment was $300 a month 30 fucking years ago. My first apartment was $300 a month. Now I rented this like the top of this barn. It was a dump. I didn't have any insulation, but but even the average rent then was probably like maybe 600. Now my property taxes are 600 a month. It's fucking crazy. And I just think these places are running out of money. These municipalities, they're running out of money. So they're trying to find money anywhere they can, you know. Registration in Maryland has gone up ×3 in the last few years. ×3.
Oh, here too.
Energy now, electric bill, that's up 30%. Like I think these places just run out of money.
Dude, like when I first got my license, okay? We're talking about maybe 16 years ago? It was $45, bro.
Now it's like 200.
You guess how much it is now?
That much?
It's like 160, dude.
Yeah. No real justification for it. Like, yeah, we just want to charge more.
It's just crazy.
Hey, everybody. My bad, Ryan. Everybody, please hit that like, share, subscribe button, man. Support the channel, y'all.
Yeah.
They say we are dying. Let's bring it back to life.
Smack it, hit it, do whatever you got to do.
You mean it's dead?
Solid Snake, when you come to DC, man.
That's what they say, Stanley. That's the rumor.
Who is they?
And I want to bring this channel back.
You know what?
Every other channel I go to.
Here is what I say to them. Well, actually, I'll let Reverend Corbett say it for me. Black conservatives push white supremacy. And if
oh, come on, Stanley. No.
Man, you know,
I didn't say it. I'm just reading what Reverend Corbett wrote.
Hey, Stan, let me comment on something if you don't mind. I see. At first, I didn't know who the hell they were talking about. Then I said, "Oh, they talking about Bob." And someone says, "Bob streams are getting painful." I pop in on Bob, listen to him time to time. Stream's doing well, at least numbers wise. And then someone says, "Bob and Art want different paths for the challenge scenes. Art's all in so hard that his expectations aren't met by Bob's side." Blah blah blah. You know, I haven't noticed that. I didn't know. I haven't watched a lot of Bob's show. I mean, Art may be upset if it's his expectations of success. You know what's interesting, man? It's like, I think that I don't know if like I don't know what people's expectations of like panels are, YouTube in general. I think that it's a difficult road to hoe, as they say.
Well, here's what I think people expect. They expect echo chambers for starters. I let me put it to you this way. I like CT. He seems like a great guy. I like Bob, though he can be a little cringy sometimes with this. I only like white women shit. However, I don't like their panels. Like, I don't go on CTs anymore. I haven't had the urge to go on Bob's panels because most of the people they allow up there are cringy, loud, stupid, and generally don't know what they're talking about, except they know what they hate.
It's such an arrogant.
Can I say something, Stanley?
I think that I think Bob is accepting. He's like a unicorn. Like him or love him. I'm not talking about how you feel about him.
I think he'll accept Stanley.
Okay, let John talk, Solid Snake.
I think he's a pilot. I think and he's black. He went to Morehouse. There's a lane for that. But I think it probably for him, and it's probably a compliment. Depending on how you look at it. More high-minded talk. I haven't watched enough. I han't really seen.
Okay, you know what? I will have to. There's a reason I don't go on that panel. High-minded for whom?
No, I guess what I'm saying is that you think about like everyone flies planes. Every day.
Okay, John, you totally missed my point.
Oh, well, maybe it's a different audience. I'm not sure. But what I was about to say is that he has some insight into something that everyone does. I would assume it's very unique insight. I don't know how to fly a plane.
Well, let me add this. Bob isn't always on the panel.
Well, yeah, and so that's what I'm saying. So, without Bob being
like I said, I like Bob. I think he's smart, etc. The only cringe thing is he will trash black women. Okay, you may hold on, Solid Snake. Let me finish. Bob is great. CT is great. It's the panels that suck.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was saying is that Bob, to me, and I don't know a lot about Bob. Just a few instances I've seen him online. I think he has a personality to kind of stand alone. You know what I'm saying? To do, I think he shouldn't do anything with those guys. I would say honestly, they more or less provide filler content.
But John, let's be honest. You could do the same thing. You could do the same thing, John.
Well, mine is from a different angle. I talk more real estate. That's where I'm more.
Yeah, but John, you can talk real life stuff too.
Oh yeah, I talk a little bit of that. But I think
you see what Sin 7 said?
John, I'm gonna be honest. Y'all two sides of the same coin.
Well, again, Bob has experience in areas I don't. I have experience in areas.
Let's be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna tell you some things I've noticed from both channels. Like Art is like Bob's alter ego. Now, Skywalker is basically a Porsche HB type. You know what I'm saying? He can run the channel. He can do the things that's needed to be done and all things. But they had the same complications as a Stanley. My bad, but I had to say it like that because Stanley,
let me tell you,
and that's why the panels look so much like the same. It's like the same characters over and over and over again.
You mean between CTs and Bob's?
No, I'm talking about between Bob's and John's.
Oh, okay.
John Galt has created, in my opinion. John Galt, you are a holy man, in my opinion.
Yeah, but I think
I'm gonna be honest with you, John. Ain't nobody gonna give you the flowers. I'm giving your flowers today.
You get on
this Monday morning. I'm giving John his flowers.
You personally get on panels,
and I'm not kissing your ass, John. I'm just telling you the truth.
You don't see. You get drunk enough that number one, you admit you're blackout and you have to go back and watch the shows to even remember what you said. And number two,
I do.
And number two, you get so drunk you forget social cues. So
True.
You might not be the best judge of what a panel should be. That's my point.
Come on, Stanley. God damn, Stanley. Come on now. Shit. You're doing too much, Stanley. You're doing too much.
I think honestly, I think from what we've seen with CT's channel, the whole demonetization, same thing here, the whole demonetization thing, it takes a lot more than just desire for money to come up here and do it every day, because you don't control the levers of, when you get paid, or if you get paid at all, and so I don't know. It's very interesting. It's one of those things. It's very difficult.
I think what we're doing is very revolutionary, and I really do believe that. And I believe Stanley is like what Portia said, a very necessary component of what we're trying to build here.
You meant to say Portia meant a necessary evil.
No, well, you're a necessary component, Stanley. You are very necessary, because ain't nobody like humble presidents told me the other morning. Yeah, he reminded me. Yeah, I did say that. I said it. Yeah, I'm jealous of Stanley. I'm jealous of his wherewithal.
Oh, Lord.
I'm jealous of his dedication.
You know what would be interesting?
Well, you got a groupie.
What would be interesting, though?
John, after you're done, I need
to come on, Fitz.
After you're done, John, I need to recognize a couple comments here.
Oh yeah. You know, it's going to be interesting though, because it seems like CT and Bob have a lot of overlap in their people. And,
Yeah, well, Bob is called, or somebody, maybe it was Art, one of those guys, basically called it like the Chaotic Truth Annex. You know, because chaotic can't be on 24 hours a day, so they exist. So I mean, they're going to get a lot of overflow, or you know, when CT is tuckered out, I guess. So you see a lot of the same characters, and like I said, I like CT. I think he's interesting. I just don't like his panels.
yeah, I think that's the hard part about this is that like, you know, like, and I'll just I'll be honest here. I don't care who hear me. If you're CT, for instance, you know, I used to talk to, you know, say Brave or someone, and you know, Brave used to do shows on CT's channel, and I think, and my thoughts coming to me now. I think that if you're going to be a personality, let's say like CT, you probably are going to have to look at yourself like a network and identify talent. So
That's what I say.
You're gonna have to do that, and because you're allowing people to come up on your panel and basically, you know, build an audience for themselves, right? So let's say Art, he comes up, used to come on CTs every day. He's building his audience. He's not doing anything untoward to CT, but you know, he may have an interest in doing the same thing CT does, and he builds his audience to a point. And he said, you know, I'm gonna go try to do my own thing.
Yeah, but the thing about Art is that if you notice, every time
I'm just using him as an example, right?
No, I get that, but there's others just like him that every time they come up, it's a cash app, bro. You get what I'm saying?
I think there's different goals. Different goals.
Hold on. What I'm saying is, if you're running the panel and you're a CT, I'm just using him as an example, so don't get hung with saying I'm talking about CT. And you're running a panel where you're allowing 8-9 people to come up. Some of those people may be able to, you know, distinguish themselves, right?
Yeah.
Right. And then now you have a solution. You have a choice. Do I keep them off the panels so it's not they don't outshine me? Do I let them come up on the panel and they make the show better, but then I'm being, you know, made small? Or do I partner with those people to, like, you know, more or less?
And see, and that's where I'm gonna say, hold on, let me interject. Can I interject? Art asked that question last night to Bob, and that's a very powerful question. What's more important, the brand or the channel?
What's the
difference? I think that was a very relevant question because, like
what's
I say,
the difference?
but I want to interject, but I can't get on the channel right now.
Well, John, maybe you can help me with what's the difference.
You know, I'm not quite sure what he's referring to, but I think, you know, the
if
channel.
God let me elaborate, I could.
Well, go ahead, Snake. Don't go long, man. Come on, don't go long.
What I'm trying to say is, the brand is the channel. The brand of what
that's
we
why
offer
I asked
the
what's the difference
is the channel.
Well,
I think what we do is we being too critical of our components, trying to be like everybody else. And I think that's what differentiates us, is because what we should have is a regulation of our biasness, and we should allow more people to have comments. No, listen. You can't call somebody right or wrong outright if everybody in the audience don't know if that's right or wrong. We have to give the audience the option. And I think that's what we offer. I think that's what we offer. We offer options.
Gotcha. I think that you know, with the panels, I mean, like, honestly, like, if you're pursuing it monetarily, I don't really, you know, someone says they're gonna have people start signing contracts. You know, let me tell you, I went up on CT's panel one time. This is a while back, and so I don't go on anyone's channel like, hey, come sign up for a junk out, right? I don't do that. You know, that's kind of rude. And so I go on this panel, and I'm not picking on him. I'm just saying, right? I just go up there, and I've never done it before. But he's like,
yo, guys, I'm gonna get off. I'll come back in a minute.
It's about a year ago. So
all right, take it easy.
Hurry up, too. Hurry up, Latino.
So he says, you know, like, hey, we're not allowing any promotional channels today. And I'm like, cool, okay, I'm not promoting my channel. I just came up, it seemed like an engaging debate. But I think that kind of told me that, he may be looking at the world or the YouTube world kind of the wrong way. Like, we promote anybody channel to come up here. And you can't kind of try to hide everyone and say, try to keep them all, because they're going to find someone else. Like, you can't control what YouTube shows them. And I just think that the approach for the panels for CTE and as an example for monetary is going to be very difficult. Anybody trying to do it on panels.
Well, what I'm saying, hold on, John. What I'm saying is, okay, I'm a branch out for what I'm a branch out for what Sin 7 said in the comment. I can't think of anyone on his panels that I'd be interested in watching in their own show. And I think that's the most imperative thing we need to have as an audience. I mean, as a panel, is an identity. I think everybody that's on the panel needs to have an identity. And I hate to say this, but I learned this from Wicked, from the Arc Nation Network. Wicked was consistent with his opinions, always, all the time. And that's why I enjoyed having him on this channel, because I think Wicked is his own brand. He's not established yet, but he don't mind starting with us, with our audience. And I think that's our audience, the audience that HB, you, Stanley has created. I don't think I've created any part of the audience. I just think I'm just like
let me ask you a question before you go off. Before you bounce off,
you got it. Yeah.
Who's inconsistent with their opinions? Most people, and this is actually honest, and whether I agree with you or not.
I didn't do that as a fight against you.
I can't think of any.
He was inconsistent.
No. I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm saying I can't think of anyone that I interact with a lot on YouTube that is inconsistent. Most people seem to be pretty consistent. Whoa. And this is not that much of a joke. Mela is the only one who's inconsistent.
You know what I think, though? And
I'm serious about that. Oh, no, I'm serious.
Oh, come on. Don't leave. No, don't play with Mela.
Here's what I think. I think, like, when I'm just using these two names because everyone knows them. So don't think I'm picking on anybody. The people that John over here picking on people. I'm not. Honestly, I'm just looking at it, making my own little assessment. When I look at Bob, I see Bob can he can have 50,000 views one day. A plane crash, Bob come up, talk about it. Hell, he could talk about this picture for days, right? If a plane would have crashed in Malaysia or something, he could talk about it, this, that. He's an authority on something, right? That being planes. It's a very technical thing. People are afraid to fly a plane. Everybody's driven a car. They don't want to hear about nobody driving cars. But flying a plane, that's different.
Well, you being hyperbolic or logical? Because I can't tell which. Bob came up talking about that plane crash in Brazil. We didn't have 50,000 views.
Well, I'm saying if he would develop a channel with him being an authority on that.
Oh, I see.
Not going to happen overnight, right? Not going to happen overnight. But Bob the pilot, right? That could have been the channel. Bob the pilot.
Well, there are pilot channels.
Yeah, right. I understand. But there are probably very few black ones, right?
Oh, no. I know of at least. Now, just let me say this right quick. I know of at least 3. One of them is a young black female plane captain out of Atlanta. Okay, so, I mean, he actually has models, is my point.
I'm not saying that there aren't any others, right? But there's probably
I didn't say you said that. I'm saying if Bob chose to go that direction, you're right. He's got he wouldn't be that much of a trailblazer. I'll put it that way.
But he wouldn't. Well, he's definitely not trailblazing by doing.
I'll tell you like this, now.
No, Snake. But he's definitely not trailblazing. By doing, God damn. But he's definitely not trailblazing by doing panels, which is what.
Well, I don't think I get the impression it's really not Bob's intent to trailblaze. It's more like something he can do in a captain's lounge in an airport in Malaysia.
Yeah, we're just talking out loud, right?
Yeah.
Who knows what he wants to do.
I mean, I think he's pretty laid back.
Right, but I guess what I'm saying is that from the standpoint of value added, I think you have to come off like an authority. Bob, as a pilot, there are very few pilots, in the world, right? And it's like being a doctor or something. You can speak authoritatively, and people will listen. And many of them can't challenge you because they don't know how to fly a plane. So you can talk authoritatively on that.
Exactly.
That gives you, I think, an angle where you can differentiate yourself versus just a panel. That's just my opinion. And I think that's probably more profitable than this panel.
See, I agree with Dirty Dude.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. That's what I'm saying. Like, he just killed time. So from CT's standpoint, it would have been far better for him to just kill his time on his channel, right? Don't go to another channel because they stream simultaneously sometimes.
Well, I know CT has been on Bob's panel, definitely in the chat. I've seen CT in the chat. So, I mean, this wasn't a split. It was kind of like a cell division.
But if they overlap,
no, that's exactly what it is.
But if
they overlap, I got a beef with
Hold on, let
you.
John finish.
But if they overlap each other and they're drawing some of the same audience,
do they overlap?
Yeah, they have some overlap.
Oh, okay, I didn't realize that.
In audience and time, and their audience only has so much money, and every dollar that goes to Bob can't go to CT. Right? These people that are listening to the donate don't have unlimited amounts of money. So now they're splitting the money between 2 different channels, and maybe now 4 different hosts. That's a big difference, and that's that is fraught with.
Well, but that's if they're looking at it as a profit making. I know CT is.
Right. And
I don't know that much.
It only matters if one is, and it may be worse if the other one isn't. Right. The other one, hey man, I don't care about making money. I just get up here and do my thing. And while you're on,
I don't think one show is cannibalizing the other show. It's cannibalization. It's not happening.
Yeah, well, you two business folks.
Yeah, so we eating the same viewers.
I think that's what YouTube.
Well, see, I'm much more of a hippie.
See, I think from YouTube's perspective, right?
Oh, hey Jay, how you doing?
When people talk about the global corporate machine, be brave term.
Don't be bringing that be brave bullshit up here. Are you doing this for Jay?
If you have global corporate,
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna go on and say it. I think Stanley.
Hold on, let John finish. Let John finish.
You talk about the whole corporate talk is blah blah blah, whatever you want to call it, right? Whatever term.
I'm just fucking with him.
And so I think the thing is that this is prime activity. I think to beat it, you're going to have to figure out ways to partner. For one thing, you need to get around the algorithm. The other thing is, you need to make sure all the money is kept out of the hands of the middleman. And by separating ourselves, that plays right into the hand of big business. It's just my opinion. Yeah.
Hey, John, can I ask you a question? Can you do a numbers thing where you see where I show up on the panel? In relevancy to no, I'm being honest, Stanley. I'm being honest. I'm being dead serious.
Because after you're done being dead serious, I'm gonna be dead serious, okay?
I know, and that's what I want. But see, what I like to know is what do the audience like? Do we look at those numbers in that way where we can differentiate who the great panelists, who are good panelists, towards the conversation? Because a lot of the times I get lost in the conversation and I go on my own thing.
God damn, man. Come on. We don't need monologue. We got your question. We got your question, Stink. No, they don't break down analytics like that. That's something you'd have to do yourself,
But I think it
there's
is.
there's
I
a
think it is.
separate there's a separate Solid Snake statistic that YouTube tracks.
Seriously, Stanley.
Oh, Solid Snake.
But
I
no,
hope
you
you.
know,
I hope you
like
go back and review
I
this
say,
show
you know,
because I'm
it
thinking
kind of
you're
hurt me
blacked
the
out
other day
right
when
now.
somebody said that this was a dying channel, and I really want to put a lot more effort in growing this channel.
You
I'm gonna be honest with you, Stanley.
keep putting your effort day after day after day. Because when you're up here, half the time you're so blitzed, you got to watch it the next day. You yourself admitted this. How about since you go back and review the shows? How about you look at the numbers?
I don't get access to that.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying, because you can actually, if you look at the chat numbers, I think if you go back, at least on my channel, I keep there's a setting that kind of allows replaying the live chat. You can look at those numbers and kind of, you could probably make a rough estimate.
Yeah, but I think you can only do that on PC. I don't think you could do that on the phone.
Okay, well, I suggest you get a PC and track your own numbers. Jay, what's going on?
I just got an hour ago.
Oh, off work? You're roboting out a little bit.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on 1 second. Solid Snake, hold on. Hey, Jay, you might have to come out and go out and come back in. Your voice is a little robotic. I guess I could. Let me try it on my side. Keep talking.
No, I just woke up an hour ago.
Okay, you're better. You're better.
Yeah, I was working last night.
Uh-oh. You okay? You had
Is this
breakfast?
thing Jay Rillo?
No.
No,
Is it Jay Rillo?
No.
It's not Jay Rillo.
I
don't even know what that is.
I'm getting y'all confused so much.
Man, I remember when what's his name? He blacked out on Black Woman on that one panel, man. That was funny. He blacked out.
Who was that? Jay Rillo?
No, the
or
dude
Jay Prince?
No, the dude who I was talking to right now. What's his name?
Oh, Solid Snake. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
he
Well,
blacked out
that's
that one
every
panel.
panel. He's getting close to blacking out right now. And
No, I'm not.
I can't figure out whether it's the actual alcohol or he is just going to black out because he's black. I can never decide. Seriously.
You anti-black. You know that?
Oh, I'm anti-stupid.
I thought it was anti-white.
No, I am anti-stupid.
I'm not anti-white.
No, I was talking to Stanley.
No. I'm not anti-white. I'm anti-stupid. It just so happens they're, if you want to count them up, they're, 60% of a demographic is probably going to have more stupid people than 14%.
Hey John, what you think about them? Hey John, what you think about them white only cities, man? Like, what's your opinion on it?
Oh, you totally missed. Did you see the black only city I just looked at? John, did you see it?
That's what I'm talking about. Play it again.
Would you? What did you? I want your. When you get done with answering Jay's question, I want your opinion on that. It sounded good. It sounded like exactly what you've recommended in the past.
Yeah. So, what you saying, Jay?
I said, what's your opinion on the white only cities in Arkansas and Missouri?
I mean, I don't have a problem with it. If that's what they want to build, and I guess there's some questions about legality. I'm sure there are ways you can get around that. We come to a point in America where, in my opinion, it'd be much more peaceful for everybody if they can just carve out, unofficially, of course, their own little lanes and set their. I mean, that's what's happening anyway, naturally.
Yeah.
There are parts of.
Yeah, but John, if it's unofficial, it's gonna be.
Okay, you know what? That makes absolutely no sense. If it's unofficial, let John finish.
I mean, you know, there are parts of Brooklyn. Man, I've been told I was over at the corner of Fulton and Bedford. Anybody know where Brooklyn is? It's a mosque right there. I was standing there with a young lady, and the Arab man came out, the Muslim man came out and told me, "Don't stand right here." He told the woman, "Don't stand right here." I wasn't going to challenge him. Shit is a mosque full of men, and so
You don't happen to know if that mosque allowed women, do you?
I think we were standing on the sidewalk in the area in front of the men's entrance. It was unbeknownst to us. We didn't know. But the Muslim man came out and he told us, "Okay, cool. You know, no problem. You know, I'll see ground. I know not to stand here with a woman anymore. Okay, you know, it's different for America." Similarly, there are Jewish buses and shit. The fucking metro buses. I'm talking about city-funded buses. They have their own police, their own ambulances that they pay for privately. They have their own neighborhoods where shit during COVID they didn't even follow the rules. I went in a restaurant, sat next to an old lady. Nobody wore mask, nothing.
Okay, so what's your point?
So they're creating their own little environment.
Good. So, like you said, if it's natural, I don't. To be honest, John, you'd be surprised to hear me say I'm kind of with the freedom of association thing.
Yeah, I mean,
who the hell? As a black man, knowing what I know about that crowd, I'd be crazy to look. I don't want any black person to get so self-righteous that they want to, you know, litigate their entrance into some dirt road in the Ozarks in Arkansas.
I mean, seriously,
that's about the stupidest thing I would ever hear.
Right. You know, and so I kind of can't have a problem with that.
So now my question to you is the black settlement in Atlanta, and it's roughly 5 years old. And, you know, it's down I-16, I think. Maybe next time I go to Savannah, I might just take a cruise through there. I'm seriously thinking about it. If it's not that far off of 16.
My buddy Chris is familiar with the people. You know, I think he's.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's consulted with them.
But it sounded like a good deal. They pooled their money, got all like 90 plus acres. And you know what? They basically said they wanted to build their own Black Wall Street. It sounded very productive. Why not?
I tell you what. If it does or if it doesn't work, they'll have no one. Hopefully, they'll have no one to blame.
Okay, well, my point is that I have heard you say several times, and one of the young ladies who is some sort of real estate person basically said, look, other communities do it. We're going to try it. They pooled money together to get the land. So this is at least one example of where blacks went in and acted like other communities, pooled their resources, and got close to 100 acres. So we know of at least one productive example that still, it's gone on 5 years. So that's what I want you to comment on.
Well, yeah, and as I was about to say, if it does, it doesn't work. I don't think there should be any criticism. They tried it; they'll learn something from it, regardless of the outcome. And maybe the next generation, however it turns out, will build on.
Well, they talked about that.
Will build on the knowledge that their parents gained from doing this.
Well, they talked about, you know, in the olden days, families would lose generational wealth because they weren't making wills and stuff like that or putting land in trusts. They made a specific point of this is what we're going to do. You know, we're not going to leave it to the state to figure out who gets what. So, you know, that's exactly what they should be doing. And you know what? If worst comes to worst, sell the land. But I think they're already building houses on it.
Yeah, I think so. As I said, my buddy Chris is familiar with the people down there.
I would love to talk to him about that.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how far they go. Do they extend it to schools?
They talked about that. They talked about fire service.
Water service. But water is really that's really the biggest.
Well, you can do wells, and
I mean,
I've seen cisterns.
No, I'm not talking about I'm assuming they're going to have some kind of shared water utility. maybe pipe off the county or something like that. Ryan probably know better than I would.
Well, I've seen, at least in a mountain community. Now, these were like $1 million houses, but they built a community cistern. It was like some giant cistern,
Yeah, that's gonna be
which I don't think is the best way to go. But up on the mountain, they couldn't get city water.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Because the nearest city didn't have. I think everybody in the city had wells.
That'll be interesting. So, so it's going to be interesting to see how they go about it. I'm not sure how the Ozark people are going about it. Are they tapping into the city's water? Are they going to have schools for their children?
Well, they did have like a little, I don't know, 10 kids in a one-room schoolhouse. They'd already started that part.
Oh, really? Really? Okay, so they're going to do the school thing. Okay.
Yeah, I watched the whole promotional video.
Okay, yeah, I didn't see all that. Okay, so they're going to do the school thing. That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting because
and the Black community, they're already talking about fire and water. They've got a GoFundMe or one of those pages.
Wait a minute, who's doing the school? The white community or the Black community?
Yes, well, both, I imagine, eventually.
Okay, that's going to be interesting because the state has some involvement with
yes, and that's going to be a problem.
Yeah,
but I mean, you can do homeschooling. I mean, you can get around that.
Well, some states are much more liberal than others. I imagine that Georgia is probably fairly liberal as it relates to homeschooling, so they shouldn't have many roadblocks in terms of homeschool if they decide to do that.
Homeschooling's taken off in the Black community.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Damn, I want to hear it.
Sin, I don't know that I agree with that. I don't think it's regression at all. And you know me, I'm a man of the left, even if it's center left. I have no problems with homeschooling. It's not something I would ever consider doing myself. But if people really ought to be able to do what they want to do,
if the concept of the housing.
Hmm?
I think the biggest.
Hold it. You think she means the housing?
Yeah.
Hold on. Wait a minute. I think what she means is exactly the question she asked.
I think she's making a joke.
Hold on.
Inclusive. Wait, hold it. No. You hold on. You're talking to the host. I think she's making a joke. I mean, the inclusive capital. Okay, I need you to hold your tongue for a minute. Let's see. Okay, I have no idea what that means. There is no such thing as an
Stanley,
okay, dude. You don't fucking understand how to hold your tongue. There is no such thing as an inclusive capitalist paradigm. Classes get created from capitalism. Inclusive is not what you call capitalism. Opportunity, even in a meritocracy. So what do you have to say, Solid Snake?
That's what I'm talking about, the comment she made. I think that's a very relevant point.
And I
Why
don't.
are we as
And
Americans
I don't.
separating ourselves from an inclusive
Ask the white people
paradigm?
who ask your white gods why they want to
Why
do
would
it in
you
those
call it
arts.
the white people when you doing it? You
Okay,
literally
listen to what I'm saying. You ask why? I'm telling you to go ask the white separatists.
I think
you're a black separatist, Stanley. How's
Then ask them next.
Hey, let's get Jay. Is it Jay? You speaking? What's up?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
You hold your question. Hold your question one sec, Jay.
John, it's
no. What you're gonna do, Jay, is hold your question. John is not hosting this show, son. John's not gonna save your ass. I'll put you in the back. Okay, you don't quite understand. John is not hosting this. I am. Defer, son, defer. Now let Solid Snake ask his question, and then you go. That's how it's going to work.
No, it's hypocritical, man.
Okay, I don't give a shit if it's hypocritical. Life isn't fair, son, and neither is this panel. Solid Snake, what's your question?
I want to know what Jay was talking about.
I bet
I'm
you
with
do
Jay.
now.
I'm
Jay,
like,
it's
no,
your
no, listen.
Hey,
he
I'm
has
saying,
wait,
but
hold it. Solid Snake, you have ceded your time.
This is what I'm saying.
Come
To
on.
me, it seems like everybody's up in arms about the white people doing it, but when the black people do it, nobody says anything. That's what it
Okay,
seems
well
like.
let me tell. Well, when you say
Not
everybody,
matching up.
can you define everybody? I'm not a part of that everybody. I don't care what they do. It's their money.
I'm not talking about necessarily. I'm just talking about like the media and stuff.
Now hold on one sec. Well, I'm not sure I disagree with that point, to be honest. Now, but you do have to understand this
Everybody's
black.
acting like it's the end of the world.
Okay, I literally just did a story this morning, which you probably missed. 5 years ago is when this Freedom Georgia initiative started. It was a big deal, enough that I actually remembered to go find it. So it was a big deal, but not quite as big a deal. But you also have to understand, I don't think they're making a big deal out of the Ozarks. Just because Anton Daniels covers it doesn't make it a big story.
No, if you look on the media.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Now I'm saying if you look on the social media outlets like Instagram and TikTok, like they're making a big deal about it. The big influencers.
Yeah, but that's social media.
I do think, Stanley, if you project it out, if you could be honest, it's something that if it gets rolling, then every man for himself to pursue it, and we will see kind of a pecking order of what groups can create.
Yeah, well, I don't have the apocalyptic vision level that you do.
It's apocalyptic. I'm just saying.
It sounds apocalyptic.
No, we got two groups that are doing it now. Clearly, other groups are doing it informally.
Well, all I had to say was like, why we already have those communities in Wyoming and Idaho. Arkansas is just a bargain basement Idaho, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think that the reasons why the people are doing it are totally different, and that's somewhat interesting.
Well, why do you think the whites are doing it?
I think the whites feel like they're being crowded out in these inner cities. That's my thought, or inner rings of the cities. I haven't done a lot of research into why this group is doing it, but I do hear a lot of whites feeling like they some of the public services they cannot use anymore. It doesn't serve them.
Okay, did you hear why the blacks did it?
And I would imagine that the blacks may have had their own reasons for wanting to move away.
The young woman, and she was young, to be honest. She basically said, "Hey, I don't feel safe."
And so therein again is that the whites aren't necessarily running from themselves, and the blacks are running from the danger of other blacks. Well,
no, I don't agree with that at all.
You think they're running from the danger of other whites?
Okay, the woman didn't mention anything about the hood. She literally, okay, let me finish. She didn't mention anything about the hood. She mentioned George Floyd. She mentioned, she basically her husband would go off to work, and for some reason or another, she said she was just kind of, anxious. So they didn't mention the hood. So, so say you are expressing your opinion, not their opinion.
Let me ask you this question. So you said she mentioned George Floyd. Presumably, this is a fear of her husband being George Floyd.
No, that wasn't a fear of. No, that's not what she meant. At least what I think she meant.
Okay, well, what was her fear? I'm just curious.
The cops. She mentioned Ahmaud Arbery. Basically, what she was saying, the cops and white people. And let me tell you why I think that.
No, I understand.
She mentioned they wanted to make another Black Wall Street, and we know what happened to Black Wall Street, right?
Right.
It wasn't the blacks that destroyed Black Wall Street.
Right. So I say, with this plan, if they're afraid of cops and things like that, then my next question is: are they going to staff their police force?
I have no idea.
Because blacks have had
they do. I dropped the website in the back chat. Ask them.
Right. I didn't know if you had covered that or not, because that would be
nope. I listened to the available stuff, but they do have contact information.
Yeah, I mean, look into it because again, I would be interested to know how do they plan on staffing some kind of security force there?
Why do they? This is literally out in the middle of nowhere.
Right, but criminals travel.
Okay, I don't think they're gonna go to Whitcomb County or whatever the hell it is.
So you
You
don't
got to
think,
know where it is in Georgia. It's off of I-16. It's not even that close to Macon where they are.
okay,
They're
fair.
out in. They are out in the middle of nowhere.
So if you think they don't need security,
I
that's
don't think they might by now,
okay. That's what I'm saying.
but
So,
I don't. I don't think they need security from themselves. Is my
well,
point.
no, I'm not saying they need it from themselves. You need it
Well,
from
then who would they need it from?
outsiders. Someone,
Okay, white outsiders, black outsiders, or just
anyone,
outsiders?
anyone could follow you home. You could have hell. You could have a domestic violence case. That's inside.
Right. Well, John, I know you might.
I'm just saying.
I think where they are, they got a few years before they have to worry about inner city crime.
I'm just talking about domestic violence. Who would police a domestic
Hey,
violence?
well, who the hell? How do you police domestic violence?
Well, the police has to come out. There's typically a restraining order.
I'm sure it'll be a sheriff. They live in a county.
So they're going to depend on the sheriff. So there and again.
Okay, well, the sheriffs already exist.
Right. So that's what I'm saying.
They live in a county.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
The county infrastructure is there.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So the infrastructure,
the law, the legal
infrastructure, the same law and order that likely, laid a hand on George Floyd. It's the same.
No. You've lived in a small town. Living out in the country, and I have lived out in the country. It is literally nothing like being in the middle of a city. It is totally different.
So you don't think there's any ground for racism amongst?
I'm not even thinking about racism. I hope there's not racism in domestic violence cases, but maybe.
Okay, but that's typically where the cops have to use a bit of force.
In domestic violence?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Absolutely. Shit. From what I've heard, in domestic violence cases are actually the most dangerous.
That's what I'm saying. So you got to go in someone's house who can have weapons hidden anywhere.
Oh, absolutely. Especially out in the country, you expect it.
That's correct. So they would have to have some type of police force. And
okay, they have a sheriff's department in every county in Georgia.
Right. So you haven't run away from the white-run police force. You just moved to a different area. I'm not saying it's not going to work. Right? I'm not criticizing it. I don't know about them. They may decide to get their own security.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So her fears of white people haven't been allayed?
Well, definitely not from a police force, because I imagine the police.
Well, sheriffs are different than police.
Well, but they still have the same type of arrest power to carry guns. They can arrest.
Well,
I mean, they have more power than the police.
No, you're right. You're right.
They have more power than the police. And so, unless you're going to take control, if what you're concerned about is bad policing, then you got to move to an area where you trust the police and provide your own.
See, I disagree with that. You move to an area much like the whites in Arkansas. They're kind of going to be exclusive. Like the house I looked at on this website, you have to apply to it. So I'm assuming. Hold on one second.
No, which one?
I'm assuming that they're going to be selective, like them whites in Arkansas.
Okay. Yeah, and that, that's what you have to do in any community, black or white.
Right. Well, but I think you're a little. If it's like a private membership HOA thing, you probably have a little bit more control over who moves into it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, people are different, even if they have the same values, overlapping 90% of the time. There's going to be some things that you just may not be aligned with you. It's going to be interesting. You said
that's one of the houses. My bigger issue is this is on 6 acres. Have all 450,000, and make an offer or get pre-approved. They've got apparently this is their vision. Their website. I suggest they get a better website builder because their site is slow.
It's fast for me. What I suggest though? What my question is, who built the houses?
Don't know. But they do have contact information, and you said Chris is familiar.
Yeah, like you know what I'm saying. Like who built the houses? Did white? Like, cause who's going to maintain the houses? Are they going to have?
Probably. Okay. Well, I'm guessing if you're moving out in the middle of the boondocks, you might be able to hammer a nail. You want to? Let's watch her. She sounds young.
Listen, if you are a real estate developer, a real estate investor, or just someone who's interested in getting into investing and being a part of what Freedom Georgia is building, you can, first of all, reach out directly to me, Ashley Scott. And you can do that through hitting us up at hello@freedomgeorgia.com. And you can hear all about our land trust that's coming up and our real estate investment trust. Those are two of the easiest ways for you to be able to invest passively while creating dividends for yourself. Or if you're someone who wants to be a little more active, hands on as a real estate developer, we have a lot that is waiting for you. We're doing strategic partnerships, joint venture partnerships, and we're working with people who have a vision to create an eco friendly community, a place that's sustainable and that's going to be innovative as we continue to build and address the climate crisis. So if that's you, if you're all about green building and investing in green businesses, you have a place right here with us in Building Freedom.
Stanley, would you live there? Just out of curiosity, would you buy a house there?
Not if they're close together, but if it's on 6 acres, maybe. Plus, I like log cabin style houses, and I know I don't live in one. But if I was going to move out there, yeah, it'd have to be a little bit more rustic, more trees, and you know what? But yeah, sure. If I were young, let me show you one other thing. Most of these people look fairly young.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Yeah.
So, like this one little thing, one little person here. Let me play this instead. These are young people.
Yeah.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold it. No, you're not seeing what I'm seeing. At least I don't think you are. I'm sorry. It spawned off a new page. This is off of Yahoo.
We are the buying power. If we can just teach each other to circulate our dollars within the community, we will solve our own problems. We are literally the answer to our own problems, but we have to change our thinking and come together. My name is Renee Walters, and I am the president of the Freedom Georgia Initiative. I have a Black husband. I have a Black son. Every time he would leave out for work or just to go to the store or anything, I would have a sense of anxiety just from watching everything that we've been going through lately with the pandemic and watching our Black men being murdered on national television in front of everybody. It kind of just all shook us by storm. It's now time for us to get our friends and family together and build for ourselves. That's the only way we'll be safe. That's the only way that this will work. We have to start bringing each other together.
And let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and this is my thought, honestly. It's not a criticism. It seems
who, me?
No, these people. Like my first thought would be like, this is a hell of an undertaking when there's so much low-hanging fruit.
Define low-hanging fruit.
Like there are areas probably in Atlanta, I'm assuming most of these people probably work in a metro area. There are areas that they could
Yeah, but if you hate the cops, my guess is they want to get away from the urban environment.
Well, I mean, there's some ex-urban. Hell, they could have gone to Clayton County, Henry County.
Yeah, Clayton. Well,
not Clayton, Henry County, right?
Yeah.
It's a ways out.
Remind me, is Henry County mostly Black?
I'm not sure. I know
most of those exurbs around Atlanta, and believe me, just take me with a grain of salt. Chris or somebody would be a better person to talk to, but a lot of like Henry County, some of the counties south, most of these exurbs aren't majority black.
Well,
I think there might be one or two.
But is this county majority black? I doubt it.
I'll look it up, but it's outside of Atlanta. It's down. I'm sorry, outside of Macon. Like it's not even. It's not even Macon's County, which I want to say is. I can't remember Macon's County. The county seat is not Macon, Georgia. I think it's easily accessed off of 16 though.
And I'm just saying, to me, there's a lot of lower hanging fruit. They could have done this where they didn't have to, basically build a city.
Okay, well,
fire. That's a lot of undertaking. For people that don't have any.
So you don't think a lady who's a real estate developer couldn't figure it out?
I mean, hell yeah, she could figure it out, but not by herself. Even if she figured it all out,
of course not.
You gotta have a group of people with some other skills. There are a lot of other skills that come into play.
And you don't think a realtor could find those people?
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that there's water already, there are roads already laid. There's,
right.
There's houses already built that just need a little.
Speak Radio, what's up?
What's going on? Let me just jump in real quick. Did John just not watch the video of the previous video of that lady calling out to other people?
I was trying not to point that out.
I didn't see that, but again, as I'm saying,
we just watched it.
As I'm saying, like
the little young lady there.
And I asked you the first question. I said, "Well, who built the houses?" And you
didn't. Listen to what the question was, John.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, the lady is. Did you not see the video just before this video?
Right.
She's a real estate developer. I don't know.
She's a real estate developer.
Correct
me if I'm wrong. Did she say she's an agent or a real estate developer?
Real estate developer, I think.
I think she said she was an agent, but I could be wrong.
Okay, and I think she didn't even use the word agent.
Okay, fine enough. Yeah.
She literally didn't use the word.
Yeah, it could be. I stand corrected. I could be wrong.
Okay, all I'm saying is it's not that important to be right on this.
I'm not.
My big take, and then please go next. My big take is they are pooling money together. They have an idea or a business plan. They're working with some agency in Atlanta, like a economic development sort of agency. They are putting, if you're scared of the cops, they are putting together a plan to deal with their fears. My main reason for even getting this involved is I've heard you on many occasions say blacks never have a plan. They're not like other communities. They don't pool their money like the Koreans, et cetera, et cetera. This is a place where they're doing it. Pass or fail, success or no success, they are doing something that is admirable, and I'm surprised you can't give them credit for that.
Well, that's what I said. I said that earlier. Basically, same thing.
Okay, no, you were talking about low-hanging fruit,
no,
and all that stuff.
I gave an alternative, but I said
okay. No one asked for an alternative. I asked you for a comment on what they're doing. Why are you proposing alternatives?
Because I told you earlier.
This wasn't a question about what John would do.
You asked me earlier, and earlier I said, win, lose, or draw, whatever they learn from this, if it wins or loses, they would pass on that knowledge, presumably to their children.
Gotcha. And I said they kind of talked about that in an earlier video, which you didn't see.
But even I didn't see it. I came to the same conclusion that something will be learned and passed on from this.
Right. Or they literally have learned from the past, because they make a point about that in their motto. Using the past to build the future is part of their motto. So the past that they learn from is, you know what? You need to leave wills or trusts or some plan for disposing of land, making sure it gets transferred to the family, etc. Now, I don't know if they've gotten all bases covered. You could probably, if you did your research, probably poke holes in it. Bottom line is they're doing what you said black people weren't doing, and that has been exploded.
Yeah, hey, as I'm saying, like, win, lose, or draw, they learn something from
I
it.
don't care about win, lose, or draw.
Well, that's what
My
you said.
main point, I literally just said. You
Just
just
said
said it.
win, lose, or draw.
Let me hear you say this, and let me be extremely blunt with fewer words. Are black people pooling their money and thinking up a plan for living a life the way they want to live it?
These people are. Yeah.
Okay, well then that's all I need.
I've been saying that.
Speak what you got to say.
Oh, nothing. I just came up here to hang out for a minute with y'all. I know you probably thought I wouldn't come back up on the panel.
Why not?
Oh, we got into it the other day a little bit.
Dude, I get into it with everyone. Did you hear me say I don't get into it with someone I don't think can either A, take it, either push back and win, or come back and win another day. I lose all. Dude, I went up on Bomb Cherry Juice's channel and got my ass handed to me.
Yeah, but it's a little bit different in that instance because you can't control the panel when you go to Bomb Cherry's channel.
Look, you know what? Whatever.
But no, look.
Now,
I'm listening to the conversation.
Let me make one quick point with this white supremacist here. See, Palomino Ricky Z, 10 out of 40 million are doing it, Stanley. Congratulations. See, it's kind of like this far-right MAGA bullshit.
Hey, I'll be seeing them on
that someone is doing it. You can't just be thankful to use a MAGA word. You can't just be thankful that somebody's listening and doing something positive. It's got to be all 40 million before you give them credit. And Ricky, you know what? They're building their own private Idaho, and your white ass won't be welcome.
He's just a hater. He's the type of person that's never going to give black people credit for anything. So why?
No. Wait.
Hey, Jay, go after Speak Radio Speaks, please.
No. He can go ahead and get in what he wants to say. I want to hear from B Brave's little house slave.
Oh shit!
Hey, I be seeing him.
Don't be smart, no mess up here.
This dude, whoever that dude that just said that.
That dude is your elder and a buddy of mine. Be careful.
No, let him cook, Stanley. Let him cook.
He's a hater. He probably cries victim every day. That's what he does. Back to what I was saying before I got interrupted.
Oh, okay. I cry victim every day.
On B Brave channel, they speak facts. Okay. Now, are they right about everything? No.
Okay, motherfucker. Name me one fact that B Brave speaks about that's intelligible.
That's 60-70% of
the
black population.
Absolute balderdash and bullshit.
Are you gonna let me finish, man?
You go. I don't do that bullshit on my panel. You better bring me a goddamn verifiable fact. Maybe you can do better than Massa.
Are you going to let me finish, man?
No, I am not going to let you finish spreading lies on my panel. The 70% is B Brave's opinion. I have done a whole motherfucking debate with B Brave, and he was unable to provide me facts. Stop calling them facts just because you believe he's right.
Are you going to let me finish?
I don't have to let you finish, son. You need to address what I just said. Is B Brave lying? Has B Brave passed you on the facts? How do you know they're facts? You will answer my questions before I answer yours.
B Brave does his research, all right? He's not.
B Brave does zero research. B Brave, tell me what research B Brave does. You will answer my question before you go on. Name one link that B Brave has passed on to you.
He's done research.
You don't know that. See, this motherfucker. See, he believes B Brave has facts because B Brave is white and sounds good.
White and I'm right.
I mean, his fact is B Brave is white.
Look, B Brave just keep.
You know what? Next time, just say B Brave is white. That's why you trust him.
Are you gonna let me finish, man?
No,
Like, hey, I
I,
can't get a
I,
word in, man.
you know,
I get on backstage.
Well, the better question is, do you want to finish?
Yes, I would.
I'm actually
I'm trying
helping
to
you.
finish my point, man. And you
I'm
keep
actually
backstage.
helping you.
No,
Not
this is
to
not.
say-
This is silly.
This is not
This
Be
is silly.
Brave's. Look, this is not a Be Brave audience. Your little golden palomino.
You
He
didn't
ain't
let me
going to be
finish
able
what
to
I
help
was
you,
saying.
dude. I don't have to let you do shit. So that's where
You
we
didn't let me
start.
finish what I was saying.
If you finish, it's by the grace of Stanley.
Oh my God, man!
Your
But
God is not going to help you.
You know what? You
Go
something
ahead.
else. You something else. What I was saying.
Go ahead.
What I was saying before I was rudely interrupted again.
Oh, it was very
I'm saying he's
rudely.
not just.
Thanks for noticing.
People think he's just making up stuff. No,
No, he is literally. I'm one of those people. I am one of those people.
Evidence and statistical facts.
He has provided zero statistics.
Of the blacks,
dude, don't lie on my goddamn
I'm in
panel.
Cleveland. I
don't like liars.
How can a black person
do not
feel
like
safe around
liars.
a group of whites, but when he gets around a group of blacks, he's
I
in danger?
do
These
not
are facts.
like
These are facts.
liars.
Apparently, these are facts, and maybe
They are not facts.
Maybe you're not in tune with.
Okay,
Maybe
well,
you're not. Wait. Hold on.
No. I'm going to give you grace. I'm going to give you grace. I'm going to give you grace. You just woke up and you're groggy. You are so groggy. You dreamed. You dreamed.
Commit the crime.
No.
That's why you see these blacks.
No. What type of crime? See, this is where dumb fucks start annoying me. What type of crime? White people commit more crime if you don't drill down on the type of crime. This is where morons like you lose on my panel. You are drinking unfiltered, dirty water from a 70-year-old racist, and you're presenting them as facts, and it doesn't work with me, son. You're not going to be able to overtalk. John's not going to protect you. Dude, you better motherfucking figure out how to think critically on this panel, or I will just roast you or just put you in the back. Be careful, son. John's not going to protect you.
Okay, I don't need y'all to protect me.
I think you do.
What I'm saying is these are statistical facts.
I am saying you can barely pronounce statistical.
We're seeing this on the real world.
I'm not going to accept
predominantly black areas are violent.
Dude, okay,
that's the
now
fact.
all of a sudden, see, this is where you go wrong. Yeah, in the black areas, is every area of America black? Do most black people in those areas, are they the majority of blacks in America? Dude, you need to apply your brain to Be Brave's pseudo intellectualism. The dude is rusing you. He's not using you.
I never
He's
said it was
using
every
you.
black. It
No,
was
you said it was facts. What you said is it was what you said is it was facts. You are not presenting facts. Be Brave is not presenting facts. That's what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is,
okay, I really have lost faith in what you're saying. Have you noticed?
No reason that would 30% of the population but commit most of the crime.
No, there's no reason. Of course, there's no reason at all. So why are we worried about it? There's no reason. If there is no reason, then why are you worried about it? Why is Be Brave? We just have to live with it if there's no reason.
No, we're worried and we're talking about it because.
Okay, no, don't tell me what the fuck I'm talking about, dude. See, it doesn't work that way, son. Don't tell me what I'm talking about. I'm saying you are not presenting a factual argument because you're drinking dirty white man's piss water and presenting it, repissing it as facts. Stop that. If there is no reason for black people committing so much crime, well, then we can't figure it out. We just have to do what we got to do. Is that what you're proposing?
The problem is we don't have good role models in the community. When you have people
I
like
think that
Six
is
Red
so
and Lil Durk,
uncreative. I thought, what
Real
community are
Rap,
you that? What community? Because we don't have a coast to coast black community for starters, dude. I'm gonna eviscerate your argument and send you back over to Be Brave.
what do you mean we don't have no community?
We don't.
Los Angeles,
I
California,
literally don't live in
Detroit,
Los Angeles. Have never been to
Jersey. I
Los.
mean
Okay,
Atlanta. I
let
mean
me help you out. I've literally never been to Los Angeles, and neither have I lived in Atlanta. How are those my communities?
you're not listening. I didn't
Okay,
say
motherfucker, I am not going to
Yeah,
listen to your dribble. Okay, I don't have to listen to you. Okay, stop pretending I do. I am not pretending that I think you have an opinion worth me spending time on. I literally don't think you're smart enough to fucking figure it out, and I'm trying to help you. I do not live in Atlanta. I do not live in Los Angeles. What you need to concentrate on is this question: how are those two communities my community? Concentrate on that. I have lost interest in whatever your point was. Now we're going to go to Stanley asks Jay questions, and Jay answers them, and you don't ask me questions. And if you can't deal with it, run along where you're comfortable on Be Brave's channel. This is not life. Life isn't fair. This panel's even more unfair. It is Stanley versus the world. Don't be the world.
Okay, dude, you're just gonna keep doing this, bro. I'm just about to.
Yes, of course I am. I've been doing it, and I'm going to keep doing it. Okay, you don't understand what the rules are. I need you to answer my question. If I don't live in Atlanta, how is it my community?
Again, I didn't say.
Okay, don't tell me again. I need you to motherfucking answer my question.
What I'm saying is,
if I don't care what you're saying, I literally just said, I don't think you're smart enough to say anything that's worth answering. I need you to answer my questions. Don't make this be a totally one-way conversation, because I'll give your answers to you, or won't even ask you the answers. I'll just make them up. How is Atlanta my community if I don't live there?
You keep putting me backstage. Can I?
I will keep putting you backstage if you can't answer my question. I need my question answered.
Like I said, when I was,
I will literally.
But I'm saying, I never said it was your community per se.
Well, then you said there was. You said our community.
What I was saying.
What is you're not going to get to say what you want to say. So we understand that Atlanta is not my community. I don't live there. I think there are a lot of black communities. So there is no one solution to the crime problem. That's for starters. I need you to digest that. Oh, he left. Go complain to Be Brave. Oh, there you are. Sorry about that.
Well, Atlanta is a predominantly black community.
I don't live there. How is it my community? Okay, you're going into the back.
South Central LA, predominantly.
Okay, again, how are those? They're predominantly black. How are they my communities? See, what you want to do, this is what the anti-black blacks do. They just randomly spout statistics that actually are true, but they have no idea how to take these facts and put them into context for the argument, which is a bad argument you're trying to make. South Central LA, which, by the way, if I recall, is mostly Mexican now. Maybe I'm wrong. And Atlanta is not even close. Dude, I have friends who are black in Los Angeles who are like former gang members, like in your age range. Sometimes I literally wonder, are you really black? It's nothing like Atlanta. They're not related. In my opinion, they're not even the same community. They're similar but different.
But Stanley, I think you're being disingenuous, man.
I don't give a shit what you think, John.
Okay, it's cool.
You can come in. You can come in after I'm done with Jay. Have I not told you before? I don't think there's a coast to coast black community. I think there are many black communities. Okay, you're going to go in the back while I deal with John. John, how am I being disingenuous?
Because I think wherever the black communities exist, they exhibit some of the same behaviors.
Okay, same behaviors does not mean they're the same. You do realize that, right?
But if you're exhibiting,
okay, I need you to don't be Jay. There are enough differences. So the behaviors in LA are similar to some behaviors if you just want to go crime rate, for instance, violent crime. Okay, does that mean the communities are the same and they have the same solutions?
Well, there are other things you could.
Okay, I need you to answer my question, John.
Well, there are other problems that
I need you to answer my question, John.
I think that the crime rates probably have the crime problem probably have similar.
So it makes them the same community?
No, I'm saying that.
Okay, then if the answer is no, finally you've answered the question.
Clearly, they're not the same community.
Okay, then help your buddy Jay because he doesn't seem to understand that.
Well, I'm helping him by saying, well, I'm
okay,
not.
You're not helping him
Right,
because, as I said, you've just proven my point. You helped him by proving my point.
Well, anyone that lives around blacks,
the two communities are not the same. Right. Shit, whites in Idaho are similar in behavior to whites in Ludowici, Georgia. Are they the same community?
Well, but they probably are very similar in many ways.
Okay, they don't have the same solutions nor the same problems.
But if you have problems in the black community all over,
okay, there is no black community. There are black communities.
In black communities,
plural.
Okay, cool. In black communities,
and every one of them probably has solutions that would work universally. Many are unique.
In black communities, there's one problem that seems to be.
What's that problem, John?
The black teen violence problem. It's a problem everywhere in almost every black community. Maybe not
almost every.
Right. And let's say
okay, then you are absolutely fucking wrong. You don't know about every black community. All you do, much like Jay, listen to logic from a racist white man that you believe to be true. Dude, most black people don't even live in the inner city.
No, I didn't say that, but I'm saying, do you think there's a problem with the young black youth? Many people
I think there's a problem with young people in general, and I think for historical reasons, the problem's more acute in black youth.
Okay, so you think and when I'm talking about black youth, I'm talking about.
I'm talking about with the same black youth you're talking about.
Right,
I've also said the problem exists across demographics. It's more acute in the black community. However, that doesn't mean you racialize it the way someone like a B Brave does. It is a problem. Okay, it is a problem. Racializing it means it continues generationally.
Fair enough. Let me ask you this question. Do you think the crime and violence among the teens, which happens in all groups, do you think there's a little bit more violent within the black teens?
Would define a little more violent.
In terms of the types, the composition of crimes that the black teens are committing relative to their white and black.
I think it depends. Like people like Be Brave will say essay on kids isn't as bad as shooting up kids on the street. He literally wants to make those sorts of distinctions, and I find it despicable.
But do you think that people...
Okay, listen to what I said. I literally have told you to define what you might even need to get down to defining what violence is.
Well, let me give you a hypothetical.
Stanley, you're trying to be a bully.
Okay, no, I'm splitting hairs. I'm splitting hairs is what I'm doing.
Let me give you a hypothetical. See if you see where I'm going here.
Okay.
If 3 or 4 14-year-olds come out on the block and let out 50 rounds, that's bad, right? You know, it may affect.
Well, obviously,
it may affect.
Not only that, it's a crime.
It may affect 50 people, right? More than that, it affects the people that live in the neighborhood that have to deal with that. If someone SAEs a little girl, that's bad too. That's very, very bad. But more or less, primarily.
So you're going to make a comparison?
I'm not making a comparison. I'm saying.
Well, then what are you doing in bringing them up?
I'm saying that they have two different effects on the psyche of the community. You may not even know about the little girl that was SAE.
Okay, and that's a problem. You won't know about it because won't know about it because Be Brave won't mention it on his show.
What I'm saying is those type of things are handled behind closed doors and family.
Okay,
court.
I do not think one is worse than the other. If that's what you're asking, I think they are both. I think they are both different. But if we have to do a horror scale, they're probably equal.
Well, one is going to affect property values.
Okay, don't tell me. I just gave you the answer.
Right, one is going to affect.
I think they are equal.
Which one do you think affects property values more?
I don't give a shit about property values. I care about humans.
I understand. Which one do
you?
you?
Don't ask me about property values. I just told you I don't give a shit.
I understand. So, which one do you think affects the livelihood and the quality of life?
I don't give a shit about that either. I think essaying a little girl affects some livelihoods, including the future of that little girl.
Right, but shooting up.
So the differences, I'm not willing to compare the human costs. I think they're equal.
Yeah, I understand. And again, there is no right or wrong answer.
Who knows the children she won't have? Who knows the job she won't make? Right. Who knows the presidency? It's all hypothetical. And you know what? The property part, you can probably quantify. It's the other part, the human part, the potential part you can't quantify. And I'm a little less willing to say one is worse than the other.
Yeah, totally get it. There's no right or wrong answer.
Well, I never thought there was an answer to give, to be honest.
Well,
there is no Black community. There are Black communities. I think crime in the inner city is a problem and an explainable one, which nobody wants to accept the explanation. I think people like Be Braves, the racists like Be Brave, are willing to accept these horrible, just horrible crimes against children. And the way they explain it is, hey, everybody knows about, these mass casualties in the city, but what you don't know won't hurt you is literally his view on crime, violent crime. I think if you actually asked Be Brave, he would probably say that SA isn't even a violent crime. That's how horrible I think his logic is.
You'd have to ask him. I can't say.
You know what? He's banned me from his channel, so that's not going to happen soon.
Either way it goes, I think to overlook what young men like Jay and there are so many other people that again live this life and they
I don't care.
I understand. But they bump into these frustrations and you don't care.
I don't care if they bump into frustrations. It's not mine. It is not mine to. Whoa. You're going in the back if you overtalk. Okay. See, this is the discipline your daddy should have taught you. I'm going to be real blunt. Okay. This isn't the motherfucking hood. In my opinion, it's not my job to fix Jay's frustrations, and I don't think his frustrations are that systemic. Part of the frustration is he doesn't take the time to critique his white massa Be Brave. The biggest thing Jay could do would be to read a book and actually don't just blindly accept that Be Brave is right because it sounds good. Actually think critically is what would help a young Black man like Jay.
He's a young man.
And I'm not gonna let him up here and fucking disappoint himself.
He probably is coming to his own conclusion long before Be Brave.
Well, the problem is he's not smart enough to come to his own conclusions. He needs help.
Okay. That's your opinion.
He could use a book or two.
Yeah.
Be Brave is not going to be able to help him. that it sounds good and confirms your biases, that's not how you gain knowledge or become effective in solving problems. Okay, having your biases confirmed, however, whatever the methods are, and hopefully it's not just because something sounds good. The statistics are numbers, but the numbers are like words. There are contexts. And just buying it, just saying that, oh, hey, he's black, historically, these inner city communities, and then you start weaving in IQ into it. Dude, I watch these fucking racists do it every day, and it is disappointing, quite frankly, to hear black people buy into the be brave rhetoric.
Well, I mean, those blacks are buying into it primarily.
Okay, those blacks are wrong. They are anti-black blacks buying into racist bullshit. That's my opinion.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Be Brave doesn't have a lifetime to live, so we'll see if his
Okay,
message...
well, I don't care. That's not my concern. I'm not like living my life day to day to see if Be Brave is right. He's already wrong. I don't have any doubts that he has no clue what he's talking about. He's just one big racist who gets who has confirmation because anti-black blacks tell him, "You right, Brave."
Well, as I said, you spent 30 minutes talking about him, and if
Okay, and I will spend 31.
Right.
Who cares if I spend 30 minutes because Jay won't let me get my goddamn point out, and you want to talk about, black people are worse because they shoot up streets.
No, I just asked you merely a question.
Okay, and I'm just telling you what I interpreted your question to mean.
Mm-hmm. As I say,
just my opinion.
Well, as I say, Be Brave ain't long for this world. He's not gonna live another 50 years.
Dude, I don't want to be morbid like that.
So we'll see if his message outlives him. Maybe it's just him.
You know what? His message isn't original. You could go back to fucking 1898 and get his message.
Well,
you can get that racist bullshit before his family even got here.
So the message won't die with him. The message will
It's like he came from out of nowhere and just adopted a message.
Well, the message will carry on, I guess.
You know what? As long as America exists the way it is, yes, you're right. It's go back and look at some history. The shit has persisted for 250 years plus.
So, Stanley, let me ask you this question. Why do you think whites are so racist toward blacks in particular?
I don't think whites are, not in the main.
So why do you think the system in general is racist against blacks?
I think certain parts of it, like apparently you don't listen to my show a lot, but I literally have explained CRT and why, say, Justice Roberts' court, or Chief Justice Roberts' court, wants colorblind law. Okay, they care that the law doesn't specify race. They literally don't care about the outcomes. Okay, and CRT, at least the original idea, cared about racist outcomes. If it affects one demographic way more than another, there's a problem with the law. And the answer that they will give is, oh, hey, if the law doesn't say, race, then it's race neutral, and the outcome is an act of God.
And do you think that he did that because of our brown skin or black skin?
No, I think it just depends on who you're talking about. The point is most white people, I'd say the overwhelming majority of white people aren't racist, but they don't need to be because the system is rigged in their favor. Always has been. It was literally designed to be that way.
So I'm asking, do you think the system is rigged against other races or just against black?
I think the system is pro European heritage.
Okay.
It doesn't have, see, this is what you don't understand.
That's what I'm
It
asking.
doesn't have to be anti anything. That's the whole point of CRT, at least is Derek Bell, and he didn't even call it CRT. It doesn't have to be rigged against you if it's pro something else.
So you think
It doesn't have to be anti-black, it's pro-white.
Gotcha. So the system is pro-white.
Yes.
Okay.
Always has been. Have you ever read the Constitution, John?
Yeah, I read it. So I was
Okay, well then if you've read it, then you understand my point, correct?
I get you, right. And so my question
Okay,
is
no, don't ask a question. I need to make sure you understand my point before you race off to another ridiculous point.
No, I'm not just asking
Do
questions.
you think the system is pro-white?
As it stands today, no. This is my opinion, though.
Okay, well, you don't actually understand history then.
Well, history may have been,
But he said today. He didn't say
what
history.
we're gonna do is go in the back. Don't overtalk me, Jay. This is a different Jay, I think.
Well, you said
here is the point that I'm gonna make. Again, if the system is race neutral, the culture has a European standard. Okay, it does not have to be anti-black. It just has to be pro-white, or the standard has to be a European standard.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Do you think this affects Asians the same way that it affects blacks?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And how does it affect Asians the same way that it affects blacks?
Well, are all Asians advantaged?
Well, how are they
Let me tell you how it affects Asians. White flight in I think it was Jones. I'm sorry, in I can't even remember the name of that city where the whites couldn't win. So they did white flight, except it wasn't for crime. It was a flight away so their kids could actually be salutatorians and valedictorians. So it affects Asians in that not all Asians are even advantaged.
Well, let me ask you this question. How did that harm the Asians by the whites moving
Okay,
away?
why does harm have to be the outcome?
Well, I'm assuming there's some harm.
Okay, I need you to answer that question. Don't tell me what you assume. Why does harm have to be the outcome?
Well, because if you're going to say
Okay, is harm your only standard for effects?
What did it help the Asians?
Is harm? I need you to answer the
If it was
question.
neutral.
I need you.
I guess I would say
race. Okay, we
yeah.
talked about race neutral. It's the outcomes that are the problem.
So what was the difference in the outcome when the whites moved out and they left the Asians to their own?
They had to buy new houses. The whites probably suffered.
So the whites suffered by voluntarily suffering by moving.
Okay, who gives a shit about that? What I need you to understand, because you are bringing up all this stuff that does not matter.
But who was harmed?
Okay, harm is not. I literally just said this.
So no one was
Why
harmed.
does harm have to be the outcome? And for that matter, why do Asians have to suffer?
But when the
see, this is what you did.
Okay, so hold
Okay,
on.
oh no. I explained how blacks are harmed by the system, and then all of a sudden you want to switch gears. It is a defense of whiteness. Look, if the Asians, if the high Asians, and by the way, whiteness right now, and I'm being a little flippant here, they want to get rid of the Asians too. So that is the harm.
Oh, is that right?
Okay, now that Chad and
Why do you just make these wild
motherfucker,
statements?
I'll put your ass in the back. Do not interrupt.
Well, you're talking for the
Okay,
whites.
you're going into the back. You can go complain to be brave.
Jail talking the back.
Dude,
Jail talking
I
the back.
don't want to be interrupted right now. I'm on a roll.
All right, well, go ahead. But you're talking for the whites.
Okay.
You're not letting us get a word out, man. Like,
Motherfucker,
damn.
I don't care if you get a word in. The Asians are now to be deported. I don't know that that's harm or not, but what I'm saying is harm is not the measure of the results of race neutral laws. It's outcomes. Outcomes don't have to necessarily be damage, but I can tell you all of a sudden they don't want Asians. Listen to Amy Wax.
What was the outcome of
Fuck
the?
Amy Wax.
Okay, motherfucker, you literally want to keep asking me about outcomes when I explained it.
Well,
John, I don't do this ask dumb questions to the death style of debate.
I'm not debating.
Don't just ask questions. Hear the answers and answer my questions.
I hear you. All right.
Do you not understand what my point was about race neutral laws?
Yeah, I heard you.
Okay, well, the Asians not being harmed doesn't change my opinion about race neutral laws. And if you want to know the harm, look at the Harvard in North Carolina case where they finally got rid of affirmative action. So they use one group to get rid of another group's, advantage, at least in their eyes. I think the damage there is, you know what? They were pawns.
Who were pawns? Asians?
Yes.
White. If you look at the admissions of the
what
following
I'm saying. I'm talking. No, you ho.
Can I just talk once?
No. What you can do is, when I say pawns, I literally mentioned the Harvard in North Carolina affirmative action cases.
I was responding to it.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
In the following year, if you look at the Harvard admission rolls, Asians benefited. Whites did not benefit at all. Asian enrollment went up in both universities. White enrollment was flat.
What you need to do, Mr. Lack of Information, is listen to a white supremacist like Amy Wax talk about the increased Asians. She wants them deported too.
Okay, well, Amy Wax is a fucking idiot. Why do you not idiot?
You
and you're
do not
referencing
have you. At least you asked. I have to give you that. That they went up. Then you have Amy Waxes who don't want any more of them. For starters.
Okay, well, so a Semitic lunatic. She's Semitic, by the way. So,
but see the
Semitic lunatic.
See, I don't think she's lunatic fringe. I think she is normal.
The college is trying to get rid of her. Like they literally been trying to get rid of
the
woman
last
for
I
10
heard,
years.
she's on like a half-paid suspension or something. But let's not concentrate on Amy Wax. The Asians are not like, there's no particular harm, but there are things that are being done. They're not going to be a whole lot more Asians if Amy Wax has her way.
Well, that's Amy Wax, but I think nationally.
And then look at what happened to Vivek Ramaswamy. You remember him?
What, he was pushed out by Elon Musk?
No, he made the point about the American culture. You remember that point he made about American culture worshiping mediocrity? He was being.
I agree with him, by the way. I agree with him, by the way.
He was being okay. I didn't ask you if you agreed. I'm saying he suffered for pissing off white people.
Do you think that the 20% or 10% of MAGA voters
acknowledge my point? Did Vivek suffer for pissing?
Yes, he did. He did.
Okay, so now we can go back to John. They may not necessarily suffer because of race neutral laws, but they're going to suffer one way or the other.
I don't think that the percentage.
John Galt, you don't know enough to tell me I don't know things. I literally explain shit to you, and maybe you're too busy taking, calls from your your undertaking duties. But the bottom line is I know about 3 times more than you.
I didn't say you don't know things.
It's just not shit you don't like.
I didn't say you don't know things. I say you.
Know
things.
Well,
right.
Oh no. Wait, he just acts like he doesn't know things? No, I know enough to know that your points don't matter. They are literally like not well thought out points. So I know that much.
I will ask you a question. You're not going to answer it.
You know what? Who knows? Is it a good question? Who knows? I might.
And I think about this all the time. So,
how about just get to the question?
Yeah. you know, there clearly is an audience for what Be Brave is saying. Like him, I love him.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And
Right.
I'm not. That's why he banned me.
And I think that he's touching on something that a lot of people can't say out loud.
Right. And you know what he's touching?
Mm-hmm.
Racists.
Yeah, and a lot of people.
And now they have a one-stop shop, and he's not the only one to say what they want to say with impunity, if not outright applause. So yeah, it's a one-stop shop.
But Stanley, and then
He is touching. Trump has touched on something.
Again,
I agree with you there.
Again, Stanley, this is where I can bring my buddy Philippe up on the channel. He's black, and immediately he identified.
But he's an anti-black.
That's right. So immediately.
Okay, so he is literally not someone I put. You and he are buddies for a reason.
Right. But then you have a young man like Jay who comes up and he has the same damn thing. And so that what Be Brave saying is speaking to people who have had bad experiences with blacks. You want to say, well, all us blacks ain't like, but man, people ain't got time to figure out who's who now. Right? Like all we know is that a bunch of blacks is problems. That's what it's saying.
And a bunch of whites are problems. Okay. Now, what you want to do is say the problem whites are a better class of problem than the problem blacks. That's literally what you and Be Brave do.
No, that's not what I'm
saying. That is my opinion, John, and I'm sticking with it.
Are the whites out here killing black people?
Your ass is going into the back. Don't interrupt me, son. You literally think that problem blacks are a bigger problem than problem whites, and you base it on statistics. And see, I think that's literally retarded.
Right, but see, I don't base it
because there are more problems per capita. It's not even more numbers wise, a standard like straight numbers wise. It is per capita. Therefore, that's literally what you're doing. No, because it's per capita higher, the white crime isn't a problem, but the black crime is. Well, literally, that is context and a stupid argument.
No, I'm saying it's antisocial crime.
Okay, I don't care what you call it.
I understand. Yeah, I understand. And,
what you're saying is the antisocial blacks are worse than the antisocial whites. That's literally Be Brave's daily mantra.
And that's why a lot of people are tuning in to listen to him.
That's why a lot of people are racists.
Well, blacks have made them that way.
Okay, you know what? Blacks have that much power over whites. John, I don't know where the fuck you grew up. If blacks had that much power, why are we running the country?
It's blacks.
Okay, listen to what you said before you defend it. You literally said it's blacks that cause whites to feel this way.
Negative.
What happened back in like 1662 when there were no blacks practically? Whites outnumbered blacks. See, what you don't understand is a sense of history.
Yeah, I don't.
This isn't a recent like attitude change in America.
It's the reason why these people, it's not their skin.
I don't motherfucking care why. Stop telling me why. I'm only saying, dude, you don't really understand your own argument. I literally don't care. Don't ask me what I think people think. I'm telling you the fact that blacks don't cause whites to feel this way.
Okay, let me just get a word in for a minute.
You know what?
Just for a minute. Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute, man.
You need John's permission.
Can I just get 1 minute?
Go ahead.
Minute. Okay. The fact is, no, he's not saying all black people are bad, but it's a fact.
Hey, hold on. You don't need to explain. John is very articulate.
Just what do you? Yeah, why you got to interrupt?
Okay.
Well, I was pointing to Be Brave and the point you was trying to make. What I was saying is, no, he's not saying all blacks are bad, but it's the fact that
okay, I didn't. Oh wait, hold it. What are you talking about? I didn't say Be Brave said that.
And then talk, Stanley.
No.
I understand.
No, you're not letting me finish.
No, I'm not letting you put words in my mouth. I said blacks do not cause whites to feel anyway. Whether Be Brave thinks all blacks are bad or not was not even the conversation. Stick with the conversation, son.
Yes, blacks do make whites feel that way because
well, then you and I disagree.
Every time it's a group of blacks that move into a majority white area, it goes to trash.
No, it doesn't.
Or the value
no,
goes
literally,
low. And the behavior changes.
You know what?
Look, I'm from. Wait.
Let me put. I don't give a fuck where you're from.
Look, East Cleveland. Look, all right. Look, dude, my parents.
Okay, provide the statistics. Let's cut this dumbass argument short. Give me the statistics that every time blacks move into a white neighborhood, the white neighborhood goes to pot. I need those statistics, and then you will have proven me right or wrong. Okay, I need same thing to you. I don't give a shit. You make the argument, you provide the statistics.
It's human experience.
Okay, I am not literally going to talk your experience. Since you guys are so pro-white, provide me the white statistics proving your point.
Well, I've had calls up here.
Okay, I don't care about your calls, John. The anecdotes do not work with me.
No one's
I don't give a fuck about your experience.
No one's capturing.
I literally don't care about your experience. Why are you continuing?
The things that you know to be true, you act like you know.
Okay, how the fuck do you know what I know to be true, John?
Because I've never taken a call.
Okay, I don't give a fuck about your calls. It's not me taking those calls. I'm literally telling you I don't care. And do not tell me what I know.
If you can't admit that most people do not.
Okay, I don't. No.
Yeah, come on.
This is what I'm going to admit. I've never lived in the ghetto, and I don't give a fuck about your ghetto calls. I don't have the experience. I don't give a fuck, and I don't have the experience.
Stanley, can I?
Dude.
14 people in the chat.
Okay, I don't give a fuck about the 14 people are entertained by this pro-white bullshit
you want to live around blacks.
Big J and Little J are giving.
If you would voluntarily live around blacks, say
why the fuck would I do that? I like living in the country. If blacks live in the country with me, I'm perfectly happy.
Voluntarily live in the country.
I will not voluntarily live somewhere where I don't want to be.
Right. If you would live anywhere,
stop telling me what I would when I just told you what I would do.
You like to live around blacks.
I am not going to live in your hood, John. Unless I'm visiting, and we will go to the African American Museum of History.
Any neighborhood with blacks, would you want to live there? Yes or no?
You know what? If it's a safe neighborhood, I like this acreage, this 90-some acreage. Hell yeah, I'd move there if it was the right place to move.
Them niggas ain't built it yet.
Niggas, when do they become niggas, John?
If you can,
this is what no. This is what I mean. As soon as you get 3 sheets to the wind, you become more anti-black. There are 14 people hearing you use the N-word for the first time on this panel. Congratulations, John. You have reached an event horizon.
Everyone's all heard before.
There's no controlling John now.
I'm sure you.
Can I finish my point?
Dude, what I need you to do is understand that my point isn't that Be Brave thinks all black people.
Well, can I finish my point?
Okay, you know what? It depends on what the point is. Now I'm annoyed.
No one wants to live around blacks.
I don't. You know what? You don't want to live around blacks.
I live around. No one else
you only want to live around the blacks who are your tenants. Otherwise, you would be living in a black neighborhood with people of equal status. You want to live around the people you can control and occasionally scrape up off the floor.
The stats bear it out.
Okay, the stats do not bear out your argument, John.
Property values are
the
lower.
Stats do not.
Show me.
I need to see the stats, John. If dig them up and tell me.
I will. I'm gonna one day. I might do a stream, and I'm gonna do.
Well, you know what? I look forward to that day.
I'm gonna do 2 neighborhoods in Cleveland.
You have had a year to do that stream, and you haven't done it yet.
Jay, maybe I'll start with DC. I'm going to do a white
DC, dude, why start with DC?
Oh, yeah, Jay, would you want me to do Cleveland?
Oh, look,
Yeah, dude.
Jay, encourage him, Jay.
Let me get a word out, man. Damn. I'm trying to get a fucking word out.
Well, motherfucker,
Now, I was
told
replying.
you the rules of my panel. You have no power here. This isn't Be Brave's
I was
panel.
replying. I was replying to
Would you
what's his
turn
name?
your camera on intentionally?
I'm trying to prove a point,
Did
man.
you
Damn.
turn your camera on intentionally? Is my question. We're off that topic.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
cool.
because I'm trying to prove a point. Now, look at this, right? It says neighborhood protected by video surveillance, right? Now, this is Cleveland, right? This was not here 10 and 15 years ago when this area was majority white. Now that majority of blacks moved in, now they have to have surveillance up because people been breaking into houses over here, right? I'm about to show you the complex that I live in, right? It's nice houses, but the hood is literally right across the street and right over the bridge. The point I'm trying to make is that when blacks move in to white areas, they go to trash. That's what I'm trying to make. That's the point I'm trying to make. Because we didn't have video surveillance 10 and 15 years ago. But when majority blacks started moving in around 2017 and 2018, this neighborhood all of a sudden had to get cameras.
Hey Jay, what do you think about this?
Okay, what I no. Because let me help. I think the biggest problem that anti-black blacks have is they think anecdotal evidence equates a plural. Now he's showing one neighborhood in Cleveland, and Cleveland is one city, and he's acting like this is coast to coast. Son, the arguments, these fucking racist arguments want to add, dude, they don't work with me.
We're gonna do city by city, Stanley.
Okay, motherfucker, you know what? All you do is give me anecdotal evidence too.
This is Cleveland. This is Cleveland, bro. Look at the sign.
I don't give a
Cleveland,
fuck. It's one city, one neighborhood.
You're gonna go city by city.
Dude, you know what? That's the problem. Most black people do not live in cities.
Okay, well, we're gonna see what they do to the city.
Okay, we're gonna see when you show us, John. When you show us, we gonna see.
And CKJ3, yes,
And
I
look,
did live in
Deacon
Twinsburg.
Dave had the
I'm
same
responding. Can I
experience.
respond to somebody in the comments?
No. Deacon Dave is going to tell me about his hometown. So now we have two anecdotes. Give me the stats. The stats are a problem, in which you guys want to do, and Be Brave does it especially well, is he will take stats and give them his own narrative, and half the time it's a racist narrative. I understand how stats work. You guys don't.
Well, first off, I was responding to CK in the comments. Like, yes, I did live in Twinsburg for high school because my auntie lived out there. My parents sent me out there to go to high school because they didn't want me going to Cleveland public school because the Cleveland school system is fucked up.
See, so all of a sudden, this has become your. Did your aunt? I don't know anything about Twinsburg, but I assume your aunt was black.
Yeah, I mean Twinsburg, like it's
did the neighborhood go to shit? Does she have white neighbors?
Well, she doesn't live there no more. But
Okay,
you know,
what I
she lived there
need
while I was
to, what I needed. Oh, okay, did she have white neighbors?
What are you asking?
Did she have white neighbors? Did they move away because of her, or did they toss her out of the neighborhood? I'm trying to figure out what your plan is.
I'm trying to.
You got to make them fast, son. I don't have all day.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But the point I'm trying to make is it's the difference between cultures, right? Twinsburg is safer because it's predominantly white. Cleveland is not safe because it's predominantly
that is
black.
absolutely stupid.
No, it's not. It's not stupid.
Okay,
it's facts.
it is absolutely. See, this racialization is a go-to in American culture, and people like you literally learn this shit from people like Be Brave.
I didn't learn it.
Everything that's wrong, if there are black people there, it's because of the black people. I have a problem with that kind of logic.
But I lived there during high school, bro. I live in Cleveland.
I don't give a fuck. Did you hear what I said what my point is independent of where you went to high school.
No, I was trying to make a point.
I know what you're trying to do. I'm saying your point has nothing to do with what I said.
No, yes, it does,
It does not.
predominantly white areas are
Okay,
safer. That's
my
facts.
point is a couple black people in a neighborhood and the neighborhood goes down is not an argument. You literally said that the neighborhood was safer because there are white people there. Well, why is it that the neighborhood is there because they're white people or mostly white? Why is it safer?
I'm saying,
Okay, motherfucker, you will hear what I have to say now.
No, I'm not. No, you're not. You're not
Yeah,
listening.
I'm afraid you are. Okay, so white people automatically make the neighborhood safe? You need to dig deeper, son. White people are not like a human safety blanket. There might be a reason it's safer because white people are there, but you aren't going to dig that deep, are you?
Okay, let's make a different example, right?
No,
drill
let's
rap
not
concert.
no. I need
Okay,
you to
let's
deal with what you said. Now you're moving goalposts.
No, I'm not moving. I'm
Why
not.
is that neighborhood safer because the white people are there?
Look, I'm saying majority white neighborhoods are safer because they don't.
Okay, dude, Jay doesn't have a truth on this panel. We are exploring, trying to extract a truth, but Jay's personal truth is not my concern, Palomino. Sorry about that.
Look, I'm saying, do whites commit some crime? Yes, that's not.
Okay,
But the point I'm trying to make, the point I'm trying.
You're not getting my point. Why is it safer because white people are there? They don't ensure safety automatically by the color of their skin. Why is the neighborhood safer because white people are there?
Because their culture is different. That's the point I'm trying to
Okay,
make.
wrong.
White people's culture is different.
I can't agree with
They're
that.
not out here. They're not out here
I
selling
can't
drugs.
agree with
They're
that.
not
Why
out here
is
robbing
their
people.
culture?
They're not out.
Okay,
They're not.
why
They're
is
not
their
out here
culture?
tearing up the community. They're not out here doing stuff that predominantly black areas are doing. You see in the black areas, there's trash always on the street. There's too many abandoned houses.
Okay, fuck all that bullshit, dude. Why is the neighborhood safer? Okay, so whites have a different culture than blacks? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, dude,
Their
I
culture.
can't help. I can't
That's
help
what
you.
I'm saying.
Let me deal
Their
with
culture
another
doesn't.
knucklehead.
Their culture doesn't promote the things that black culture promotes.
Okay, I was going a different route. I don't think it's safer because white people have a different culture. If there's a different culture, it means that they may be richer and in some cases can afford private security. Dude,
It's not even about.
okay,
It's
what
not
I
even
need
about
you
being.
to do, I'm going to finish what I have to say, son. I think you're off base here. I'm not saying you're totally wrong. I literally think you have to take this on a case by case basis. And what racists like yourself do, or racists in training, is you want to racialize problems. That's why problems don't get solved. I've made this point before. When you racialize problems, when you racialize almost any sort of policy, it goes south. So you'll never convince me that a neighborhood is safer because white culture is better than black culture. Believe it or not everybody listens to rap music.
Yes, true. But at the end of the day, their culture
Okay,
is still better because they don't promote. They don't promote the things that black culture promotes.
The problem is you want to get to the end of the day and describe the whole day by how the day ends. That's not how it should work. I have a huge problem with your ability to critically think, and Be Brave is not helping you there.
Dude, you keep putting me backstage without letting me finish,
keep
bro.
cutting you off. All I'm saying is that
the problem is
okay. See, I'm trying to finish a sentence. Okay, dude, what you need to understand is you and I are not equals on this panel. Okay, I don't care
I'm not
about.
trying. I'm not trying to be
Hey,
equal. I'm just trying
see,
to
there
finish
you
a
go
damn
again.
sentence.
I can't even see. You want to do this gish
I can't
gallop?
even finish a sentence.
Motherfucker, I will finish my sentence and then you finish yours. How about that?
I'm
Can
getting
we?
like,
Okay, see, yeah, you can't even say yes. Look,
fine. Say
I
what are you
don't
gonna say?
agree. I don't agree with your conclusions, and I'll just end it there.
No, we're not. We're not gonna end it because you're
Oh,
denying the facts.
absolutely,
You're
we're gonna
denying.
end.
You're
We're
denying.
gonna. Okay, who the fuck are you to tell me what we're not gonna end? Who? You know what? If there is a black culture, motherfucker, you epitomize it, dude. The fuck are you gonna tell me what I'm gonna do? Motherfucker, you better unlearn that rap culture of yours.
Look, I'm saying
Okay, I
that
don't have to look. That's what you need to understand.
I'm saying the problem is that
What you need to
blacks are out
learn,
here
son.
promoting. They're promoting.
I'm gonna be honest. Wherever it was you went to high school or whatever aunt you were living with, they should have taught you some motherfucking respect. Okay, I'm gonna demand it, and if you can't deliver it, go over to B Braves panel. You will follow my rules, not the other way around. That's just the way it's gonna work.
Look, I'm just saying it's the difference between the culture, and I'm saying,
And
like,
I don't agree with that conclusion.
I'm saying blacks get on here and they
Keep
promote
saying
degeneracy.
it,
They play
and
victim.
I am going to keep disagreeing
They don't.
with your conclusion.
The problem is they want to blame
I don't
whitey, but
think
they
you
don't want to
understand the
focus.
problem.
They don't want
I
to focus
literally
on
think
the
you don't
issues
know what
in
the
the black
fuck you're
community
talking
that
about.
are affecting the blacks. That's the problem. They don't want to focus on that stuff.
Yeah. You know what? I think I'm just going to let you finish this fucking racist diatribe, and then we move on to Ryan.
That's the problem. The problem is they wake up and they blame white people every day, but they don't want to focus on the issues that we have
Okay,
in the
so
black
it's
community.
better to blame black people like you're doing.
Yes, because we have to take
Okay, see,
accountability for the
this is
stuff.
my point. Exactly. It's better to blame black people. Why?
Because we have to address the issue. We can't keep running away from the issue. Nobody wants to accept it. And that's the
What's
problem
the
with people.
issue? What is the
That's the
issue?
problem
What
with
is
people
the
in your
issue?
panel because they
What
don't address the
is the
issues. They don't
issue?
address the
See,
issues in the black
I'm
community like
motherfucking asking a
violence
direct question,
and
and
black
you
skill.
want. What is the issue, son? What is the issue you speak of?
That's the issues that we don't expose and we don't want
What
to face.
are the issues?
That blacks are 30% of the population, but commit like 80%
No,
of the
we are
crime.
not 30% of the population.
Yes. How are we not that big in this country, but we
We
commit
are
like
not
80% of the
30.
crime?
Let's go back to the we are not 30% of the population.
13. 13.
We're not 30%. We don't commit most of the crime. We commit more per capita.
The problem is that white communities are often better because they have things like people having 2-parent households. They're not out here robbing people. They're not out here selling drugs. They're not out here destroying the community.
Have you ever been outside Cleveland, like all the way down into Kentucky?
No, I haven't been to Kentucky.
Okay, so what you need to say, and I'm helping you out here, is the problems exist, but not as much per capita.
No, they exist because black people refuse to
Okay,
accept
dude,
accountability for what they've been doing.
in Stanley, Virginia, and down in the holler, and yes, there really is a Stanley, Virginia, down in the holler, there are no black people there, and crime is pretty bad, and most of it is because of ginseng, and fucking opioids. Listen to what I just said. The problems exist in the white community. They just are not as acute.
Look, I'm not saying that white people don't commit crime, but what I'm
Okay,
saying
I
is,
didn't say you said that. I didn't say you said anything other than the crime exists. It's just not as much per capita. And
no,
the per capita
the point,
stuff is a problem because there are two ways to look at it. Most people want to go with the per capita, basically the amount of crime based on population. And I'm saying sometimes that's not the way to solve a problem.
Hey Stanley, I wanted to correct you on this. Stanley, Virginia. The stats say it has a lower overall crime rate compared to national average. Both violent
Who gives a fuck? I'm saying the crime. I didn't ask about crime rate. I said the same crimes exist, and it's high crime.
both violent and property crime rates are
Okay,
lower than national average.
compare it to the national average includes whites, blacks, everybody else. Compare white to white.
See, it's generally considered a safe.
Compare white to white.
Well, that's white. It's generally considered safe and it's poor. Right? It's poor, right? Stanley, Virginia?
Oh, look at you. Yeah, Stanley, Virginia.
It's poor. And so it says lower than average crime.
Yeah, and
so
So what have you proved?
Well, it's not crime written.
Okay, what have you? Yes, it is crime written. John, I literally had a woman who worked for me from there. Believe me, there is crime.
Well, but yeah, of course, it's crime everywhere. But according
No, it is high crime. It may just be petty crime. It may be
You guys are talking about two different things: violent crime versus crime. Overall crime versus violent crime.
Crime rate, and it is just
well. See, these anti-black blacks don't make distinctions. You just want. See, the problem is you don't understand statistics. I'm never convinced when you racialize these arguments that you like to make.
Should I bring up the statistics?
What is what? I don't give a fuck. Give me the violent crime statistics.
Okay, I'm pulling it up right now. Stanley crimes, the violent crimes, according to Neighborhood Scout. I'm not sure where they're pulling their data from.
Oh yeah. Neighborhood Scout.
You've heard of them? Okay. According to them, there were 4 violent crimes that were reported. I'm sure.
What's the population?
The population is, and it's an average of 2.3 per 1,000 residents. The population is.
Okay, what I need you to do is find the population and then use the 2. Don't go by that per 1,000.
No, I got the population. I'm pulling it up right here. Give me 1 second. 1,700 people.
Oh, that looks like a pretty good rate.
Yeah, they say it's one of the safest areas. It's very safe, generally considered safe there.
Okay, well, I got Stanley, Virginia. I was going by a resident of Stanley, Virginia. My bad.
As I said, some of these small white towns, they're pretty.
Okay, and again, doesn't change my argument. These arguments get racialized. The problems get racialized. That's why the problems don't get solved.
But there's only 5% crimes.
I'm sorry, what?
There's only 5% of crimes in like these small white towns. But when you get to like the
where do you get
like
where do you get those statistics?
It's facts. That's what it is. It's facts.
Okay, no, you need to prove it. John at least popped out of nowhere to talk about the holler. Do the same that your senior did.
Can I just pop in real quick? Sure. I was going to say communities commit different crime types, and it's pretty steady. So, for example, whites commit more crimes per capita, stealing from their company, and overall dollars. Period. Like they steal a shit ton more money, stealing from their companies. Asians, gambling crimes and that kind of shit. The Asians suck that shit up. In terms of like city shootings, blacks lead there. So each group, they all commit crimes, but they differ.
Well,
in the crime
whites
type.
also commit more like SA type crimes.
Yeah, I don't know the statistics on that. I thought they
I
were.
happen to know that it's more, believe it or not, more than black people do. But here's
Maybe. I don't doubt it. Fine. Yeah.
here's my
I'm just saying that
here's
people
my
differ
overall
culturally and otherwise.
point. My overall point is that I don't buy the argument that Be Brave wants to talk about, which is violent crimes in the hood are worse than any other type of crime. It's
You mean
totally it's totally
I used to
arbitrary.
argue with him about it too, but I've had to think about it, and I do think there is a piece to it that you're not considering, and I can explain it if you give me a
Uh,
second. So I'm a Baltimorean. I love Baltimore. There were crimes that would occur on North Upton and up in the deepest part of the brokest part of the city, right? And it was always there. It has spread, and it creates almost like a terrorism where people are scared to go there. So I think violent crime is unique in that it can discourage people to come for fear of safety.
Right, and which will affect
And so,
economics and all that sort
yes,
of stuff.
yeah. And then it gets worse,
I
right? It exacerbates it.
agree, but
Yeah.
you'll never convince me that some hood kid shooting up a street corner is any worse than somebody in Winder, Georgia. Some kid shooting up a school. The difference is it doesn't. More people will basically be hurt in a drive-by or something like that. But look, I just covered a crime today where this white guy shot up in what was it? In Michigan, damn it, I can't Traverse City, Michigan, 1 dead, 10 shot. I guarantee you Be Brave won't know about it and won't talk about it because it doesn't fit his narrative. Okay, that it doesn't happen as much, in my opinion, there are reasons crime is more acute in the black community. And I think the reason these crime rates haven't been addressed ever is because it gets racialized.
I think I think that there's a snowball effect as well. So if XYZ area has a lot of shootings, then and it spreads to another area.
Okay, I don't think you're addressing my point. My point is the reason these crimes have persisted generationally in the black community is because it's been racialized into a very similar narrative that Be Brave makes. It's black people's problem. It's up to them to solve it. It's never been an American problem, at least on Be Brave's channel. It is a black problem. It's racialized. That's why it doesn't get solved. The excuse. Well, no, it's my opinion, and I think I could probably back it up. The other thing is this excuse that cops are too scared to go into these high crime areas, I think is bullshit.
I mean, what do you mean by what?
I mean, literally, I've heard stories, not recently, but I feared for my life. That's why, I acted this way. I've heard of cops like, we don't answer calls from this neighborhood after dark because we fear for our lives. I think that is a problem.
I've never heard it.
Okay, well, you know what? That you never heard it doesn't mean I haven't heard it.
I mean, I've seen policing change.
Okay, I
broken
need you
windows.
to address my point. Just because you haven't heard it doesn't mean I didn't hear it.
So you're saying people have reported that the cops.
I have literally had heard cops say, "Hey, look," you'll hear it like every now and again. You'll hear some police union guy say it. Police. What was the term after? Was it George Floyd? Where cops did like a quiet quitting sort of thing because they wanted to protest having to wear body cams.
That's not what they did. That's not.
Well, what was it? Because
So having read, it's called the it's a
they sure as shit quiet quit.
it started after Ferguson. It was called the Ferguson effect, is what sociologists and people that study law enforcement
Yeah,
called it.
and body cams were involved
It
because
wasn't body
they
cams.
did not. It was body cams. Just
The
because
cops,
this report that you're talking about is not necessarily what I'm talking about. There were issues. Police had issues wearing body cams.
well, okay. So the phenomenon that you're talking about is the police have two jobs, and they do business two ways. They either answer calls from dispatch or they
Okay,
actively
I'm really
police.
not that interested in the
Well, I'm
reason
trying.
why.
I'm trying to respond to you.
You're explaining why. I just care about the. I just explain. I just care about the end result. I don't really care about the details.
You know what, Stanley? I'm out, man. You just
Talk to
keep
you later.
not letting people get their
You
people
get some
point.
sleep
You don't.
because
You keep
I'm
on not
telling
letting
you,
people get
I'm
their
not,
point across,
dude.
man. I'm out, bro.
Okay, who gives a fuck, dude? You better be rigorous if you come up here. This is not B Brave's panel.
Well,
So
yeah,
what were you saying?
you didn't really
No,
give him a shot.
motherfucker,
So
I mean, dude, I don't like stupid arguments.
well, okay. So here's
And
what I'm
again,
getting at.
you want to explain why the cops were doing what they were doing. I don't care about the whys. I care about what happened. Okay, there's no need.
What occurred was police.
Okay, you want to insist on telling me why. I don't think there's a justification. You do your job or quit and do something else.
The call. Okay.
And
Can
this
I just,
little pussy.
Can I just go? I want to
Okay,
go.
you are absolutely. I'm draining. I'm glad
police-
I'm draining. You
The
want
police
to
did less
why
active
do you
policing.
need to explain this?
Less active policing, so less arrests, etc., which then meant more crime was committed, etc. But the cops can't win.
Okay.
Too many arrests that people are targeted. We were being targeted. Too few arrests, then you got high crime. I mean, it's a tough job.
Okay,
it's a tough spot to be a cop.
I don't understand why this is an excuse.
It's not an excuse, but if you were a cop and
you think it's an explanation. See, I don't care to put myself. See, and maybe it's the Navy thing, dude. I don't care about your effort. I just want results.
I'm trying to give them to you.
Okay, I don't think you're going to explain the low results. I don't care the explanation. I want better results.
The discussion was about violent crime.
Okay, don't tell me what the discussion was. I told you what my point was.
Your point was the cops need to do their job and arrest people,
yes.
right?
No. You're adding the arrest part. I'm saying they just need to do their job. And arresting might not be their only job.
Well, enforce laws, right? Like that's
How
their job.
about a police presence? If you don't want to even go into a neighborhood, that's not more arrests necessarily. How about just be present? And I know, damn, my father's a retired cop. You don't think I understand how tough the job is? How dangerous it can be?
In Baltimore City, there was one cop.
You
can't get cops to do the job. They don't.
Okay. Well, then, you know what? Find other cops who will.
Wait, they're shorthanded.
Find other cops who will.
Okay.
I'm going to be merciless on this. I don't.
Well, Baltimore City needs to pay more to attract more cops.
About a whiny cop. I just want the job done.
Well, Baltimore City needs to do a better job at attracting cops.
Well,
and most agencies across the country are shorthanded.
Baltimore is one city in a big country.
The whole country is short cops.
Good. What we need to do is figure out how to bolster the numbers. I actually, where was I? Talking about, you know what? We need to raise up the training standards to FBI standards, and we need to pay them like FBI agents. And I understand that's not, it's a pipe dream, but we can't find cops is a bullshit answer. Fix the problem. That's what I want.
Well, here's an idea. Okay, pay them more money. Pay them more
Sin,
money.
stop being mean.
Pay them more money. Pay the cops more money. But the problem is when people will not
That's a show
come,
title, Sin. That's a show title.
when people don't come to the city because they're fearful
I don't
because
care
of
about any of
violent
that.
crime,
I want the cops to make
you can't
Baltimore
hire
safe.
cops.
I want the cops to make Baltimore safe.
Well, they're literally they got about half staff, so because they can't get them.
So
And well, so you think that there's
no,
a ratio? Your dad would say there's a ratio.
I think we know what needs to be done, and I think the job is not getting done. That's what I think.
So just to rewind, the argument.
I'm
Okay, go on.
maybe I'm just being too Navy at this point. I one of these days I will tell you about my first time underway with my new captain, and the end result was Stanley, you better shit one. That's what the cops need to do. Baltimore cops or Baltimore mayor or Baltimore city council, whoever, you need to shed a safer city. And the excuse is y'all don't want me to be mayor.
Actually, I think you would kick the shit out of everybody. So yes, please be mayor. I want you to be mayor.
I would be assassinated.
Well, you wouldn't tolerate any of the bullshit. I mean, you wouldn't tolerate any of it.
And I would only do one term. Me and Biden, we're one termers.
Well, you're maybe from senility equals senility.
That's funny. But no. Brian, look, I honestly think, and you know, I'm 60, so it might be, I see the end of the road. I just want, what, and I'm the same way with my son. I really don't care that you were tired. I really don't care. I just want you to do what I told you to do. Is that so hard? Just do it and I'll be out of your hair. I think America, and you know what? And this isn't going to be this show because I have to kind of think about how I would present this argument. I think we need more tough love, but we need tough love from people who actually have brains. I'll vote for you to be president.
Well, I would, like I said, I'm AI. I'm fine with AI being a president.
No, I'm not going that far.
I don't care about character. I just want results.
Character matters. Look at the mess we're in right now. And I do think it's a mess. You know what? Let's not call it a mess. Let's call it a muddle. It's gonna be a mess.
I've been pretty critical of the current president and most of Congress.
I don't care. You know what? He is elected. We have to run this course like a fever. All I'm saying is that, you know what? And I need to relax a little bit. Look, I want these problems to be fixed, and blaming it all on blacks or blaming it all on cops who don't want to do their jobs. Just fix the goddamn problems. And what I hear from people like John Galt and Jay and Be Brave, they want to blame everything on race. And I think that has played out. Let's goddamn fix the problem and stop worrying about race so much.
Well, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that. But I do think that, I do think that you and John were talking past each other most of the time.
Absolutely. We often do.
Yeah. And
because John wants to go all anti-black. And you know what? See, I don't know whether it's a Southern thing. It might be. But I don't think you need to, I don't think you need to, make a 2-word yes or a 1-word yes, no into an Andy Griffith fucking parable.
I Okay, Stanley, you like to back people into the cul-de-sac though, and he knows that.
Absolutely, I do.
Well, when you put him in yes, no, then you're putting him in the cul-de-sac.
Hey, you know what? If you can't survive in that
No, he's
cul-de-sac,
fucking.
that's a you problem.
Yeah, but it's like if you ask me a yes, no question without explanation, you got to have an explanation. You
No,
give an explanation, it's okay.
honestly, it makes the conversation shorter and it actually tightens up arguments.
Yeah. Well, I do think you could, Jay. Though you definitely should have given him a
I
little
don't
bit more.
care. See, Jay,
You gave him no runway.
you know what? People need to learn to answer questions, and I'm not going to say I'm the best at it. I'm probably the worst at it, but at least I'm trying. Jay wants to tell me turn on his camera and talk about Cleveland when I'm not talking about Cleveland, and that's not how you do an argument. We're not motherfucking talking about Cleveland. We're talking about a more systemic problem, and he doesn't seem to be able to comprehend that.
I think the thing is, everyone has a perspective and a life experience.
I don't
And
care
he's
about
speaking
life
from his.
experiences.
You're speaking from yours, you know? He's
No,
speaking from his.
no, literally, I'm not.
I mean,
I've never lived in the hood. But I am saying the excuse that you can't fucking put cops or have a cop presence in the hood, to me, and no one has been able to tell me why cops can't be in the hood and exert presence.
cops are in the hood, but not in the numbers that they should be.
Well, then that's my point.
But why? Tell me why. You know
not?
why?
And if the answer is I'm scared.
No, that's not the reason.
Well, what is the reason?
Baltimore. Now, I want you to keep in mind.
Again, you're talking about Baltimore, so just you know what, you have carte blanche. You're a friend of the show.
Yeah, this is Baltimore. In Baltimore City, they used to patrol the hood pretty strong. That was pushed back, but they did. And you know, like there's even some videos I've seen which are neat, where you see how the cops are kind of figuring out who the bad people are and who the good people are.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a lot of robberies down in the where the business district, where the finance companies are, where the big dollars are, and at Johns Hopkins University. There was a murder 5 years ago. Just one of the students got killed in the crossfire of a gang violence or some type of violence, right? The city and Brandon Scott, who was the mayor, he literally looks at that and goes, okay, I have to protect my tax base, because if the tax base leaves, I'm fucked.
Brandon Scott's still the mayor, right?
Yes.
Okay,
But
when
the
you're
city-
done with this story, I have a question about that.
Okay. But Brandon Scott isn't dumb. And he said, I mean, I'm not a fan of his, but he's not dumb. He knows
That's
if
because he's a
Hopkins,
YN, isn't it? I'm just joking.
I don't
It's a joke.
fucking
It's a
like him.
joke. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Yeah, it's all good. But no, and he's not that, by the way. He's a pretty upstanding guy, but he's not. But here's the thing about it.
He's not your Colt 45.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, exactly. Right. But the thing is, he knows I have to protect where I'm getting my money. Johns Hopkins is a massive revenue source,
right?
And the finance companies down on Pratt Street, their people were getting mugged, and they went to the city and said, "Listen, this shit ain't going to keep happening because we bring a lot of money in here." So he knows I got to put a shitload of cops in these areas because that's where we're getting our money. So that's less presence in the hood and in other neighborhoods, and in middle class neighborhoods and poor neighborhoods and all the neighborhoods in Baltimore. He's going to put them around the areas that are generating the most tax revenue. Most cities do that, and it's kind of smart because you need the money to come in for it to work, But overall, they're understaffed, undermanned, and largely probably somewhat scared to actively police, because there's a lot of anti-cop rhetoric.
Tough shit, dude. You have to plow through that. Fuck all that.
I don't disagree.
Now, this is where I will do a 180 and tell black people, dude, do you either want to be safe or you don't?
Yeah.
Or you know what? Let's do what the racists want and fucking you fix the problem. It's either going to be fixed by the cops or you're going to fix it. Dude, that's what you need. You need someone to do that type of community meeting. Okay, motherfuckers, if you think the cops are that bad, then dude, we will cordon off this bitch.
Well, I think most of the communities,
we will Gaza strip your ass.
no, most of the people in the communities that are law-abiding citizens want cops, largely. Like most people want the cops, you know. So there's even a guy he's a minister, a huge black church on Loch Raven Boulevard, and he's always like, "We want more cops. Give us as many cops as we can handle to clean up these neighborhoods," you know. But Baltimore's got a lot of problems, but they definitely are trying to. One of the reasons the hood might be under policed is community pushback and or limited resources to protect the tax base.
You know what? Tough shit. Let's. You know what? Let me tell you something that I actually would not disagree with. If Trump just said, "You know what, motherfuckers, we're sending 4,000 to Chicago, we're sending 2,000 to Baltimore, we're already here in DC. Look, we're gonna clean up these goddamn hoods." If he did that, you know what? I'd vote for him to do a third term.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, I would.
You're not being this whole fucking lie, Stanley. That's a bunch of bullshit. I never believe that.
You know what?
I never believe it.
Hey, if he wants to clean up these problems, now if the problems recreate, then it's going to be on those neighborhoods. But I'm actually not kidding. I would be impressed. Don't call them shitholes. Go clean up the shitholes. Dig a new latrine or whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
He'd still be a racist, but he'd be shit. I know plenty of racists. I like Be Brave. He's a racist.
Well,
now Dirty Dude's gonna kick my ass.
But if it helps the neighborhoods, I wanted to see my city fixed. Like that's my town. It's my fucking town. So, even though people give it a bad rap, I mean, fuck, the CT does a show and they just trash the city the whole time. Baltimore. Actually, most of the country. Baltimore gets no respect.
I think doesn't he bash Cleveland more?
Nah, most of them people. The whole country goes in on Baltimore, man. Like the whole country. The whole country goes in on Baltimore. They make fun of the accent, all the shit. So constant. John will do a show that have Baltimore in the title. I'm like, here we go. There we fucking go. Who said this? Almost hit Dirty Joe said unsubscribe. Oh. That's a Baltimore problem, man. No, you can't hire them in New York. I'm telling you, the police. There's been a lot of discouragement. I mean, look, you got to think, Stanley. In 2001, cops went into the World Trade Center, and many of them didn't come back. The cops and firefighters, I mean, they lost a lot of them. So people kind of venerated the cops and the firemen. And since 2015, everyone's been shitting on the cops, largely. And I'm like, a lot of cops are good people. They're just doing their job, and they're doing their best. Oh, the cops are this or that. I get into it with Joe Cool. Joe Cool just follows the cops around and filming them. And I'm like, a lot of cops are decent. Like they're just trying to do a good job. So, and Baltimore City police department is very diverse.
I have literally told you a few times my background.
Your dad's a cop.
Not all cops are smart. Not all cops should be cops.
I don't disagree with that.
One bad apple theory. I think they're more than a couple bad apples.
Oh, so Stanley, I'm gonna tell you right now, and your dad was a cop. Like one of the problems is the cops on duty. He'll have to do something like, I don't know, watch a kid die, watch a baby die, and then he leaves that call,
Dude,
and then
I
he,
have lit. Well, let me please put a pin in this argument. I
okay,
literally,
all right.
and my father was off duty. I don't even remember where we were going, but this kid, like little, goddamn, I don't even know that I was in high school. And one of the reasons you'll hear me say I don't have heroes because I have a father. This
Yeah,
kid got hit by a car. My father was not on duty. He and I were going somewhere, probably to a hardware store or something. My father, I was fucking amazed. He was there. Kid's mouth was bloody. My father was doing mouth to mouth. And to be
yeah.
honest, I don't recall whether the kid survived or not. My father didn't even say, wait here. He was there. And you know what? I'm sure he must have mentioned it when he got back home, to my mother at least. Never heard another word about it. He had just done it. It wasn't a whole lot of look at me or
Yeah.
anything. So I know what cops can be. And I don't think we are trained. I don't think we're training our cops to be that. Not that everybody has to be a hero
Well,
or anything like that, but look, did you see that video where that kid, like they break the window? Now the kid was an asshole, but they were a little bit more excessive with the force than they should have been.
well, the
Because
cop punched the guy in the face. I mean, I don't know
well,
why the cop
no,
punched him.
it got worse after he had they got him out of the car. They fucking beat him up a bit. That's the kind of shit you don't need to do. You got him subdued. Why do you need to get all pissed off? And I understand, you're a little annoyed that he made your job. You might be late for dinner. But the thing is that when y'all, and not you specifically, Ryan, but when I hear folks talk about thug culture, some of them are cops. And by the way, there are a couple black cops in that gaggle. So
Yeah, of course.
thugs enforcing the law on thugs. We got some problems with our police.
I think the cops get emotional too, right? Like
And
those
that's the
cops were
problem.
pissed.
That's what you don't want them to do. You can be, dude, motherfucker. I've been in the military, dude. If you get emotional, you will always lose. That's what I'm saying. That can be trained out of you.
I don't know, man.
I've gone through the training. If you lose your cool, you are going to lose. I've been
I don't
there.
know,
I've done
man.
it. Dude,
It's
no, I do know. This is something I know. This is actually something I know. Dude,
Stanley, I
if
just
you
saw
lose it, you have lost.
I just saw this video, okay, and this cop. I thought this cop was going to beat the hell out of this girl.
You
The girl had
don't
two.
take it out on the perp. You take it out at the gym. This is literally, and these fools want to talk about IQ and high IQ. Dude,
Forget all that
you
shit.
can't teach
They're idiots.
Dude, what do you think special forces fucking loses it if some person shoots at them? Dude, you better stay focused and calm.
Well, okay, but there's a million cops.
If FBI can do it. FBI training can do it.
I mean, I saw this video. It might be circulating now. It's Baltimore, and this woman had two children that she killed in her car in like the back in a couple of boxes. One of them was in there for 14 months. There were four cops. All of them were trying to deal with this woman, and then they find the bodies. The one cop goes and starts praying. One cop just about throws up. One cop says, "They're babies," and walks away crying.
Okay, that
And
is humanity. That is not. Were they being shot at?
Well, no, but the girl tried to run.
Different. It's not a traffic stop. It's not a guy who, dude. They are dealing with the after effects of what they found. I bet they weren't doing that before they found it. Okay,
No. Once
there's
they found it,
more
they
in
all
this
walked
episode.
away, and this happened. But what I'm saying is, it's an emotional. It's got to take an emotional toll on you. And I never really. I saw that video. It's
Absolutely.
like,
And you know what?
wow.
Cops usually retire. There's a minimum retirement age. I know in the Savannah Police Department, it was 60. They retire you because it is a tough job.
Well, I think the one cop, the girl took off, and this one cop took off after he got her down. But I was like, he's gonna beat the hell out of her. He was
Again,
mad. He was mad.
okay,
He didn't beat her
you're
though.
explaining what happened, and I'm saying this is how that sort of stuff can be prevented. Cops, first off, cops are not military, but we treat them sometimes like they are, and vice versa for that matter. All I'm saying is I happen to know what the FBI standards are.
Do you think your dad ever lost his cool?
No,
Never.
he wasn't. Oh yeah, but
I mean, like, was he heavy-handed with a guy? Did he get the guy kept smarting off your dad, and he was like, you know what, I'm sick of this shit, and he kind of put his
You
nightstick
know
into
what?
him or
I'm
something.
not going to say no because I've never asked him, but I would also say that my father was a big believer in karma.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I will also say that he retired over 20 years ago. So I think policing was somewhat different. So I'm not gonna, this might be granny apples to golden crisp, not quite the same apple. All I'm saying is I honestly believe that we can do better with our training. I want more cops. I want better
And I
training.
don't disagree. Like, I think more training is always
I
good.
do not want cops to punch a motherfucker because he smarted off. I think that's unprofessional.
Well, how about this idea too? Like,
dude, if every time some little E3 smarted off to me and I smacked him, you resist the urge. Now, there may be a toll to pay on the back end. We kind of have to worry about the families now. However, there are problems to be fixed, and at a minimum, let's try something, because what has been done in restoring what was before 2020 is not working. And the reason
how
I
about
know
this
it's not
idea?
working is the reason I know it's not working is because Be Brave, John Galt, and Jay still have an argument.
Well, here's my question to you, because I don't disagree. I think the cops, more training is always better. It's good. But I also look at the public, and it's the whole nation. I mean, you see fights on airplanes, you see, and it's not white or black or Latino, it's everybody. Generally speaking, the community of Americans, they don't
Is
listen to
this
the
a
cops.
weird way of defending the cops?
What I'm saying is the public treats the cops pretty shitty now overall. And I'm talking the whole public, the whites, the blacks, the Latinos. I'm not being racial. And, I don't think it's racial. I think everyone treats the cops like, fuck you, I'm not going to listen. Right?
You know what? And videos like that one guy punching the kid, he knew the kid wasn't armed, though the story is there was a knife on the floor or some bullshit. It wasn't in that kid's hand. And they got the kid out of the car. He was unarmed. I think once they got him out of the car, I would even excuse the punch through the window.
No, that wasn't
Once
called
they
for.
got him out of the car, it was unprofessional behavior. And you know what? The cops were right until they pulled him out and just started doing what they did.
Yeah, and leaned on them. Sure. But I also see the public like this. I see these people pull up. They sit in their car and go, no, I'm not going to roll the window down. Fuck you. And they sit out there for a half hour. I hear the cops telling people like, "Please roll your window down, sir," 8 times.
That's
I'm
what this
like,
happened. That's how this happened.
well, yeah. And the thing is, I'm like, what about the public in general? Like, why is it okay for people? I mean, I just saw this one where big fight on an airplane. The cops virtually begging this guy to get this fucking drunk idiot, like hillbilly, to get off the plane. Sir, please come off. After you tell the guy a couple times, I'm like, you know what? There should be a charge for not listening to the damn police. You know, like just listen to the
Okay,
fucking cop.
there is a charge. It's called obstructing.
Well, I think it should be jailable.
I'm sorry, resisting.
Yeah, resisting arrest. Well, that's resisting arrest.
There is a charge.
I think it's not complying with a lawful order. Not
I
complying
am
with the law.
saying is the cops probably would have been, it wouldn't have even made national news had it not been for that punch. The punch, even
Yeah,
in
sure,
the
sure.
car.
I agree.
Okay, so the cops basically, swung the pendulum back against themselves.
In that case, for sure. Yeah, no news is good news. If it's not on national news, it means the cops are behaving.
Well, somehow it made it to YouTube.
But Stanley, I'll tell you this much. These cop cams that the cops have to wear now are a treasure trove for the cops because it truly shows the fucking criminals and the stupidity of these fucking people, which is mind-blowing to me. Because a lot of these people are just so fucked up and they don't listen to nothing the cop says 80 times. And I think they're probably getting more convictions because of it. Nobody listens. They're not listening. Nah, fuck it. I'm not getting out of the car. I'm not,
Well, you know what? I just don't have a problem with more convictions. I do think more convictions is worth not another George Floyd. Those cameras were meant to work both ways, and I have no problems with more arrests.
Yeah, me neither. I think it's good. I mean, I don't break the law. At least I try not to. I don't like criminal shit. I think it's not good for the country. So but I don't know. I think that people generally forget the numbers involved in how many cops there are
Hey,
in the country.
look at little racist pony here. You're primarily talking about black people. Yeah, dude.
No, we're
No.
Most arrests are white.
It's probably just to me. But anyway,
He's just trolling you. But
there are more white people in jail than black people.
Of course, everybody knows that.
Don't understand.
There's more arrests of white people. There's more. I mean, shootings.
But Ryan, this is one of my arguments. Okay, sure, it is an acute problem because of the per capita. But there are more white people committing there are more white people who commit murders.
Sure, I know.
It's the per capita. That is a problem. It's a huge problem. It is a monumental problem. But what these racists like Palomino and Jay and John Galt and Be Brave, you know what? There are more white murders. And
I do think
the thing is,
if
more white people commit murders, more white people are dying.
Well, think about this.
Why don't we talk about the almost 9,000 murders, somewhere between 8,000 and 9,000 murders that happened last year committed by white people? That never makes it on Be Brave's. Be Brave goes, but they didn't die on a street corner. And I find that really flimsy.
Well, just check this out. If you could take if you could just take a 200 square block radius of Baltimore City and cross that off and say we're not going to count this area, I would say just for Baltimore, right? I think if you could cross off those sections across the country in the cities, right? In other words, that South Chicago, etc., and cross them off, the murder rates would be totally equal for whites and blacks. If you could just right, if
you're talking rates, you're talking rates. Now, here is the real world. Why are we not addressing those places that you squared off, because they have been like this for decades.
I don't know how to fix them. I don't think anybody does.
No. I'm not asking you. My theory is that it has been racialized as a black problem. Therefore, it is up to black people to fix it. The cops don't think if their lives are at stake, they need to even go in there or after dark do a police presence.
I don't know if the police presence would. I don't know how. I know I've seen police.
Okay, well, do you agree that racializing this crime is the problem? It's not an American problem, apparently. It's just a black problem.
No, I think that in those places, and I do think that just so you know, I don't think it's racial. I do think that a similar situation
Well,
probably
I do.
Well, I would guess you have the same numbers in South Central LA, which is now Latino.
I don't care about that. That's the same stupid ass argument Jay was making. It does not matter. The problem is a black problem. That's literally what John Galt, Palomino, everybody wants to say. Oh, well, it's black. Why do you think John Galt fucking like appeared as soon as I talked whites in Stanley, Virginia? Because that motherfucker is so pro-white, it makes me laugh.
Hold on. I got to change the mic over. Shit. Hello, Stanley. Hey, hang tight. I gotta change my Bluetooth over.
Well, that's fine. I got a video I can play. I'm going to restart this video.
Oh, go ahead. Switch this.
We are the buying power. If we can just teach each other to circulate our dollars within the community, we will solve our own problems. We are literally the answer to our own problems, but we have to change our thinking to come together.
This woman is basically saying what John Galt says, but as soon as some people want to try and do it and actually accomplish it, all of a sudden it's why can't they solve? You know what? Black people can't do anything right in a John Galt black world. Now, 19 black people buy 100 acres, have a plan, pool money together. That's not good enough. What happens? See, the other thing John Galt didn't tell you is he thinks these families are going to just form their own inner city. It'll be a self-contained inner city where they commit crimes against each other. It made me laugh.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Dude, it's going to be they went and they bought virgin acres, and as soon as 19 black families move there, it's going to become the hood.
Nah, they'll be fine. They'll be fine.
Well, I know that. I don't think John Galt knows that. He thinks like Jay that black people are inherent. Dude, John Galt thinks black people are inherently violent. So does Jay.
I don't know.
Their evidence is black people moved into this neighborhood and it became violent. And the statistics they want to use are like nationwide numbers instead of very focused on the point they're trying to make. And they think someone like me who actually knows how to make arguments, understands how arguments and statistics interact, they want to act like I'm wrong. And I won't admit something. What I'm admitting is using national numbers to talk about a specific neighborhood in Cleveland. It is literally not something that will hold up in court. Y'all are
it doesn't matter. Yeah, I agree with you. Okay, I can give you an example.
Well, hold on. Before you do that, what I'm trying to figure out is why don't they know how to argue their point? Why do they think I won't call them out on it? I don't like stupid arguments.
So I think that I don't know.
Let me make one more point, and I apologize. I am.
You're good, Rob. You're good.
No, honestly, I think that these guys want to be white, but they can't figure out what the culture is. Now, that is, I'm fucking with them. I'm making a joke.
I think that the media and the reporting that we have on a lot of things is very
Dude, that's why you got to be able to do critical thinking to get around the reports.
Well, Stanley, you and I have lots of time to do that. Like we can read extra stuff.
So does John Galt.
Well, John's running a business. He's got a lot of shit going on. I mean, I am too, but I also fuck off a lot. But
I've seen that motherfucker do 10-hour shows sandblasted.
Well, you don't have time to read. But like I gave this example. I tried to give this example, right? So people say, "Oh, I see a lot of black crime on YouTube." My response is, if you see a lot of black crime, chance your algorithm's jacked up, or a lot of the closed circuit TVs are in densely populated areas, which tend to be cities. They don't put closed circuit TVs out in the country because you'd have to put 40 million of them. Like one city block in the city will have 10,000 people. So there's an example of how we can't use anecdotal only evidence to back up an idea, right? So
well, I also think that, and you know what, maybe you'll never believe this, but I don't put that much stock in psychology and sociology. I think some of these arguments are meat and potatoes. You know, I'm not necessarily a critical theory guy. You know, I don't go like esoteric. I actually think that life is a problem in pragmatism, how you get problem solved. That's how I'm trained. You know, somewhere between the chemistry and the Navy and the computers. Motherfucker, if there's a problem, you solve it elegantly if possible. So here's the deal. I am not one to, you just have to know how to contextualize these numbers. And I just think that I don't even understand sometimes how John Galt thinks. It's like the first thing is black people wrong.
I think it might be his interactions are not with you and I are interacting out in the countryside, right? Like we're not interacting. He's interacting with some seedy types. We're not. You know what I mean?
Well, this is what I don't understand. He wants to tell me, well, Stanley, if you would make the choice to live with black people, I do. I grew up with them.
Yeah, we're not in the mix.
I literally, my son, last weekend, not last weekend, the weekend before, mowed my father's front lawn.
Yeah.
It's the same. It's a motherfucking neighbor. This is our house. We have the same fucking phone number for 55 years. The house I grew up in. Now, the lawn, I wish I played golf because it is nice. Now, it's not a Ryan, lawn. It's not a Ryan neighborhood. But I tell you right now, we used to go bike riding at 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night when it cooled off. And the only threat we had were dogs, that got out of their fences.
And mosquitoes.
We literally didn't worry about it.
Yeah.
Well, if you go fast enough, the mosquitoes aren't that big a problem.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
So it's how I grew up.
Yeah.
With black people. So why the fuck would I move into John Galt's neighborhood?
Well, I think his relative distance to some seedy characters, right, of that community probably force him. They make him think a certain way, right? So.
Dude
I think that's
is
why
a 50-year-old man. If you are still letting other people influence how you think at 50, You're the problem, not them.
Yeah. But
dude, I'm 60. No one tells me how to think. Now, you may influence me. You may change my mind, but you're not going to fucking tell me I don't know myself at 60. I've had 60 years to fuck up and figure it out. At 50, well, no. At 50, I was raising a son on my own.
Yeah, that's a
and
tough
having
job.
to manage a lot more than, who is my next door neighbor. Dude, I've seen y'all, not you specifically, but motherfucker, I've been through some shit. Luckily, I had the resources and family and background, but y'all obviously think all I've done for 60 years is sit around reading books. I wish.
Well, I just think that John's experience in life, like all the black people I interact with, Stanley,
that's a John problem, and I honestly don't give a fuck about his problems.
Yeah. Well, we can afford, like, all the people
I don't care. I don't care. See, you care, and I do to a certain extent, but not beyond.
I'm just trying to tell you why he may think the way he does. That's all.
Why do you care to explain it?
Well, I think you have an issue with him.
Why do you need to explain John Galt?
I think you got to take his life experience into account. That's all.
I think I don't give a shit about. I don't give a shit.
Stand in his shoes for a day, right? Like, isn't that what we're supposed to do?
No, I'm not, dude. Why would I do that?
I try to take your experience in Georgia as a black man, a 6-year-old black man, Navy.
If you told me, Stanley,
when I speak to you, I try to say, Stanley, I understand your position.
Dude, I am dead serious. If you said, Stanley, I don't give a shit, get to the point, I would actually be impressed. That means I'm wasting words.
I think that's rude.
I need to get to my point. Dude, let's be expedient about making the point. And now if I go, hey, Ryan, I need a couple minutes to develop this argument, and I often have, just tell me you need to develop the argument. Don't just fucking start off with a 10-minute Andy Griffith
Jay tried to do
story.
that. Jay tried to do it earlier.
Jay does not know how to argue points.
I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking.
Well, no, he hasn't been up. He's used to be brave.
He's like 23, man. He's a young dude. Like he's
dude.
I got a
19-year-old. I got a 19-year-old who doesn't waste words.
Yeah.
Especially with me. Waste those goddamn words with your girlfriend. Dude, if I tell you to do something, all you need to do is explain why it can't be done. Otherwise, just fucking do it. Dude, that's how I raised my son.
Yeah. I understand.
Get it done. Terse, it might be. Dirty, I know you might agree with Ryan here, but I'm just... Ryan is a good person.
I think you got to put yourself in other people's shoes to understand why they may think that way.
I don't think you absolutely have to. I mean,
unless they're insane. Like, there's some insane people out here. Like, just like, wow.
Ryan.
Yeah.
You know what? And let me tell you something, and maybe it's a little too personal. I lost sympathy after my wife died. Motherfucker, you got to get shit done. I literally had to raise a son without excuses.
Sure.
I know it. I know it can be done. I know what can be done. I've seen it done in the Navy. I've had to do it. And I'm just going to tell you, it is better to put yourself in that person's shoes if you can help them with their problem. Putting yourself in their shoes just for the empathy part, it's wasted effort. If you can help them, then definitely. If you can take action, if your emotions, if you're slipping into their shoes can help them, fine. If not, refer them to people who can. If you really truly empathize with a person and you can't solve the problem, then figure out who can help them. Okay, don't just empathize and then, hey, I'll see you later. put
It's
your
more so to try to
fucking
communicate with
empathy in.
them.
Okay, it is Christian to be a good Samaritan and actually help with the problem.
But I think to communicate with
The
people, you've got
the
to.
good Samaritan story involves a little bit more than feelings. Okay, it involved action.
But what I'm saying, Stanley, is like to communicate with
Okay, what
someone.
I'm saying is putting yourself into someone's shoes to be human is woke.
No, I'm not saying to be
It is
human.
literally woke.
I'm not saying to be human. I'm not. It's to communicate with them. It's to understand them and
Empty
help them to understand me.
communication. Dude, I literally have heard you criticize wokeness. You literally just defined it.
As an effective communicator, you got to understand the people you're communicating to a
So
degree.
once you've communicated, what do you do once you've understood them?
It can help. Like my viewpoint is this: I'm the communicator. It's my job to get you to understand my position. You don't have to agree with it, but I want you to understand it.
Okay,
And in
you're
doing so,
okay, I get you now. You are describing a communicator / debater. I'm a motherfucking problem solver. Words mean nothing without action. I always approach these things as a problem solver, and I think that's where we may be miscommunicating. Telling me sweet nothings about how you feel for me is not going to solve a problem.
well, that's not what I'm attempting to do.
Okay, I'm joking. However,
Okay.
of communication / debate on YouTube, and it's not like I'm solving problems, but if I put myself out there, I bet I could probably solve a couple. Dude, stop talking and do.
Well, I should be doing a job, like trying to make money. But
Now look at Angry Snowman. He thinks I'm far from expedient. Okay, well, I'm not going to disagree.
Oh, he can be long-winded too.
No. He makes a point. But I was dude, I'm on YouTube kind of bullshitting. All I have to say,
it's fun.
And look, the thing is my son is where he is. And it was not easy, but I knew what I had to do. I did it. Luckily, I had parents. Man, my parents expected me to do what I did. My parents expected me to do what I did.
You're a good man. I mean,
no, I'm a hard man. But you will never hear me say we don't need 100% in America, in all communities, 2-parent homes and actual 2-parent homes that are happy homes. The reality is that problem can't be fixed because that die is cast. What I want to hear is not Officer Tatum talk about motherfucking 2-parent homes that don't exist. I want to hear his solution.
Well, I think that we need a solution because it's rampant.
And I await that solution. And you know what? So the left nor the right are obviously capable. Both are fucked up. And we have 50-year-old solutions that aren't working. And certainly talking about it. Certainly, some woke high school girl in some elite Catholic school, going, oh, I feel for the blacks and I love my black boyfriend. Therefore, that's a solution. No, that's so woke. However, hearing some fucking, third-rate intellect redneck on a panel, that's not a solution either.
You mean as far as the divorce rate of everyone, of Americans, which is
I'm literally not talking divorce rate. You literally didn't hear what I said.
Well, you said families, like keeping families together? Or?
Dude, I also talked about the third-rate redneck with a YouTube channel.
Oh, there's no solution there. That's just talking.
Well, that's my point. He doesn't have a solution either.
I don't know what solutions there are because all these things are very complicated problems, right?
That's why
And
we should stop talking about them.
so here, Obama said something that always stuck with me. He said, if a problem hits my desk, it's not an easy problem to fix. He was talking about
Oh,
healthcare.
that is absolutely true.
And I agree with him. If it hits, certain problems are so difficult. And,
No,
Congress.
that's not what he meant. If it makes it, dude, he has like how many problem solvers between him and the problem? If it makes it to the president's desk,
It's a hard
where
problem.
he has
Right.
to, it is a monumental problem.
Yes, it's very difficult.
That's what he meant.
And the healthcare problem is still a hard problem. I mean, these are hard problems, fucking crime, over policing, under policing, incarceration rates. Just go down the list. I mean, we got massive, hard structural problems. We got fiscal problems. I mean, there's a limited amount of money, even though some people think that it's unlimited. It's not unlimited. But a lot of these problems are very difficult. Immigration's a problem. We need people, but we don't want too many people because it's too many people on the dole. That's a hard problem. They're all hard problems.
Yeah, okay. And
we need labor.
We've elected a super genius to solve them.
If you notice the immigration issue, it's a pendulum that swings wild, 10 million people and then none. That's not a solution.
Well,
That's
it's
fucking
a
absurdity.
problem that has persisted for over 250 years. Dude, there was an immigration problem starting in 1607 with Jamestown. Those Indians wanted to move in.
Okay, but Stanley, we're not.
Those white people were part of the immigration problem, and then they made the Indians part. Dude, this problem is literally something that has existed for over 400 years.
If you're solutions oriented,
that's
what's the
why
solution?
you look at the politics through a historical lens, and people think history is boring. But if there's an immigration problem, the Europeans caused it.
Okay, so what is your current solution then? Should the Europeans move back
I don't
to
have
Europe?
a solution. I'm not proposing a solution. I'm describing the problem.
Well, do we all move off the land?
Smarter, more experienced people than me need to address the actual problem.
And then if we turn the land back over to the Native Americans,
you want to persist in asking me or asking me stupid questions when I tell
I'm being serious though. I'm saying,
and I'm being
you're talking
serious
about-
too. Neither you nor I have the solutions.
I think there's a center way of intelligent immigration that is compassionate but also intelligent.
Let me know when we get an intelligent president. We haven't had one since Obama.
You're going to indict this current president. Well, Obama didn't fix the problem either.
We couldn't impeach the motherfucker. I can't indict him. He's got immunity.
Actually, I think they all do. But now.
Well, they do now. Thanks, Trump.
The funny thing about it is Trump was like talking about charging Biden, right? And I'm like, well, hold on a minute. Doesn't he have immunity as well? He was like, remember he was talking about charging Biden with something, and I'm like, well, he has immunity, like you dipshit.
These guys aren't bright.
Well, my point is though, is we swing, the pendulum swings very far one way, very far the other, and there is a solution to immigration that involves bringing in smart people, bringing in less fortunate people.
That solution was immigration reform, which should have happened 50 years ago.
I agree with that.
Okay.
But the point is,
so the actual problem with immigration is kicking the can down the road. No one wanted to solve it because it would just be too contentious. Let's call the actual problem is the unwillingness to solve the problem.
And perhaps the election cycles.
Okay, I need you to address what I just said. The actual
I
problem
agree.
is okay. Well, then why are we even wasting time with this? We know what the problem is now.
The problem is shitty, like
Okay,
no one's
the
dealt with the
problem
immigration.
is who we elect in the American people not holding politicians' feet to the fire.
The same problem persists with the budget.
Oh, now
It's
you want to
kick.
move the goalpost to the budget.
No,
It
I'm
went
not
from
moving the
immigration
goalpost.
it went from
Immigration
immigration to the
reform
budget.
doesn't affect this election cycle, nor does the fiscal budget, the fiscal
Okay,
cliff.
Angry Snowman, why don't you hit the link? You seem to the biggest problem in America is white people. I'm literally saying it, and your little weak ass will want to call me racist when the majority demographic who founded the country and who are overly represented, well, maybe not even overly represented, to be honest. Who else's problem is it, Angry Man, if not a white problem? I need you to come up here and tell me how white people can't control the white man's country and want to blame it on the other.
I don't think it's
Snowman,
the.
you
I
don't.
think
No,
it's the
no, no,
white
no,
thing.
no. Snowman, you don't have the balls or the mental equipment to unexplain that. Not without being roasted.
Yeah, I don't know what you're arguing about, but
Okay, well, I'm
absolutely,
arguing
there's-
against Angry Snowman who wants to say I can't describe a problem when it's I can only describe a problem when it's a white problem. Well, you know what? I'm just going to say 60% of the problem in America is a white problem. We'll just use a demographic statistic. 60% of the population, roughly 60%, is white, overly represented in Congress, the presidency, and the Supreme Court right now. Therefore, I think I can win the argument that it's a white problem. Y'all need to govern better. And the funny thing is not an Angry Snowman or a Be Brave or any of y'all motherfuckers are in positions of power. You are as helpless as everybody else, yet you want to defend the indefensible. Maybe what you need to do is realize it actually is a white problem and you are both benefiting and contributing to it, Angry Snowman.
I don't think
I'm
he's
sorry,
really
Ryan.
contributing.
Oh, I think he is.
Why? He's just
Not
talking shit.
not personally.
I think he
Not
might be just
personally,
trolling
Angry-
you.
Hold on. Not personally, Angry Snowman. I mean conceptually, of course. I'm going to hide behind concepts.
Well, how do you feel about this? 19 black families purchased 96 acres of land. Like, who the hell cares about any of this shit anyway?
Oh, I was going to play this video. Let me play this
I mean,
video.
Stanley, I'm just going to say, like, all this bullshit, I think they just whipped this shit. Like, who gives a damn about any of this shit? People are buying land
The only
like-
reason I'm playing it is, in a way, it's kind of a tacit approval of what the folks in Arkansas are doing. Who cares?
Well, I was going to say I don't want to say tacit. I think it's full approval. It's like
okay.
I mean, it's freedom of
if you can
association.
afford-
Though. Like,
if
who
you
gives
can
a shit?
afford the 96 acres, do it.
Yeah, do what you want. I want to do
Yeah,
that for my own family.
Exactly.
Like, I'm not, that's in my mental plan.
2025.
Don't you have
maybe?
Don't you have a situation? Like, I mean, I don't mean to get personal, but don't you have a situation that's similar? Didn't you say your dad bought land or something, and then I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm thinking somewhere else. But I want to do that with my.
Well, I mean,
children.
I say we. My father owns a farm in South Georgia, but it's been in the family forever.
Okay. I'd like to do that myself for my family.
It's not a problem.
Yeah.
So I think that there is nothing wrong with what the white people are doing in Arkansas, nor is it a problem with what black people are doing in Georgia. You have problems and you are attempting to solve them. Okay, your solution's kind of different, and apparently, it's not a DEI solution you sought. So, and I'm fine with that too. Let me play this video. We're
Yeah, I was gonna
20
say, play the
seconds into 320, and be right back. And then I will address this silly angry snowman thing about black women. Like, do you even know black women?
That's black Stanley.
No, I'm look at Angry Snowman's thing in the chat.
My name is Renee Walters, and I am the president of the Freedom Georgia Initiative. I have a black husband. I have a black son. Every time he would leave out for work or just to go to the store or anything, I would have a sense of anxiety just from watching everything that we've been going through lately with the pandemic and watching our black men being murdered on national television in front of everybody. It kind of just all shook us by storm. It's now time for us to get our friends and family together and build for ourselves. That's the only way we'll be safe. That's the only way that this will work. We have to start bringing each other together.
Now, I also have to say, if a problem gets solved for stupid reasons, we kind of call that a happy coincidence. In my worldview, I think she sounds kind of weird. But you know what? It is a problem solved, and she can be nervous in that little Winnebago thing. She's gonna have to worry about coyotes now, not so much the cops. However, jokes aside,
it's true though.
Did you hear the part? If a problem gets solved for stupid reasoning, it's a happy coincidence.
Yeah.
And knowing what I know, the way these people are dressed, they have no fucking clue how to live out in the woods. I hope it's winter, so the fucking, they don't get eaten up by sand gnats. This is a problem, but
they'll figure it out.
You know what? John Galt says, no, they won't.
Well, we are looking to get amenities on the land. We want to have a place where you can have weddings, a nice retreat. We'll have tiny homes. We really just want you to come and hang out and feel safe. You don't have to worry about the Karens of the world and anything like that. You just...
And I hate to stop this quick. Who gives a fuck what the media is saying? I honestly think it'd be so white worrying about how media. We know that there are problems in the media. It is a business. It's not so much what it used to be, in the Walter Cronkite days. Stop beating this dead horse, Angry Snowman. We know the media is problematic. And the reason the media is problematic, quite frankly, is the reason Dirty Dude brings up politicians. It's all on the voters and the consumers of the media. Okay, they don't present this shit because it's fun to present. People click it. Stop doing the media clicks, and things might change.
Come and have fun. We'll have a sportsman area with fishing, hunting, shooting range, ATV trails. We really just want to build a tight-knit community for our people to just come.
See that in Baltimore? See, gotta go in on fucking Baltimore.
Stigma
See that?
Oh, black people can't come together.
Okay, wait,
just
hold
like
it.
how
I don't
Black
get
Wall
the
Street,
Baltimore
their
thing.
dollars.
No, they just gotta shit on it. See that? Look what Dirty Dude said. Is that Dirty Dude? Gotta shit on it, Dirty Dude, didn't you?
Nah,
See,
he's probably
Baltimore's
just fucking with
constant. Okay, maybe he's been listening a while. All right.
No,
All right, go ahead.
he's been listening. Dirty Dude's been listening for hours.
Okay, all right. So he knows that it gets under my skin. Go ahead. Sorry, Dirty Dude. I'm sure that was for me.
Dirty Dude can do no wrong, quite frankly. He and I are going to be on this panel when everybody else is out living in a John Galt like tenement.
Circulated around 11 times before it left the community, and that's just something we want to bring back. We want to encourage businesses to come, and we want to circulate our dollar within the community before it leaves out to someone else.
I try to do that with my family, by the way, Stanley. And then they won't do it. So Stanley, you there? Pause it.
Oh, I'm sorry. What? Your family won't do fishing?
No, I told the kids, I said, look, before they moved out, I was like, look, if you're going to go rent somewhere, let me look at what you want to rent. Let's talk about it. Maybe I can buy something and then you rent it back for me. And eventually, I mean, realistically, I'm just going to take the money and put it towards them buying it off of me. And you keep the money in your family that way. You don't circulate it out to other people. You keep it within your family. But my kids are like, nah, we don't want to rent from you. Leave that shit. They don't want to rent from me. It's like, you're going to get the money back. What do you work? No, we don't want to rent from you. And also my wife didn't want to do it either, but whatever. I'm just saying, if you can keep it within your family, then it stays within your family. It doesn't go to other families per se, right? So I wanted to do something similar to what this girl is describing, keeping it within a community. She's talking about a community. I'm just talking about my own personal family. So.
You know, this is going to be really interesting.
All right, Dirty Dude, I got you. Go ahead.
Oh, Dirty Dude is never. Dirty Dude's cool.
Yeah, he's cool.
All the time.
I thought he was just shitting on Baltimore like everybody does.
Brian Nichols says the country is far, far worse now that the white population is 60%. Coincidence? Ahistorical is the point. It was worse in 1607.
I don't think the country's worse.
At least for the native Indians, you know, it was far, far worse. And by the way, this child should have on a shirt. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Unless, even if the shirt is wet, it's better. What is he doing?
I think this is the greatest time that you can live in. Like, we have modern medicine.
You know what? You and I agree on that.
It's the greatest time. By the way, the global death rate is way, way down. We don't have large-scale, massive wars. World War II, 50 million people died, right? Like, people were dying of polio 80 years ago in mass. The influenza killed more people in 1918, killed more people than World War I and II combined, right? Like, so you're talking about truly, we're living in an amazing time. It's never been better. And I say it all the time, like, John D. Rockefeller was the richest person in the world 100 years ago, and his kid died of polio. And if he wanted to go to Australia, it took a month. I can get to Australia in 22 hours now. I can call Australia right now. This guy would have to send a letter, and he was the richest person in the world. So, like, this is the best time in history to ever live.
And I have that same sort of optimism then. I think part of you hear the term first world problems, and I honestly think this black kid with that Zebco, it looks like a Zebco 808, and that's
funny,
not
the
horrible. Oh, dude, I fish. Remember,
I had a Zebco as my first rod. Zebco, push button.
Well, I'm looking at the reel. Yeah, that's the
Actually,
real.
I think it was a Johnny Walker. I think it was a Johnny Walker.
Was it really?
Yeah, it was like the 70s, man.
Dude, I hope you still have it. That might be
Hell
worth some
no.
money.
It probably is. I don't have it anymore.
Well, here's the deal. Tell me that's not good times right there. You know, the fucking the bloodhounds are not chasing this kid as he's fishing in that river.
Yeah.
So
he's going to
agree with
explore. He's
you.
going to have a great life.
This is actually the best of times. And I don't think people look, there is one thing you and I do have in common that you actually very aptly noted. We have time to think.
Yes.
And you know what? That I think is a blessing. And look, I've told my son, and he probably thinks I'm crazy, but he'll figure it out. Dude, I need you to front load this bullshit. I told him it's easier to turn down colleges than struggle to get into one. And luckily, he had brains enough to believe me. I'm also on him that we need to, I don't want you to work yourself to death, but you need to think about retiring by like 50. Okay.
There you go.
If you want to keep working because you love it, excellent. But you need to understand that there is something to be said for, working or striking, maybe that's a better word, while the iron's hot, and then having time to raise your family, having time to interact with your grandkids, having time, to read motherfucking, Shakespeare. There is a quality of life that you need to think about. You do not want to be, and things happen. So that's how it goes.
Hey man, can I tell you something real quick?
Go ahead.
The one thing you got to keep an eye on him right now, Stanley, because I'm telling you, these relationships.
He's literally in the house right now.
Hey man, I'm just saying these relationships will sidetrack him quick. So
you know what? I'm not gonna check his grade. I'm not gonna check his grades. But here's the deal. I'm not worried. She's an Emory student.
Oh, that's good. She's a good student.
You didn't know this?
No. She's a good student.
No.
And Emory's a good school.
She's an Emory, last I heard, she's blending economics and computers or some bullshit.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
That's why I'm not that.
Yeah.
She has goals.
She's a high achiever. Okay, that's cool. Well, she might even motivate him some then. Hell, he might even,
You know what? He didn't make all A's, but he didn't make any C's either.
That's good. That's good.
You know what? Now there's some problems with not making all A's, but you know what? He did it in high school. Maybe it's a little bit more difficult. And it's so funny. I was kind of worried about him until he said, "Oh, hey, by the way, I have a girlfriend." You know what? I'm like, dude, you'll get a job.
Yeah.
And you know what?
And the right woman will motivate a man too. Like I know for me.
Oh, you don't think I had? Yeah. You don't think I fucking had that conversation? It's like,
yeah.
Dude,
well, no, I figured you probably did.
She's not. A high school student. This girl might be smarter than you. You better be. Yeah. You better motherfucking be worth some shit.
Yeah.
But by the way, my son's motivated. I told you he's taken classes.
No, you said he kicks ass. So.
Well, you don't. That's bees aren't kicking ass. However,
I mean, I think at Georgia Tech, bees are probably kicking ass, dude. That's. It ain't like he's going to a community.
That means he's not a super genius.
Yeah, but bees at a community college.
I did have to give him credit. He is taking not quite a full load. I think he took 3 classes this summer online. In a couple of days, he's got to go take a final. So he is, and he actually just got back from his girlfriend's. He went out to San Francisco.
That's one of the top engineering schools in the United States, man. So bees are good.
Yeah, but let me also tell you this: I didn't pay for the trip.
Well, that's even better.
Yeah, you know what? And I literally told him, I don't think this is the best use of your money, but I'm not going to tell you not to do it. So he went for a couple days and he came back. And you know what? Fuck it. Look, I honestly, until he fucks up and then I have to intercede, this kid has never fucked up. This kid is literally now he won't do the dishes or his room is messy. The motherfucker's never fucked up. He's never been in trouble. Yeah. Literally never. And I was kind of, to be honest, I'm looking for a big fuck up. But you know what? I can't deal with it till it happens. But he's literally never fucked up.
Yeah.
Grade wise, behavior wise, he's had his flare ups, but
But
what
you,
am I
if
going to
you,
do?
but you
How,
don't
how
have.
am I
If
going to tell?
it
How
makes
am
your
I
life
going to
easy.
tell a child not to fuck up when you don't fuck up?
Yeah, that's right.
And I'm also an asshole, so hopefully he's a little afraid of fucking up.
Yeah, probably. I mean, you're a military father. I mean, he's probably.
Motherfucker, if you think I treat Solid Snake, oh dude, my son doesn't flare up like a Solid Snake. I will shut his dumb ass down rather quickly. I don't play that shit. And I don't even have to yell. It's like, dude, I will pick your brain apart while you're standing here looking at me.
Yeah.
You won't even know I did it until I do it. Dude, I don't play that shit. So anyway, motherfucker, count one. I you know what? I am a several Guinness stouts in, so I am a little bit talkative.
Rock and roll, man. Rock and roll.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Well, I also have dinner to think about, but I've already seasoned it. We're having it's a quick dinner. Oh, dude. Oh, Slick, dude.
What is it?
I'm a dude. Mental. I am mental. I haven't spanked my son's. Last time I spanked my son, and it was a swat. He was wearing diapers, and I swatted him on the diaper to get his attention. Now, two things: he actually understands English, and has since he was like 2. So that swat on the diaper might have worked.
Simon Plyman's wrong.
Oh, that's Palomino Mavid.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Oh no, he's half right about that though, dude. I'm not gonna leave welts. I'll play with your mind. And you know what? The one thing my son can do is he's got a strong mind too. He'll fuck with your back, but it's usually not me. I've seen him fuck with people.
What if he said he was getting a tattoo, Stanley? What would you say to him?
You know what? Let me tell you something. He wanted twists, and then he wanted to get earrings also. And you know what I told him? When you go to college and I don't have to see you every day, you do whatever you want to do.
Yeah, that's
but
right.
I will motherfucking roast your ass when you come back.
Yeah, my daughter said it.
But hold on. Guess what he hasn't done? Neither.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Well,
my daughter said that in college. She said, I'm gonna get it. She said, my daughter said, I'm getting it. She was away at school. She said, I'm getting a tattoo. I was like, where are you going to get the money for that? Oh, I got money. Oh, okay, cool. Well, well, then you're not going to get any more from me.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean?
I
said, you ain't getting no fucking tattoo.
Do you think it's just them testing us?
I don't know, but it's just bullshit. You know what it is? It's a whim. Oh, I think I'll get it. Oh, this person has one. I think I'll get one. I said, well,
no, their friends are doing it.
Yeah, that's it. So I said, you're not getting any more of my money if you come home with a tattoo. I'm just letting you know. So you can use your money, but I'm not giving you any more money. What's that?
Well, this is about my son. Now, my son doesn't have his little twists or a tattoo or earrings. At least as far as I know, I haven't noticed holes in his ears. Now, this little Asian chick, so he goes out, he's met her family. I have not met her. And I imagine I will. Shit, for all I know, you know what? He probably doesn't want her to meet me because dude, a separate story is my wife was afraid of my mother. Oh, my mother, Hurricane Dolores. However, all I'm saying is I'm guessing the reason he didn't go out, with all the accoutrement. Look, I wonder if she would approve. You know, sometimes women can be a positive force.
Yeah, she probably is. I mean, she's at Emory, good school, and she's majoring in some serious stuff, not like bullshit. Economics is serious, and you mentioned another subject, so
Some sort of essentially, it sounds like she's majoring in like computer modeling economics.
yeah, that's
It
good.
might be
That's
something like
good.
mathematical. There's a econometrics, something like
That's
that.
good. Yeah, econometrics. That's one. But I think it's
So the
good.
bottom
Yeah,
line is, I'm not worried about him. Now I would be worried, except I'm not. I know my son. I'm going to trust him until I can't, and he's never let me down so far. And I'm
yeah,
not going to create a problem where there's not one.
yeah.
That's the other thing about problem solving 101. Don't create your own problems.
Yeah, you don't have to check. I mean, if his grades are good, then what the hell, So,
Yeah. And I've also told him, you fuck up Georgia Tech, dude, you worked so hard to get there. Are you really going to fuck it up?
that's
So
right.
my son, he honestly, he actually understands how to think problems through. Now he's not, he's 19,
Yeah,
but I think the best thing I can say, he's literally never, he just hasn't fucked up. Shit,
yeah.
I fucked
I would
up
say
more by this time than he did.
I agree. Me too. My daughters were a lot easier than I was, so a hell of a lot easier. So, you know what? I always gave him the benefit of the doubt because of it. So, but I think your son also knew you weren't going to play around, and my daughters knew
Oh,
I'm not
fuck
going to play
no.
around. I'm not playing around with dumb shit. You're not going to convince me that of some nonsense when I know the reality. So, well, I did shit the bed though. When my one daughter was young, I was on her because she couldn't read, and I was like, this is I thought she was screwing around in second grade, but then I found out later that she was dyslexic, and I got her a
Yeah,
tutor.
she roasted your dumb ass for it, didn't she?
Oh, she still brings it up now. She
I
still
remember the
brings it up.
story.
Yeah, she still brings it up. She's like, well, then
And
that was when Dad used to scream at
I
me.
bet it neutralizes the shit out of you, doesn't it?
Well, I just didn't know she was dyslexic. And I'm like, you can't spell
And see,
sad? Are you kidding me?
well,
And then she'd
please
write the
tell
shit
me
wrong.
she has said, well, Dad, that's not the only thing you haven't known over the years.
Nah, you know what? She's let me off the hook. She's a really kind child. She's a very good kid. And, she's I don't know. She's great. But she definitely is, she gives it to me for sure. So, but I thought she was just
See, I
messing
wonder
around.
why.
Well, I will tell you, my one daughter is now a teacher, and I've learned that I don't know anything about how people learn or education in general. I have no fucking clue. It's a lot of shit to education, Stanley.
Well, don't feel bad. Almost no one in these anti-black spaces do.
Well, there's a whole science to how people actually learn and retain information. And my eldest daughter has revealed to me that I'm a complete fucking imbecile when it comes to understanding any of those things. So,
Well, you need to push back and tell her why you need to be. That's literally what I paid money for you to learn. Now
well,
you
that's
tell
right.
me.
That's right. But at one
It's
point, I
like
was like,
don't let her bully you.
you know what she said? She was working with my niece, who has a bit of autism. It's a family trait, and she was working with my niece, and I said, honey, how did you learn all this stuff? And she goes, well, gee, Dad, because I'm a professional teacher, I have an education degree. She goes, what did you think? I just learned how to use a bunch of what are they called? Them cards, the fucking cards. She goes, what do you think? Yeah, she goes, "What do you think? I just learned how to use flashcards when I was in college for that period of time." And I'm like, "My bad." So
Now, see, that's the kind of sarcasm I can get behind.
yeah, that's what she said to me. And I'm like, "Well, I didn't know that you learned about how people learn, auditory learning, visible learn, all this shit. I don't know. I didn't take none of this in college. Okay, nothing to do with learning how people learn. They didn't give us that. So, but
Well, let's watch the rest of this. I can't resist a kid fishing.
We want to make
okay.
everybody in our areas wealthy. Or every time we go to the land and in the actual cities, like we haven't received any backlash. Everyone is really nice and welcoming. It's the internet trolls, the negativity in the world, like, oh, you guys are gonna fail. Isn't this segregation? This is not what Martin Luther King stood for. And it's not us segregating ourselves. It's just we're building where we can come and be safe. Like Chinatown has these areas. You go up and down Buford Highway, you can't even read some of the signs.
Ooh, Buford.
Because it's not in our
I haven't
language.
been up
And
that
nobody
Buford
has a
Highway in
problem.
quite
And
some
why is
time.
it that when we want to build, we're considered racist or we're segregating ourselves? Why can't we have our own safe haven?
Okay, now what's the argument about? Sounds like and you also have to understand this was 5 years ago. This community was founded or thought of 5 years ago. So they have gone through probably the same things. And I wish I had brought up that point to Angry Snowman. He's being an Angry Snowman for no reason. These people did it 5 years before the Ozarkians. I bet that's what they're going to call themselves.
Community has them. Everyone is welcome in freedom. But it is basically based on seeing Black people flourish. And that's all we want, because every time we try to, somebody tried to burn it down or we got some type of backlash, and I'm just tired of that. It's time for us to build our own.
And you know what? The interesting thing, and look at the copy right there, 2020. Right there, you see it. This is an old story. So I just happened to remember when I saw the white story. So the argument that, ooh, the whites. Well, I think maybe the whites are the most recent. Maybe that's why there's more media attention. But this is like one of the founding groups, I guess. I don't know. They look violent, don't you think?
No. They do,
Someone like,
but they do.
someone
I
like
will
a
say they look
John
somewhat. They don't look broke, that's for sure.
Right, but here's the deal.
Neither one of these groups looks like they're broke. Like they both look like there's some affluence within the groups. The
Well,
white group and the
even if
black
it's
group,
just
right?
middle class, the kids are dressed a little casually here, but the adults at least took some time to look a little bit. Now, this woman here in that leopard skin thing, I would have asked her, like, I'd have told her I'm not leaving the house with you looking like that. But other than that, they're in their church clothes.
Well, maybe it'll work. Who knows? Maybe it'll work.
You know what? It still exists after 5 years.
Maybe it'll make them happy. That's cool. Whatever.
You know what? I think that was their goal. What did you think the goal was? Not to be happy?
Well, she said something about safe space or something, or but maybe I don't know. Maybe she just wants to be with the people that she believes are her community. That's fine. Do
No,
what you want.
she has attracted a whole lot more people, for better or for worse, who think like she does. And quite honestly, like I said, I think I know where this is. It's off of I-16. Next time I go home, and it may not be till September, I might take a detour off I-16 on, it's between Atlanta. Well, it's 75 from Atlanta to Macon, I-16 to Savannah.
It'll be interesting to see how they evolve, right? Like, because here's the thing. In a sense, the Amish do this, right? So like let's say here's like so here's an all black community. The son decides he's going to marry an Asian. Does he have to move off the land, or does the Asian come on the land? Like so,
Well,
it's almost
yeah.
like creating an Amish
If
environment.
you marry outside the community, it's called shunning. At least that's the
Yeah,
law.
it's like
However,
Amish. and
we're
shit.
not Amish. Why do we care?
Well, no, what I'm saying is though, it'd be interesting to look in 50 years. Like if this community is still there, and that white community, how do they evolve? It almost becomes a. I
Let
don't want
me
to
ask
say it.
you a question. Why do
Yeah,
you care?
I don't. I'm just
Unless,
saying it'd be interesting to
unless
look
you
at how they
have
evolve.
decided you're going to cryogenically freeze your brain like Ted Williams.
No, I don't care. I don't give a shit if they do it or the whites do it or the Asian. I don't care. It doesn't affect me. I don't care. But it's
You
just
know what?
interesting to see how
I
it
would,
evolves,
as
right?
long as they are reading to their kids and not sending like Ted Bundy's out into the world. Hey,
No.
whatever floats your boats, kids.
Yeah, it is kind of wild though, right? You
And
wonder how the kids will
here's
grow up.
another point I'm gonna make, and hopefully John Galt is listening. Why you actually think you have an argument that anybody should concede to live somewhere that they weren't thinking of living? That's a weird argument and not a good one. And if you get frustrated because I think the argument is stupid, that's on you. Make better arguments. And I'm simply not going to sit here on my goddamn panel and listen to stupidity. And I hope it runs you off. That's the point.
I don't know what they're.
And
what are they? They want a chat fight?
Well, here's the deal. John Galt has a show, Stanley has a show, and I'm used to low numbers. It just doesn't hurt my feelings anymore. And Dirty, why are you even dealing with this idiot? Let's see. Narcissists do love normally. Do not love. See, Maven thinks he's some form of. See, this is a motherfucker who will make IQ arguments because he inherently thinks he knows human nature. And you know what? It is so low impact. No, look. Bottom line. Oh, no. That's Palomino Ricky Z, Dirty Dude. That's Mavid. He may switch phones. He probably has like burner phones. He puts different accounts on. This motherfucker's on the lam.
He's got burner phones.
He was Palomino Ricky Z for a couple hours, and all of a sudden,
Cricket Wireless.
They're getting close to him. It's like The Fugitive. They're getting
He's got to
close.
ditch his phone.
Exactly. So, if the FBI knocks on my door and goes, "Have you seen an account called Simon Plementou in your chat?" You know what? I'm gonna snitch, motherfucker. So anyway, let's see. Where do we go from here? Who knows? Oh, here's a good story.
I have a prediction for these communities, though, Stanley. The whites.
Well, here's the
white and
Prince
black
George's
only,
County,
Latino only.
Here's
Okay.
the Prince George's County that John wants to shit on. I bet you won't hear this on his channel.
We have an inspiring update about a teenager from Prince George's County. News 4 introduced you to her in 2015 when she received a letter from former President Barack Obama. 10 years later, that little girl who knew she wanted a life in public service is beginning her journey at the U.S. Naval Academy. Our Millette Green is working for the community with her story.
And Taureen Butterfield joins us now to talk about her journey, your incredible journey, becoming a midshipman. Now you're ready. You spent 10, at the preparatory academy in Rhode Island to get you ready for this opportunity.
Okay, let me tell you something. Naps. Yep, that's on her her little lapels there. OCS in Newport, Rhode Island. Right on Narragansett Bay. Know right where it is. It's the Naval Academy preparatory school. If you don't have the math skills or anything, but they want you, they will send you to basically a 5th year of high school to brush up on the math and science, especially because math is usually the biggest thing. And you can wash out of naps. So this girl is doing good. She's having to do a 5th year of high school, but she wants to be in that Naval Academy. Dude, one of the best officers I ever met was a former enlisted bosun mate who had to go back after he enlisted. So he probably might have done like maybe 8 years of high school. He needed the math.
That's fine.
And
You did
if the Navy wants you in the military academy, I don't know about the Air Force Academy. The military academy will do the same thing. If they want you, they're going to give you every bit of extra study. They will work with you, but you will meet the standards. You're not going to fucking wash out on the standards, but they will help you get there. And hats off to this child.
Yeah, good job.
She has done more in her. Now she might be a year behind the freshman going into the academy. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, who cares?
Well,
maybe. Okay, but
however, but let me make
she's
this
doing the work
joke.
though. She's doing the work. That's all that matters.
Amen. More work at bettering herself than Mavid or Plemon or whatever he calls himself. She is more valuable to American society, American culture than he is. She is not in a chat pretending to be something she's not. She's literally making herself into something. She is working to become something. She's not arguing stupid points in a fucking chat. Hats off to this child. And it's, oh shit, it's going to get tougher. But you know what? I think she knows that.
Of a lifetime. Congratulations.
Merci beaucoup, madame.
Oh yeah, and you're showing off your French. You speak it fluently.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I went to Dora Kennedy French Immersion School where I learned French for 9 years.
All right, growing up in Lanham, Maryland. I love
Prince
that.
George's County.
And you know a little Mandarin as well.
Yes, ma'am. I took it in high school. I love learning languages.
Let's get to this letter.
You know what? She did not
Barack
take
Obama
math.
when you were just
That's
9
why
years
she's
old.
at
And
naps.
tell me what you, as a 9-year-old back then, what did you say to him to get him to respond?
Honestly, I think what really got to him, hopefully, is how colorful my letter was, actually.
Okay.
So I wrote about my care for the environment and how passionate I was. And in the end of my letter, I got colored.
Admiral, if there is ever anything I can do, I might have 1 or 2 contacts. Motherfucker, yes, I wanted my son to go to the academy. You know that is heavy lifting, and you are training your kids to do it. Salute, Admiral. This ain't bullshit going to that academy, or even getting into the academy is tough. Being there and getting out of it is tough. Then the Navy is tough. Dude, salute to you, Admiral. Salute. Good for you. And fuck all these idiots in the chat. The ones who I call idiots, not the rest of you.
pencils and I colored, like I shaded the entire letter in rainbow, hoping that like he could see my light.
And look at you now. I mean, you're on track to become a naval officer, a bright future. This is something that you are passionate about, especially being first in your family to serve in this capacity. Tell me.
My mom, she immigrated here from Jamaica, and she came here when she was young, and I was born and raised in Prince George's County, and I will be the first in my family to graduate university, and I'm the eldest of 4 daughters. I just think it's truly an honor being first as well to join our U.S. military as well, and I just think, you know, being first can be intimidating sometimes, but it can be powerful because I want to pave the way for not only my future self, but my younger sisters and anyone else, any young audience member who's looking and seeing this now, that it's possible for them.
Yeah.
This is the land of opportunity. And if you really do work hard and focus on your education, there's many things you can achieve.
And as a young woman, African-American woman, you're representing your community in such a special way. I mean, you are a role model already at the tender age of 19.
It's been a long time coming. I feel like the Naval Academy Preparatory School has prepared me to, you know, start this journey. We focus on fitness.
Yep.
We focus on mental strength, mental capacity, military bearing. So honestly, the past 10 months I've spent training. I came in knowing limited knowledge, but I left with a bigger purpose. I feel more confident, more prepared to start this journey of plebe summer and then at the United States Naval Academy.
You are set to graduate in 2029.
Oh, shit.
What do you plan to do after?
Okay, so
Ultimate
she's
goal
about to
is
do plebe
serve
summer.
as an officer in the United
She's
States Navy.
there.
I am excited.
Excellent
I want to
work.
pursue political science, international relations, but most importantly, lead America's future safety.
Now, here's a problem. She is not on track if those are her goals to be a line officer, but that's okay. It's okay.
And Marines.
Taurine Butterfield, you are so inspiring. And we thank you for stopping by. Wish you all the best. I know you're going to do well.
Let me make one point here. Deacon Dave says she doesn't know what she is. Well, let me tell you, Deacon Dave, I think she knows what she is. You don't know what she is. She is a winner. And if you can't figure out that she's winning, then are you actually in FBA? And Stanley, like you, no idea what the fuck that even means. Dude, anyone want to hit the link? And if you are not smart, don't bother. And by the way, let's see, I have been up here for over 8 hours. Let's see if I can piss some motherfuckers like Deacon Dave off. This is going to be fun. Oh, that's a new one. All right, let's listen to the Reverend Corbett.
Disagreements with. Now, I come at this from the standpoint, as I've said in many videos, first of all, I am not a Republican. I am not a Democrat. I don't like calling myself liberal or conservative or progressive. What informs my politics is my faith in Christ and understanding his word. And his word informs me that what I, as a Christian, should be promoting more than anything else is God's kingdom, which is established on righteousness and justice, both. And both are really, really needed in the African-American community. And that's where we have created the organization AMCA, African Americans Mobilizing for Kingdom Advancement. So we're all about advancing God's kingdom of righteousness and justice. So what we do is we demand racial justice and we develop righteous living in the African American community. That's what our movement is all about. So don't categorize me as Republican or Democrat, liberal, conservative, libertarian, progressive, socialist, Marxist, none of that. Hey, family, do you believe in the work we're doing? Does our content speak to you? Do you appreciate our in-depth legal analysis and political commentary from an African American perspective? Do you believe it matters to our community? Then don't just watch from the sidelines. Please click that membership button and become a member of the 2% Club today. That's right, we need just 2% of our subscribers to become channel members. For just $4.99 a month, that's less than 20 cents a day, you'll help us keep creating powerful content that defends our democracy, demands justice, and develops a strong African American community. But if you want more, at $9.99 a month, which is only 33 cents a day, you'll get access to exclusive members-only live streams, bonus content, and behind-the-scenes updates. And for just $14.99 a month, which is under 50 cents a day, our top-tier members get access to live Zoom calls,
I am
strategy
going to
sessions,
start
become
a
a member
business like
of,
this.
Well, I heard this, become a member of the 2% Club. Sometimes what I believe and embrace is going to be what people would consider conservative. And sometimes what I believe and embrace will be what people consider to be progressive. But I am not an adherent of any of those camps. So I heard this African American woman talk about Black conservatism, and I had to respond. Okay, I had to respond. Some of the things that I believe from the Word of God leads me to say I do, or we do as a community, we do need to conserve some things, like conserve the strong Black family that consists of a husband and wife, father and mother raising children. We need to conserve that. We need more of that. All right. And so there are some other things, on the other hand, that we don't need to conserve. We need to progressively get rid of those things, like systemic racism and white supremacy. I don't want to conserve any of that. So it's not that I am a part of either of these groups. It's that these groups will embrace things that are consistent with my faith. You follow what I'm saying? All right, so now what I want to do is I want to play a clip of this young woman talking about Black conservatism, and I think she's off base with this. All right, so I'm going to respond. So let's go and watch that clip, and I'm going to show you why, again, Black conservatism is off in many ways, and so is Black liberalism. All right? That's why I don't embrace either. Okay, I've been through all of that. Okay, all right, so let's go over here and listen to her comments here.
Really key issue in this is bucking the narrative of being a victim. I think that is so huge because I truly believe that there's an indoctrination in the Black community to, number one, always feel less than. I think there's a concerted effort to make us feel less than. And I think that they are constantly wanting to keep us in this cycle of feeling like a victim so that we stay dependent on the government for us to be able to live. I think they want us to feel like we're not able to thrive. And I think that the young Black conservatives are the ones that are really going against that narrative.
All right, so now let's go, and I want to respond to some of what she said, nearly everything that she said. I disagree with just about everything that she said, okay? So first, the notion that Blacks suffer from a victim mentality is really a white supremacist stereotype and talking point.
Let me make a quick
and
point
unfortunately,
on this.
many Black conservatives.
This is actually not the point he probably means, but anti-black blacks actually suffer a a black victim mentality in that they think other blacks are out to get them. And maybe it's a now I would go real weird with this, and I'm not going to do it because it just pissing folks off. But you know what? Steven, remember Steven in the Candyland Steven in Django thought that the other blacks Django was out to get him. And it turns out, he didn't have to be got, but he was just an asshole. That is anti-black blackness. They are the victims of the other blacks, but the whites are their friend. And dirty dude, this is a joke. Just let me deal with the anti-black blacks. I need you to just, sit in the bleachers. This is not about you. So please understand that I'm going to say 90% of white people in America are perfectly fine. You know what? Who gives a fuck if a white person is a racist? You are free to your own house, your own thoughts, your own soul. But dude, I literally was in the Navy. And if there were racists there, and I have met a couple, but honestly, I didn't have a goddamn problem. No, I think 90%, dirty dude, I think 90% of white people present no threat to anyone. Hopefully higher. But the bottom line is, if they're racist and they don't tell me they're racist or display racist behavior, I think they're not racist or well-behaved racists. If you're not a threat, you're not a threat. You live. It is the dumb fucks. 90% of white people eat. I don't care what percentage of that 90% is racist. They are smart enough to kind of, keep it within their four walls. And you also have to understand, dirty, I'm a little off kilter here, but bottom line is, if you're not a threat, if you treat my kin well, if you are a good citizen, you are certainly entitled to your thoughts. You're entitled to train your kids the way you want to train them, tell them what you want to tell them. It is the dumb fucks who feel justified in flaunting their poison, like A.B. Brave. And I keep picking on him, but I honestly think Be Brave is a prototype or an archetype. That's what I meant. Be Brave is an archetype of that 10% who were never trained well. Their homes that they grew up in were toxic. And now they want to flaunt their toxicity. And it might take 70 years for them to feel comfortable. I read a book or two, and then I have a John Galt to tell me, well, Brave, you're right. Dude, America's not about Be Brave. America's about Dirty Dude, to be honest. And Dirty Dude, I'm picking on you, but we need more dirty dudes, and we need less Be Braves. Don't be brave if you're not a dirty dude. I had to do it, dirty dude. The play on words is what I do. So let's get back to the very Reverend Corbett.
Have picked it up and started repeating it, weaponizing that disinformation.
Oh, Trump
because
is
it's designed to do a couple of things. It's
himself.
designed to silence us, and it's designed to shame us. That is, to stop resisting, and defying white supremacy and systemic racism. But it's not going to work. It hasn't worked. It didn't work with our ancestors, and it's not going to work now, because we know that there has been victimization. And as a practicing attorney, we use the word victim all the time in the practice of law. We can't get our clients compensation for their racial discrimination. We can't get them justice unless we prove they have been victimized. So another reason white conservatives don't want us talking about being victims is because it then entitles us to something they really don't want to pay: reparations. All right. Secondly, Black victimization is not a myth. It's not a myth. It's not a narrative. It's not indoctrination. We and our enslaved, segregated, subjugated ancestors are and were victims. Again, that's not a myth. That's proven. That's data. That's a part of the American story. That's history. And it's the reason why white conservatives are trying to wipe that history away. They don't want that taught in school. They don't want that taught in college. They want to get rid of that history. And so Black conservatives, whether they know it or not, are helping white conservatives, white supremacists, erase history by calling our victimization a myth or narrative or indoctrination. I mean, there's just hard data, 250 years of slavery. That's not a myth. And no reparations. And they're fighting that, as I just pointed out. Another 100 years of Jim Crow apartheid that continued that subjugation, that oppression, that victimization. And then there's current systemic racism that is also well documented. So the evils of white supremacy and systemic racism are all around us. It's undeniable. Number 3, fighting against further victimization isn't evidence of a victim mentality. In other words, those of us who actively fight and defy white supremacy, racism, that does not evidence a victim mentality. In fact, it evidences the very opposite. It shows or displays or evidences a warrior mentality. You can't be a warrior and a victim. Yeah, I'm fighting back because I refuse to give into the victimization that they are trying to impose on us. So what you see from those of us who resist this every day in various ways, I do it in the courtroom, I do it through social media. Others do it through protesting, like my father. Never, he was an uneducated man. He would have never been able to do some of the things that I'm doing to resist white supremacy. But he did it every day by getting up and going to work and putting food on the table and dealing with that Jim Crow stuff he dealt with in his era, by making sure he did everything he could to see to it that the generation following him were not victimizations of this anymore. And that's been the case with most Black folks. All right? So it's not a victim mentality to resist white supremacy. It's a warrior mentality. Number 4, fighting further victimization doesn't produce government dependency. I heard her say something about government dependency. And that too is a stereotype. Because most Blacks, even those who live in tough neighborhoods, are hard-working people. get up every day and go do the back-breaking work. Get up every day and go do what they have to do to take care of their families. So this government dependency myth leaves out and omits the fact that most people who receive government assistance are whites, and many of them are rich, right? That corporate welfare, that white collar welfare. And most of the blacks who receive any sort of government assistance are the working poor. The working poor. I did a video not long ago showing that of the 10 to 12 million blacks who receive Medicaid, those people, 90% of those people work or have a legitimate legal reason for not working, such as caring for a disabled loved one, etc. But the narrative that white conservatives put out there and their black conservative sycophants is that blacks are dependent on the government. And that's just a lie. Anecdotally, take my family, for example. My father never made more than $8 an hour my whole life. And not one time were we on welfare assistance. We didn't get not one penny from the government, not one.
This is a problem, though. He's making the same anecdotal, and I'm hard pressed to understand why he thinks this is an effective argument. We don't care about your family, that you are an example. Just say, hey, if I can do it, you can do it. But using yourself as an example, I just don't think it's that effective an argument. You know, I did it. Well, yeah, other people can't. Those, let me have a look again. TK. Yeah. They just can't seem to understand that part, Dirty Dude. He's making a bad argument, and it is rather disturbing, to be honest.
In no shape, form, or fashion, and food was always on the table. Lights were never out. We had clothes and so forth. We were poor as I don't know what. There's no doubt about that. But because we had a hard working man in the family, we never needed government assistance. And that's not to shame anyone who does, because there are many, 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 many African-American people who work hard every day, but they just don't make enough money to pay for example, health insurance. And that's what the social safety network, that's what it's all about, to help those kind of people especially. All right. And then my final point here is, she said black conservatives are bucking the victimhood narrative. Well, I disagree with that. I disagree with that. By denying black victimization, what many black conservatives are doing is absolving and furthering white supremacy, which makes white supremacists feel good when they have blacks who are saying, oh, don't pay any attention to these people.
Here's where I would refine that argument. Stop talking about black people and put the onus on the white supremacists, be they black. Not all black people are innocent. That's the problem. A lot of black people are white supremacists. Maybe one of these days I'll contact the Reverend Corbett. And CK, which video are you specifically talking about? Is it the Medium Man? Just tell me which one. Who's the title? Because I didn't watch The Medium, man. Black men versus black women. Who's more marriage ready on paper? I think at this point, neither. They weren't raised to be married, apparently. If you grew up in a single household, you might not be prepared to be married. No one ever thinks of that. You cannot get, married blood out of a single mother or single father stone. Why don't people think about that sort of stuff? You know what? We're gonna switch gears here. And I can't remember if I showed this before. Uh-oh. Sorry, I forgot to switch this video out. I'm pretty much done with the Reverend Corbett, and I think he's pretty much done too. So we're going to take a little bit of a gear shift here.
Around the house this morning, pulling out some of my fall stuff and getting it put out and cleaning up some. And I thought, what would be something good for lunch today? So a good old homemade hamburger. I'm going to show them your decoration.
Oh, and by the way, John went to the University of Alabama. I bet he probably knew this woman. I'm just joking.
That's what we're going to be doing today. She's been decorating all day long. Well, it didn't really take all day, and it looks good.
Oh, apparently this isn't recent.
Time of the year. Of course, I love all of them, but each one of them special when it starts coming in. So anyway, I'm gonna make my husband and I a hamburger this afternoon. I've got a pound of ground chuck. Now I like ground chuck. You can buy hamburger meat ground round. I just like ground chuck. It's kind of expensive right now, but what isn't? I think this was just a dab over a pound, and it was $6 and something, which that's pretty high. But I should get a good 3 or 4 hamburgers out of it. All right, to this, I'm just going to add me a little salt. Now, you don't have to add anything. You can just pat them out and cook them. You don't have to add anything. But if you want them to be good, like Mama makes them. But I put a little pepper. I put a little salt. And when I say a little, it's just what I think. Y'all know that. I'm going to put a drop of Mower's steak sauce. I will. Mower's original. It's not like Dale's. It's just not quite as salty as Dale's, but I like both of them. I like the Mower's. And I'm not
Okay,
measuring.
CK.
Just gonna put a few drops just for taste. Okay. Now, also, I like to put just a little bit of oatmeal. It kind of helps hold it together. And most of the time I put an egg in it, but I don't think I will today. Just a little oatmeal to kind of hold it together. Okay. Now, I've got my grill on, got it heated, ready to cook. I got a glove on because I don't like mashing hamburger meat with my bare hands. Y'all know this. So I'm just going to mash all this up. I'll be using this one too, but I won't be mashing, getting it under my fingernails and all. And like I say, you put anything in here to hold it together. Most of the time I put an egg. The difference the oatmeal makes is it makes it so moist and juicy. Well, basically, you can use my meatloaf recipe to make a hamburger steak, to make a hamburger, anything you want. Okay, and we're gonna make us a hamburger. We'll make a pretty good size one because I got some big buns. Just mash it together real good. Okay. And you can mash these up and freeze them and have them for later. And have a good hamburger already made up. And I may be making them bigger than most of you, which I like a thin hamburger patty. I don't care for a real thick one. Mash them real good so they'll stay together. You hear them sizzling? This is a little too much for one, but it's not enough for, well, I'm just going to use it all. Make it my hamburger steak. I'll feed Terry a hamburger steak for lunch tomorrow. Since I got it. But now you could make it smaller and get you 4 good hamburgers out of it. Okay? Mash them up good. All right, I'm just going to pull my glove off now and wash my hands. No, I can't get it off my face. Y'all, we have been having the most beautiful weather in Alabama. You can tell fall's in the air, the mornings are so cool and nice. We just need a little rain, but we're never satisfied, are we? Just need a little rain. Okay, I've got my grill set on about 350. I'm gonna turn it up just a dab. We'll get my.
For the ones that may want to know, what kind of grill is that? Let me walk over there and show you.
Honey, I don't know the name of it.
It's not a grill, it's a griddle. It's a griddle.
And these things right here, I ordered from Amazon.
Okay, and those are
You don't need those.
Lodge, Ralph cast iron.
Cast iron.
Large cast iron. Okay.
It'd take a damn brick. Could have taken a brick, wrapped it in foil, and it would have been free.
Invest in a grill or a electric skillet. Just go ahead and bite the bullet and make a good investment. They're not cheap.
Get you a heavy one too. You said that means a lot.
Yes, get a heavy one. And I ordered this one from a restaurant supply place that I deal with up in somewhere up north. And I don't know if you can just go in and buy. I don't see why you couldn't. It's retail. It is for restaurants anyway.
Now, I'm also not going to tell my grandmother how to make me a hamburger. So I'm on YouTube, safe from this. This woman can't hear me. I would never say it if I were there.
It's flat. See how that's
I
flat?
do respect my elders, except for Be Brave.
That means that's going to be a good onion.
Huh, I didn't know that.
The rims are thin. It's going to be a sweet onion.
So the flatter, it's going to be better.
If it's flat, if you want to eat it, this is what you want. Okay?
Okay.
Now to put in dressing and stuff, you want that yellow hot one to put in dressing.
Hey, Be Brave.
Be
Brave.
Minutes to let this cook, and then we'll be back and we'll put it together for you. It's going to be really good, y'all. Be back in a minute. Hey, y'all, welcome back. It didn't take hardly any time for these to cook. Now, Terry wants a piece of cheese on his. So now's the time to put the cheese. This one I've already got fixed. I'm going to show you how I fix ours.
You know, she's having a good time. I kind of happy she's having a good time.
Okay. Sounds like it's empty, doesn't it? I put a little bit of mustard. Okay. And I put a little mayonnaise.
Good for her.
And you can put lettuce, you can put pickles, anything you would like. This is just the way we like ours. And I just spread it on both sides. All right, I'm ready to put Terry's. And by the way, I want to give you a report on my husband. He's doing wonderful. Oh, I sure messed his plate up. I'll have to keep him clean. He's doing good. He's been bush hogging today and yesterday.
Thank you, Jesus.
Back. So we're going to set this one right here. And then I'm going, now, he likes a lot of onions.
Daddy likes a lot of onions.
I'm gonna put my tomato. And I'm using my hands. Y'all saw me wash them. Okay? And I'm going to put onions.
No, he didn't.
Okay? And look at that.
Gotta put some lettuce on there.
Dirty plate. Look at there. You talk about good. See that oozing out the edge right there? That's going to really be good. Now I'm going to fix mine the same way, only I don't want cheese. So I'm just going to set mine on the burger. Okay? I'm going to fix mine with the onions and tomatoes just like his. So that's the way that's what we're eating for lunch today. This is going to really be good. I think I've already said that.
Mommy, your mouth's water.
It is. It is. I've not had anything since about 7:30 this morning. Thank y'all for watching. I really do appreciate it. It's so good meeting the ones that comes in the restaurant that follows us.
Yes, it
It
is.
just really makes.
You know what? God damn it. I enjoyed watching that. I will subscribe to her channel. And now I am hungry. God bless this woman. So we get a like, we get a subscribe. I love it. It is very real. And I bet she would have served me and John Galt the biggest double burger. So we will see more from this young lady. So this is what CK wanted to watch. Now, CK, are you in a position to hit the link and help me review this? I wasn't as impressed as you were. This dude is a preacher and little, and I'm not a big fan of the host either, by the way. But she has her own problems, which she will reveal. So I'm not impressed. Nothing that he says is absolutely wrong, but you know, it's just not the way I would argue it. So, that's the wonderful thing about home cooking, Dirty. I don't use Lowry's. I make my own spice blends for starters. Lowry's has no use in my life. And a Worcester sauce thing will last forever. I don't necessarily like using it. I think, to be honest, I like maybe sesame oil. There's some things you can do. Soy sauce, sesame oil instead of Worcester actually works better, in my opinion. But it's also my taste. Wonderful thing about home cooking is it's better than restaurants because the food tastes the way you want it to. Okay, well, that's fine. Oh, does he? Why does he not have his own channel now? Is Cypher J88? Okay, we'll have a look. I'll see, can I find it? All right, CK, I'm just not a big. He doesn't make a bad argument. And who am I to fucking make good arguments these days or judge them? I ran some anti-black blacks off.
So one of their favorite arguments for white supremacy's existence is but slavery. And I'm just going to clear it up now. Slavery was not supremacy. It was fragile men with wits. If you have to chain a people, steal their language, brand their bodies, and pass laws to make them less than, that
horrible argument. Slavery was all about supremacy. The fuck is he talking about? He is way off kilter. He's making a presentist argument. It may have evolved, but we don't have slavery anymore. This is really a bad start. This is about where I stopped watching it. When he started talking about slavery was about weakness. The fuck is he talking about?
that's not supremacy. I'm just clearing that up now. It's
Oh, I'm sorry. Slavery wasn't about supremacy? Dude. You have an argument, but you're not making the argument. Okay, slavery was about who you could control easily and economically. That is your argument, and you never make it. This is a be brave level stupid argument. You have a good point, and then you don't even understand your own point or how to explain your point, justify your point, and then you depend on Stanley to come in and make your point for you. This is why I get annoyed at John Galt. John Galt has no fucking clue what he's talking about half the time, and neither does Be Brave. And you know what? John Galt made the point, well, Stanley, there's only 14 people in the audience. Well, those are 14 people who might motherfucking understand my argument, and the other 54 people are either on your channel or your show, John, or they're over at CT's where there's never an argument, just yelling. I don't give a fuck. I would rather 14 people who can follow an argument and make counter arguments that are worth me hearing rather than a Jay. It took you and Jay, John Galt, to fucking not make a point, and you both left in frustration. I win.
Spiritual terror management, because you don't enslave what you think is beneath you. You enslave what frightens you, what frightens you into silence if left free. Slavery is not proof of white dominance. It's proof of white dependence on stolen labor, on extracted brilliance, on a total surveillance. If white supremacy were real, right? If it were
Damn it. Why do I keep doing that? This dude is making bad arguments. The white supremacy part. I don't know. I just to argue it a different way, and he's mighty frenetic. And dirty dude, nothing wrong with Lowry's except you can make your own. And it is cheaper and probably more to your liking because you can tweak the salt up or down in the other spices. Lee and Perrins, no. Lee and Perrins sucks too. Dude, you don't think I'm 60 years old? You don't think I've ever had Lee and Perrins? You probably don't think I've had A1 either. Dude. No, I think if you do soy and sesame on dude, I don't season my steaks. If it's an expensive steak, like a good ribeye, which I rarely buy because they're so expensive, salt, pepper, maybe garlic powder. You don't need seasoning. It is itself with a little help from the salt and pepper. I don't do a whole lot of wet seasoning. Here is something that is rather weird, and now you got me off on cooking. Dirty dude. Look, what I need, and I'll find it right quick. What you need to do, look at how kebabs work in Middle Eastern cooking, and you're going to get a better hamburger. It's moisture with just wet vegetables. You actually don't need the to me it's a better tasting hamburger. You don't need the Worcestershire sauce. I am slurring. You don't need the Lee and Perrins. You don't need A1. You really just need like fresh parsley, grated onion, and maybe sweet peppers if you don't like heat in your hamburger. And instead of making like meatballs or, skewer size, meatballs for a kebab, you make hamburgers out of it. Believe it or not, to me anyway, it's better than Worcestershire sauce and all that stuff. It just doesn't work for me anymore. But anyway, why am I talking? Dude, I'll find you a recipe, and it's all stuff you can get at your Giant. It's not weird ingredients or anything. Might have to, if you like garlic, might have to grate the garlic or something like that. It's a different taste, but it works better. And if you must have that soy sauce, that Lee and Perrin's taste, I still think a little bit of soy sauce and sesame oil works better. So let's get back to this Dwayne Wayne.
For real. I just want y'all to lock in. If white supremacy were real, the moment slavery were ended, so would the fear. But what really happened? It mutated in the black.
If white supremacy were real, of course it's not real, it's conceptual. I don't like the way he's arguing this.
Codes, and the lynch mobs, and the redlining, and the mass incarceration. That is not supremacy. That is generational panic dressed up in all your favorite leaders.
No, it is cruelty because the system was rigged to let them get away with it. Dude, such a bad art. And you know what? I agree with him. It's just badly argued. It is so sloppy. It is so frenetic. It is, this isn't even dorm room smart. You'd have to calm your ass down if you want to, not frighten everyone away.
Language and let's go to all the arguments, because I truly want you to understand. Jim Crow also is not power. It's a performance. Segregation wasn't about pride. It was about containment. Water fountains, bus seats.
It was the law.
To elevate whiteness. It was to protect it from proximity to things it couldn't have, to keep it from dissolving in the presence of uncolonized joy. It took armies of laws to maintain the illusion of white supremacy. That's how fraudulent it is, because the lie cannot walk unassisted. Jim Crow is not a monument to white strength at all. It is a crutch for a collapsing myth. Let's go some more. Let's talk about the GI Bill. Because they say, but we gave veterans a future. Unless, cool, you can even imagine that. Because they gave veterans a future unless you were black, unless you were indigenous, unless you were part of the very machine that bled for freedom you never received. Right. I just want to say that, because white veterans got homes, education, lands. You know what black veterans got? They got surveillance, denial, fire bombs in their neighborhoods. So what did supremacy do when black bodies served it with honor? It shut the door in their face. That's still not supremacy. It's a grift, right? That's all a grift, sealed in policy. See, you got to think about it. Because never in your life, never in history has anyone ever encountered this thing. Because if white supremacy was so powerful, why did they flinch at a bus boycott? Why did it suppress a sermon? Why did it panic at a sit-in? Right? Because deep down, you know it, I know it, we all know it. The spell was already breaking. You needed armies, dogs, hoses, and assassins just to stop a song and dignity. And you still lost. I just want to clear that up. You still lost. Supremacy that collapses when a child sings freedom is barely supreme. Barely. It was a curtain held up by the fear. By fear, that's all it is. I want to address a comment. Museums are literally cemeteries. Literally cemeteries with a gift shop. That's all it is. You call it heritage, you call it pride, but a museum full of stolen gods isn't history. It isn't. You know what we could call it? It's just a hostage situation. It's a hostage display. You looted entire civilizations, then put their brilliance in glass and called that civilization. I'm just saying that's insane. That none of that is evidence of superiority. I don't even want to call it. It's cultural burglary. It's cultural burglary framed as enlightenment. So I want you to sit with this, especially about the museums, because all of them are global graveyards. Because white supremacy cannot create the sacred. It couldn't create the sacred. It only possesses it. So I want y'all to sit with it like this. I want y'all to sit with it like this, because this shit is hilarious. It is conceptually once you really sit there and think about it. If the United States and white supremacy claim to be wrong, then blackness is the man carrying the cross on his back, not because he was conquered, but because they needed someone to sacred to crucify in public. And that's not empire. That's not even what you've achieved. You haven't even achieved empire.
This?
That's how tough the situation is for you. Can't cap. It's performance theology.
Okay, how much more of this do I have to listen to, CK? Can you tell me how much I need to be tortured? This is bad. It's frenetic, and he's not going to convince people or even impress people with this. And this silly girl, is this a still of her looking at this, or is she actually? Are her eyes blinking? And she's wearing a drama queen t-shirt. I think this is actually an exercise in subliminal sarcasm. That's what I'll call it.
With blood smeared on his very lens that's recording. Slavery was a horror script and Jim Crow was the stage set. And GI Bill, it got to be your favorite bait and switch. The civil rights.
Yeah, I get her point now.
That was the meltdown. The museums are the credits of the movie that you didn't even write. You ain't even write it. I want to pick a new name for white supremacy. New name. Because I want people to understand it and be able to see it beautifully. It is the longest running identity crisis the world has ever seen. It is the longest running crisis of identity the world has ever seen. Ever. And it doesn't even end with applause. It just ends with the mirror shattered. I'm just saying, we can pull the plug on this one. There's a lot of things we fighting that are real. That is not real.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to yet another episode. I hope you all are doing great and fine wherever you are watching this video from. I'm back with yet another interesting episode, and I bet you're gonna love it because this brother is spitting facts in real time. He's talking about white supremacy. And white supremacy is the belief system that asserts superiority of white people over other racial groups. And it is rooted in racism, in colonialism, authoritarian.
Okay, CK, do I actually need to watch more of this? It is funny, but not in a good way. I just need a less frenetic argument. Everything he says is true, but just barely so. Look, if the argument is, and you could do it in a few words, if the argument is dude, just talk about Thomas Jefferson, Virginia, he could do it in a more erudite way, and not piss people off like me. Not that I'm pissed off, but I don't want to listen to this fucking bullshit. Of course, they were afraid of Haiti. Thomas Jefferson was deathly afraid of what happened in Haiti, drifting into Virginia. You can make the point much more elegantly, and the bottom line is it is true that you collect more flies or attract more flies with honey. He needs to do better, and it's funny, but not that funny. This dude is a grown man who is going to be raising children. I'm not sure it's that funny. So, Lupin, what's up? It's good to see you. I might just go back to cooking videos, goddammit. You know what? This is 14 minutes. Do I really want to do this? Because I'm not sure I'm in the mood for Professor Black Truth either. I just don't see how it's bone chilling truth. It's history, and his exposition or expounding on that history is not compelling. That's how I see it.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
If only this reached the consensus of all African and Caribbeans, everybody from Jamaica, Trinidad, Haiti, and Africa. If this meets your consensus,
Well, I can see this is
since
going
the
to
Black
annoy me
American want to go to
too.
war, let's see. All of us that call out one day from work, all of us across the United States, all immigrants call out from work. Yes, if they want to go to war, let's see what they can prove. And also, all immigrants, like your businesses from all Black Americans, simple as that. Don't let them go into your grocery store. Don't let them go into your restaurant. Don't let them go into your salon. You want to go to war? We will. And also, we can ask all our African doctors, boycott all Black American treatment. Like I said, you don't want to go to war with African. Trust me. We are 54 freaking country. The population of African in the United States is more than your Black American population, just so you know.
This video's been making the rounds online, and given the subject of this morning's briefing, I decided to throw it in because it fits. Now, what you just heard is the voice of a tether, and not just a tether, but a scared one. And if she's talking about people going to war economically, well, she ought to know that if you add up the foundational Black Americans and the on-code Black immigrants, we got the
Oh, my
tethers
Lord.
not only outnumbered, but also outclassed. And make no mistake, we have a lot of...
Let me stop this right here. I don't want to move into the neighborhood with her either. Oh my God. You know what? I'm just anti-stupid. I don't want to hear these people.
B1 immigrants among us, people who know the damage that tethers did in their home countries. And something else to be clear about. When you hear this heifer saying that she wants to go to war with foundational Black Americans, if you were to substitute any other African ethnic group in there, do you seriously think that she would be talking any differently? See, this is what's been going on in Africa for the longest time. This is the way the tethers and bootlicks and morons have divided Africa to make it easy prey for every gang of invaders who's ever come along. Tethers are the epitome of self-hate, and they've been hating themselves, hating being Black, long before they came here. And since we're on the subject of business, not to toot our own horn, but let's understand something. Foundational Black Americans in particular, we're the ones who made the term Black a brand name. This is not to say that we're the only ones who have had pride in being Black, but it wasn't a brand name until we made it one. Tethers damn sure didn't make Black a brand for anything except for shame, because all they do is play along with every anti-Black narrative there is. They spend all their time saying that Black is a bad thing. And it's redundant for one of these clowns to say that she wouldn't spend money with us. Tethers don't spend money with other Black people, even in Africa or the Caribbean. That's why Black people in those places can't get anything going. They don't buy from each other. And they brought that same failed self-hating nonsense here. Talking about boycotting us, that thread is a joke. And as for boycotting African doctors, I don't know what tribe she's from, but I don't need any witch doctors. And grocery stores and salons, I don't know of even one African-owned grocery store anywhere. And whichever ones there are, if foundational Black Americans stopped going,
Well, John
they would
Galt
be out of
knows.
business. And I
We
don't know how
watched
to
one.
break it to this bucket mouth bootlick, but when it comes to salons, that's a place that Black women tend to go to, and in too many cases, go to Asian-owned salons. They're certainly not making it a point to bums rush the African ones. This woman doesn't know math either. Black immigrants are not half of the immigrant voters. But you notice how this tether went from saying African to saying immigrants?
All immigrants call out from work. Yes, if they want to go to war, let's see what they can prove. And also, all immigrants like...
Okay, I'm going to preface this with this is a joke. This is a joke. But is this Gwe Gwe? I think I've heard her get this belligerent. And I will end this with this is a joke.
your businesses from all Black Americans.
She said, immigrants, lock your doors to Black Americans. This is what these tethers have been doing the whole time. This is what the tethers and the
Yeah, I thought
Congressional
the
Black
same
Caucus
thing,
have been
CK.
doing. What's happened here is our getting on code has made her scared enough where she's actually said what she's always thought. And make no mistake, this isn't anger that you're seeing from this fool, it's fear. Most manifestations of anger are rooted in fear. She feels like she's losing control, and she's right, because the days of the tethers being able to sit here and siphon money from the Black community is coming to an end. We are taking a hard-nosed and uncompromising approach to our power, and this is what it looks like. It is way past time that we untethered our dollars and untethered our votes. Because when you spend your money with backstabbers or give them your political support, this is what you get. Does this tether seriously think that these immigrants from Latin America or Asia are going to go to whatever mythical African grocery store or salon that she claims to have in the US? Really? Do you see the same Asians who rely on Black customers for their hair salons suddenly deciding that they're going to go to a Black hair care place? The only reason that these people have these businesses is because foundational Black Americans spent money with them. If we stop, they won't have anyone at all. This woman is stupid enough to use the word immigrant. But these other groups, they use that word as a punchline and they play these tethers for fools. You remember that video I posted of the African immigrant who was talking about how the Latinos he hired were trying to get him to fire the FBAs he had on the payroll? And they tried to get him to do it on the basis of some immigrant solidarity. Now, does anyone seriously think that that would ever work if some Nigerian told a Hispanic employer to fire all the Latino workers and he should hire the hardworking Africans instead? Apparently, this half-wit does. These immigrants are totally dependent on us. Now, we completely and thoroughly paid no regard to their immigration status because we were trying to get everybody on code to support Black businesses, to get them on code behind a Black first agenda, one that crossed all lines. But these immigrants were doing exactly the opposite. They wanted to take our money and give it to immigrants.
I do need to make one point here. I think, just my YouTube experience, there is something that Gway and the sis that doesn't miss and Bomb Cherry Juice, they've been through some bad stuff, and I'm not going to even go into other people. Look, I'm not going to apologize for not having trauma in my life. The biggest trauma that I've literally had was my wife dying. And, I knew how to handle it at 48. So I'm not going to apologize for it. Life happens. And who knows? If I were a Gway, who knows how I would have handled it, but I'm not going to apologize. So here is where we go.
They've been boycotting us the entire time. And now they're sitting here terrified that they're about to receive the same policy that they've been enforcing against us. And if you want proof of this, you need look no further than Richelieu Dennis, the tether who bought Essence. Richelieu made his millions off of Black people, specifically foundational Black American women. He damn sure didn't have Liberians or Nigerians or white people or Asians buying his hair care crap. And what did he do with it? He began using that money that he got from our community in order to empower everyone else. He used the money that was given to him by us to support and prop up people outside the community, people who come from communities and cultures that are
That is
openly
bad logic. Okay, was it given or did he earn it? These bad faith motherfucking dumbass arguments. Both sides do it, and both sides are just Black people did not give Richelieu Dennis his money. He earned it.
violently hostile toward us or to Black people in general. People who come here and deny being Black in many cases. And that's who he couldn't wait to put money in the hands of. And that's why these white companies were so eager to hop into bed with him. Richelieu Dennis had no problem for decades taking all of that money from FBA women, and then he used that buyership that he had amassed so he could sell his customer base to a white corporation for a huge profit, which is what he really wanted. You see, when someone sells a company,
this is
selling two
the
things.
weirdest part. We will hear, and I'm sure the professor has had it. Look at this. He sold it to Unilever. That's a fucking, like, that's not even an American company. At least it wasn't years ago. Look. Look at this. Dennis started his company by selling shea butter out of his dorm at Babson College in Wellesley, Massachusetts. Entrepreneurship. And I guess I understand John Galt's thing about why can't FBA sell shea butter, which is an absolutely moronic argument. Since I literally went to school with a family in Savannah who had a hair care company. They were FBAs, and I think their hair care company, this is in Savannah, Georgia. I went to school with them. Their company got bought by Unilever, or maybe it was lower, one of these hair care, like European owned or white owned. So John Galt doesn't do his history. The frustrations I have having to deal with these dumbass arguments.
The first is its product line, but those are easily able to be replaced. What's far more valuable than whatever intellectual property the company claims to have is the brand loyalty of their customers. That's what makes a company valuable. When Unilever bought
Absolutely, it does.
operation
That's
back in
why he got paid so
2017,
much.
that wasn't even the end of their involvement with them. As part of their deal, Unilever and Sundial created a so-called New Voices Fund with an initial investment of $100 million for the purpose of supporting, wait for it, supporting women of color entrepreneurs. So we've gone from brands aimed at black women to now the deracinated women of color line. You knew that one was coming. And keep in mind, this was part of the deal that Richelieu had
pronounce
made
it
with Unilever.
deracinated.
This was the deal. It wasn't just that they were going to be handing him some money for his little crappy company. It's a matter of, but afterwards, we're going to get in the bed together and this is what we're going to be doing. This was part of the deal. Well, since FBA women were the ones he relied on to buy his products and make him rich for so many years, obviously he was going to give back to the community that gave him everything, right? Of course not. Instead, he began bragging about how he was looking to put money into women entrepreneurs in West Africa. And this wasn't some accident or some oversight on his part. This was the entire plan. As he put it, quote, "The women who buy our products in the US that enable us to make those investments in Africa are having just as difficult of a time on a different scale as entrepreneurs." Now, he pays lip service to the difficulty that Black American women have getting those kind of investor funds, but as we're going to see, he's placing a special emphasis on helping as many immigrants as he possibly can. So the FBA customers he had in the US were the ones funding what he really wanted to do, which was to put all of those millions and millions of dollars of FBA money into Africa. And was he doing this to finally create the Great Pan-African Alliance? Of course not. This was a tether in the US trying to prop up other sellouts abroad. One of the people he decided to give money to was a Sudanese woman, and by that I mean she was born in Sudan. She's not Sudanese American. She began a business in Philadelphia making hair care products. So we got people here who are basically operating out of Richelieu's own playbook. This woman started a YouTube channel and she used it to bring awareness to the items that she was selling, and she actually got supplies for her little business from Africa. She wasn't trying to make opportunities for Black people in the US. She talked to one of Dennis's assistants and she was immediately told that she could have a meeting with him. Now, does anyone want to bet on who this Sudanese immigrant's customer base is? Another operation that Richelieu and his white backers put money into is Miel Organics, another hair care outfit that was bought by Procter & Gamble. Now, the woman who started this company was named Monique Rodriguez. So you got foreigners setting up hair care operations that Black women in the US are the customer base for. But Richelieu's not just putting money into women of color. There's also a couple of men of color, too. Luis Solis started a juice company. Like the Sudanese woman, Solis also got a meeting with Richelieu, this time at Richelieu's home in the
Okay, I gotta stop this stupid argument. And I guess the rough parallel is stop thinking that black cops aren't going to act like white cops. If you go through a system and you are successful in that system, you are going to act like that system thought or trained you. He's not convincing me on this. So he came to America to live the American dream, which is to be entrepreneurial. And you know what? What the John Galts don't understand is they are literally acting white. The only difference is John Galt wants to be an asshole with the poor people he's abusing. White people do it for free. You don't have to pay their rent to abuse. White people will abuse you even if they don't rent rooms from you. The difference is John Galt wants to be white for money. That's what I think. Prove me wrong. And come on my panel and attempt, and I will just win that argument too. Tired of hearing dumb arguments for the day. I will get peace, God damn it. And I hate to go to Ukraine to do it, but what the fuck? A woman with a hatchet and a whole bunch of chickens reminds me of being 6 years old and my grandmother. She didn't hand me a hatchet. She handed me a whole motherfucking axe. This is a Deacon Dave ASMR video. You always sing to your German shepherds. Dave, are you getting your passport stamped? I bet you are. That is interesting. she should have just chopped it. You didn't. She could have just, if she was good with that knife, she could have just chopped it. I'd have tried it. Take out the spine. Shit, I like that knife though. Yep, there she is, spatchcocking it. Dave, do you know how to spatchcock?
Like and subscribe.
Now this part I do not like. You have to get that. You're gonna have to get something to absorb all that oil. Okay. All right. Wait, hold it. Women like this worked at Boston Market? Dude, where can I sign up? Look at now. Let me point this out. This woman squeezed all the juice out of that orange. It wasn't a lemon, folks. She squeezed every drop of that juice out. What could she do to you, Deacon Dave? I bet she could do something for you. And she would probably taste it too. And then she would rub you down like this. There will be no happy ending. There will be a well done ending. This, my friends, is what Anthony Bourdain would call food porn. It is food. She's going to get every nook and cranny, folks. She's going to get under that skin. It might not be foreskin, but she's going to get under there. And I might say she actually has beautiful hands. I have to give her that. All jokes aside. Hopefully she puts that on a smoker. And not a charcoal grill. Well, if charcoal produces smoke, I guess we'll have to deal with it. Nice looking dog. No. Dry wood. Hey. It is harmless, not messy, and not illegal, Slick Rick. And she is kind of cute, though. I have to give her that. I will not break up a home, and neither will she. And I can tell by the way she uses that knife, she is fearless, and she knows how to use that knife. If she has to, she'll cut a nigga. Yeah, I'm not into tats. That's a turn off, to be honest. Um, it's it's not 22. That rack. It is a mature rack. Well, yeah, okay, Rick. Hey, Rick, that would be your reward for playing motorboat, I bet. Shish kebab. And let's hope she doesn't make an oopsie. I have to say though, god damn, she is cooking up a feast. She is not to be trifled with. Why is there no steam coming out of that? Did they let it cool to a point to where it's not hot? That chicken is dry, it's not hot. There's a problem with this. Yeah, and you know what, Slick? If she were black, I bet she wouldn't be, right? That's the problem with this sort of logic. And I'm not accusing you of it, but this anti-black manosphere light logic is just, I find it kind of pitiful. Henry County has a few black people who look like yeah. The big column ostentatious. Now this is gonna make that chicken better. She put citrus. Oh shit! This is going to be awesome. My granddaddy used to do shit like that. That is going to be ridiculously good. Wow. Her food is doable at least. Yeah, which rhymes with not black, Dave, right? Not black, nice rack. If this woman were black, you'd be calling her fat. And I mean that directly at you, Deacon Dave. Dude, y'all are, the double standards are ridiculous. She should have oiled that rack, and she left that on too long. If you do the sauce right, it'll be sheer and it won't burn like that. She put too much tomato base or ketchup. It doesn't change my argument. It wouldn't matter. It's the skin tone, not the fat back, flat back. It doesn't matter. It's the skin tone with you folks, Dave. Ukraine. That's her location, Slick. Ukraine. I'll drop the link for you. The link for the video. Yeah, well, not all of Ukraine is in Kyiv, apparently. Slick Red. That looks ridiculously good. Oh my lord. You know what? I'm gonna have to make something like this weekend. I got a whole chicken. Damn. And Rick, you going over there for dinner? I bet it's just gonna be the dog and her, the German Shepherd, and this lovely young lady that are gonna participate in that dinner. If you call her right now, Slick Rick, you might be able to get some. I have to say, if you like Rubenesque women, this is the channel for you. Let's see. Anyone got any requests for videos? Some of you are moderators out there. If not, I'm going to do what I want to do, which shall be history. And let's see. I am at 10 hours. We got 2 hours. I got 2 hours to piss some people off and make excuses for their miseducation or inability to make good arguments. Oh, by the way, her name is Luba. And I'm sure that Slick Rick has jokes for a woman named Luba. Lo Mein versus Chow Mein, that's worth watching.
Chow mein versus lo mein. Both use Chinese egg noodles, which are why they look so similar, but the differences can be broken down into 3 categories: technique, texture, and sauce. In terms of cooking technique, chow mein noodles are going to be stir-fried, while lo mein noodles are going to be boiled. Chow mein actually translates to stir-fried noodles, while lo mein translates to tossed noodles. In terms of texture, chow mein is going to be crispy, while lo mein is going to be on the softer side. In terms of sauce, chow mein is going to have little to no sauce. It really more focuses on the flavor of the noodle, while lo mein is going to have lots of sauce. Think of it as a dried noodle soup. An easier way to remember is chow mein is more of a side dish and lo mein is more of a main dish. Now I know, and thanks for watching. Chow mein versus lo mein. Both use Chinese egg noodles, which are why.
Stop this. They go back and forth fast. Dude, you can tell it's getting close to dinner time. And luckily what I have to do won't take but a few minutes, and maybe I can get my son to do something besides play NCAA 2026 football. What the fuck? Well, let's watch her. Another of my favorites. I find this woman attractive and she is age appropriate. Once again, I have gotten to let me rewind this. I am getting sloppy.
Me alone. Leave me alone. Get your fucking Leave truck. Me alone. Leave me alone. Get your fucking truck. Tell the cops. I'm leaving now. Get me the fucking phone. Let's go, bitch. The sheriff's department's coming to get rid of you and your fucking mud. Okay. So stay in your truck. Yes, sir. Before something bad happens. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Get in. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Y'all going to jail. Y'all going down. This town going down.
This is exactly what we meant when we said that once they're done with immigrants, they're going to come after y'all. They're going to come after y'all. So that's the face of your enemy. All this talk about boycotting Africans, all this talk about separating yourself from other minorities, it's not going to save you. This is what's going to happen. Once everybody's gone, it's going to be you and these people. Y'all saw that, right? That's the perfect illustration of.
Let me tell you the secret. Don't live in Clyde, South Carolina. Or no, I'm sorry, Clyde, North Carolina. I don't even know where that is, but I bet it's out near the coast. Your argument is not good. Black Americans, these fools don't understand that we know we are American. We know America. Stop this foolishness, sir.
The black man in America. The whole time he was outside with this white man, he was scared as hell. Scared for his life. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's the secret. Motherfucker, I'm going to let you develop this silly argument, and then I think I know where this is going to go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But the moment he got back in his truck and shut the door,
my darling future wife will make the argument, I guess.
the only thing between you and these people is the immigrants in between. Once they get rid of the immigrants in between, this is what you're going to deal with. And you won't have anybody to back you up. Nobody. Your enemy is making moves. Your enemy is building white-only towns over there. What are you doing? Boycotting Africans.
I say this respectfully. I follow him. He follows me. But he's showing a video of a black man being terrorized by some white supremacists. And in his video, y'all can go back and watch it. He says that once they're done with the immigrants, then they'll be coming after us, Black Americans, and that we need to stop the battle between Africans and Black Americans or immigrants in this country, right? Stop the battle, right? Listen, sir, I respectfully say this. I commented this down in your comment section. It has always been Black Americans. The video that you showed proves that it continues to be Black Americans. Black Americans are still being attacked and terrorized currently, even though they are going after immigrants on a large scale. It continues to be Black Americans. Black Americans have always feared for their lives in this country. When we raise our children with the knowledge that they have to be careful about dealing with white people. We tell them how to maneuver around white people. It has always been us. It is currently continuing to be us. It will always be us. We know that. Every time we leave out our front doors, we are in fear for our lives. We pray over our children when they leave our homes. It has always been us. It will continue to be us. It is us who were the buffer for immigrants. We were the majority of the ones being shot and killed in the street. We were the ones who were being lynched from trees. We were the ones who were being beaten and terrorized by these white supremacists in this country. We were the buffer between white supremacists and immigrants in this country. And y'all did not come and be a buffer between white supremacists and us. If we're going to talk about it.
You know, I think I suffer from the same disease sometime. Why does she think she's Martin Luther King? I think legacy Black Americans have a gift of lyricism and a sense of timing. But she could have ended this argument about 5 minutes ago. And I thought I made it in less than that. Black Americans know what they're doing. Africans, you're new to the game. You ally with us, not the other way around. We know what we're doing. Do you? That seems to me something you could do in a couple minutes. Hey, what's up, Dave?
Hey, what's up, Stanley? How you doing?
Oh, pretty good. Just, you know what? I am drifting.
All good, man. I see you don't have no problem running these marathons. This is nice. I can go to work. I can have a morning
No, I
run.
have problems, but you know what? I literally don't have anything to do. Let's see. At some point, I will have to make dinner, but shit. It'll be around 6, 7 normal dinner time for me anyway. I will.
You only got an hour and
eat
40
dinner.
minutes to go.
Oh no, I'm good. Look, the marathons work if I time it right. And if you haven't noticed, I've gone from 2 in the morning to like today I started at 6:30. I can do 6:30 to 6:30. You know, that's like a normal, I did that forever sort of 12-hour day. And I got a 19-year-old. I don't have to change his diaper. So, hey, lucky me.
Hey, the cool part about it is you can make some money while talking shit.
You know what?
reviewing
You know
videos, all
what?
that
God
stuff.
damn it. I am very glad that you brought this up because I have gone for hours. Thank you, folks, for putting up with my bullshit. Lupin, Deacon Dave, SKC, Dirty Dude. Like, see, this is why you should never do this when you're half drunk because you'll forget people. Look, I know I'm an acquired taste. And I will, one of these days, John Galt is gonna Stephen Colbert me.
I know what you mean.
I expect that to happen any day now. However, I start my show every morning. And you know what? I don't do it every morning. Sometimes, look, if I wake up tired and I know I'm going to be grumpy, I don't do it. But I've been fairly consistent. Um, took a risk going to Bomb Cherry. Look, I want the Stanley Cross channel to grow, but it is not a necessity. If I ever get monetized, motherfucker, I'm gonna throw a hoot nanny. But that's
Oh yeah,
like not,
when you do go up to those panels, you got to restream on your channel. I believe you can do that. I don't know how, but
well, no, if you ask permission, most people will let you.
yeah, that would have been cool. That's when you get the viewers on your channel.
No,
They're like, "Oh, what the fuck is Stanley doing over there?"
I will. You know what? That is, I'm gonna have to take that under advisement. But look, John actually made sense today. You don't. I get a little shy because look, I have to get over the begging part. I was on Drip's panel yesterday. You know who Drip is, right? The Drip
Yeah,
show.
I know who he is. I've never watched it though.
Right. Well, I was actually up on his panel, had a very good time. It was not even as bad as my panels. And you know what? I think they all know I have a show. I didn't promote it because it just seems unseemly. If I'm on his panel, now if he says, "Hey, Stanley promotes your show," of course I'm going to do it, but I'm not going to be all weird.
Nothing wrong with a little bit of self promotion though. I mean,
Yeah,
whether
but
they
you
come
gotta have
over
some
here, they don't
class
know what it's
about it.
about.
I'm just
Your
John
show,
doesn't.
your
John
show is like
doesn't
a journey though, in and out of bullshit. Very,
a
very
journey to
educational.
hell.
Yeah, it's fun. You know what I mean? Even though you have your serious moments or your moments where you take it to 10, I appreciate that. It has range. It has the kind of range that most shows don't have.
I don't know. I
You
just think.
underestimating yourself there, Stanley. That's what I believe you're doing.
Look, I know myself. Is a better way of putting it.
Now
I
you know
think.
I come up. You know I come up here with something
Yeah,
on my
that's true.
mind.
Well, even
What,
SKC does, and to be honest, you and SKC in ghetto point of view, that is something.
we're
I
all
mean,
different.
it is actually something. Y'all know me. Y'all know my crazy. You know what? And I have to honestly, ghetto point of view, another friend of the show. Look, all my best friends are conservatives. That's the scary part.
How would we know
All
what we're
my
brushing our
friends are
arguments
black
up against?
conservatives.
We got to know the counter arguments. We got to know where you stand. You know,
Well,
it's helpful to sharpen the argument. You know.
oh, is that all I'm good for? I rosin your bow.
That yes, you're well, part of it. I mean, we like you as a person. You know, we like Stanley, the guy.
Well, I certainly appreciate that.
You know, I did come up here to bring up something that you can light me up about, but all
Okay.
these people that you've been playing lately, they seem to have this general theme where they constantly say us and us against them. And I told you before that black only exists to be I can't even think of the word. It only exists to go against white. Without white, there is no black. Like without
Okay,
black,
well, see, this is a totally different context. Who invented black? Who invented
white,
white and black? No,
white.
no, no, no. I need you to concentrate on this point. And it may go back, back to like 1452. And I'm thinking of Lisbon, Portugal. Okay, Africans didn't invent black. Now,
course not.
your arguments that blacks did it too, and they sure as hell, you know what, motherfucker? I have the show for you, and I'm going to do it after we talk about this. My goddess, my second favorite female historian, Nell Irvin Painter. I thought there's a dude who is Nigerian or British Nigerian, did a show that I just watched overnight. Y'all don't know what I do all night. I don't meet Luba. I watch history videos.
All night, every night, huh?
No, not every night.
You get your big bowl of jelly beans and you park it in front of the History Channel.
I don't even do that. I'm too old for that. But no, I don't. The History Channel. You must be kidding me.
I don't know. I meant it in the sense that you watch history all night.
No, not all night, every night. I actually on the weekends I try to catch up on my reading. But anyway, where I'm going, and I am going to show this video. I thought I showed the video. Nell Irvin Painter literally wrote a book called The History of White People. You never heard of the book? I know I've shown a video or two. It is the most fascinating book, and they talk about it in this video that was done a few days ago. Black people need to know the history of whiteness. It is revealing, and it would talk about refining arguments, knowing this history. Dude, I know the history. I took the time. I read Nell Irvin Painter when the book came out. Y'all are behind with some of these antiquated. John Galt, that motherfucker might as well not even make arguments to me, because you know what? Talk to me about business, not about culture, Black American culture and history. He literally knows nothing except what Johnny Boy taught him when Johnny Boy lost his goddamn bike, which was paid for with a taxpayer voucher. This is what John Galt doesn't understand. Dude, you are who you're talking about. And being a little ghetto, having a little flair doesn't negate that you are not the best example of who you think isn't the best example. Dude, I expect that shit from Johnny Boy. I don't expect it from John Galt. And if your argument is that my daddy went to jail, see, this is what I don't fucking get about any of yous. John will tell you about his daddy was in jail, but he hasn't grown up out of that. He's been to jail for something totally stupid. The motherfucker couldn't figure out how to not take a weapon into a motherfucking federal building. That's not heroism. That is drunken stupidity. And you will never convince me that John wasn't fucking stone cold drunk and made that mistake. No motherfucking sober, sentient University of Alabama pretend I am a software developers don't make mistakes like, ooh, big error. Motherfucker. Dude, your briefcase seems heavy. We'll open up and find out why it's heavy, because you got a motherfucking don't take a gun into them. These stupid excuses that the anti-black blacks like Solid Snake. I heard a whole panel of Solid Snake making excuses about him being blackout drunk and justifying it. Solid Snake's excuse is, I wake up in the morning and watch the show. dude, these anti-black blacks are so roastable and so stupid. And John Galt is stupid. He makes stupid arguments, and he expects me to accept the dope. Oh, I got that dope. Well, motherfucker, your dope is so stupid, you're smoking your own stash. And if this gets back to John Galt, I hope it does. Motherfucker, I'm
You
going
told
to
him
be
that to his face.
merciless. Hold on. I'm not done. Because I'm tired. Look, I heard some stupid shit on this panel today. And little JJ, and it's John Jr., who calls himself Jay. You know what? Double teaming stupidity equals double stupidity. Motherfucker, I've run a whole goddamn Navy department of stupids, including some of the officers. I pick you off one at a time. I'm going to tell you something that is so funny. And my captain never motherfucking said a thing about it. My second deployment, Red Sea, Chief Rose. He was a white boy from, I think he was from Arkansas, Tennessee, and he used to go that aw shucks, oh sir, motherfucker. He fucked up in a way that I can't imagine any responsible E7 would do in any branch. And you know what I motherfucking did? Because I've been and dude, I was only an O2. I was a Lieutenant JG. Dude, I'm not going to even tell you what put me like so fucking mad, and I couldn't fix it in the middle of the Red Sea. Because dude, I literally told my E7 that, dude, you are done. You're retired. You go down to that chief's mess. You sit your ass down there for the next 5 months and don't bother me. Me and the E6 will run this goddamn division. And then you know what else I did? Once I dismissed, dude, I did this to a motherfucking NCO. And you know what? I won. I know he went to the Master Chief and all these motherfuckers. And I also know that the Master Chief probably told him, you are a fuck up. Don't fuck with this black officer. He will destroy you because he's smarter than you are. Let me tell you what I told the rest of the fucking department. And there were a couple E6s, a bunch of E5s. I told them, for the rest of the deployment, this is Lieutenant Cross against all of you, and I'm going to win. I will take all of you on, and I'm going to get what I want. You might as well motherfucking figure out you won't win. I will. Dude, I have fought some goddamn battles, and I have won them. I do not cower. I'm more verbal. I'm smarter. And dude, I will be ruthless. And guess how that E7 came back? He fucking asked me if he could, because his ass was on a sofa in that chief's mess. I literally told him, sit down there, retire on active duty, drink coffee, and do not bother me. And that motherfucker came to me. I did not go to him. And to be honest, I should have left his ass down there. But I was told, well, Stanley, the captain and the XO were, well, Stanley. Motherfucker, I never got a objection. My XO and my captain literally said, well, Stanley, it's up to you. They didn't even motherfucking interfere. So I was the only goddamn black officer on the ship. And I motherfucking tamed a white boy who had an anchor. Dude, I am relentless. I'm always going to be right. And I will fucking destroy you in front of your white bosses. I've done it for quite some time. John Galt is a pale comparison. No, I'm not going to live around a bunch of motherfucking losers. Okay, black, white, indifferent, motherfucker, I don't live in Stanley, Virginia either. I made a mistake bringing up Stanley, Virginia. That story means I'm used to goddamn winning and I don't lose. Of course, everyone loses, but I lose minor skirmishes. I don't lose battles. I don't lose wars. I will win all the time. I've done it for 60 years. So y'all little boys who want to get on this panel and, oh, Stanley, you're not fair. Fuck you. Life isn't fair. And dude, I have friends who are my peers who are like 3-star admirals. Dude, I know what it's like to be on an actual national stage and win. I've done it. Y'all little piss ants on these little YouTube channels, y'all haven't had challenges, at least not on panels. Now, in your own lives, I don't know what you've had, but I do know Be Brave's panel and the other panels, this isn't a challenge. Have you ever had an existential challenge? Tell me about those challenges, not how a couple black people moved in your motherfucking neighborhood and you had to duck every time you went to grade school, because it's not a challenge. And it's probably not true. Sorry, Dave. I had to go on the rant. John Galt does not know how weak his bullshit arguments are. And I'm saying it on his channel. Be Brave, fucking even worse. These guys honestly don't know how stupid they sound to someone who has actually had battle problems to solve. Real life battle problems. Fuck them. And oh, by the way, I'm black. I have more racism on YouTube than I ever did in the motherfucking Navy. This is the scary part. And the Navy has a more important job than a Be Brave or John Galt panel. This is the amazing part. Y'all think this shit is important. Oops, so sorry. We can play this video. Dave might be busy. Ponder, hit the link if you want. I see you typing away. No, existential challenge means threat to life. Hence the challenge to existence. Come on, do better than that, Ponder. Yeah, that seems, yeah. Of course, Lupin. Look, dude, if anybody's going to do a damn show, it needs to be you. You can always be a substitute for Stanley versus the world. We'll just make it the wolf eats the world. So anyway, I have a better video after this, but I think this woman is cute.
Let's be truthful about it. It has always been us. It continues to be us. Y'all aren't the only ones being terrorized in this current environment. That video that you shared proves it. It continues to be Black Americans that are dealing with these terrorists in this country. The difference is we are no longer the buffer, and you all are feeling the terrorism from white.
Why is it that Africans don't seem to have the same problem? They're black.
Let's be truthful about it. It truly makes me sad that you and so many
All this energy to
Okay,
differentiate yourself from Africans.
no. You asked
Nobody
the
could
question.
tell.
What you're going to do is you ask the question, do you have a theory as to why? Because I know why.
Yeah, that mental trauma that when you
Okay,
take up the
and
moniker of
no,
black,
that is
yeah,
such a
yeah. Everybody needs
that
to
is
heal with this. This
literally
new
that
fucking
is
finagle
literally
language.
what caused the mental trauma?
Nothing that you
Hold on one
actually
step, Ryan.
experienced yourself.
Okay, I need to ask you what caused the mental trauma. Yeah, I know Johns Creek. It's a very wait, do you live in Johns Creek? God damn, dude. Don't tell me that. You are well
I
off.
don't know what caused the trauma. I don't have the
Okay,
trauma.
then if you don't know
I
the
do not
cause,
have the
see,
trauma.
okay, who gives a fuck what you have? You want to
Okay, so
talk
how the
about
fuck
other
would I know and why would
okay,
I
dude,
care?
you're going in the back. Don't do it. Let's step through this bullshit you want to produce. If you don't know what the if you don't know what the cause of the trauma is, see, have you ever heard the term drill down on the problem? Honestly, Deacon Dave, if you're going to present a problem, you need to be able to drill down to the root causes. And this is something that John Galt refused to do, and Jay wasn't smart enough to do. If you
Causes of
want,
what, Stanley?
it's almost like, see, I think
Be specific,
2-year-olds.
Stanley. That's all I'm
Okay,
asking you to
dude,
do.
I'm gonna treat you like Jay if you act like Jay.
You got to be
I think
specific when you say things.
see, that's the point. I'm asking you to be specific. I'm
About what?
asking you to
Something I told
when
you I
I
don't
said,
have?
what do you think the term drill down means?
Stanley, I'm not stupid. I'm
Let me
asking
help
you,
you out.
what
When
are
I
you
ask you
asking me
to
to?
you're
You don't
doing
make any sense.
that J thing. When I ask you to drill down on a problem, I
What problem?
mean that's not the problem. You need to drill down and be more specific. We're looking at causes. We're looking at root causes. Drill down.
Man,
If your answer is because they have some mental whatever, then my next question is going to be asking you what caused that problem. And see, this is where you short circuit. John Galt never knew what the question was because he's in a solid snake state, and Jay just is too immature or not trained to actually drill down. Dude, drill down. Be more specific if we must
I'm
put it
trying.
in your vernacular.
You're actually introducing something to me that I'm not
Okay,
familiar with.
I'm not
So the problem
introducing
is I don't know
anything.
what the fuck
Dude,
you're talking about.
okay, if there is a mental problem in the black community, I think you were
Allegedly. Okay,
going
you're
there.
telling me, right? You're
Okay,
telling me,
so
right?
my question is, why is there a mental problem?
I don't know. I don't even know what
Okay,
mental
well,
problem you're
if
talking
you
about.
don't know, then you are literally talking from a position of ignorance. You don't know root causes. You just want to do a third level analysis. Let me make a computer thing. A computer
Computer
analysis.
analogy.
You can't be a software or any sort of hardware engineer if you don't know the whole TCP/IP stack. Now,
Yeah,
it's an old-fashioned term. Okay,
I
it's an
know it is.
old-fashioned term, but you literally need to go to how are the packets separated, and you don't know. John Galt sure as shit doesn't know most and to be odd about it, I don't think software engineers are good troubleshooters at all. So that's a particular criticism of John Galt, just to hurt his feelings mostly. Dude, if you can't go to zeros and ones, then you don't know the cause. You go up the stack, figure out where the problem is, and you fix it at that specific layer. And the anti-black blacks do not they're not generally capable. They don't know how to make good arguments. They don't even understand their own arguments a lot of the time. And dude, that is a you problem, not a me problem. I pick arguments apart, and some of them might be good.
And not to get too far off the point, okay? So you're telling me that there was a.
I don't think we should leave the point.
I'm not trying to. I'm really trying to get you to come back
You
to it.
have no idea what you're talking about, is my point.
And I'm asking you, what are you talking about?
I'm saying you don't even understand. When you tell me the root problem is black people have some trauma, what you literally asked me,
That was a wild guess. I don't even know what the problem you're talking
See,
about
I
is.
still remember where
Oh my
we
God.
were.
Stanley,
You
you
asked
do
me,
this thing where you start shaking
you
the dice,
even
man.
forgot.
Stop doing it.
You took yourself off your own argument. You asked, why don't Africans have these problems, right?
Right.
And I'm asking you, well, tell me why they don't. I think they don't have the same history as legacy Black Americans. If you are an immigrant from Africa, you don't have deep roots in American history. You are literally a vacationer until you decide this is where you want to live, and you get the fruits of 250 years or 400 years of you're living in new growth to put it in gardening terms. Dude, you're
Right.
eating the fresh leaves. The roots might be toxic. You get the new growth. You get the fresh bamboo shoots, to make a panda joke. Dude, you don't know the argument. That is half of your problem. You don't know that there is a historical argument here, which is very valid and one you're not addressed to deal with. And John Galt, he doesn't give a fuck about much, except why aren't blacks living in his property? He wants to put everything into business terms. And motherfucker, you are no. You are literally not a high-end businessman. You rent rooms. That is not a high-end business. I could rent a room in my fucking house while my son's away. Anybody can do what John Galt does. And pretending, you got a building or two, that just means you expanded outside of renting a room or two. I'm not impressed. And he wants me to be impressed is part of his problem. I don't give a fuck. And I'm certainly not gonna live amongst people I didn't grow up with culturally. Black people are not all John Galt ghetto. And he doesn't seem to be able to come to terms with that. I don't live by his yardstick, and hardly anybody I know would live by that yardstick. Literally, I got a hug from a girl I hadn't seen who was my across the street neighbor. And shit, she might be 10 years younger than I am. You know what? It was like old times. She doesn't live by John Galt's yardstick. I know people who would look at John Galt and go, "You're not even ghetto. Why do you even make sense?" That's what John cannot deal with. I don't fit his little ghetto paradigm. Ponder? No, please hop in. And how on earth do you type so much so fast?
Because I'm incredible, Stanley.
You know what? I'm starting to believe that. You do know I wouldn't have a problem with you being a co-host.
Yeah, we can talk about that later.
I would love to. Not now because I'm some Guinness stout in. You know what? You type so fast and you research so fast. Uh, I might have to abscond with you. You can
Stanley, that's why I
co-host
get
this.
paid the big bucks.
You know what? I am perfectly willing. Look,
Stanley, I'm familiar with networking. You just said the TCP.
you're familiar. You're familiar with fast typing. Wait, hold it. Now I'm gonna flirt with you.
Why would you bring up the TCP?
You have done more to help my arguments today than just about anyone. So
Stanley, I'll
thank
be
you.
honest with you. I do need to later on, maybe later, I do need to vent to you because I'm having some
Really?
YouTube issues. And you and John,
Where?
I guess I'm
Look, what you need to do is you need to realize who you are. None of these motherfuckers. Now I'm assuming this is like YouTube stuff. These people aren't
real.
Look, if I can push back with my weak ass, you are younger, smarter, faster typer, and can know more about the internet.
Yeah, but I don't do messing it. Well, I don't do like
No, let me tell you what your problem is, and I promise I'm going to be gentle and complimentary.
Okay.
Now, I think you are sensitive. I think you are probably, in my opinion, and this is a rough-hewn opinion apparently. Look, you pick up on things most people don't, and you might have to. This is going to be a weird thing to say. You might have to insulate yourself and understand. And I kind of do the same thing. We don't know what you know. I don't know what you know. And I think you know a lot. You have to understand that we are not as smart as you. Even me. I see how quick you pick up information and type it in. I notice. We
Stanley,
are not
you're
you.
always self-deprecating.
Oh,
Man.
no. Stop this.
Wait. Lay down in that mud puddle.
See, look at you. Anytime I give a compliment to a woman, you just get all in your feelings. Why is that, Dave? And they are compliments, by the way, questions to ponder.
Thanks, Stanley.
No, you know what? This is also my impression. No one appreciates the talent she has. And quite frankly, I resisted them, but you know what? You're younger, smarter, faster, and I need the assistance. You can come up anytime. Yes, we can talk about it offline at some point, but no, you research faster. Here's my problem. I will make some esoteric point that I remember from an article. I got killed by badass Stang because I heard a story overnight and I didn't research it. And he came in and he fucking put a stake in the heart of that stupid ass argument. He destroyed it. And then he was able to go, well, Stanley, nothing you talk about seems to be true. And you know what? I didn't have a defense. So I can't type. Look, one of the things I've noticed at 60, and this will sound like whining, I can't multitask like I used to. You know, I used to be able to read a complicated book and listen to a podcast, and you know, somehow or another, multi-track I can hear too. I can't do that anymore. So that's why I appreciate what you did. Questions to ponder, and you have a place on this panel. Start your own show. But you certainly
now
have a
pass her the
place on
mic.
this show. Well, I am a little
Pass her the
inebriated.
microphone, Stanley. Shit.
Okay, the microphone is passed. As long as it's not to you, Deacon Dave, Microphone's passed.
I know, because I was going to ask you a question for real. You just
Well,
shit all over the whole
ask
reason
a
why it came
question
up.
and
No. It's Ponder's turn. I'm not going on a fucking train ride with you.
No. See, you forgot what the question was. That's your
No, I
problem.
didn't. No, I didn't. I was going to ask
Then
you about
ask
your
the
own personal
question.
experience with
Ask
white
the question.
supremacy. You know,
Ask
the
the
real
question.
questions. I did.
Okay. I'm sorry. Something about white supremacy?
Yes, tell us about your personal journey with white supremacy, like this lady's talking
Never
about.
thought it was real, but
Me
there's
either.
race. Okay, dude, give me a chance. Racism is the way the illusion is carried forward. Have you ever read a book on the topic?
Sure. Hey, Ponder, I apologize. Go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
White people aren't supreme, but there are bell curve books. There are all kinds of things. This dependence on IQ. There are all kinds of ways that white people get advantaged. But here's the kicker, and this is why I never really got into the bell curve much. Legacy Black Americans have, on average, I think I heard 20% European heritage. So are we really Black? This is where this whole argument falls apart. You are so dependent on race, you are literally going to make it phenotypical and not genetic.
Well, it's both.
Well, hold on. They want to talk about genetics, but they won't admit that legacy Black Americans in particular have European heritage.
Everyone
the
knows
race argument falls apart when you start making genetic arguments, and they depend on people not understanding genomes. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Ponder.
Well, first, let's go ahead and define what it means to be Black and white, because there is a very clear definition.
It's a concept. It is conceptual.
Okay, but
you can literally look into a history book and figure out when it became a thing.
Okay,
where I'm going with this is books like Charles Murray wrote a book. You know the book, I'm sure. He wants to say, well, Blacks do better at this. Whites have higher IQ at that. The problem is in America, presents a very difficult problem in that if you have 20% European heritage and you are racialized as Black, you're a little European. How do you make the statistics fit that? And the way you make it fit, the way a Charlie Kirk would, that you got more Black drops of blood or more Black chromosomes. The only way you go, hey, your heritage has some European, but we want to make it racial. The only way to make that argument work is to make it racial. And we all can trace when race started. They really have no argument, but they depend on schools. High school's not going to teach it, but they depend on people actually not understanding the fallacies of their argument. Race, if I am a Black man and I have a white blood in me, your argument is you got more Black blood than white blood. That's not a motherfucking argument.
Okay, Stanley. So Black, to be defined as Black, when we use these terms, Black and white, it actually stems from British colonial era.
Okay, Ponder. I literally know this.
Stanley,
I'm saying you can trace. You're telling me the lineage what I need you to understand is I've already made your argument in a lot less words.
Okay. If I may,
we know it is a European concept.
I'm not saying, I didn't say Europe. I specifically said British.
Okay, well, if you want to go back to it was a difference, it is literally an Enlightenment concept. Race did not exist before the Enlightenment.
Okay, if I may finish. what I'm trying
Okay,
to say.
what I need you to understand,
Anyway, I can just
or
drop. I really just don't. Honestly, I'm not.
well,
I'm
then
not in any way.
what I need you to do,
in
and
this.
I can make it simple. Did race start with the Enlightenment or not?
I don't know, Stanley. I'm not even trying to make. That
Okay, well then, if you don't know, what are you going to argue?
Okay, Stanley.
Tell me your argument.
Can I just?
I think
can I
race
just
started with
speak?
the Enlightenment.
Okay, that's you. Great. As I'm trying
What
to.
do you think, Ponder?
Stanley, I'm not even trying to debate that with you, Stanley. I'm just trying to.
Then why are you doing the colonial history?
I'm just trying to speak, Stanley. Like I haven't even
Trying
gone
to
through,
what?
Stanley,
Speak.
I
You're
haven't
in
even
battle
gone
rap mode,
through
Stanley.
words.
Cut that shit, man.
Okay, no, it's not words. You're
Okay,
concentrating
then
on the
I'll go ahead
words
and
and
drop.
not what the words are
I'll go ahead
conveying.
and drop. I'm not.
Okay, well, drop. Don't understand why you're so non-confrontational. You're gonna have to confront some things. Look, bottom line is race is an Enlightenment concept and also a capitalism invention. I could have said it quicker. Come on back, Ponder. And Untrackable, hit the link if you want.
Hey, Stanley, interlocutor does not mean lock on to a fucking target. Let the girl talk. Jeez.
No, I'm not built that way. Dude, I don't like my time wasted. I don't need a whole story. This is not the Andy Griffith show. I don't do that aw shucks bullshit.
Well, Stanley, at least play with your food a little bit before you eat it. Don't fucking shut people down
No,
like that.
I don't. You know what? It's funny you should say that. I don't even mix my food. I like my corn separate from my peas.
Yeah, you're a kosher eater in a kosher kitchen, I'm sure.
You know what? I don't go that far. Ponder, Ms. Ponder, I apologize. Please come back.
You just called the woman sensitive and then you stepped on her.
No,
I get it.
I actually, but sensitive in a good way. Look,
I know what you meant.
I don't want like a piece of wood.
I know what you meant.
Sensitive is good.
It is good.
What I'm saying is you just kind of, as horrible as this term sounds, you got to kind of figure out how to desensitize in a way. No, I think she's perfectly. As a matter of fact, I honestly think she is the perfect co-host.
She would
Yeah,
if
look
she
at
had
this
more
motherfucker. Be
patience.
brave. Be brave. Beat Stanley in debate. Yeah, sure he did.
Now you sending her to the dark side. There you go. See what you did?
That's Brian Nichols.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Oh, please tell me they're not the same.
No, I'm cooking. My bad. I wasn't looking at the screen. I thought you said, hey, he said that.
Ms.
You're right.
Ponder, please come back, Ms. Ponder.
She's good, but you can't let her scurry off because you're beating her over the head with your point that she wasn't making. You did that yesterday. I was like,
Well,
man, I wonder
what was her point? Why didn't she just say, that's not my point? Why does she have to talk colonialism when I'm talking Enlightenment? When do you think colonialism happened? It was during the Enlightenment.
I actually want her to explain her point she was making yesterday about the woman's aesthetics that you didn't let her finish. And then we could have talked about whatever y'all was talking about today.
You know what? I guess I will have to abjectly apologize.
No, you want to lay in the fucking mud puddle, but then you treat them. You do that as far as you butter them up, but then you don't treat them like you just butter them up 5 minutes ago.
I treat her as an equal. I treat you as an equal.
You probably should. You do your thing with how you sit on me.
But Miss Ponder is back. Thank you, Miss Ponder, for coming back. Please accept my apology. Please continue your story. And by the way, being sensitive is not a bad thing.
Hell no. It's feminine. It's good.
That's not the way I meant the term.
But you called me manosphere and I can't live up to it, Sam?
No, you're an asshole. She's not. Now, I bet you're going to be a little bit more sensitive, aren't you?
No, I think that is a compliment.
Miss Ponder, you have the floor.
these terms, black and white, the history is very specific to British colonial history. Those countries that have a history, that have a background, British colonial history, like, of course, number one being the 13 colonies, they have very clear, specific terms that anybody who has any African ancestry, regardless of percentage, any African ancestry, and of course, because we are discussing Britain, the United Kingdom, the British monarchy, that's going to be West Africa. You are defined as black. Furthermore,
what I need you to do is let me know when you're done, because
Great.
you're not making the point that you think you are.
Okay.
What you want to do is connect Britain to America, and that's perfectly fair, but I need you to go deeper because you're only scratching the surface.
I think that particular term, when we say black, those who are black, those who are
then you have to go
Stanley, you
to
said you would let me finish.
No, please.
Stanley.
Okay. You know what? You finish, but I am going to respond, but I will give you a hint. I will give you a hint. Britain was, England specifically, was one of the last European countries to have to endeavor in the slave trade.
That is 100% correct.
I know I'm 100% correct, but I need you to understand. I need you to understand you are only scratching the surface.
Okay, Stanley, like I said,
Black, English, black in English is not the first time. There are other, let me give you a better hint.
Stanley, I'm not
English is not
disagreeing
the
with you.
only
I'm
language
not
in
trying to
Europe.
bring up the Spanish and the Portuguese. Right, it's not.
Yes.
I'm speaking only about the British monarchy. That is it.
Why? Why are you just blaming the British monarchy?
Because it is their colonies. They are the most extensive, and that is where we black and white. The United States, because of this.
Okay, I see where you're gonna go. All right. I see where you're gonna go. I hope you're gonna go where I think you're gonna go.
The United States, of course, is 100%. These are former British colonies. Those 13 colonies eventually became the United States. But my main point is that all of these 13 colonies were, of course, under the British Crown. They were able to win their independence from George III. When we look at the other British colonial countries, the West Indies, India, again, parts of Africa, and right now, the present day Commonwealth, when we look at these terms, black and white, we are following the definition from the British monarchy, from colonial Britain, which deems anyone who has any percentage of African DNA, African ancestry, specifically it's going to be West Africa, because of their history, you are defined as black. I bring this up, it's a very salient point because we know this is the case, how they were defining black and white in, of course, the former 13 colonies, British colonies, and then that moved to the United States. One thing that's very, very unique about the now United States is that the slave population grew naturally. This goes back to what you said, that about 20%, but it's actually 30%. Legacy Black Americans, foundational Black Americans are on average 20 to 30% Western European. When I say Western European, I'm specifically stating the British colonies, the Dutch, and some parts of Germany, or what is now present day Germany. That is it. Black America, unless you are Creole, but that's a different conversation. I'm speaking only about the 13 colonies, which eventually became the United States. Those Black people are going to be of British ancestry, Dutch ancestry, and West African. By West Africa, that one particular area in West Africa where they were pulling and moving slaves. That is what we say Black. This also
okay, and now,
please.
Let me know when you're done.
Thank you. This translates also to the West Indies. When we look at countries like Jamaica, Barbados, Guyana, Suriname, which is Dutch, when we define those who are Black and white, it's still the same definition. I state this because we live in the United States. We are following the peerage, the tradition as to what was set by the British monarchy, set by British colonial history, as to how we define black and white. This is very important because when you bring up the Spanish and the Portuguese, they do a lot of race mixing. That race mixing did not happen here. Just because you have a percentage of white DNA, that has nothing to do with you being white at all.
Well, a lot of it also had to do.
Furthermore,
a lot of it also had to
if I
do
may make
with. Well, let me
if I may
add
make
something
a
to
really
your.
important point.
What's the difference between Spain and Portugal and France and Britain? Back, let's say by the time the 17th century. What's the difference?
When we're looking at the 17th century,
Catholicism. Let me make it easy. It was. There's a whole argument that it was slavery for Protestantism, and I'm not going to develop the argument, but the argument is there. I'm still kind of struggling with the British colony part. I don't understand why it's that relevant. Yeah, I need your
they're
help
number
there.
one. I say it's most relevant because first, we live in the United States. That's the history.
Oh, okay.
So, like bringing up the Spanish,
But you don't think the Southwest introduces? Okay, you know
let's
what?
bring up the
I'll
Southwest. If I may.
no. Let me take it back.
I think it's. Let's go ahead, if I may. Let's speak about. Let's speak about most importantly the Louisiana Purchase, 1790. When we have the Louisiana Purchase, that you make a very. Let's start there because the Louisiana Purchase is what brought together basically two worlds. You kind of touched on that when you brought up Catholicism.
Well, it also allowed slavery to move west.
It did. Yes, it did. When you're looking at the Louisiana Purchase, which hands down, arguably, is the single greatest purchase, the single greatest transaction in all of capitalism. Jefferson really did it, and we can talk about that separately. How he did what he did.
Oh, he did it. He did a Trump.
Really did it. He pulled a Trump. Yeah, well, and we all know Jefferson and his proclivities and his preferences, which actually had to do with this purchase. The Louisiana Purchase, the single greatest transaction in all of capitalism. He got a hell of a deal, doubled the United States, but most importantly, bringing together two cultures. You're bringing together that French Catholic culture, which is very different, even to this day. You know that, Stanley. They actually
Jefferson wasn't that. I don't think Catholicism had anything to do with it.
No,
he was barely Protestant.
I'm talking about Louisiana itself, not Jefferson. I'm talking he's someone who facilitated the purchase. But of course, we know. I mean, he's Virginia. He's Jefferson, Virginia, Monticello. I'm just saying he facilitated the purchase. But that particular culture, which is French culture, the French were more in line, similar to the French, similar to the Spanish and the Portuguese, to intermix, and that you could, in a way, move up, that you could kind of move yourself into manumission by marrying well, or if you looked a certain color, if you had a certain color. Stanley, I mean, I know you are.
Well, the problem. Now, let me ask you a quick question.
Yes.
I think that Protestant ethic was much more into capitalism and economy.
Oh, 1,000%. 1,000%. Yes. And another thing. Remember,
you know what? And you see it today, I think I might see where you're going with this.
But there's something I have to say. I have to say something very important. The big difference between the French, Spanish, and Portuguese, versus the English and the Dutch, is that the English and the Dutch brought women. The French, the Spanish, and the Portuguese, they did not bring women. That difference, that is the operative difference, because bringing women.
You mean at first?
No, the British and the Dutch always brought women. They always had women. The Mayflower had women. The
Spanish didn't?
The Spanish did not bring women. No, they did not.
You know what? I never
think
thought
about it, Stanley.
Actually.
Stanley, think about it.
We
all know the history. Stanley, when you were in school, you studied the history of the Puritans, the Pilgrims, the Mayflower Compact.
Not that deeply.
Et cetera, et cetera. But you know about it. When we study the Spanish and the Portuguese, look at the difference as to
No,
why
they were all conquistadors.
right, exactly. Thank you. They were
And they
conquistadors.
took
They
they
were
took the
here for
natives.
wealth. They were here to find gold, wealth, that fountain of youth,
Okay,
Atahualpa.
now I have okay, well,
Look at
in
why
this
they came here. They were all immediately mixing
gold, yeah, silver mining, yeah.
all of that goodies, all
Well,
the
that's
goodies.
why the Portuguese even went to, down the west coast of Africa.
That's exactly why they did. They came here for completely different motives. The French, of
Right.
course, wanted to come here, convert, trade beaver fur, all that stuff. The French, the Spanish, and the Portuguese. They came here for wealth and to also convert. And as you make a good point, yes, they were Catholic. Many of them Jesuits, like that movie, The Mission, with De Niro.
Well, the Jesuits were a
Iron.
little
But yeah, but
they were
my
part of the
main-
problem.
But my main issue is that their motives were different. When you look at the Mayflower,
Okay, accepted.
when you look at when we're looking at the Massachusetts Bay Colony, they were here.
Yeah.
It's not wealth. They were here. Remember, you studied
Religion.
this. Religion. There you go, Stanley. To come here and practice their religion on their terms and build their society.
And they brought their religion
And they
with
brought-
them in
and
the
they brought
women.
their
Okay, I
religion.
got you.
And they brought their women. You can't bring your religion without bringing your women. You're trying to build this society that under your terms have to bring your women. And you know that, Stanley. The Mayflower always had women.
Well,
The
no,
French
I
wars-
didn't actually think of it in this way.
But you know what I'm
bow
talking
to
about.
your
The Mayflower,
on.
there was an actual
Preach
baby.
on.
I forgot the Mayflower. On the Mayflower, a baby was born in transit. Her name, I forgot her last name, but her name was Virginia. So even back then, you could arguably say that the first American was born on the Mayflower. They came here with women to have society to their terms. And it's important to mention this because you look at, because I remember when I saw
Well, let
the
me
movie,
ask you a quick
If when I-
aside. Virginia,
Virginia's a different story.
which was
Virginia's a different story. That's
well,
a
no.
different story.
Virginia was 1607, at least
1607,
Jamestown,
it became Jamestown.
and they
Well,
and look what they did. Look
I
what they
remember
had to do.
Jamestown.
They tried all men,
They tried.
and it
They
got
tried.
rather
They tried.
contentious.
Well, they tried. No, they brought women. They actually found the remains of Jamestown, and they actually found the remains of a 14-year-old girl who was cannibalized.
Oh, that's right. They ate
brought-
them.
And yeah,
They
they
dug
did.
them up and ate them.
They suffered badly.
1609.
They suffered badly because number one, let's go to your side step. Let's talk about Virginia, which is separate from the Northeast. That's separate. Virginia was the corporation. The Virginia was to come
Right.
here. They heard what was going on with the Spanish. The
Okay.
British wanted
All
their
right.
own stuff as well. Let's get these commodities.
God damn.
We're seeing here tobacco being number one. Tobacco. They know.
Have
and
you
on
ever read total side literature comment? Okay, keep going.
And then with Virginia was remember the Virginia, what is that? The Virginia, not the Dutch, the Virginia colony.
Oh, Virginia, what the
There was it was a corporation.
the
Forgot the name
company?
of the Virginia company. Like they in the movie Pocahontas, they even bring it up. They
Oh,
have a
I
whole
don't ever
song
watch
to
those
it.
movies.
Yeah, because Disney's not your thing. You're too old for that. But there's that one Disney movie, Pocahontas.
I'm never
They
too old for a
actually-
good Disney
They
movie.
actually
You did-
sing this. Virginia Company. They came here looking for commodity. So they went ahead, formed the
Yeah,
corporation.
and they look for gold too.
They looked for gold too. They sung that in the movie Pocahontas. They sung that too. The song was called Mine, Mine, Mine. Like, and he literally said that mine, gold for the taking. It's like a Disney movie. Like,
I've never seen that movie.
I actually sang this song with my siblings, like as a group. We would he literally said that. Like they came here looking for.
You know what?
That was Virginia.
This is
That was Virginia.
delightful.
So Virginia was the corporation for the monarchy, and Virginia was named after her. Jamestown,
Right.
James the First. Virginia after Queen Elizabeth. They were there to bring. That was for the commodity. That was to go ahead, get planting, get moving, and start moving goods back and forth. So Virginia was their
Let
money.
me ask you I
Massachusetts-
have to ask you this because I read it I don't know, back in my 30s. Have you ever heard of John Barth?
John Barth, no.
He is literally, I think he's won a Pulitzer. He's way dead now. He wrote a book called The Sotweed Factor, which is like a Virginia colony farce. I'm gonna introduce you to him. It was hilarious. And I read it, when I lived in Norfolk, so it was better than that.
You know that
So
name.
anyway, don't worry about that. It's a total aside. Please continue, Professor.
Norfolk is a very that name. That's a very, very,
Oh,
very
dude, I love Norfolk.
Norfolk. That name Norfolk. That's a very high ranking to be Norfolk in the UK.
Well, it's also a city in England,
I know it's a city I know in Virginia, I think.
and it figures into the Jamestown part.
It 100% does, because Norfolk played a very significant role within her court and also within her government. To be Norfolk is a very, very, very high ranking. Like
That family was even back in Henry VIII. It's an old family.
It's a very old family. When you're like actually back with it's in line with the first of the Tudors, so that would be Henry VII. To be Norfolk, like you would even
See, I don't know all that.
Person,
Norfolk. Oh my Lord.
So it would make sense there would be a city Norfolk in Virginia. Makes total complete
Now I have to ask you a question. Did you study European history?
I study history, period. I study it all.
Damn. Well, you know what? I have never met someone who's better at it than me.
My mother literally knows 5,000 years of history in her head. Literally, my mother.
Good for her.
History. And she's the one who
good that she transferred it to you. I'm impressed.
Yes, she did.
Hey, see what happens when we put our listening hats on?
Yeah,
I was listening. Was you listening,
Ms. Ponder?
Virginia was the first. It was successful. They were able to move commodities, mainly tobacco. And once white people
they called it sotweed.
Sotweed. That's what they called it?
Good job, Stanley.
Yes.
Great job, Stanley. Go ahead.
How interesting.
No, I think I've met my better.
Sotweed, very interesting. Oh yeah, I'm reading it here. The archaic.
Yes, I know a couple things.
The tobacco merchant. Yeah. So once she got hooked to that, the UK, the British could never leave. They love tobacco.
That and sugar. That's how their teeth got so bad.
And they love sugar. But what's important to note is that they cannot grow it. They cannot grow sugar. They cannot grow tobacco.
This is the other thing.
It grows in soil. Like the UK, when we bring up geography, I mean, I don't want to go too deep into the rabbit hole, but they are limited because Europe in and of itself is borderline desert. It's a very harsh climate. So it's almost by necessity, they had to leave and explore. And you have that added advantage.
It is actually worse than that. This is why
the British are naval, so they can take the ocean highway.
Well, they had to.
They had to and traverse new land. They got lucky given the fact that UK. I mean, it's a group of islands, or an archipelago. I mean, that's Great Britain, and then you have the United Kingdom, the government. And these are, and of course, mentioning the Netherlands, the Dutch, this is a naval society. It's a naval culture. These are people who eat seafood. And we're looking now, when we're speaking of Elizabethan, like the present day Vikings, this is what they do. They take to the high seas. And eventually, by coincidence or accident or whatever, they discover the Americas. I mean, not discover, I should say, but they found a particular area in the Americas where they were able to.
Well, you haven't talked to 12th Man yet. White people are native to America versus the Hebrew Israelites and other folks who think Africans are native to North America specifically. And I'm looking forward to that civil war. It'll be like the Civil War where they fucking bring like Nerf rifles.
What is about that? Like Hebrew Israelites. I mean, and then every time I hear that, it makes me think of John Smith.
Now, let me also make one thing, because he might be listening. I have a friend who is a former senior chief, one of the smartest motherfuckers I know. So he is a Hebrew Israelite, and Senior Chief, we're not talking about you, but you know you'll get pissed off. Look, I don't know enough to actually expound.
I don't think anybody does, but we all.
Well, they do. Have you ever? There we do have a Hebrew Israelite somewhere in this anti-black community. Next time I run into him, because it's almost always a him, it's never a her, who are just belligerently stupid. So we go. Nobody is native to anywhere. We all came from Africa. Well, Africa is somewhere. Renato, hit the link. But nope, Ponder, it is your show. I do want to. You know what? I'm actually having a good time letting you talk. Finally, someone who knows shit and knows how to argue her point. This might become a habit, ma'am. I can retire now. There's nothing wrong with questions to ponder about the world.
Because we're kind of
don't sleep on that title.
Finally going through some of this.
Can we talk about something?
No, you let the co-host,
let
the host talk.
Cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I'm good. I yield.
No, you don't yield that easily.
Well, she's not admitting. It's not like she's giving up, Stanley. She's not trying to win an argument. She's just saying. Hey.
No, she needs to tell you to shut the fuck up.
I don't think she's a pretty polite lady.
She is much more polite. Is your point?
Yeah, I don't.
What's up, Ryan?
Yeah, hey
Ryan. I'm teaching Stanley how to use his listening hat. It was pretty cool.
I don't know if that's
dude. I know how to listen. You did have to tell me to listen to Ponder, and now that I've listened, I will listen to. Dude, you, Deacon Dave. Y'all have just like there are trigger words because y'all just don't know history. This young lady does. So she is like smarter than all of y'all. So don't sleep on my listening skills. Just tell me that you beat me into a point to where you had to force me to actually forget the horrible things I've heard.
Knowing history is not an indicator of who's smarter or not. But I'll give her credit. She knows her history.
It's not what you know.
No, that's not.
It's not what you know. It's see, y'all don't understand
Stanley,
how
you put value in things.
No.
That you find valuable. You should.
You fools on the right are so enamored with IQ and its facts. Dude, intelligence is how you put those pieces of the puzzle together to form a narrative. That's where the right failed up until now, and they're going to fail again because they actually don't understand shit. Intellect is a habit, a way of using intelligence. And intelligence, you keep having people like Charlie Kirk who actually aren't intelligent in the first place telling you its ability to learn. Well, the ability to learn is to go, which piece of this puzzle fits here? Dude, it was obvious in 6th grade. Dude, y'all get so pissed off when I tell you you have no clue what you're talking about in the first place. That's why I don't listen. You actually don't. And I'm at a point to where I'm frustrated. But Questions to Ponder has carte blanche. And so do you, Ryan, for that matter. You make some good arguments.
Okay.
Wear that listening hat for those two. Don't wear it for me. All right, Stanley. There you go.
I just wanted to talk about the arguments, which 12th man's one of them. Also, Hebrew Israelite.
Wait, whoa. Why are we talking 12th man? Is he here to defend himself, or
He
are
claims-
you going to
okay.
defend him?
No, I'm not.
Are
I'm
you
not
going to
defending
defend 12th man?
I don't think I ever have. He claims that the whites came to North America, which is incorrect. And then the Hebrew Israelites claim the blacks did. And the truth is, all the evidence suggests that it was from the Bering Strait. And they use mitochondrial DNA, and they've used various ways to figure out what the people had here in their DNA, which is
I want
very
you
easy
to tell me what that argument is, because I think I'm familiar with it.
So, according to some, there's supposed to be blacks that have crossed the Atlantic and into South America. That's the Hebrew Israelite argument. The white argument
That
is
is
that they came around the top.
unproven. That is
No, it's
literally something that Howard French talks about in Born in Blackness. Zero evidence. And the little big-headed African-looking featured people, that timeline doesn't match up, if I recall.
Yeah, I
could
mean,
be
all
wrong,
the
but
evidence
it doesn't match
suggests
up.
through, like,
Dahomey, it doesn't match up.
Yeah, and the whites either. They came from Asia by the Bering Sea.
Who cares? The whites didn't come from Asia. The Asians came from Asia.
No, I mean the whites didn't come to North America either first. They went the first group. They came from
Gotcha.
Asia, and possibly like Japan and Siberia, basically, right, in multiple waves, and possibly there was a trip from Polynesia, like linking islands to Easter Island, and then to possibly. That's the most advanced mitochondrial DNA, etc. Not this look like that or some bullshit. And that's available to read. Like, that's all the evidence right there. So I've had this debate with whites and blacks about their views, and that's not what the science says. Mitochondrial DNA is pretty legit in mapping the migration patterns of the Earth. It's pretty good.
And I'm going to ask you, what is the oldest mitochondrial DNA that's available? You might want to Google it before you answer if you don't know.
The oldest mitochondrial DNA comes from East Africa.
Oh yeah, that's the oldest. Eve, probably. Like,
okay,
I'm sorry,
so let me. I kind of knew this. That's why I asked the question. I don't always ask questions that I don't know, but this is going to be questions to ponder. Answer first to let her develop her argument, because I'd be surprised if she had one. Deacon Dave, I'm going to give you grace and let you be second, because I have beat you up over the past few weeks. Ryan, just be graceful, because you probably understand me better than anyone, in some of these arguments. I don't, and you'll understand best. That's why you go third. I don't give a fuck about what mitochondrial DNA came from where. This is the United States of America in 2025. I need someone to tell me why this is important. No, I honestly need someone to tell me why this is important. And I will tell you, it's power. The reason people like Charlie Kirk want to talk about this sort of stuff is they literally want to make blood and soil arguments about who is American and who is not. And I find it un-American as a concept. It is literally not what. See, and I'm motherfucking gonna start a whole nother show, and we are gonna bore the shit out of some folks. However, questions to ponder goes first. Ryan goes last because he probably can wrap this up. Deacon Dave, you go second. Ms. Ponder, our future questions to ponder versus the world, because I might buy out of this.
Well, do you want me to start with the blood and soil argument that Charlie Kirk that you mentioned?
What do you think of it?
Well, there is background to this story. There's
Okay,
There's background.
develop that background. We have 24 minutes.
So there is a man who is known as the last great philosopher. His name is Heidegger. His name is Martin Heidegger.
I'm sorry, what? Heidegger?
Heidegger, yes.
The dude who fucking talked about time?
No, that's no.
Oh, he literally wrote a book about time.
Being
I read
in
it in
time?
college.
No, that's not who I'm referring to. Not being
Heidegger.
I
The
said-
Heidegger? Martin Heidegger?
Yes, Martin Heidegger. Yes. I'm sorry.
He wrote a book about time.
Being in time.
You
Yeah,
need
that's
to
fine.
Google it.
No, that's fine. Yes, that's what I'm speaking of. But so continue with that.
Whoa.
Yes, Stanley.
I'm not a fan.
Okay, may I
But do
continue?
develop your argument. But
Heidegger.
tell me, actually, you are going higher than I'd go.
Okay,
Tell us
but
what Martin Heidegger. Why do you start your argument with Heidegger?
let me go ahead and just put it in the chat for you, Stanley. Give me a second. I'll go ahead.
What I want you to do is tell me why you're starting it this way. So
Martin
you want to start
Stanley,
it? You want
can
to
I-
start it with German philosophy?
Okay, may I finish, please? Because you brought up blood and soil. May I finish? I'm starting there. Martin Heidegger's
Right.
philosophy is deeply connected to the concepts of blood and soil, which is the German word Blut and Boden, particularly in the context of his later political engagement with Nazism. While Heidegger did not explicitly endorse the Nazi ideology of racial purity.
Wait, hold it. When did Heidegger live? My history's off.
His writings on Dasein, being there, and his emphasis on the
Right.
unique connection of a people to their land and heritage
Mhm.
resonated with the Nazis' blood and soil ideology. I mention this because he was Hitler's favorite philosopher. And when you bring up Charlie Kirk, whether they realize it or not, this is what they're referencing. This tied to the soil. Mustache Man, because I'll just be careful with your life. He was consistently, that was his argument with that particular group, that they have no ties to the soil. They're from everywhere and yet from nowhere. He would say that a lot. He would constantly bring up that they're like, international actors. He would always refer to them as the other, as foreigners who are not from here, and that we, the mustache man, we are from here. We are tied to the soil, the blood and soil. When you listen to his speeches, he speaks about this extensively. It's coming from Heidegger. That's where the Charlie Kirks and these other
Really?
that's where they're getting this from. It's coming directly.
You know what?
Heidegger.
Oh,
Heidegger
God damn it. I guess you own this show now. I will. Dude,
Well,
you know what?
correct,
I
because
didn't know Heidegger lived into the 70s. I honestly didn't know that.
he is literally viewed as the last great philosopher. It's him. He's the last one coming from that great line. And when we say philosopher, we're going all the way back to canon.
Okay, you're talking post-enlightenment.
Well, not necessarily post-enlightenment, just going back to the beginning. When we're speaking about canon, when we're even returning back to antiquity, Plato, Aristotle, who wrote different
They
things.
consider Heidegger
as the last
Oh my
philosopher.
Lord.
He's
You know what? Well, I am going to have to yield and read Heidegger. I did not like reading Heidegger in college, and I was doing it for fun. It wasn't for a philosophy course.
Well, you would really need to read something like Heidegger in a college course. I mean, this is not something that's just so easy. I mean,
You need to be guided through it.
it's to be guided through. It's kind of hard, but I mean,
Alright.
you're familiar with being in time. Like it actually escaped me for a second.
Oh,
that who wrote
yes, I am.
but my focus with Heidegger, I did enjoy being in time, But and learning about like das sign, like these German words.
Do you have a thing for German or basically European philosophers?
Well, I tried to explain
Right.
that to you the other day. Is that
You did, and of course I didn't listen.
when you speak about the European philosophers, it's actually divided into two main groups or schools. There's first.
Well, the way I see it is post-enlightenment and enlightenment.
Well, it's actually a little bit different. Not saying that you're wrong, but it's really, you have to think more in lines of like the cultural influence. And when you look at Europe, there's a field of philosophy. You could call it a field of philosophy. They call it continental philosophy. Continental. And what they mean is the philosophy of Europe sans or without the UK. And that's very important because when you think about, like, for example, as Americans.
So do they neglect?
No, it's not. It's just a difference. It's a difference, mainly because of geography. The UK is a group of islands, and then you have continental Europe.
Lord.
When you say Europe, like even the Europeans, when you say Europe, you're not necessarily.
When you say EU, England leaves.
Okay, right. You're not necessarily including the British. Because remember, the UK is not part of continental Europe. And even with that said, they do have some cultural differences, mainly philosophy. I bring this up because like Ryan, I know you're familiar with Hobbes. Stanley, I know you're familiar with Hobbes. I know you're familiar with Locke. We all are familiar with John Locke. There is an American.
We have no choice.
We have no choice. Why? Because that is the cultural history of the United States.
Oh, so what you're saying is a Rousseau or some, okay.
May I finish, if I may? The United States comes from that British cultural history, that British cultural philosophical history.
Well, let me ask you a quick question now.
1 second.
Is it Anglo-Saxon?
No, Stanley. No.
It's really just British.
No. We don't even need to go back there. It's some analytical philosophy, empiricism, empiricism, empiricism. That's us when we in school, all of us. Those of you in the live chat, we all studied John Locke.
Scientific method.
That is a scientific method. Yes, that comes from causation, our understanding causation. That is analytical philosophy. That comes from the British tradition. From the British tradition of empiricism, we have something called.
It comes from Britain and not Germany?
Wait, Stanley, 1 second.
Okay, sorry.
British empiricism later then morphs into American pragmatism, which is a little bit, but that's again us. But as students, as Americans.
You know what? Why aren't you teaching this course?
Well, one thing at a time. But as Americans.
No, this is fun.
Stanley, fun is a deer, not what you do. Please stop it.
As American children, we read Hobbes.
I said
as
fun,
American
not
children,
fawn.
As American children.
But you're fawning. Sorry, my bad. I won't do it again.
Of course I am. I like smart women.
As American children, we read like the great Scottish writers, Hume. American children, of course, we read John Locke. We all go through John Locke in high school. We do because that's the philosophical tradition of empiricism. That's where we come from. I bring that up because the United States does not come from continental European tradition, German idealism. That's not where we come from. We come from British empiricism.
Well, let me know when I can ask a question.
Locke, the main being Locke, Hobbes, Hume.
Yep.
All of us have read him. All of him.
Ryan, Russell.
Bertrand Russell. Oh, definitely Bertrand.
Oh, wait, whoa. There's also John Stuart Mill.
John Stuart Mill, 100%. Oh, yes, John Stuart Mill. Yeah, like these are names that we all know because we all.
Well, here's the deal, and let me know because I actually have a question.
Stanley, our background, because remember we come from Catholic school. Our background, because we come from Catholic school, that classical tradition, we are more inclined. We do study the European side. Europe, like when I mean European, I'm speaking continental Europe. Again, without British, not British empiricism, continental philosophy, does not include British empiricism. That's when we're moving into German idealism. That's where you study the Heideggers, the Hegels of the world. That's where we study
I
Kierkegaard.
need a time frame on that.
These people, like when you're in high school,
I
those
bet.
names
Who was the first German? I need the first anchor point for Germany because I don't know that part.
if you're going to really study the first anchor point for German, it would be Hegel.
And there's a reason I asked you for the anchor.
And I think a lot of people would agree with me. We can even kind of go back and say Leibniz as well.
Don't know that.
But he's another German. I think, Ryan, you're familiar with Leibniz, aren't you? Leibniz, Spinoza? I mean, or Leibniz.
Absolutely.
Ryan,
No, Spinoza, of course. That's not how you pronounce his first name. Is it?
Spinoza. No, his first name is Baruch, or they also Baruch Spinoza.
Yeah, okay, I know Spinoza.
So Leibniz. So when they say I'm a philosophy major.
Well, the other thing is he's Jewish.
Yeah, he is
which
Jewish.
Is
He's a Sephardi
which is kinda ironic.
No, it's not. So, but Spinoza is Jewish. His family fled the Inquisition. They fled into the Netherlands. So he's a Sephardi Jew turned Dutch, or he's Dutch by way of Sephardi Jew who escaped Spain during the Inquisition.
Now, how many of you know what? I'm interrupting.
He really embraced Christianity too. He really embraced. But Spinoza,
yes, Stanley's correct. He is interrupting a lot.
Yes.
Go ahead.
All of us, Ryan, Stanley, Deacon Dave, Life Panel. All of you know Newton. You all know Isaac Newton. All of you.
Yes.
And
Nietzsche is a problem.
Nietzsche is Nietzsche.
A huge problem.
History. Nietzsche's like the movie Fight Club. You got to read him every 10 years, and it starts to make sense. Nietzsche's like the original Tyler Durden. Like, yeah, if you read Nietzsche, watch Fight Club. Like, Nietzsche is like the original Tyler.
No, I've never seen Fight Club. No idea why I would watch it. Why you would reference it.
Nietzsche was like he's like the man.
Yeah, Nietzsche was bullied. He had problems. Dude, happy people don't come from those sorts of families.
Nietzsche had undiagnosed syphilis. He liked hope.
I don't care. He had a problem, is my point.
And he did a lot of opiates because he had undiagnosed syphilis. Like, he tried to unalive himself.
Did he have penis aches or headaches? Or
both.
Could he tell the difference?
Both. And he was
it's a joke. It's a joke.
And he was a simp too. He was chasing this Italian chick. He had a lot of issues. But I mean, that's neither here nor there. Nietzsche is, of course, and when we say German philosophers, we're speaking about, like the Prussian, like when we say German, we really are saying Prussian,
Germanic, Austria, etc.
Thank you, 100%. Thank you, Ryan.
Anglo-Saxon. That's where I'm going to go with this.
We don't really need to
ask
say
a question. I am
Anglo-Saxon,
going to connect Anglo
Stanley.
and Saxon.
We don't, Stanley. That's really irrelevant.
No, let me make my joke.
It's okay. It's a joke. Okay.
Well, no. I was going to talk about Rousseau, the French Enlightenment.
So you brought up the Anglo-Saxon.
These motherfuckers had no sense of humor in the first place. They took themselves way too seriously.
Who did?
Give me a Rousseau.
Rousseau, French Enlightenment.
They had senses of humor, and women touched them. Held their hands every now and again. You will never convince me. Look,
why are you bringing up Anglo-Saxon and like French and
I think they're cold. I think
Anglo-Saxon is the ethnicity. I mean,
no. German, and English are similar. That's where the Anglo-Saxon. If you want to go Angles and Saxons.
No, we don't even need to. I mean, they're the Germanic tribes. I mean, they in Europe.
I think, and I'm not gonna be all weird about it.
I mean, England is.
I think the French Enlightenment was much more human.
The British Enlightenment, okay. I mean, that's what we studied in.
No. French Enlightenment, Rousseau.
Okay, Rousseau. Okay, Diderot, Rousseau. Okay. So where are you trying to get at? Yes, it's
I think that these people had no sense of humor.
that
The
Rousseau.
British?
They did, yeah, essentially. The Anglo-Saxon, the Dutch. They were
Okay.
much more get it done and never enjoy themselves. Look,
I mean, I've been to England. Shit, it's terrible.
Descartes,
The weather sucks.
Descartes, Rousseau, even someone like I don't know,
Descartes.
Erasmus. The Continentals just had. Now, this is my version of it. They were just more humans. They
Descartes.
were human.
I think the Inquisition was kind of.
Oh, they were Catholic.
You know,
Descartes.
the whole
Okay, but
Inquisition might.
I just get them better. You know, I said I was a cultural Catholic.
Okay, but
We got-
Stanley, you're saying a lot, but okay, so I'm sorry, where are you trying to get at? You said Erasmus, you said Descartes.
I literally think Erasmus funny when you read him. Sense of humor, sense of humanity. I think Descartes funny. Diderot, I just tend to be a little bit more of a Francophile.
Stanley, I'm not trying
I'm
to be rude, but Descartes, Diderot, very, very, very different. Completely separate. I'm not trying to
Okay, and the thing I'm trying to unify them with, they had a sense of humanity. I do not find that so much, even, and maybe it is a cultural thing. We live in a Scottish Enlightenment world, at least in the United States. They had no humanity. They were willing to trade, $1 for a kid. And you can make the argument, of course you can, that the French Enlightenment did lead to Haiti. I just find reading people like Erasmus is way older. It's before then. I think he was before the Enlightenment. I just find Rousseau, even some of the French influences on people like Jefferson, just more human. Montesquieu, Montaigne. I find Montaigne to be awesome. I'd rather read Montaigne more so than a lot. That's my argument. The Continental folks who weren't
Can't we just say?
German
But I think
seem
this
more
started
human.
based on.
Well,
okay.
wait.
This started on Shirley
Well,
Kirk.
Our philosophy,
it started on
Professor,
Charlie Kirk. Yeah, which I put in the back chat.
which I don't care. I need you to who's better? Montesquieu, who had a direct influence on I think it was Jefferson. I think the French Enlightenment was more human.
Sure, but I'm trying to bring it back to Heidinger and Charlie
I
Kirk.
don't need you to bring it back. You
All right,
want
that's
to bring
fine.
it back to that chainsaw, don't you?
No. It's almost chainsaw season.
Go ahead, Professor.
No, I was just going to say I have to.
No, go the real professor.
Me? Oh, Dave's a
No.
professor.
Well, see, you think when I say professor, I mean a white man.
No, I thought you meant me, not white
I
or
meant
black or blue.
Professor